Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Kill the hero. Authors, D. Dart. Prologue. T.L., Uncle Choi. Editor, Ren. I despise the world. Right after I was born, I was abandoned in a bag meant for trash. I had absolutely no reason to cherish the world, for I had been treated like a stray beast my entire life. I hated the world for making me one of them. I was disgusted by the fact that I was classified as a human, grouped with those pretenders who wore human masks, but were blinded by their greed and ambition. That is the reason why I did not trust humans. Whatever I had to do, I did it alone. This mindset remained the same even after the world transformed in its entirety. On January 1, 2020, the world metamorphosed into a game-like state. Dungeons and monsters began to appear, and so did players with the power to stop them. An unprecedented change in human history had begun. In my perspective, however, the world did not change very much. For the strong still took advantage of the weak, the fact that the ones with everything took from those with nothing did not change. Players used the threat of dungeons and monsters, which terrified the world, merely as an opportunity to fulfill their ambitions. In the world, there is nobody you can trust. Only one. Only one person seemed different from the rest. I will kill the final boss of this game and put an end to it all. Lee Se-jun. One of the first 7 to become a player, and one of the few who had been chosen by the Sacred Light. He was also a man that has held the title of the highest level player, ever since he partook in the Sacred Light ritual. Only he was different. Therefore, he will be the one to save the world. While all the other players treated the new game-like world as their stage for satisfying their ambitions and greed, only Lee Se-jun was selfless, and dedicated himself to saving the world. He hunted monsters even if it did not bring him any benefits, he annihilated the dangerous dungeons that everyone else avoided, and he also judged the players and guilds who defied the law. In other words, to save the world, he fought against the world itself. He was the first. It was the first time in my life that I met such a person, someone who I felt I could trust and follow wholeheartedly in this shitty-ass world. That was why. Hunting dog Kim Woo-jin, I need your strength. When Lee Se-jun, reached out for my hand, I didn't hesitate for even a second before accepting it. I would follow him to end this damn game. I was willing to even risk my life in order to change this world. Life as a companion to a savior who will one day save the world was incomparably onerous compared to a carefree lifestyle. Players with a vested interest didn't want this game to end, so the closer the Messiah Guild came to beating the game, the voices of the world swarmed towards them and only became louder and louder. However, I never thought of giving up, not even once. We will save the world. I believed that risking my life for the sake of my fellow men, who were united by that shining noble cause, was never a waste. I believed that as long as I were with them, I could change this ugly world. Master, the only thing that is left now is the final battle. The final battle does not exist. What? I never thought of ending the game. What do you? I was certain I was hearing incorrectly. There must be wolves for the sheep to be obedient. Buke. Before Ba-mung, even dragon leather was pierced like a sheet of paper. The moment Ba-mung pierced his chest, Kim Woo-jin heard the system notifications. http://typemoon.wikia.com/wiki/Ba-mung, you are under the effect of Ba-mung's curse. All resistances are reduced by 90%, all defense stats are reduced by 90%, all healing effects are reduced by 90%, you've done a good job. Kim Woo-jin, without you, we would not have been able to make it this far. What I heard afterwards was Lee Se-jun's voice. So, Lee Se-jun's voice, which did not overlap with the system's notifications, bluntly entered Kim Woo-jin's eardrums. Wait, what do you mean? However, Kim Woo-jin could not understand a single word coming from Lee Se-jun's mouth. Wait. What do you mean that you never had the thought of ending this game from the beginning? What do I mean? However, Kim Woo-jin's question wasn't answered by Lee Se-jun but by a different figure. Crimson leather, as if it was cut from blazing flames, made up the robe of a bewitching beauty who stood behind Lee Se-jun's, and looked down upon Kim Woo-jin, who was kneeling in front of her. She then spoke. If the game ends and the game system disappears, the powers and items we obtained would disappear, along with all the dungeons and monsters. The reason why people obey every word will disappear as well. Park Shin-hye, the heiress to the Han Group, the largest chaebol group in Korea, who was Lee Se-jun's biggest financial investor in the early days of establishing the Messiah Guild. If we end the game, then how can we rule the world? Kim Woo-jin looked gravely toward Lee Se-jun after hearing her words. Lee Se-jun, however, did not say a word. It was an unambiguous response. At such a response, Kim Woo-jin gritted his teeth. I need to take the sword out first. I can't hope to do anything while Bamung is still stabbing me. His primary instinct was to live. He desperately wished to live and listen to Lee Se-jun's explanation. I want to hear a more detailed explanation. He didn't want to hear it from some other person, but directly through Lee Se-jun's mouth alone. Venom of the thousand snake is spreading throughout your body. At that moment, a new system notification rang in Kim Woo-jin's ear. PHHC. Simultaneously, Kim Woo-jin threw up blood from his mouth. Chai. The blood that Kim Woo-jin threw up melted the floor. Venom of the thousand snake? As expected. Quite impressive. The person who spoke to the miserable Kim Woo-jin again was still none other than Park Shin-hye. To think that the effect of the poison manifested only after being stabbed by Bamung, others were easily taken care of by the might of the venom of the thousand snake alone. Others? In that instant, various faces appeared through Kim Woo-jin's mind. Don't tell me. Companions who would give up everything, even their lives, for humanity, and people who would gladly sacrifice their lives for these companions. The moment he recalled the faces of his dear friends, the expression of his eyes changed. His eyes began to emit an aura of strong killing intent and resentment. This was the proof of acceptance. It was proof that Kim Woo-jin finally understood the truth of this situation, and accepted it. Lee Se-jun, so from the beginning, you never thought of becoming the hero or saving the world. In addition, Lee Se-jun's silence was also an irrefutable evidence. Then Park Shin-hye spoke. Yeah, you are right. That was our plan from the start. If not for that reason, do you really think our Han's group would risk everything in support of the Messiah Guild? In place of the silent Lee Se-jun, the explanation that came from Park Shin-hye proved everything was true. Lee Se-jun, who stood in front of him, was not a hero. From the beginning, our plan was to create an empire that is able to dominate and rule the world. In order to achieve this, we needed to get rid of the competitors, and play the hero to distinguish ourselves from those competitors. A villain in a hero's mask. He was an insincere guy who wouldn't even speak the truth using his own mouth. Finally, all the preparations are complete. Park Shin-hye said everything, instead of Lee Se-jun. Dragon Hunter, Grouse, Deadly Poison King, and even the King of the Undead. Actually, we were going to trade with the King of the Undead at first, since I would have had to risk my life if I tried to kill him. But to think that a hunting dog would kill such a monster. That was quite unexpected. Lee Se-jun. I dedicated my life to him, and to think I could not even hear the reason behind his betrayal from him directly, but only through Park Shin-hye. Well, I was supposed to finish you off after I joined hands with the King of the Undead. Isn't it ironic? I mean, your nickname is Hunting Dog. It was extremely difficult to suppress this chaotic feeling, which was beyond description. So, how do you feel? There was no fucking way I would feel any kind of happiness or joy. He can't even fucking spurt out a single excuse. From Lee Se-jun's actions alone, from beginning to end, he felt abject betrayal. The fact that he didn't even say a word, with his own damn mouth, in a situation like this, made him look like nothing but a goddamn coward. Facing this reality, he was overwhelmed with rage. You even killed those who trusted you with their fucking lives? Countless men had sacrificed their lives in order for Lee Se-jun to be here right now. Disregarding everything they hold dear, their boundless determination and unshakable resolve to save the world was the only thing that pushed them forward. But you got rid of them because they're now in the way? And you won't even say a word of explanation using your own damn mouth? Pad. This was something one could not analyze or understand rationally. Lee Se-jun, if you have anything to say it with your own mouth. The last string of rationality he had left made asking this question possible. Why even bother with you when you are just going to die anyway? Shut up, I am speaking with Lee Se-jun. However, Lee Se-jun did not respond, despite the repeated imploring from Kim Woo-jin. Instead, Lee Se-jun turned his back on him. In that moment, everything was clear to him. After all, there is no one in this world that one can truly trust. He had dedicated his life to the hero who he thought was destined to save the world. However, but that was nothing but a lie. In the end, he was betrayed by the hero. Furthermore, like he had always believed, there was no person in the world that one could believe or trust. Such a figure did not exist. He was our only hope. Kim Woo-jin's situation was clear. So it was also very clear what Kim Woo-ji had to do. I killed everyone and everything that hindered the dream of ending the game. So, if you are going to kill me, you better do it right. 'Cause if I survive, I will do everything I can to stop you bastards. Making a traitor pay for his betrayal. That is the end of the story of Kim Woo-jin. On March 7, 2023, it was the story of his future. One which he remembered after waking up from his slumber. Chapter 1. The game will commence shortly. That single phrase changed the world into a game. Like a game, dungeons started to appear, and monsters began to come out from them. The people were able to experience these changes right away with their bodies. What's that? Hey, what is that black hole over there? Something is coming out? Dungeon gates spawned everywhere around the world, and the monsters that resided on the other side of these gates started to break out. Moan, monster. RR, run. Monsters turned the whole world into a battleground in a flash. Of course, the monsters that initially appeared weren't of any threat to the human race as a whole. The monsters were not powerful enough to handle the weapons developed by mankind. At the very least, there were no problems dealing with low-level monsters in the beginning. We have taken care of the ogre that appeared in Seoul. Another ogre has appeared again in Incheon. An ogre has appeared in Busan as well. Nobody knew that it was the beginning of a nightmare. Daegu, it appeared in Daegu as well. Are you talking about an ogre? Apparently it's a dragon. The true horror was that there was no end to this nightmare that had begun. Even though they avoided the complete destruction of the city by hunting all the monsters, new monsters began to appear over and over again from the gate in unpredictable intervals. Unless the dungeon that existed beyond the gate was destroyed, their only option was to continually repeat this painful and disastrous war. Thankfully, an answer to such a problem soon manifested. Players appeared. From this point forward, this dungeon is obliterated. Players who went past the gate to destroy the dungeon brought them hope. The world, which had changed to become like a game, had reorganized around the players. And in 2023, the people that survived finally adapted to the changed world. Monster warning issued in Food District Nyeojo Province. Warning Level 1. People now accepted monsters as a routine part of their lives. Once the warning had been issued, they escaped without becoming flustered due to the appearance of the monsters. People who hunted monsters were deployed. At this point, it was now rare for the military to move. The number of times monsters appeared has decreased lately, while the number of players keeps increasing. So what if the number of players increase? They're only walking around in the first or second floor of the dungeons, scared of losing their petty lives. Nevertheless, they get paid in millions. The same work, catching monsters like us, but they get paid hundreds of millions of dollars, and are treated as celebrities by the public, while people like us are treated like dirty hunting dogs. What a shitty world. The mercenaries who were deployed were employed by the corporations who had contracts with the government. It was the most cost-efficient arrangement. Rather than allocating and spending more money on the military to kill the monsters, outsourcing was much more efficient in terms of management and cost. Mercenaries were easier to dispense of after as well. When a soldier sacrifices himself for his country, the country has to come forward, and give his family and loved ones a pension as well as compensation, but the mercenaries didn't have such rights or qualifications. Of course, a sensible person would never work as a mercenary, for they could die at any moment. In other words, every mercenary had at least one complicated circumstance or reason that prevented them from living a normal life. If I didn't have a criminal record, I would probably have worked part-time at a convenience store. This was the case for those who were now on the military trucks to deal with monsters in Paju. I am pretty sure that you would not get the job with a face like yours. What? What's wrong with my face? Do I really have to tell you? Fucking asshole. What about your face? Better than yours. Either one had a criminal record or was desperate for money, to the point of selling their own life or at least head over heels in debt. For those who could not lead an ordinary life, there were few options other than to risk their lives against monsters as mercenaries. Anyway, Kim Woo-jin, this bastard, sleeps so well even in this kind of environment, while I'm here dying of motion sickness. Kim Woo-jin, a young man who had fallen asleep with his arms folded in one of the trucks, was also a hunting dog. When you look at him like this, he looks like a normal college student, but the moment he opens his eyes, there is no crazier dog than him. On the outside, Kim Woo-jin looked like a normal youth. Just like a normal person, he lacked presence, for he was a young man without any distinct features. This is still better. You are saying this is better? However, Kim Woo-jin's background was totally different from his appearance. Before the monster showed up, he used to hunt guys that looked like gangsters. Gangsters? Yeah, he used to mug gangsters, even hunting them for a bounty. Kim Woo-jin, he was a criminal hunter. So, he was an apostle of justice. It's not like that. Of course, hunting criminals was never for justice. He didn't catch gangsters or criminals for justice. He did it because they were supposed to be okay to even kill. What? Isn't it? Have you seen a gangster reporting to the police that he had been robbed? No matter what was done against criminals, there aren't much consequences afterward. Over 10 organizations were destroyed by his hands alone. That's the reason Kim Woo-jin became a criminal hunter, and this was the reason why he became a monster hunter. Anyway, he is a fucking psycho. The fact that he initially worked as a mercenary already proves my point, but he is a psycho that is on another level, compared to assholes like us. Psycho. The sleeping Kim Woo-jin's lips opened. Hup. As Kim Woo-jin was right in front of them, they were surprised, and choked on their own breath. Soon, Kim Woo-jin opened his eyes and looked around. Because of his action, the young man who was telling the story of Kim Woo-jin yelped, surprised. Woo-jin, I was just. Kim Woo-jin frowned at his figure. He had an appearance that could be found anywhere. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the look in his eyes did not appear to be human. It was more similar to a ferocious beast that had noticed a scent of lingering delicious blood. I was. Kim Woo-jin, who was observing the company with a dangerous frown, said in surprise, Yang Jae-ho. Yes? Are you Yang Jae-ho? Yes, the young man, Yang Jae-ho, replied instinctively. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin approached Yang Jae-ho and closely observed him. It was a most bizarre sight. Kick. Holy crap. Suddenly, all the people sitting on the truck were swept away. Monsters. Monsters have appeared on the road. Everyone, get your weapons and come out. Then, at the sound of the radio, everyone jumped out of the truck, rushing out with their weapons. Each of them began to pray as they moved. God, for heaven's sake. I pray that a member of the Messiah Guild comes here. Please have someone from the Messiah Guild come near here. At the sound of the prayer, Kim Woo-jin had a blank expression on his face. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin was honestly very confused. Didn't I die already? He thought. Kim Woo-jin touched his chest with a vacant expression. There, he found the location of the wound that was once pierced by that sword. However, the wound wasn't there. Is this a dream? It was as if everything was a dream. Or perhaps, did I have a dream? No, that can't be. However, the resentment and hatred that filled the heart of Kim Woo-jin made it clear to him. That wasn't a dream. It definitely was not a dream. Orc. A Norsish squad appeared. When the sound of a radio was heard, Kim Woo-jin did not ponder on his doubts anymore. I will just have to confirm it, he decided. Humans are weak. A naked man cannot even beat a large dog. However, humans with tools are different. With just a bag of guns, it is easy to annihilate a group of simple monsters. In fact, among the monsters who stood against humanity, there weren't any monsters that threatened the human species as a whole. There wasn't even a need to use nuclear weapons. The main issue is collateral damage. If even one of the countless cars running in the 10 lanes in the downtown area of Seoul crashes into the sidewalk, it will cause immense chaos, massive carnage, and widespread panic. Then what would happen if a monster that can be only taken down by a hail of gunfire appears in such a crowded area? Of course, there would be a tremendous number of casualties. However, the property damage dealt to the area would be beyond description. Unquestionably, the most important priority when taking care of the monsters was to reduce the property damage. That was the reason. Fuck, why does it have to be an Orcish squad? What a pain. To kill one of these orc bastards, we have to use at least one of our magazines. Orcs are not the kind of monster that can be killed with a rifle in the first place. We need at least an RPG to kill bastards like them. The reason why the mercenaries were only provided with automatic rifles was, there's not much ammunition. We might have to fight them with an axe. Furthermore, the amount of ammunitions they were provided with was nowhere near enough. Naturally, that was the case. If people hired to dispose of monsters by the outsourcing companies who weren't even part of the military were to be given weapons like machine guns, tanks, and grenades, and use those weapons with a bad intention, the situation could deteriorate to something much worse. Liabilities was also the reason why they weren't provided with a lot of ammunition. So, only pull the trigger when you're certain. Don't waste any ammunition. Okay. Roger. Good, now let's take a deep breath and prepare for battle. Once again, the mercenaries began to breathe deeply. Dang. However, the sound of gunfire was heard just as everyone began to take a deep breath. Huck? Who the fuck? The sudden bangs of gunshots sent everyone in a frenzy. Then, someone shouted, Kim Woo-jin. That crazy bastard Kim Woo-jin charged into the squad of orcs alone. Kim Woo-jin. That name was all they needed to understand what happened. That bastard, of course he would be the one to fuck up and get us into trouble. It was a situation that could not be understood through common sense. What Kim Woo-jin was doing was completely unreasonable and incomprehensible. Crazy fucker, if you want to die so badly, die by yourself. Wait, what is he doing? I don't know. Instead of firing from a long distance, he was pulling the trigger again and again as he drew closer to the orcs that were running toward him. Dang. He was single-handedly putting a bullet in each orc's head. That's possible. One shot, one kill? But this isn't even a game? However, Kim Woo-jin's shots were undoubtedly far beyond the normal level of accuracy. Everyone was staring, as if Kim Woo-jin was using some kind of sorcery. It was as if Kim Woo-jin was using a weird magic to put all the orcs he confronted to sleep. Dang. After the 12th shot like that, there wasn't a single orc left standing. Am I dreaming right now? The mercenary stood speechless in front of such a scene. And Kim Woo-jin, who had finished his hunt, also stood still. What I saw wasn't a dream. However, he wasn't mindlessly standing. Kim Woo-jin was calmly analyzing his situation. If everything was a dream, I wouldn't be able to do something like this, he realized. At the very least, he understood that he wasn't dreaming and that what he experienced was also not a dream. For, if what he experienced was inside of a dream, he would not have such accuracy. Furthermore, The feeling of murder, the smell of the monster's ripped flesh and blood, and their miserable screams that Kim Woo-jin had heard a little while ago could not be considered a dream. In other words, everything Kim Woo-jin had experienced was likely to be real. To be perfectly certain, however, he definitely needed more evidence. For example, I need to experience the future reproduced in front of me, that level of evidence, he decided. Anyway, that person Yang Jae-ho. I definitely met him while I was working for the Delta Company. I was associated with the Delta Company back in early February 2020 until March 7, 2023, the day I woke as a player during the org hunt. Kim Woo-jin heard the notifications of the system at that very moment. You will be awakened as a player, the undying fighter reaches out to you, the emissary of the underworld reaches out to you, the silent hunter reaches out to you. To Kim Woo-jin, the sound of the system was the most definitive evidence that he had been betrayed, murdered, and returned to the past. Chapter 2. Most people would like to return to the past. However, nobody ever prepares for that. If they were told to make a plan for returning to the past, they would try to remember the winning numbers for the lottery. Nevertheless, normally, nobody would bother remembering lottery numbers that people already won just in case they return to the past. Kim Woo-jin was the same. Kim Woo-jin do not have a contingency plan ready for returning to the past. I return to the past. After the monster hunt, such thoughts constantly occupied Kim Woo-jin's mind. Without achieving anything. He did everything possible to try to end the world, which had turned into a game. However, he returned to the past without accomplishing that single dream. Shit. Therefore, in his heart, Kim Woo-jin did not feel the joy of being given a new chance. Instead, he felt frustration at his failure. Rather than being excited, he felt bitter and rotten inside. Lee Se-jun. First of all, there was no way to describe the feeling of being betrayed by the first person he trusted, someone he viewed as a hero. He is the worst possible enemy. And after facing the fact that the world's hero became his enemy, Kim Woo-jin inevitably became silent. That was what Lee Se-jun represented. He was always the world's strongest. When I awakened in 2023, Lee Se-jun's level was over 150, and he should be clearing dungeons with 5 floors by now. On January 1, 2020, Lee Se-jun was one of the first 7 to become a player, and one of the 5 players who were chosen by the Sacred Light. He was also a man who always held title of the highest level player. Messiah Guild is probably firmly established as well. Lee Se-jun was not alone. The Messiah Guild was backed by numerous powerful and influential individuals. In particular, the Han Group, which was number 1 in Korea. The Messiah Guild was already one of the top 5 guilds in Korea. When excluding the Messiah Guild, 2 of the top 5 guilds were supported by the US government. One of them was funded by the European Union and the last one was backed by the Chinese government. So, the fact that the Messiah Guild, which was only backed by a powerful conglomerate, made it into the top 5 world rankings, was extremely exceptional. But all those things were inconsequential compared to the title that Lee Se-jun was known for. The Messiah. The fact that Lee Se-jun was not just a figurehead could be seen by turning on a smartphone and looking at a news portal. No matter which major news site you visited, articles about Lee Se-jun and the Messiah Guild were always in the spotlight. Also, there was at least one story about Lee Se-jun and his Messiah Guild running on the news every day. It wasn't just simple cheering and support. If a story or article did not come out, his fanatic followers claimed such an act was a conspiracy against the hero by the rich and powerful. It was obvious at a glance when looking at the comments concerning the news about the Messiah Guild. Why is this article not on the main page? They are trying to manipulate the news and destroy the Messiah Guild. Everyone, let's bump this article to the main page. The social networks had the same problems as well, except it was even crazier. That was why, even when the majority were unhappy with Lee Se-jun and the Messiah Guild, they could not be openly hostile. If you bare your fangs at him, it was the same as making the world your enemy. Now, Kim Woo-jin had to fight against such an idol. If I were to hunt him alone, it will take a lot of work in the future, He had to do it alone though. Kim Woo-jin do not even consider working with others. After such a tragic betrayal, how could he trust someone with his back when he was facing a hero known as the Messiah? It was unrealistically comical. He wasn't sure of anything else, but Kim Woo-jin was certain of this: in this life, he would not join hands with others. He was planning to end this game by himself. The undying fighter reaches out to you, the emissary of the underworld reaches out to you, the silent hunter reaches out to you. That was why the choices he had been given were of the utmost importance to Kim Woo-jin right now. Which halo should I choose? Halo. To put it simply, they were the same as jobs or classes one would select in a game. When a player awoke, one had to pledge to or follow a transcendent being with various attributes and powers to obtain a halo, which dictated the direction of the player's growth. The fact of the matter was, not everyone received several options to choose from. Actually, most of the players didn't get to choose their halo at all. Only 1 out of 1,000 players would receive the right to choose from 2 halos, and those people who were granted 3 halos to choose from were 1,000 times more rare than those with 2 choices. In other words, only about 1 person in a million players would be able to select from 3 halos. Before I returned to the past, I was an undying fighter. The halo that Kim Woo-jin chose before returning to the past was the undying fighter. Kim Woo-jin's halo, which literally meant immortal warrior, was a threat even to Lee Se-jun, who stood at the very top. Without the support of the Messiah Guild, it would be nigh impossible to become that powerful again. It was all possible due to the support of the Messiah Guild. No, it was only possible because of the Messiah Guild. Excluding their support, the Messiah Guild was the only group that attempted unfathomably difficult challenges without any hesitation, while everybody else was busy trying to keep their lives intact. This isn't enough to kill him. This was why he was not going to select the undying fighter as his halo this time. It already failed in his past life, and going with the same method again was not going to work on him. Now he was left with 2 choices: Silent Hunter and Emissary of the Underworld. Should I pick the Silent Hunter? Silent Hunter was a ranged damage dealer and an assassin. Without classes with outstanding mobility, powerful ranged attacks, and mysterious secret techniques, it was hopeless to explore a difficult dungeon. Exploring a dungeon without them was the same as a person with a bad eyesight trying to walk without their glasses. Although Silent Hunter can be a game maker, it can't be a game changer. Unfortunately, that was the limit of this class. The proof was Kim Woo-jin's record itself. Among those who had a halo of the Silent Hunter, no one was stronger than me. Among the players who had a halo of the Silent Hunter, there wasn't a single case where they were able to live after being turned into Kim Woo-jin's prey. Furthermore, stuff like assassination is not going to work on Lee Se-jun, first of all, due to the fact that Lee Se-jun had the most enemies in the world. He had to face countless assassination attempts, and probably the most out of everyone on Earth. Nevertheless, no assassination attempt had ever succeeded. I can't choose the Silent Hunter either. Then, the only option I have left is the Emissary of the Underworld. On the other hand, the Emissary of the Underworld is the Emissary of the Underworld. It was the one of the varieties of black wizards that had abilities for many different roles, such as a damage dealer, a tanker, and a debuffer. It was one of the halos of the Sacred Lights. Moreover, he had more knowledge and information about halos than anyone else in the present. The King of the Underworld also held the halo of Emissary of the Underworld. The last enemy of the Messiah Guild, a player who made even Lee Se-jun uneasy. One who had signed the non-aggression treaties, the King of the Undead, King Johann Georg. He was an individual who had the Emissary of the Underworld as his halo. That was why there wasn't much information regarding this halo. If Lee Se-jun was a hero, then that guy was a monstrosity. Kim Woo-jin knew how scary the player known as the King of the Undead, King Johann Georg, could be, since the one who killed him was none other than Kim Woo-jin himself. In order to kill him, Kim Woo-jin investigated and researched him more than anyone else. He was an expert on the details concerning the Emissary of the Underworld. All things considered, There wasn't a halo more suitable for him than the emissary of the underworld. In a way, he didn't even have to think about which halo to choose. The problem, however, was the notoriety this halo held. If the emissary of the underworld did not hold such strong notoriety among its users, Kim Woo-jin would not have such a hard time deciding. In other words, the enormous notoriety given to a player, for the class with the highest potential and strength, was too much to bear. From the start, this halo gave the user the rare powers held by the emissary of the underworld, which differed from all the other halos. When the other halos granted their powers to a player, they conducted a test based on systematic examination and criteria. However, the emissary of the underworld conducted the test based on a battle evaluation. This meant that in order to reach the apex of what this halo had to offer, one had to first devour the likes of the King of the Undead. And that meant he had to defeat the monster-like players such as the King of the Undead, Johann Georg, to unlock potential of his halo. As a result, most of the players who chose the emissary of the underworld as their halos grew very slowly. That was mainly due to the presence of King Johann Georg. This was why when Lee Se-jun and the other players with the Sacred Light made their names, only two names from the underworld were known. The King of Deadly Poison and the King of the Undead. These two players were monsters. Recalling those two, Kim Woo-jin clicked his tongue briefly. Those two were monsters, such an expression was enough to describe them. Facing the facts, Kim Woo-jin no longer worried. I just have to devour those monsters and become a monster myself. You have chosen the emissary of the underworld, player abilities have developed, you are able to use the inventory, you are able to enter dungeons, you are given the right to use the catalog. Kim Woo-jin chose a new path. Next, I have to choose a guild. He now had to address a new concern. At this point, the best guild for me to use and leech from is the one and only number 2 guild in Korea, the Phoenix Guild. It was a very brief consideration. Chapter 3. When it was discovered that only players could destroy the dungeon, each government began amassing players. At first, the governmental and military forces were deployed. However, it didn't take long before they realized that it was not the government, but rather the players who held the knife. Just like that, guilds consisting of players were born. In other words, it was a way for the players to protect their profits. To them, guilds were like a mint that printed money. There was only one exception to such a rational practice and guidelines. The Messiah Guild. They did not seek after profits but instead pursued noble values. The existence of the Messiah Guild made the other guilds look like a heap of rubbish, a rabble of luckily awoken players who were blinded by their own interests. Among those guilds, the Phoenix Guild had the worst reputation. However, their standing was second only to the Messiah Guild in Korea. The atmosphere here is always the same. First of all, the office of the Phoenix Guilds had a very unusual atmosphere. In front of the 25-story building in Samseongdong, an office of the Phoenix Guild, 5 people stood with their signs and shouted, "Phoenix Guild, get a hold of yourself. Wake up, wake up. Phoenix Guild, compensate for the monster rampage." Looking at the situation, the monsters escaped from the dungeon after it was destroyed by the Phoenix Guild and caused some serious damage. Right now was when tensions the guilds and the public were at its height. Year 2023. It was a time when the number of monster dungeon victim cases were at an extreme. In Seoul, excluding the areas surrounding to the Han River in the Gangnam district, where politicians, wealthy people, big business executives, and players resided, there was virtually no safe place for people to reside in. After 2 years, there will be no such protections. These protests would be hard to see in 2 years. Since it'll be a time when you would be lucky to even survive. 2 years later, people would have to thank the guilds for letting them off with their limbs attached if they so much as mentioned compensations. It's not a situation that can be solved by a mere Phoenix Guild. In fact, in a sense, the damage caused by the Phoenix Guild was hardly their fault. On the contrary, the Phoenix Guild had the best dungeon clear record amongst the guilds active in Korea, that is, excluding the Messiah Guild. Calling the blunders they caused a mistake was debatable when you compare it to the mistakes caused by guilds that were mediocre and uncoordinated. However, the target of such protests had always been the Phoenix Guild. It was rare to see protests like these in front of any other guild headquarters. The reason was simple. It was always tough being the number 2. It was due to the fact that they are the number 2 guild in Korea. If people were going to denounce and condemn someone, it was going to be one of the top 10 guilds. Protesting a guild only in the top 50 ranks wasn't going to lead to anything significant. Well, the Phoenix Guild members are sons of bitches in this aspect. Of course, this did not mean that the Phoenix Guild was an innocent scapegoat. Considering the mistakes upon mistakes that the Phoenix Guild already committed and the mistakes they would commit in the future, it wouldn't be weird to see protesters throwing explosives into the Phoenix Guild headquarters. If it weren't for the selfish practices of the guilds like the Phoenix Guild, there wouldn't have been a reason for groups like the Messiah Guild to be born. From the beginning, it wasn't due to skills and capability that the Phoenix Guild became the second-ranked guild in Korea. In Korea, there was a saying, "You're not a man of power and means if you are not qualified enough to be bribed by the Phoenix Guild." Just from this saying alone, one could imagine how interwoven the connections between the Phoenix Guild and the real estate industry was. Also, most Korean players were on the side of the Phoenix Guild. On the contrary, the Messiah Guild had very few supporters amongst the players. Without the support from the Hanks Group, the Messiah Guild would have disappeared a long time ago. If it had not been for the protection of the Han Group, the Messiah Guild would have already been trampled upon by the Phoenix Guild. No, it may have been the other way around. At this revelation, Kim Woo-jin realized something. Rather, it was the Han Group who took advantage of the Phoenix Guild. Even they had been mere tools, chess pieces in a plan arranged by the Han Group and the Messiah Guild. By using the Phoenix Guild, they further increased the prestige of the Messiah Guild. Using the evil mirror known as the Phoenix Guild, they made the image of the Messiah Guild shine even brighter. In any case, the Korean government and large corporations' support for the Phoenix Guild was far greater compared to the other guilds, and such support continued to nurture the players who were members of the Phoenix Guild. That was the why Kim Woo-jin wanted to leech off the Phoenix Guild. The Phoenix Guild is awful, but so is the Messiah Guild. Even if I kill off either of them, there wouldn't be any issues. On the other hand, this realization left him laughing. It was a laughter brimming with mockery. There wasn't anyone to feel guilty over, no matter who he killed. Fuck. What a fucked up world this was. Overflowing with wacky emotions, Kim Woo-jin entered the Phoenix Guild headquarters. Year 2020. The number of dungeons constantly increased ever since the game started in the beginning of that year. At the same time, the number of floors in the dungeons also increased. In the year 2020, the highest floor of dungeons that appeared was the 4th floor, but the highest floor of dungeons that appeared in the year 2023 was the 6th floor. Let alone reducing the damage caused by the dungeons and monsters, it was getting worse and worse, day by day. The game had truly begun when the value of everything in the world could be calculated for the players. Here are the conditions of the Phoenix Guild. Evidence of that was in the hands of Kim Woo-jin at this very moment. A contract. The offer that was proposed below his name was out of the ordinary. It was something that far surpassed the expectations of a normal human being. First of all, the salary was on another level. For signing a 2-year contract, the signing bonus is 600 million won. The standard 2-year contract came with a signing bonus of 600 million won, the standard for a 3-year was a billion won. Moreover, this was only the signing bonus. Clearing a 1-floor dungeon will have additions rewards of 30 million won each time. When the first floor of a dungeon was cleared, the player would be rewarded depending on the results of one's clear, and in a situation where the second floor of a dungeon was cleared, a clear reward would be given once again, this time in hundreds of millions of won. All the items acquired in the dungeon will be given to the individual that found the item. However, to sell the item, one must sell the item through the guild. The ownership of items acquired in the dungeon was obvious, it was all given to the players themselves. Although players could only sell the items through the guild, Guilds like the Phoenix Guild would always give the players more when they could. They would never cut down the price of their items. In many ways, it was an extraordinary condition. They are pretty much meaningless. However, Kim Woo-jin was not even slightly interested in such conditions. It was not like money was useless. No, rather, Kim Woo-jin needed more money now than ever before. With these paltry amounts, I wouldn't be able to buy a single item that I want. The problem was that Kim Woo-jin needed an astronomical amount of money. It would not have been enough even if he went back in time as the eldest son of a chaebol family. It is shocking. Things within Kim Woo-jin's expectations definitely did not exist within this contract. As expected of the Phoenix Guild, these conditions are incomparable to the conditions offered by the Messiah Guild. Certainly, these conditions cannot even be compared to that of the Messiah Guild. So, would you like to sign a contract with the Phoenix Guild? I have no reason to reject such an offer. By the way, how would I prove to you that I am a player? Even if I were to activate my status window here, others wouldn't be able to see it. When asked by Kim Woo-jin, the team leader of the Phoenix Guild's recruiting team, who stood right in front of him, pulled out a luxurious leather envelope and handed it to Kim Woo-jin. It contains the exclusive skill pages for the emissary of the underworld. Skill page. It was literally a piece of paper that could be used to learn a skill. Players could obtain skills by ripping a skill page. However, nothing would happen for normal people if they were to rip a skill page. Meaning, one could identify whether someone was a player or not, just by letting them rip a skill page. There were, of course, many other ways to prove if someone was a player. It would have been enough just by using the inventory right away, since players could take items out of the dungeon and were able to keep stuff like monster ingredients in their inventory. The showmanship is incredible. The only reason why the Phoenix Guild used this kind of method to determine if someone was a player was to demonstrate the guild's prowess. We are this much different from the other guilds, that kind of display. I appreciate it nonetheless. To Kim Woo-jin, he was grateful for this situation. Pick one and rip it please. A grateful Kim Woo-jin do not refuse. Smiling, Kim Woo-jin checked the 5th skill page. What is this? The smile on Kim Woo-jin's mouth disappeared as he became very serious. Blood poisoning, acquisition requirement, emissary of the underworld, acquisition level, above LV1, skill effect, turn one's blood into poison. The potency of poison will grow dependent on the user's level and the grade of the skill. Blood poisoning. Thoughts of that bastard was what made Kim Woo-jin turn serious. It was a skill that did not look that strong in terms of its overall effectiveness. It was because people were not animals with a lot of blood. An adult that weighed about 70 kilograms would have around 5 liters of blood, and when blood output exceeded about 2 liters the person would die. Also, blood having a poison effect could cause a variety of problems to the people around him. What if blood spattered during a battle? Or when someone had to treat his wound? The more potent the poison was, the greater the risk became. Therefore, not many people were interested in blood poisoning. There were only a few players with a halo from the emissary of the underworld to begin with, and there were countless better skills one can learn as an emissary of the underworld. Everybody thought so, that is, until he appeared. To think I would learn the signature skill of the King of Deadly Poisons like this. The King of Deadly Poisons. Although he awakened very late, he was an influential player who instantly became a ranker with the might of his poison alone. This skill, blood poisoning, was the key to what made him who he was. With the use of blood-sucking skill, he removed the limitation of his blood volume. He then created blood golems with all the blood he acquired through the blood-sucking skill. It was truly a nightmare. Blood poisoning, blood-sucking, and blood golem. The strength of this triple combination threatened even Lee Se-jun. Even he had to step backwards. Lee Se-jun couldn't do anything but retreat when confronted by the King of Deadly Poisons, guarded by his blood golems. That skill now fell into Kim Woo-jin's hands. I will use this skill page. And in that instant, Kim Woo-jin ripped up the page. Chjig. Like that, The skill page of blood poisoning that was ripped by Kim Woo-jin's hands turned into darkness and was absorbed by Kim Woo-jin's body. You have learned blood poisoning. This was the evidence that Kim Woo-jin was indeed a player belonging to the emissary of the underworld. After confirming the evidence, the team leader of the Phoenix Guild's recruiting team held out his hand and spoke. "Thank you for joining the Phoenix Guild," he said. Kim Woo-jin shook his hand. Then, the team leader of the Phoenix Guild's recruiting team asked a question. "By any chance, is there anything you need?" At such a question, Kim Woo-jin answered immediately, as if he had been waiting for it. "To what extent can I borrow from the company?" $1 1135.92 South Korean won. Chapter 4. Why is Woo-jin-appa's nickname Hunting Dog? At the question, everyone but Kim Woo-jin looked towards a woman in her early 20s with snow-white hair. Kim Woo-jin himself was smiling with a smirk. Isn't it odd? Someone like Woo-jin-appa's strength is comparable to members of the first seven, such as the King of Deadly Poisons and the King of Undead, but why on earth is there a dog in his nickname? Shouldn't he be called a hunting king or something? Nearby, a man answered that question. He decided to answer for Kim Woo-jin. "You are mistaken, he wasn't given the nickname of hunting dog because of his hound-like hunting style." "Huh? It's because he resembles a dog. He was like a dog." Everyone, excluding the one who had asked the question, nodded a little after remembering the things Kim Woo-jin had done. On the other hand, the woman who asked the question remained confused, and decided to raise another question. "Like a dog? What do you mean?" "It's just like I said. Maybe you would understand if you became Kim Woo-jin's prey. This bastard is just like a fucking dog. Our hunt is starting." That was the end of the conversation. "Get ready for the hunt." After that order, Kim Woo-jin's eyes changed. That was the end of his recollection. That was a dream. Kim Woo-jin opened his eyes after the recollection. Dang! 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 At the same time, an old alarm clock on top of Kim Woo-jin's mattress began to ring boisterously. It feels like deja vu. Kim Woo-jin turned off the alarm and got up from bed. Afterwards, he quickly got ready for work. Today's first hunt won't be a problem. It was his second time clearing a dungeon for the first time. Dungeon Gate. It was literally a door that connected the dungeon to the real world. If the dungeon gate was left unattended, the monsters inside could come out. Therefore, the dungeon gate needed to be monitored as soon as possible after its discovery. Once the dungeon gate was discovered, mercenaries or soldiers who had a contract with the government regulated the area surrounding the dungeon gate. Currently, this area is restricted. Of course, entry was restricted for normal civilians. For safety reasons, only authorized personnel were allowed into the urban park in Gwanmandong, Gwagan Province. "Come on, I just want to take back my parked car." That action is prohibited by regulations. But it's not like monsters will come out the moment I walk in. It is still not allowed. The regulations in place were extremely strict and thorough. Which group are you from? Do you know who I am? If you do not abide by the regulations, you will be arrested or detained. The regulations weren't something that could be altered or bypassed with such poorly executed threat. However, there were occasions when such regulations were overlooked. A red Ferrari, which just entered the gate leading to the park's parking lot, was an example of such a case. Without even the need to get out of the car or verifying the identity, the Ferrari entered the restricted area, as if it were entering a department store parking lot. I wonder if that's a player? It probably is. Who else but players would come to places like this, driving cars like that? Players were the only ones who could freely ride inexpensive foreign cars like that while economic growth was consistently negative, inflation soaring, and unemployment high. It was just as expected. Already, there were 3 expensive cars parked in the parking lot that appeared to be worth $1,000,000. Soon, a young man came out from the parked Ferrari. He was a burly man packed with muscles. It was apparent that he exercised quite frequently. "Hey, juice up!" 3 men and women waved his way. Everyone arrived early. Everyone there was a player belonging to the Phoenix Guild. They had gathered to clear the dungeon that spawned in the Gwangmu Urban Park. To think of it, isn't it our party's first hunt? That's right, we have to come early, since it's our first hunt. In addition, for the four of them, today's dungeon run was their first time hunting as a group. There was nothing unusual about it. The dungeon they would enter today would allow a maximum of 5 players under LV10 to enter at the same time. It was rated as a Miri class dungeon. It might be the first dungeon run for you guys, but it's already my 4th time clearing a dungeon. What's more, it was the man called Banju Sop who led them. He, who had already cleared 3 dungeons with other, could be described as a veteran with a significant amount of experience. I even leveled up twice already. He was already LV3. I believe in Jusop Hyung. I will believe only you, Jusopapa. Yo Jusop, take good care of me. For the 3 who gathered under the leadership of Banju Sop, there was no fear of their first dungeon clear. Anyway, isn't this a new model of Ferrari? Isn't it really expensive? After he calculated his income, he realized he could afford it too. He just had to wait for the regular rewards that he was going to receive. Well, the dungeon clear pays out almost 10 million won even after sharing. Also, if a rare item were to drop. Moreover, they thought their expectations were not unreasonable and instead inevitable, for they were the chosen ones. Anyway, isn't there supposed to be one more person with us? Yes. Based on the stories I heard, he is a player who awakened just yesterday. Yesterday? How odd. I was only allowed to participate in a dungeon hunt after I joined the guild for a month. Apparently, he used to be a mercenary. Ah, he was a mercenary. Wait, what? Cold water poured down over his expectations. What's that over there? What is that thing? A car approached the parking lot where they were standing. Of course, it wasn't weird for a car to come in the parking lot. A light car? TL note, think about those small compact square cars. The problem was that it was a small car, it was not a new one, but a very old model that was discontinued 10 years ago. The small, compact car that appeared, parked in the space between the Ferrari and Bentley. At long last, a young man came out of the car. He was the 5th member of the Gwangmu Urban Park Dungeon team. As you may have expected, Kim Woo-jin's first impression of those 4 people was not good at all, especially that Banju Sop. They were obviously not going to along. What the fuck does that bastard think he is doing? He calls that piece of trash a car and drove it here? Wasn't the Republic of Korea a place where people are judged by quality of their cars? Isn't that why people were more inclined to ride more expensive cars to show off their status? Furthermore, all the players thought they were chosen beings. Like medieval aristocrats, they judged that their fundamental existence was different from ordinary people. At the end of the day, the extravagant showcase of the 4 players, including Banju Sop, was the evidence of this. Of course, this did not mean that all the players cruised around in expensive cars. However, no player anywhere in South Korea had ever driven a small, compact car that was discontinued for over 10 years. It did not even exist in the Messiah Guild, whose sole goal was to save the world. At that time, Banju Sop and his party each made a similar hypothesis in their heads. He must have had a lot of debt if he has to ride a car like that when the Phoenix Guild's down payment alone is so enormous. They made a hypothesis that Kim Woo-jin was not a guy who was frugal but one who was too poor. They said he started as a mercenary? Who would become a mercenary if they weren't desperate for money? Furthermore, the fact that Kim Woo-jin used to be a mercenary provided strong grounds for their hypothesis. Finally, Banju Sop and the rest of the team came to a conclusion. Is he a beggar? He is probably broke, huh? With a car like that, he probably only has supplies for items. It was not necessary to develop a close relationship with the man named Kim Woo-jin, who appeared before them. Kim Woo-jin, who got out of the car as if everything was normal, immediately introduced himself to Banju Sop and his party with a smile. I am called Kim Woo-jin. While introducing himself, he held out his hand to Banju Sop. Banju Sop took Kim Woo-jin's hand, gave a look of contempt, and introduced himself. I am Bang Sop. The voice of Bang Sop, who spoke out, showed signs of disapproval of the other party. Bang Sop was not the only one. Bang Sop's colleagues were the same. Nevertheless, Kim Woo-jin smiled at them, shook their hands, smiled, and even greeted them eye to eye. I'm Lee Hyun-young. I'm Park Sung-moon. I'm Kang Hyun-in. Then he listened to their voices, paid attention to their names, and pondered, I don't recognize any of their names, I don't remember their faces either. He was checking if there was anyone important he clearly remembered or anyone who used to be his prey. I guess there isn't anyone I have to kill for now. Among the four of them, there wasn't anyone who could obstruct Kim Woo-jin. After thinking for a while, Kim Woo-jin stopped caring about them. This was the moment when the lives of those four were spared. He acts strangely, as if we are close friends. He is not going to ask to borrow money, is he? I should avoid him. Naturally, they would never know the truth. They didn't even have the chance to know. Ah, everyone is here. I am Koo Sung-hoon, a member of the support team. I'll start the dungeon briefing. Afterwards, the dungeon run started right away. Goblin's Nest, dungeon depth, 1 floor, dungeon difficulty, E rank, maximum entry capacity, 5 people, entry condition, below LV10, clear condition, eliminate all the goblins within the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin carefully checked the dungeon information through a holographic window that only players could see. However, Bang Sop and his colleagues were different. Finally, a dungeon run. Everything will be fine, right? There won't be any issues, right? There shouldn't be any problems. We just have to deal with it like we trained. Their nervousness was clearly evident on their faces, which had been full of expectations for the dungeon not too long ago. Don't worry, this time I spent a lot of money and bought a rare longsword. It cost me 50 million won. I'm sure that monsters like goblins will be sliced like a slab of meat, just trust me. Although I had to buy it on credit since I didn't have much money left after buying the car. Bang Sop, who was boasting about his new items, was also quite nervous. It was a reasonable response. If there is a problem, please let me know at any time. Don't force yourself inside the dungeon. Only players could go inside the dungeon. Meaning, inside the dungeon, players had to solve their own problems. They had to get rid of all the monsters inside the dungeon by themselves. Furthermore, there were several restrictions upon entering the dungeon. Everyone check your inventory again. The biggest constraint was the inventory. The only items one could bring into the dungeon were the items obtained from dungeons or items created using materials found in dungeons. Furthermore, one could only bring items that could go in the item inventory. The most basic item bag could contain up to 20 types of items that weighed up to a total of 20 kilograms. To be precise, players received a 20-slot inventory as soon as their inventory was opened and could put up to 1 kilogram of items in a single square. If the weight exceeded the limit of 1 kilogram, it would take up more slots in the inventory. A 3.4 kilogram sword would take up 4 slots worth of inventory. Furthermore, equipped items also took up inventory slots. Wearing basic items such as a helmet, armor, gloves, shoes, weapons, and shields consumed a minimum of 7 slots of inventory. In particular, please check the supplies. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of supplies they could carry. That was the reason why players had to manage the item inventory very carefully. Kim Woo-jin also checked his inventory once again. Slowly, he checked his items, beginning from the supplies. Before long, Kim Woo-jin had checked his last item. Goblin Champion's Whip, item grade, unique, physical attack, 19, must be above LV1 to use. Item description: it was a whip used by the Goblin Champion to control the goblins. It will apply fear effects to the goblins. When equipped, Constitution +5, when attacking basic damage increases by 10%, when attacking goblins damage increases by 30%, a whip. That was the weapon that Kim Woo-jin had chosen for this dungeon. In addition, the weapon had been purchased by Kim Woo-jin by spending half the money he received from Phoenix Guild. It was a weapon as expensive as the Ferrari that Bang Ju-sop bragged about. However, Kim Woo-jin do not care much about the fact that he spent so much money on just one weapon. Rather, it was something else that made Kim Woo-jin feel unpleasant at that moment. I could have bought a better item if I borrowed about 1 billion won. It was the fact that he was not satisfied with his loan from the Phoenix Guild. I guess I'll just have to keep earning money like a dog for a while. It meant that he had to keep spending money while earning. However, such aggravating feelings did not last long. Then, we will begin the dungeon entry. To a hunting dog, such feelings were unnecessary. Chapter 5. A shining light, too bright for the eyes to look at, dimmed down, and a verdant forest revealed itself in front of Kim Woo-jin's eyes. Whoa! After a few seconds, a clamor poured out from behind. Oh my god! Exclamations came from Bang Ju-sop and his companions, who were all awestruck. Impressive! Doesn't it feel like we are really in another world? I feel like I am playing a virtual reality game. Virtual reality games can't even compare to this. This is indistinguishable from reality. After such exclamations, they all began to talk. This is a cruel place where the rules are vastly different from the reality we are used to. If someone were to die here, it's a world where we can't even retrieve their dead body. Bang Ju-sop, who was talking, drew his sword from the sheath that was hanging on his waist. Shing! The sound of the sword he drew from the sheath was very ominous. Everyone, do not relax your guard. Bang Ju-sop, who brandished his sword, wore a very grim expression. Gulp. Face this situation, his party answered by nodding their heads, and nervously swallowed their saliva. On the other hand, Kim Woo-jin was unruffled. Kim Woo-jin didn't even try to manage his expression. He had no interest in the current situation nor Bang Ju-sop and his party's behavior at all. It did not concern him that Bang Ju-sop and his companions were making enough noise to provoke the goblins that may be nearby, nor did he care about how Bang Ju-sop was arrogantly brandishing his sword to soothe his companions' nerves. Kim Woo-jin do not have the slightest interest in them at all. It was for the best. Kim Woo-jin was only interested in the information given by his surroundings. This tree is a dumpy tree. Quite a bit of sap comes out from it. The terrain is a forest, but there are many slopes. Identifying the surrounding terrain was the very basics of dungeon hunting. If you look at the footprints left behind by the goblins near the tree, the goblins must be in groups of more than 3. That means there's quite a number of goblins, and by looking at the surrounding terrain, they would mostly be occupying a den. There were also traces of goblins around there. But the particular smell of a goblin was not present, meaning there weren't any goblins over there for the moment. Then, did you say your name was Kim Woo-jin? Bang Ju-sop asked Kim Woo-jin. I heard that this is your first time hunting and that you used to be a mercenary. Without replying, Kim Woo-jin just nodded his head. Then you must be familiar with monster behavioral patterns. Could you possibly act as a scout? This was Bang Ju-sop's proposal. It was not difficult to grasp the real intention behind his proposal. So he wants to use me as bait, huh? Bang Ju-sop intended to use Kim Woo-jin as bait and lure the goblins. As I expected. Such a proposal was already within his expectations. Kim Woo-jin already realized what kind of players they were from the moment he first met them. No, to Kim Woo-jin, there were only 2 types of players. They were either committed to saving the world or intended to devour the world as much as possible. Had Bang Ju-sop and his party been willing to devote themselves even a little to make the world a better place, they would not have chosen to join the Phoenix Guild. I guess it would be even stranger for them to be friendly to me given the way I acted. It should be noted that Kim Woo-jin never displayed his abilities to his party, an expected outcome for them to not have any confidence or trust. If Bang Ju-sop was friendly to him in any way, he would have gotten suspicious of him. Sounds good. Regardless of his intentions, Kim Woo-jin had no reason to refuse him. How should I search? After hearing that question, Bang Ju-sop replied as if he had waited for such an answer. I want you to search over there while we clear up the area. You can rejoin us at any time if anything goes wrong. Got it. That was the end of their conversation. It was more than enough. Kim Woo-jin left his seat, and after he disappeared, Bang Joo-sop turned towards his colleagues and spoke. I thought he would resist, but that was surprisingly easy. Everyone smiled at his remark. Right? I thought he would cry and try to cling to us much as possible. Maybe he is happy that he was given a role to play? Well, I guess you can look at it that way. Everyone, let's focus again, Bang Joo-sop said to them with a serious expression. Listen, from here on out, we are about to engage in a bloody fight. The goblin hunt had begun. The roles of the players were determined by their halo. It could be said that the undying fighters were the warriors, the keepers of knowledge were the mages, and the totems of prayers were the priests. More than 80% of the players had one of these three jobs, and as a result, these three jobs became the standard composition for a party when attempting to clear dungeon. Basically, Bang Joo-sop's four-man team had one more warrior than that of a standard party. Their composition had no particular problem. In theory, it was a composition without serious faults. As usual, however, the problems were in the people themselves. Bang Joo-sop realized this fact the moment his sword got stuck in a goblin's body. Puyuk! The sword he swung dug almost halfway into the body of a goblin. It was an impressive display of sharpness and power. Huh? Such power became a vulnerability. I can't pull it out. The sword went too deep into the body of the goblin. Therefore, it could not be removed quickly. Shit. The unexpected situation startled him, and another goblin rushed towards the back of the flustered Bang Joo-sop. Kaya! Arg! The goblin in front of Bang Joo-sop crashed into him, causing both of them to fall onto the ground. Then, at that moment, the other goblin attacked Bang Joo-sop from behind. That goblin took advantage of the opportunity exposed in that moment. The goblin struck Bang Joo-sop's head with a stone in his hand. Kang! Kang! Fortunately, Bang Joo-sop's helmet mitigated the bulk of the attacks. Arg! Arg! However, Bang Joo-sop's rationality was a mess due to the intense noise resounding through his helmet. Help! Help me! Bang Joo-sop screamed for help from his colleagues, who were still fighting the other two goblins. In response, Bang Joo-sop's distressed cry aroused the hearts of his colleagues. What do we do? 1. Won't he die like that? Instead of resolving the situation, his call for help caused everyone to panic. In such a situation, all the education and training they received was useless. If it weren't for the items that they had prepared. That is, if they had been like the early players who had entered dungeons naked, they would have already been killed by the goblins. In other words, it was thanks to their items that they survived so far. You fucking goblin bastards! Bang Joo-sop and his colleagues were finally able to beat the 6 goblins after over 30 minutes of intense struggle. They immediately sat down as they collapsed in exhaustion. Without any complaint or conversation, they began to rest. It was too bad the dungeon did not allow even that. Wait, what is that? Sue, suddenly what the heck is happening? The forest overflowed with the screams of goblins. Warrior-type players usually started with a sword as their main weapon. Humans had many different kinds of weapons, but most modern people had strong preferences for the sword. Moreover, in games, movies, cartoons, and novels, swords were depicted as very powerful. For ordinary people who had been exposed to such media, the sword was the strongest, most versatile, and most effective amongst all weapons. However, in reality, a sword as a weapon was not as effective as people may have envisioned. It was even less effective than imagined against actual monsters. The distance to the monster would have to be shortened, which was defiant of common sense. Kim Woo-jin could not accept such irrationality. Kim Woo-jin do not intend to avoid a melee dogfight against the monsters, but he would never intentionally brawl with ridiculously strong monsters unless he had no choice. It was prudent for Kim Woo-jin to choose a whip as his weapon. Of course, a whip had its own limitations, and was even more restrictive than a knife. However, if all the conditions for using a whip were met, it could show unparalleled effectiveness compared to most other weapons. Kim Woo-jin proved this fact when fighting against these three goblins. Chwak! The end of the whip produced a horrifying crack as it cut through the air. Kai-e-e! The snapping sound was followed by the continuous scream of a goblin. Ta-uk! Amidst the scream was the sound of the goblin's left arm falling on the ground. It was as described. The whip cut off the goblin's arm. Kai-e-e! That was the power of the whip. The whip was a slashing weapon. Kim Woo-jin took the whip and swung it toward the second goblin. Chwak! The whip made a terrifying sound as it hit and slashed the goblin's stomach. Kai-e-e! The moment the goblin started its scream, the bulging stomach of the goblin opened up and its intestines started to leak out. The goblin fell onto ground while holding onto his stomach and collapsed. Now, only one goblin was left. Kai-e-e! Kai-e-e! Unfortunately for that remaining goblin, it was only able to shriek and scream, and unable to take any meaningful action. Kai-e-e! It was because the goblin could not understand Kim Woo-jin's attack through his common sense. From the goblin's point of view, something invisible from Kim Woo-jin's body flew out and killed his allies. So, the goblin could not even choose to run. Kai-e-e! The fear of something invisible cutting him down if it turned its back made the goblin behave as if it were a statue. Kim Woo-jin swung his whip at the goblin. Chwak! Along with the sound of a gust of wind, the whip cut off the goblin's head. Kek! The third goblin could not even scream as it collapsed onto the ground. You have leveled up. An notification rang inside Kim Woo-jin's head at that very moment. You have gained the interest of the emissary of the underworld. Achievement noticed 1 has been achieved. Kim Woo-jin also heard some new notifications. At such an announcement, one end of Kim Woo-jin's lips rose into a smirk. To think I would gain his attention just by doing something as mediocre as this. Noticed 1. It literally meant that the player had gained attention from his halo. A simpler explanation would be that he was like a rising star. This achievement has a lower requirement than I expected. It was the second time that Kim Woo-jin had achieved this feat. He had achieved this feat even when he used to have the Undying Fighter as his halo. It increases the player's stats by 1%. For this reason, it was not necessary for him to check the effect of the achievement. Status window. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin only activated his status window. Kim Woo-jin, level 2, Halo, the emissary of the underworld, stats, Constitution, 11/Strength, 2, Mana, 3, unallocated points, 3. Kim Woo-jin invested all of his unallocated points into Constitution right away. After all, whether it's now or later, you can't do anything without physical ability. That was why he was planning to invest all of his points into Constitution even in the future. Lee Se-jun, it's even more important when I fight against him. Furthermore, his prey, Lee Se-jun, boasted the most powerful constitution out of everyone in the world. Without enough physical strength, forget about tearing him apart, one's teeth would break as soon as you tried to bite him. If he was going to face Lee Se-jun alone, Constitution was even more important in order to kill him. After all, he planned to do everything on his own. Who in the right mind would help me kill a hero who is trying to save the world? No, even if I were to find a colleague, its existence is something I cannot trust. There is no one in the world who wants to kill a hero and has the right morality or sanity. Stat allocation is done. After finishing everything he had to do, Kim Woo-jin headed towards the last goblin, who had fallen down after trying to run away when its arm was cut off. The fallen goblin reacted after sensing Kim Woo-jin's footsteps. Kai-e-e. Its reaction was filled with fear. It appeared very cowardly and it did not sound like a goblin that would bare its teeth until the moment it died. As expected of a unique item. It was due to the special option of the Goblin Champion's whip. There was no better option than that fear when hunting goblins. To be honest, looking at the item's options, it was definitely worth its cost. In fact, the fear effect on the Goblin Champion's whip was a very expensive option. If this option had been on popular player weapon type like a sword, spear, or bow, Kim Woo-jin would not have been able to afford it even if he drove himself into debt. However, because extremely few people knew how to handle a weapon like the whip, which had little to no demand, he was able to buy it. Kim Woo-jin stood in front of the terrified goblin, and stared at it. However, Kim Woo-jin did not kill the goblin. The real hunt was about to begin. Chapter 6. A goblin was hanging from a tree. Nah, it is more accurate to say that a goblin was decorating the tree. If the goblin was hanging there to be an emergency food source, it would not be hanging from the most conspicuous place. It was very easy to notice. Moreover, although the goblin was alive, it appeared no different from a corpse. Precisely speaking, it was yet to be a corpse, but it was just barely alive. If Woo-jin had intentions of eating the goblin, he didn't need to keep it alive like that. In conclusion, there was a different reason for letting it live. KRR. Kai 15. In total, 15 goblins were hanging from many different trees, each of them barely alive. They were issuing rescue signals, begging other goblins for their help. They weren't all gathered in one place, they were ranged more like a fence. For the goblins, it was as if the very definition of fear became a reality. Instead of feeling sympathy or fury at the sight, the scene filled the goblins with dread. They had no recourse but to turn their backs in despair rather than to fight in indignation. Despite the fact that a grievous atrocity had befallen their kin, for goblins, it was obvious what needed to be done. They did not dare to approach the horrendous arrangement of ornaments. They did not heed the rescue calls of their own kind. This was a characteristic of the ways the goblins as a species functioned. It was a natural instinct for them to want to survive, even at the expense of their peers. It was also how they coped with unbeatable enemies in a brutal world. There was, of course, no such thing as revenge. Rather than seeking revenge, the goblins reduced their radius of activity to avoid facing the same tragic fate as their peers. Additionally, they also limited the types of activities performed outside. Most of the goblins decided to lodge in their den. They buried themselves in the deepest parts of their den if they could. It was cramped, even though goblins were small. As if that was not enough, the goblins blockaded the entrances to their den. They put up as many defensive barricades leading to their fortress as they possibly could. The fear that suffocated the goblins was terrible to such a degree. As one may expect, the goblins lacked proper craftsmanship. Their craftsmanship and constructions were very sloppy and deficient. Fortunately, there was someone there to help the goblins fix that problem. Tsuk. Kim Woo-jin used a shovel he had prepared in his inventory to cover up all the entrances to the goblins' den with dirt. He even put up a wooden fence with the help of an axe. Kim Woo-jin turned the goblins' den into an impenetrable fortress and prevented both entry and escape. A few minutes later, smoke rose from the goblins' den. A player's net worth was out of the boundaries of common sense. It was illogical that a level 1 player would receive over 100 million won just for signing a contract. Then they were given the social status, respect, and dignity befitting a government official. Nevertheless, the reason behind such treatment was rather simple. The main reason was because it was normal for them to die. The nature of their jobs was just that dangerous. Shit. Bang Ju-sop and his colleagues realized this truth from fighting the goblins. No, they realized it now that it was undetermined whether or not they would survive. To think we would end up like this against mere goblins. If their lives were threatened by something stronger like an orc, fought desperately, and defeated it at the end, they may have felt a great sense of achievement instead. However, weren't monsters like goblins closer to fodder or prey than an enemy? To Bang Ju-sop and his party, who were struggling as their lives were threatened by mere goblins, the dungeon was no longer felt like a land of opportunity. It was a world full of monsters that could kill them at any time. Shit. When they realized this, Bang Ju-sop and his party could no longer hunt. They were too afraid to leave their camp and they were even more scared of fighting the goblins. So Bang Ju-sop and his party decided to spend their first day resting. Regrettably, the party did not move out on the second day either. To be exact, they couldn't advance. The fear of death, that undeniable fear, prevented them from even getting a proper rest. Fatigue grew in intensity with each passing day. The fear of death also persisted and became more apparent. It was a situation where nobody had the will to move. They would only act if they were forced to do so. However, no one opened their mouth. Bang Ju-sop, their leader, also avoided confronting the problems. Anyway, I wonder what happened to that person, Kim Woo-jin. He probably died already. I mean, we haven't heard from him since then. Damn it. It would have been better if we just moved together. Having one more person would have made the hunting easier. In the meantime, Kim Woo-jin's absence further heightened the fear felt by the party. Ultimately, Bang Ju-sop and his party also spent their second day resting, without taking any action. On the third day, they finally changed their minds. We can't stay like this. It wasn't courage. At this rate, the food will run out first. We have to kill the goblins before that. The fear of dying of starvation won over the fear of goblins. It forced their priorities to change. They are only goblins after all. Under these circumstances, Bang Ju-sop told his colleagues, "It's true that it was hard at first, but here we are, all safe. We still have enough food as well. There's no reason we can't mop up the goblins. We can do it if we try. We can do it." He spoke as if he were giving orders to himself and his colleagues. Such orders were surprisingly effective. Yeah, there's no reason we can't do it. We can just hunt them one by one. I'm not going to die before I spend the signing bonus I got from the contract first. The fear that dominated them gradually subsided. Determination and resolve filled the gaps where the fear receded. It was at that moment. You have cleared the dungeon, what? Huh? The dungeon was cleared. I wonder what's the most effective way to hunt goblins who hid themselves in a den? Go inside the den and hunt them? That's the stupidest idea. Not only was the den made by the goblins, the paths are too cramped and uncomfortable for humans to move in. Furthermore, no living being will peacefully submit when an enemy invades their homes and tries to kill them. Then, should we wait for the goblins to come out? It's not a bad idea. If sufficient and proper traps were prepared, there was no easier way to hunt. There is a limit to the food the goblins can store. However, there is a better way. Hwar-are-yuk? It was setting the den on fire. To be more exact, it was putting smoke inside the den. That was what Kim Woo-jin chose to do. I think all the exits are blocked. When he was ready, he made the entrance to the den look like the opening of a kiln, set the fire there, then kept adding fuel to the fire. Considering the size of the den, about 10 minutes will be enough. Snakes named Heat and Smoke crawled inside the den. Then, the smoke inflicted critical damage on the goblins. Kiek? Kai-e-e. The goblins suffered from headaches and dizziness. The carbon monoxide poisoning and oxygen depletion had begun. Kai-e-e. The goblins sensed something was off and naturally began to move towards the exit. However, getting outside was not easy. The reason was simple. Kai-e-e. Kai-e-e. They were hiding too deep inside the den. In order to avoid the monster that butchered their kin, most of the goblins were gathered deep inside the den. It was the place where that monster was the least likely to go. Since they are inside the deepest areas, it would not be easy for them to come out. This was obviously Kim Woo-jin's intent. He knew how the goblins would behave if he afflicted a devastating terror upon them. He knew it better than anyone. When all the goblins tried to stampede out of the den at the same time, accidents were inevitable. Moreover, some sickly goblins were mixed in. Some of the poisoned ones should have died by now. There was some of Kim Woo-jin's toxic blood inside the prey that he intentionally let escape. Although not toxic enough to be immediately evident on their body, it was poisonous enough to eventually be fatal. Thud. Some of the goblins that attempted escape collapsed on the floor, while other goblins tripped over them and fell. Kai-e-e. As if a series of crashes broke out on a path, the entrance to the den was utterly obstructed. In the end, only about 6 or 7 goblins got close to the entrance. However, one could not say that they were lucky. What the goblins faced was a road of fire. Before the blazing road of fire, the goblins could not help but stop. Kai-ee. One of them plucked up his courage and rushed through the flames. Unfortunately for him, his attempt was effortlessly blocked by something solid. The entrance to the den was blocked. Nevertheless, the goblins repeatedly smashed their bodies against the entrance in an attempt to get outside. Kai-ee. The goblins were desperate to survive any way they could. Kai-ee. They cried with excessive determination. Kak, kak. The thick smoke made it difficult for the goblins to even scream. It was a gruesome sight to witness. Was it necessary to be so cruel? The scene was so appalling that one would wonder. Waiting outside the entrance to the den, Kim Woo-jin was very well aware of the aftermath of his methods. He knew better than anyone that his actions were inhumane. Last-ditch effort, I see. That was all. Kim Woo-jin did not have to think deeply about the facts. He didn't have to. What he faced were monsters, actual monsters. The word, humane, did not apply to them. This hunt was much easier than I thought. He wasn't there to play games. Kim Woo-jin was not interested in the fierce and frantic competition the other players engaged in to prove their value. He wasn't interested in competing by hunting stronger monsters or obtaining powerful items. Nor did he desire self-satisfaction by killing monsters with his overwhelming ability as if he were challenging a game. You have leveled up, that is why Kim Woo-jin did not dispute that hunting dog should be his nickname. Kim Woo-jin do not wish to achieve, be recognized, be applauded, or be appreciated like most human beings. The emissary of the underworld is satisfied by your performance. The emissary of the underworld has gifted you a catalog. Looks like Johann Georg played the game more mundanely than I thought. He was satisfied just by the recognition from his halo. All the goblins have been slain, the dungeon is cleared. Like that, Kim Woo-jin's first dungeon clear ended. Chapter 7. At the Urban Park gate entrance, a man appeared from beyond the gate. Thank you, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. It was Kim Woo-jin. After the arrival of Kim Woo-jin, the gate distorted then disappeared from the world. Woo! It's over. All the soldiers saw it from a distance, then cheered and applauded. With the gate gone, their mission was now over. It was natural for them to be happy. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin do not put much thought into the looks of admiration and cheers of the soldiers. In a sense, he was used to receiving cheers more than anyone else. For the Messiah Guild, every action made under their banner was cheered frantically and wholeheartedly by the whole world. Unfortunately, not everyone looked at Kim Woo-jin this way. There were a few people who gave him a distinctly leery stare. It was Bang Ju-sop and his companions. So he was alive. While the soldiers saw Kim Woo-jin as a hero, the four were looking at him like a monster. It wasn't odd for them to do so. That bastard, who is he? Didn't they say this was his first dungeon? He still managed to clear it by himself? I don't know. I'm scared. While they were fighting a few goblins and struggled for 2 days in vain, the person that they thought was a burdensome leech ended up killing all the goblins on his own. Of course, to Kim Woo-jin, that kind of rumor was beneficial to his reputation. However, right now, that wasn't important. Did you hear the report of what happened on the other side? Kim Woo-jin asked Koo Sung-hoon, a member of the support team, who replied after a nod. I heard about it. They just said the dungeon was suddenly cleared. Koo Sung-hoon's expression was not good. How did you do it? As a member of the support team, it was his duty to write the report on how the dungeon was cleared. For him to write such a report, the players in the dungeon had to explain how it was done. After crossing the gate, however, Bang Ju-sop and his party only said that the dungeon was suddenly cleared. Furthermore, they didn't say anything about what happened in the dungeon. It was hard to understand from the perspective of Koo Sung-hoon. Based on the current condition of Bang Ju-sop's party, they probably weren't able to fight properly. In everyone's view, Bang Ju-sop and his companions were the main players in the attack. Kim Woo-jin was just a free gift attached to the group, and it was thanks to Bang Ju-sop and his companions' presence that the Phoenix Guild even permitted Kim Woo-jin to participate in the attack. However, given the present condition of the party, It was hard to say whether they played a part in the attack. But that would mean that Kim Woo-jin had to eliminate all the monsters on his own. In other words, Kim Woo-jin cleared the dungeon by himself. Kim Woo-jin explained his strategy to Koo Sung-hoon. By doing well. Yes? Koo Sung-hoon was perplexed by Kim Woo-jin's explanation. What do you? He couldn't help but panic. At this rate, wasn't he about to write that Kim Woo-jin caught the goblins by doing well in his report? Kim Woo-jin, however, didn't seem to care much about Koo Sung-hoon's circumstances. I pretty much caught them all. So please tell them to deposit 90% of this dungeon clear rewards into my account. While talking, Kim Woo-jin gazed at Bang Joo-sop's party. Koo Sung-hoon's gaze followed Kim Woo-jin. Bang Joo-sop and his party instinctively avoided his gaze and looked away. If they object to my request, please prepare a room where I can be alone with them for a while. Faced with such a spectacle, Koo Sung-hoon did not know what to say. The man in front of him was so fearsome that even Bang Joo-sop's party avoided him. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a short break. Someone like Koo Sung-hoon would not dare to confront Woo-jin just to get the information out of him. Ah shit, the team leader is going to yell at me again. At that moment, Koo Sung-hoon braced himself to be yelled at by his boss. While looking at Koo Sung-hoon, Kim Woo-jin thought to himself. I can probably talk to the team leader after about 30 minutes. Kim Woo-jin passed by Koo Sung-hoon and moved toward one of the temporary waiting rooms made of tents. I guess I can look at the catalog while I wait. Catalog. As soon as he shouted the command, a thin booklet appeared in front of Kim Woo-jin. It was a booklet that was slightly larger than a palm, made up of a material similar to parchment paper, and was about 5 millimeters thick. It was an ordinary-looking booklet. However, to players, it was the most precious kind of books in the world. It was because inside the catalog were choices for items and skills. A page in a catalog literally contained choices for either an item or a skill. When you tear up a page, you can obtain what you saw on that page. The color is. The most important feature of catalogs was that the color of the light emitted by the page. It was what determined the rarity of the item. Normal grades don't give off any light, but rare grades give off a silver light, unique grades a gold light, and as for legendary or mythical grades, the texture of the page itself changes. Meaning, if one was lucky enough, they would be able to receive a legendary grade item. This catalog only has white colors. Of course, miraculous drops would never happen for Kim Woo-jin so easily. Kim Woo-jin, an emissary of the underworld, did not see any light leak out from his catalog. Kim Woo-jin's luck with catalogs was not great in his past as well. Kim perused through the catalog slowly without giving it much thought. The catalog that Kim Woo-jin received had 3 pages in total. It's all skills. All 3 pages were skill pages. Energy Bolt, Energy Bomb, Skeleton Soldier. First 2 skills weren't even worth looking at. The Energy Bolt was a skill used to make magic arrows by consuming mana. Energy Bomb was a basic skill that allowed the user to throw condensed energy bombs. These skills increase in power as the skill rank increases and more energy or mana is consumed depending on the level of its rank. These weren't skills that Kim Woo-jin even needed to consider. Skeleton Soldier. However, the Skeleton Soldier skill was different. I'm getting some bad flashbacks. It was because one of Johann Georg, the king of the undead signature skills, was Skeleton Soldier. His skeleton soldiers were like a physical manifestation of fear. The scene of thousands of players rushing in to fight hundreds of Johann Georg's skeleton soldiers, only to turn that into thousands of skeleton soldiers, that was something that could not even be seen in hell. It was a nightmare. Compared to such a scene, Kim Woo-jin's actions against the goblins was nothing but child's play. Of course, there were also disadvantages to the skeleton soldier skill. We would avoid fighting him in areas where corpses remained. The skeleton soldier skill also only allowed the user to use corpses from entities killed by the user. Above all, skills for summoning death warriors, death knights, and liches, which were considered to be better versions of the skeleton soldier and could be used at any time and anywhere. However, the skeleton soldier skill always needed a sacrifice to cast. It was his fatal flaw. Without such a limitation, it would have been impossible to kill him. By taking advantage of these weaknesses, Kim Woo-jin fought the King of Undead alone and was ultimately able to kill him. I really was lucky. After reminiscing about the day when he fought with the King of Undead, Kim Woo-jin started to ponder. Right now for Kim Woo-jin, choosing one of the 3 skills was crucial, and Kim Woo-jin had to focus. There was actually no need to think about it. I would rather fire an arrow or throw a bomb than use an energy bolt or bomb. At this point of time, it was actually more useful and effective for Kim Woo-jin to throw stones than to use energy bolts and bombs. On the other hand, Skeleton Soldier is. Unlike the other 2 skills, the Skeleton Soldier skill could be of some use to Kim Woo-jin. At the very least, it could probably buy some time. Of course, he didn't have much expectations. The only thing skeleton soldiers could do for Kim Woo-jin was buying him a few seconds. However, Kim Woo-jin knew better than anyone how important a few seconds was. Also, he had the ability to make the use of those few seconds. Chjig. So Kim Woo-jin tore up the skeleton soldier skill page from the catalog without hesitation. After he tore up the page, the skeleton soldier skill was obtained. You have learned the skeleton soldier skill, skeleton soldier, skill rank, F, skill effect, using a corpse as a sacrifice, a skeleton soldier is summoned. Number of skeletons that can be summoned, 1, Kim Woo-jin, who finished checking his skills, checked his left wrist. He was checking his watch. It's about time for him to come. It was at that moment. Excuse me. Koo Sung-hoon had an apologetic expression. He passed his smartphone to Kim Woo-jin and spoke. Sorry to bother you, but the team leader wanted to talk to you about certain information pertaining to the report. Kim Woo-jin smiled at those words. I guess I'm done messing around. The dungeon gate is no different from a bomb. No one in the world knows when the monsters inside will appear. What was troubling was that humans, the players handling that bomb, were just as volatile as the monsters. Since the formation of the Phoenix Guild, players often caused incidents near the dungeon gate rather than behaving properly and setting a good example to the people. The dungeon's support teams were responsible for clearing up the incidents. Therefore, Young Woo-suk, the team leader of the Phoenix Guild's dungeon support team, was not flustered when he received the dungeon report from Koo Sung-hoon. Another word crazy bastard must have joined recently. He just thought of it as having one more freak to manage. I'm on the phone, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Of course, he didn't show his true colors. I'm calling about the report. As you know, your cooperation in writing the report is very important. More so since Mr. Kim Woo-jin was the player with the most remarkable and outstanding performance in this dungeon clearance, and we are in desperate need of your account on the matter. He skillfully tried to work with the freak. I know that it must be very tiring, but please cooperate with us. It will also help us evaluate your performance. I wheedled it in. Of course Young Woo-suk knew. I wouldn't have to call him in the first place if he can be persuaded with just words. He knew that the conversation would not end here. Those who recently became players tend to have shittier personalities. That was what the species known as players were like. There were players who thought they were chosen by God, as well as those who viewed ordinary people as plebeians. They were the type of people who thought that it was only natural that everyone else had shown them respect. The ass-kissing is complete. The reason why Young Woo-suk spoke in a persuasive manner was to show that he has already done enough to stroke his ego. If he doesn't want to cooperate, we don't have any reason to cooperate with him either. If Kim Woo-jin ignored this and did not cooperate, Young Woo-suk was also determined to be uncooperative. Just when Young Woo-suk thought Kim Woo-jin would remain being uncooperative. I'm sorry about that. Yes? Unexpectedly, Kim Woo-jin's reaction was not within Young Woo-suk's expectations. I didn't know what to do because it was my first time. It seems like I have caused great trouble to the support team for no reason. I will help Mr. Koo Sung-hoon with his report right away. Wait, what the heck? It wasn't just out of his expected range, it was very far removed from it. I apologize once again for the inconvenience. No, not at all, Young Woo-sok was embarrassed for a moment. Thank you for helping me with the report. No, we should help each other. Thanks to the support team, players like me can focus solely on clearing the dungeon. Thanks to such words, Young Woo-sok's expression eased. He's an okay guy. It's nice of you to say so. If there is anything I can do to help, please let me know. He was more than willing to cooperate with those who were willing to cooperate back. Is it possible for you to introduce me to a dungeon level that I want to clear? That is if it's not too much trouble. Of course, it is our job to find the dungeon for players anyway, it's not difficult at all. So when a simple request for cooperation came out, Young Woo-sung didn't really worry. If there is a one-story dungeon that appeared recently in a metropolitan area that is permitted to those below LV10, around a B difficulty, and related to goblins, I would like to clear it. Hearing Kim Woo-jin's request, Young Woo-sok began to type the keywords using the keyboard in front of him. Then, one result immediately appeared. Oh, there is one in Sungnam. Clearing the Sikh Goblin tribe, below level 10, difficulty level B rank. Young Woo-sok saw it and replied. By the way, you need to get an approval from the guild for a B grade difficulty dungeon. Is that alright? At such question, Kim Woo-jin replied. I guess I'll have to work even harder on the report to get a signature of approval. Young Woo-sok laughed at his reply. Ha ha, I guess you're right. A player's evaluations were made in part through the reports. At this moment, Young Woo-sok already made up his mind. Looking at the dungeon sign-up registrations, there are already 3 decent party applications, so getting the authorization for a run is not a problem. The rest of the members will just be letting him on a bus. It would not be bad for me to let the inexperienced players in and let them gain some experience. Young Woo-sok would gladly give Kim Woo-jin special treatment using his status as the leader of the support team. If you just send me the report, I'll apply for you right away. Though whether you'll be accepted is not certain, Kim Woo-jin answered. Thank you. If it all works out well, a meal is on me. That was the end of the call. Young Woo-sok, who put his smartphone down, smiled with content. I've never met such a nice, hard-working, and cooperative player before. Chapter 8. There was a saying in online games. Relying on a level advantage is bullying. No matter how difficult the dungeon or powerful the monster, they become easy once you reach a high enough level. This logic applied to the world that turned into a game. One's level was of the utmost importance. Nevertheless, level alone could not solve everything. This was particularly applicable when trying to clear dungeons. It was impossible to clear some of the dungeons by relying on level alone due to the level restrictions placed on the dungeons. This was why infamous dungeons that devoured the lives of countless players were left uncleared. Sikh Goblin Tribe Sweep, Dungeon Floors, 1 floor, Dungeon Difficulty, B rank, Maximum Entry Capacity, 15 people, Entry Condition, below LV12, Clear Condition, Kill the Chief of the Sikh Goblin Tribe. Clear Reward, Catalog, Sikh Goblin Tribe. Kim Woo-jin placed the case report for this dungeon on the passenger side of his car. It devoured 119 players. In Kim Woo-jin's past life, the Sikh Goblin Tribe dungeon eliminated 119 players. Moreover, the players that the Sikh Goblin Tribe dungeon devoured were not mediocre like Bang Joo-sop. Even if players of his level of talent were to die, guilds would not care much about the loss of the players and would only feel regret about losing their investments in them. However, these people were different. They were each the guild's rising stars. Dungeon clears at or above B ranks were primarily composed of experienced and powerful players. If players were chosen only based on the level requirements, they would undoubtedly end up as corpses. This becomes apparent just by analyzing Bang Joo-sop. He had 2 dungeon clear completions, a decent item setting, and was qualified enough to be the party leader. However, he could not even fight properly in an E-rank dungeon. Moreover, most of the players of the world were not much better than Bang Joo-sop. Under these circumstances, if you were to put ordinary players into B rank or above dungeons, the result is obvious if you take a moment to imagine it. Naturally, The guilds only allowed players who were known to have unique talents, rare skills, or were considered feature stars to enter B rank or higher dungeons. The Sikh Goblin Tribe dungeon eliminated 119 players of such quality. In the end, all the guilds gave up on clearing this dungeon. Of course, eventually, no guild would step up to the plate after suffering the loss of so many of their promising members. This kind of danger was why players got such magnificent treatment and why the guilds exists, but in reality, there are no players or guilds who would willingly enter a dungeon if they were almost certain it just meant throwing away their lives. The Messiah Guild cleared it in the end. There was only one exception, the Messiah Guild. They were how the dungeon got cleared. It was the Messiah Guild who cleared it. Kim Woo-jin was able to remember the information regarding the Sikh Goblin Tribe dungeon very clearly and thoroughly. Jae-hoon, he was the guy who wiped out the Sikh Goblin Tribe and became a super rookie. Woo-jin heard the details regarding the Sikh Goblin Tribe from Jang Jae-hoon himself, a super rookie of the Messiah Guild, the one who rose to fame by wiping out the Sikh Goblin Tribe. Woo-jin heard the details of the rising stars who failed to clear the dungeon, the special characteristics of the dungeon, and the method to clear the dungeon. Apostrophe. I heard it so many times that it made me feel sick just by listening to it. Although he wasn't curious nor did he ever ask Jang Jae-hoon, Kim Woo-jin heard the story from Jang Jae-hoon so many times to the point that just hearing it again made him feel nauseous. At least he also heard many useful details regarding that dungeon as well. If you kill the chief of the Sikh Goblin Tribe, you can receive gifts for your halo as well as an achievement. The reward granted in this dungeon if you identity and kill the chief. A catalog with a minimum of 1 rare page. Kim Woo-jin had no reason to ignore a good prey as the Sikh Goblin Tribe chief to pursue other hunts. Woo-jin finally saw his destination. I have arrived. Like so, Kim Woo-jin arrived at Bundang Deok Girls High School where the dungeon gate of the Sikh Goblin Tribe was located. There was an unusual motor show in Paneo, Sungnam Province, where the Bundang Deok Girls High School was located. The high school grounds were lined with extremely expensive foreign cars, giving off a luxurious vibe. It was a location where waves of cheers from high school girls could be expected. Unfortunately, the cheers of high school girls were nowhere to be found. I was so excited because they told me that it was an all-girls high school. However, there isn't a single high school girl to be seen. Hey, do you really think that they are crazy enough to hold classes here when a dungeon gate appeared? They all evacuated a long time ago. Still. Isn't this an all-girls high school? The soldiers' sighs dispersed through the wind. A car appeared amidst the sighs. A light car? What? It went without saying that the light car, which appeared on the playground filled with expensive foreign cars, looked even smaller and uglier than usual. Some people even felt sincere pity at the sight. However, that feeling did not last long. Huh? Ugh! That light car parked between 2 supercars, a Yuri Lamborghini Huracan and a Ferrari 488 that cost as much as a house. The parking was performed very carelessly. Parking was finished almost instantaneously, and the distance between the cars was extremely narrow as well. Oh, my god! Is he fucking crazy? It was a thrilling performance for the soldiers watching. The owner of the small car appeared and opened his door wide open, not caring the slightest whether or not the door hit the car next to him. Kim Woo-jin. He just arrived. Everyone's line of sight drifted towards him. There it was. In a corner of the playground. A distortion in regularity. There it is. It was then. Shit, I can't talk sense with him. From a tent set on the school's playground, a woman let out a frustrated voice. Good, everyone can just fend for themselves. Themselves. At the same time, a man hurried out of the barracks. Wait please. Miss Ju-hai, wait a minute. He was a member of the dungeon support team. I'm finished. Let go. What's the point of teaming up anyway? Aren't we only catching some goblins? Let's just do this as independent teams. I agree. It's easier and better that way. It's comical to hold hands against goblins. Then 2 new voices came out from the tent. That was enough information. Kim Woo-jin knew how things were going right away. Failure to negotiate. According to the dungeon's report, 3 parties applied for this dungeon. 2 parties of 5 and 1 party of 4. 14 people in total. Altogether, 15 people were registered after throwing Kim Woo-jin in the mix. It was a privilege that Kim Woo-jin earned by using his wits. Anyhow, the 3 parties probably met together to share their opinions and information before heading into the dungeon. Of course, Kim Woo-jin's existence was ignored during those discussions. Most of them didn't even recognize Kim Woo-jin's name. At first, they likely talked about cooperating with one and another. However, as one could see, they failed to come to an agreement. What happened is obvious. They probably bickered during the negotiations and couldn't agree on leadership and distribution. They are all praised as promising stars by their respective guilds. Their pride prevents them from being a subordinate, especially when they are merely facing goblins. If you were allowed in a B-rank dungeon, it meant that you were a very talented player with special qualifications and talent. Furthermore, they are mostly level 10 players that awakened not long ago. They took pride in their ability, and believe that the exceptional treatment they receive is due their exceptional talents and skills. They did not realize that they were no different from flowers in a greenhouse. In terms of soccer, having that many people with great pride was like having 3 ace strikers. Moreover, currently, everyone considers each other as rivals. Not just 3 strikers but 3 strikers competing against each other to score. When put into practice, nobody wants to pass. They are just trying their hardest to score a goal on their own. It's the best scenario for me. Kim Woo-jin was delighted with the situation. There's no one to get in my way. With this, the 3 parties won't be cooperating. They will start competing over who will kill the dungeon boss first. They probably see this as an opportunity to prove their worth instead of focusing on clearing the dungeon. It would not affect Kim Woo-jin even if everybody else got reckless. My hands won't have to be covered in human blood. Kim Woo-jin didn't have to worry about killing anyone who bothered him this time. Hello, are you Mr. Kim Woo-jin? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm Lee Ji-jun from the dungeon support team. I'm sorry to say this all of a sudden, but you have to join one of the 3 parties now for the dungeon run. Nevertheless, Kim Woo-jin, do not hesitate. It appears they have failed to reach an agreement. If so, please tell this to the 3 parties. Yes? I'll be fine by myself. Kyuk. It was the sound of a goblin's dying gasp as it fell to the ground with its neck hanging down. A translucent wire was wrapped around its neck. Such a weapon was what took the life of the goblin. The owner of that weapon was none other than Kim Woo-jin. Quack. Kim Woo-jin did not release the force to the wire even though the goblin's body was already limp. It was then. Kyuk. It was the sound of a goblin dying once again. He was just pretending to be dead. If Kim Woo-jin believed the goblin was dead and loosened his grip, the goblin would have squeezed out every ounce of its remaining strength to struggle. If so, the goblins nearby would have noticed it. Of course, if Kim Woo-jin wanted to, he could even fight against a few hundred goblins at his current level and skill. Then if things were to get little rough, he could also just run away. Nevertheless, the reason why Kim Woo-jin chose to act in the shadows was simple. The first thing I want to know is the capability of the skeleton soldier's skill. It was all in order to measure the capability of skeleton soldier, a skill that he obtained very recently. In fact, Kim Woo-jin probably didn't even need to gather information about the surrounding terrain or the monsters. He was the person with more experience in clearing dungeons and hunting monsters than anyone else in the world. He had more than enough skill and confidence to utilize the surrounding area to his advantage, definitely way better than the Sikh goblin tribe who resided here. However, the skeleton soldier skill was different. Kim Woo-jin never used the skeleton soldier skill in his past life. Although he did have a lot of experience fighting against it. Well, it should buy some time at least. He really didn't expect much. It will probably have a hard time even winning against one goblin. A goblin skeleton summoned by Kim Woo-jin would have trouble defeating a living goblin. The skeleton soldier skill is only able to reveal its true value only when it is used in conjunction with other skills. Initially, Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier skill was only at rank F. Not only that, the combat power of a skeleton soldier was also dependent on the user's mana usage. The higher the mana used, the stronger the attack and defense of the skeleton soldier was. The skeleton soldier skill also required the support of a variety of other skills to truly become strong. Still, it was necessary to test it out first to know for sure. Let's just see how long it lasts. He needed to judge how much damage his skeleton soldier can withstand as well as its capability. Kim Woo-jin immediately used his skill. He didn't need an incantation. The flesh and muscles of the goblin's corpse melted like ice cream on the asphalt. Kim Woo-jin injected his mana into the bones of the goblin, then willed his mana to form a skeleton soldier. Theology Rock. Theology Rock. The goblin corpse, which now had nothing left except its skeleton, rose from the ground. War. The eyes of the goblin burn with white flames. He. Just then, a new goblin appeared. As soon as the goblin appeared, the skeleton rushed straight at the goblin. Could it survive for at least 10 seconds? It would be much easier to hunt in the future if it could. I wonder if I'm expecting too much? Kim Woo-jin watched the scene quietly. Oh my god. When the battle began, Kim Woo-jin decided to completely revise his plan. Why is it so strong? All of his plans, not just the attack on this dungeon. Chapter 9. The strongest skeleton soldiers Kim Woo-jin knew of were the ones summoned by the King of the Undead. He was the second highest level player next to the Messiah, Lee Se-jun. He possessed a boundless dominating mana. His mana was accumulated through countless achievements and the support of his halo. Johann Georg's skeleton soldiers were also strengthened by a countless number of powerful skills to form an overwhelming foundation. His creations were monsters among monsters that made even monsters in the dungeons tremble in fear. Their combined combat power was so great that even Kim Woo-jin could not afford to ignore them. However, their combat techniques were lacking. Their moves were easy to predict. If skeleton soldiers with strong combat power were supported by advanced combat techniques, Johann Georg would have dominated the world long ago. Unlike Johann Georg, the skeleton soldiers that Kim Woo-jin summoned didn't have awful combat techniques. The skill rank is F, the summoner's level is 3, and the size of his mana pool is almost negligible. It was a combat power that could not be described as strong. However, Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier covered for its lack of combat power with good combat techniques when dealing with the goblin. I'm sure now. It was after the skeleton soldier killed its third goblin. It's my style. Kim Woo-jin noticed that his skeleton soldier was fighting like him. In short, the combat skills of skeleton soldiers imitated their summoner. In a way, the way it worked was obvious. Although the world has changed to be like a game, there was no artificial intelligence controlling the summons like an actual game. Moreover, wasn't it the summoner's mana that allowed that brainless skeleton soldier to move? It's not unexpected at all. It is no wonder that the combat techniques of skeleton soldiers also come from their summoner. I didn't think that this would be the result though. In Kim Woo-jin's mind, it was unthinkable, let alone expected. At the same time, it was a very important surprise. There were no skeleton soldiers in any of Kim Woo-jin's plans. This is going to change how I proceed. Of course the plan had to be changed. I can get rid of my obstacles a lot faster. Kim Woo-jin's plan shifted to a direction that would be more devastating for those who became his prey. There were complaints that Kim Woo-jin heard a lot back when he was a part of the Messiah Guild. Woo-jin appa, please get in sync. Seriously, please be considerate of the person behind you. Hey, Kim Woo-jin. We can't do things the way you do it. Be considerate of the people fighting with you. That was just how Kim Woo-jin was. He was different. If everyone else was driving down the road in a normal car, it was like he was driving an F1 race car. There was only one person in the Messiah Guild who could follow Kim Woo-jin's pace. The Messiah Lee Se-jun. He was the only one who was able to keep pace with Kim Woo-jin. No, To be more accurate, Kim Woo-jin was the one that kept pace with Lee Se-jun. Lee Se-jun was always the one who walked in front of Kim Woo-jin and led him. Therefore, he learned how to fight more efficiently, hunt faster, and optimized his hunting strategy. Naturally, he did not listen to his team's complaints. He didn't even try. He thought it was strange for them to complain when he was trying his hardest to save the world from this damn game. He thought that Lee Se-jun, the hero who will save the world, would agree with him. I understand what they were saying to me now. However, Kim inevitably had to reflect on himself after trying to assist a skeleton soldier that fought like him. It has no consideration for its ally. The skeleton soldier that Kim Woo-jin summoned never backed out despite its small size and fleshless bones. Kai-e. When they found a group of goblins, it rushed in without hesitation. Instead, they avoided attacks and fought a fierce melee amidst its enemies. This is just a mess. It resulted in an utter mess. That was Kim Woo-jin's style. Head-on engagements were disadvantageous to him due to always being against a large number of enemies. He would initiate a brawl, killing them one by one until all his enemies were finished. In other words, it meant that those who fought along with him were also forced into a brawl. No, I'd say it's utter chaos. This kind of chaotic fight was dangerous for those who lacked individual combat skills. Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier verified this truth with the result on its body. Although it knew how to fight like Kim Woo-jin, there was a limit to the capability of the goblin skeleton. The chaotic fighting ultimately had a dire toll on the goblin skeleton's body. Kai-e. The attacks of the goblins chipped away at the body of the skeleton. The skeleton paid the price for wanting to fight a brawl without the necessary ability. It was then. Jwaak. The sound of a whip cracked over a goblin's back. It formed a wound deep enough to see the spine. However, the pain was even worse than the wound. Kyuk. The goblin, slashed by the whip, fainted with its eyes rolled without even letting out a proper scream. Jwaak. In the meantime, Kim Woo-jin's whip tore the neck of another goblin. Kyuk. Again, a goblin fell where it stood. It died in excruciating pain, briefly screaming before dying. One goblin left. Kai-e. Upon confirming the sudden death of its colleagues, the goblin's eyes immediately fixed towards Kim, and then froze. Buk. At that moment, a sword held by the goblin skeleton penetrated into the side of the goblin. Kai-e. That concluded the battle. You have leveled up. At the same time, an notification sounded to announce his level up. After the sound, Kim looked around. He was on guard before raising his stats. Then he saw the goblin skeleton staring at him. It had fiery, burning eyes as if it belonged to a hunting dog that was still hungry. Those eyes even installed fear in its owner. Lee Se-jun, I can vaguely understand how you felt when you looked at me. Kim Woo-jin felt deep satisfaction from what he felt. You fucked me over because you were afraid that I would be a hunting dog that turned on you and shred you apart. No, he wasn't just satisfied. Kim Woo-jin's eyes also began to look similar to his goblin skeleton. I'll gladly become that hunting dog. His eyes expressed violence like that of a hound. For the players, their nicknames were, in a way, an indication of their value. In that sense, the nickname hunting dog was inappropriate. Was it possible to describe Kim Woo-jin's value that defeated even the so-called king players with the words hunting dog? Nevertheless, Kim Woo-jin had many reasons to be nicknamed the hunting dog. One of them was the lack of time. Literally. Players with nicknames that gave off admiration proved their value over a long period of time to earn their nickname. Johann Georg, the king of the undead, was not a king from the beginning. Branjana, the king of deadly poisons, were not called that from the beginning either. Their nicknames were developed steadily and firmly over course of many years. Kim Woo-jin, on the other hand, became strong faster than anyone else. They simply didn't have enough time to give him a new nickname. Kim Woo-jin's hunting ability was that fast. Even though he became a player much later than Lee Se-jun, he caught up to Lee Se-jun before anyone else. Eventually, Lee Se-jun felt threatened enough to stab Kim Woo-jin's heart with a sword. You have leveled up. When Kim Woo-jin began hunting in earnest, naturally, his pace was unparalleled. The emissary of the underworld is astonished by your ability. Kim Woo-jin's halo showed him greater favoritism than anyone else, even the emissary of the underworld admired his abilities. The emissary of the underworld delivers to you some of his power. By his achievements, Kim Woo-jin won favor from his halo. The rank of the skeleton soldier skill is increased by 1. Originally, it was only possible to increase the rank of his skeleton soldier skill by killing monsters with this skill until he reached at least level 20. However, the increase in rank was possible right away due to the Halo's gift. I am better than Johann Georg, I guess? The fact that Kim Woo-jin's proficiency with his skeleton soldier skill was better than Johann Georg was the evidence. It was a great deed. Yet Kim Woo-jin was not pleased by this level of accomplishment. There was no reason to be particularly pleased. I have to at least maintain this pace to beat Johann Georg. His opponent was still running at a pace similar to him but at a distance too far ahead to compare. In order to catch up to his enemies, Kim Woo-jin had to do much more. He had to deal with all the players who didn't intend to end this game, and he had to also finish this game. There was no reason to make a fuss over such a small gift. Kim Woo-jin quickly settled the situation. Status window. Kim Woo-jin, level 5, Halo, the emissary of the underworld. Status, Constitution, 20/energy, 2/mana, 3, achievement, 1 accomplishment, unallocated points, 3. After opening his status window, he invested all the points he gained from his level ups into Constitution. Skill window. Immediately after, Kim Woo-jin opened his skill window to see the transformation of his ranked up skeleton soldier skill. Skeleton soldier, skill rank, E, skill effect, using a corpse as a sacrifice, a skeleton soldier is summoned. Number of skeletons that can be summoned, 2. Now, the number of skeleton soldiers he could summon was 2. It was already enough for them to be able to grasp his combat skills. Kim Woo-jin immediately prepared for his next hunt. If possible, he intended to hunt until he exterminated all the goblins in the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin's piercing eyes surely suggested so. It was then. Peek! A sharp sound reverberated in the sky, rocking everyone's eardrums. It wasn't a sound that could be produced from the body of an animal. It also wasn't the sound of a monster either. A rescue signal. It was a signal used by players when requesting a rescue. With that, a party got in contact with him. As soon as he heard the sound, Kim Woo-jin's expression changed. It was a look of intrigue. Chapter 10. Players do not get along at all. Particularly in dungeons, the players become very tense. Monsters will be monsters, but the main source of tension came from the competition among players that fiercely increased. The tension was palpable. If a dungeon is cleared, it will disappear whether or not the player's body is still inside. In other words, there is no better environment for killing someone you don't like. Even so, there were cases where a player would send out a rescue signal. Even my sworn enemy is fine, so anyone. Please. The state of Yang Se-kyung's party was very dire. Her party's situation did not look hopeful at all. Kai-ii. A group of over 50 goblins surrounded Yang Se-kyung's party as they glared with killing intent. How does it look? The wound is too deep. I need to stitch this properly. Meanwhile, the formation of Yang Se-kyung's party was arranged in a semicircular position. In the center was a man with his back leaning against a tree, vomiting blood. Another man in front of him was working hard to treat him. Damn it! Why did it have to be the priest? The one who was injured was the healer. It was one of the worst problems that a party could face. The value of a healer was indescribable in a dungeon where supplies were limited. Which one attacked him? What drove Yang Se-kyung even crazier was the fact that she could not tell which goblin attacked their healer. No, that wasn't a goblin. Damn it. I'm sure. There's someone who can't transform into a goblin. If it was just a goblin, It wouldn't be able to tackle one of Yang Zeqiang's members and stab the priest deep in the ribs with a blunt knife. There was something wearing the mask of a goblin. I was too careless. Come to think of it, there wouldn't just be goblins in a B-rank dungeon. A mysterious monster far stronger than a goblin was wearing a mask that looked like a goblin. Moreover, it was targeting Yang Zeqiang's group. They had no choice but to hastily fire a rescue signal. Anyone is fine, so please. Despite her wish, Yang Zeqiang did not think that the chances of receiving help is high. First of all, it was unlikely that those who noticed the rescue signal were nearby. It was also difficult to say that those who did come to help would be much stronger than Yang Zeqiang's party. It was obvious that those who could help would be aware of the risks and would move with caution. Simply put, it would take a long time for the rescue to come. The priest who urgently needed emergency treatments was most likely going to die. Fuck. When Yang Zeqiang's thoughts reached this point, her eyes revealed hopelessness. It was then. Where are you? Flames spread in the front of the Yang Zeqiang's party. Fire? Kai-e. Surprised, Yang Zeqiang's party and the goblins both turned toward the direction of the fire. Buke. Then an object the size of a goblin's head flew toward the distracted goblins. Cuke. A goblin was struck by something and fell to the ground after spurting out a brief scream. Puyuk. Then a few more objects flew in and struck the goblins' heads. Kai-e. The goblins were outraged by the nuisance. However, the anger did not last long. Kai-e. It was because they recognized the fact that they were not attacked with stones but with heads of their own family members. The murderous, bloodthirsty atmosphere of the battlefield began to cool down rapidly. I wonder who it is? I can't believe they cut their heads and threw it. Horrifying. Even the members of Yang Zeqiang's party, who were surrounded by goblins, were terrified by the scene. As a result, there were no more goblins who were not afraid remaining in the vicinity. The goblins looked around with a terrified expression. Chwak! The sound of a whip tearing at the flesh of goblins filled the air. Cuke! A goblin that was hit by the whip gave off a shriek. The situation was essentially settled with that. A spreading path of fire, flying heads of their own people, an enemy attack that began and ended with screams of their companions. In such situation, could the goblins really have the ability to regain their composure and act calmly? Kai-e. Kai-e. The goblins began to flee. Ah! As the tables turned, Yang Zeqiang and her party breathed a sigh of relief without realizing it. They came. Thank God. The feeling of relief after surviving a near-death experience overwhelmed them. However, those feelings did not last long. I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help. Huh? It was because the person who showed up was completely unexpected. Nom. What was your name again? I'm Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin appeared. Not long after the goblins left, other two parties arrived. The questions those two parties asked were the same. What? Everyone's fine? Where are the monsters? You didn't send a rescue signal because you wanted someone to talk to, did you? They had questions regarding what happened even though everything was pretty much over. Oh, that Kakdugi came as well. His name. What was it again? What? Oh, did you join their party? I see that you are not a good judge of character. Anyway, what was your name? They also did not know Kim Woo-jin's name. What did you say? This dude? This dude saved you guys? Naturally, both of the parties were quite surprised that Kim Woo-jin saved Yang Zeqiang's party. Of course, surprise wasn't same as respect. I heard that you guys cleared a dungeon by yourselves before. But to request for help because of a small incident like this? I guess you weren't much. TSK, this wouldn't have happened if you lowered your head to us before entering the dungeon. Rather, the two parties belittled Yang Zeqiang's party for being rescued by Kim Woo-jin. It was also their way of looking down on Kim Woo-jin. They did not consider Kim Woo-jin to be a significant player. Such an audit did not offend Kim Woo-jin. It didn't make him angry at all. First of all, these stuff were none of Kim Woo-jin's business. Before Kim Woo-jin returned to the past, everyone here was just one of the 119 sacrificial lambs lost to the dungeon. To Kim Woo-jin, their attitude did not matter. Right now is a good time. How I can lure them into agreeing to some bets. Kim Woo-jin was working towards this. It doesn't seem like there are only goblins. According to their story, there is probably a monster capable of transforming within the group of goblins. Perhaps a mutant goblin. Kim Woo-jin studied the leaders of the two parties while saying these words. Aren't you mistaken? Originally, you can be bitten by a chihuahua, but afterwards, it can become a bulldog in the story, right? It probably was a mistake. I mean, why would the goblins run away if they had someone so strong? Are you telling me they ran away because they were scared of just you? Of course, their attitude was apathetic. Just in case, we should work together and combine our strength. Ah, I'm done. That discussion already ended before we entered the dungeon. Let's just take care of ourselves. If you die, it's your destiny. Isn't this a place where everyone fights for their lives? You shouldn't have come to the dungeon if you were afraid of dying. Kim Woo-jin was repeatedly ignored. Yet, Kim Woo-jin insisted on speaking. But aren't we all from the Phoenix Guild? I think we should at least work together a little bit. Kim Woo-jin gave a long sigh and continued. It's not like we're betting on who's going to kill the boss monster, we should cooperate. It was at that moment. I like the sound of that. A man interrupted Kim Woo-jin. No wonder I was bored. I guess it's because there wasn't any prize. Did you say you were Kim Woo-jin? You spoke well. Let's make a bet. Like giving something to the one who catches the boss of the dungeon. This was the moment when they bit Kim Woo-jin's bait. Of course, nobody could see through the ruse. How about cash? Huh? How about 100 million each? Shall we make a prize pool of about 1.5 billion won? Everybody's got enough to spare. Rather, the man continued to talk boldly about making a bet. If you are scared, you can just get the fuck out of here. He even threw a provocation. Only 100 million? And in response to the provocation, Yang Se-kyung responded with another provocation. She had been desperate for help from anyone a little while ago, but her personality would not allow her to tolerate such provocation. No, she was even more furious because she was helped by Kim Woo-jin. Shit, if the dungeon is cleared like this, I wouldn't be able to show my face in public. If the dungeon was cleared, she and her team were likely to be known as a group of nobodies who was saved by a nobody. Then how about 300 million instead of 100 million? The other party leader was willing to take the bet. It was then. Wait a minute. Kim Woo-jin, who remained silent, said with a voice full of nervousness. I don't have that kind of money. Even my car is a light car cause I don't have the money. However, the people around him did not pay attention to Kim Woo-jin's worries. They were more interested in Kim Woo-jin's words. A man shouted. Let's bet our car keys. The one that kills the boss takes all the cars in the parking lot. Next time, don't send a rescue signal. It's annoying. Let's meet outside the dungeon. Don't forget to have your car keys ready. I'll pay for the taxi fare at least. The three parties scattered again after the farewells. Naturally, there was no interest in Kim Woo-jin during that process. Thank you. The only attention Kim Woo-jin received was from Yang Se-kyung and her party as they expressed their gratitude. This kind of treatment made Kim Woo-jin feel a little miffed. I didn't expect to be overlooked this much. Although he expected that he wouldn't be treated well, and even wanted to be ignored. To think he would be ignored to such an extent? They deserved to be annihilated. It was also understandable why the Phoenix Guild allowed players like these to become test subjects for this dungeon. Of course those bastards weren't able to deal with the slime properly. They lacked the eyesight to observe their surroundings well enough. Slime. It was the boss monster that currently resided in this dungeon. It was also a very annoying monster to deal with. Although slimes in normal games and novels were even more of a fodder monster than goblins, it was different here. Slimes, which can change its form into any monster, were extremely troublesome to deal with. It was far more troublesome than anyone would imagine. In order to go against it, experience of dealing with various monsters was required. It was comical to expect the players to have enough experience when they were only LV10 at most. Even though the players here were promising and had excellent qualifications and talent, they lacked the necessary experience. That's why this dungeon turned into a tomb for many promising talents. The players who had enough combat experience to capture the slime hidden among a crowd of goblins could be counted on one hand. Of course, it wasn't a problem for Kim Woo-jin. In the end, the circumstances unfolded in the way Kim Woo-jin desired. Anyway, I guess I can get more benefits from this predicament. Due to their high self-esteem, a competition with prizes was created. Moreover, the prizes weren't small. Thank God. I wouldn't have enough money to fully arm all the skeleton soldiers even if I had all the money in the world. Furthermore, after he confirmed the combat capabilities of his skeleton soldiers, there was a need to invest in their equipment in earnest right away. That was not the only reason Kim Woo-jin had in mind. They'll voluntarily act as bait. More importantly to Kim Woo-jin, the three parties will only aim to catch the slime, the boss monster. The three parties will actively explore and chase the slime, ignoring the rest. While they do that, all I have to do is diligently catch the small fries. From Kim Woo-jin's perspective, having the slime as a dessert after having his fill on goblins that were overflowing within this dungeon was the most appropriate strategy. Two goblin skeletons expressed their will to Kim Woo-jin. Tialju Ryok. Tialju Ryok. They were signaling that they were eager to fight. The emissary of the underworld has taken interest in your battle. And Kim Woo-jin's halo prompted Kim Woo-jin to fight. Thump. Thump. And Kim Woo-jin's heart also urged Kim Woo-jin to fight. The hunting dog's slaughter has begun. Cactugi equals radish cubes, Chapter 11. The most important preparation when clearing a dungeon was deciding the amount of food rations to bring. Really good players can plan precisely how much food they will consume even before entering the dungeon. Of course, players with mediocre talent can be good planners as well. That's just a fact of life. Making a plan was something even an elementary school student could do. For instance, making a schedule for their summer assignments. The hard part was following through on the plan. In this sense, it was not easy to follow the plan inside a dungeon. First of all, there were too many variables to consider in a dungeon. The biggest variables were the players. There is no way to predict what each human would do. For example, starting a competition for killing the boss monster. Of course, it is impossible to just attack it right from the beginning. In the case of goblins, there are always over 50 goblins following around their leader. Most of the day, they spend their time in their den, where hundreds of goblins reside. Then what should you do? You can wait. Wait for the boss monster to leave their den with its minions, which usually happen to lie in the middle of a forest. Of course, waiting was not all you had to do. It may work out if you could visually distinguish which one is the boss, otherwise, targeting the boss can be tricky. You have to be certain which one is the boss. If you are mistaken, that is, if you attack the wrong monster, it can put your whole party in a very dire situation. Actually, targeting the boss was not a bad idea. After all, wasn't the most difficult part over if you dispose of the boss? As I mentioned before, the problem was that wasting time like this when you have a limited amount of food was no better than throwing your food in a dumpster. It is natural to be worried about these problems, even though that anxiety might turn into recklessness later on. They should be moving soon. Kim Woo-jin. He moved the moment when other people's anxiety turned into recklessness. On the fourth day inside the dungeon, a 5-man party led by Kim Sun-jun jumped at a group of goblins. That's him. That guy over there with a scar on his head. Their goal was obvious. Let's finish this quickly. Blitzkrieg. Their aim was to kill the slime disguised as a goblin in an instant. Of course, they were confident. First of all, they figured out that a slime attacked Yang Zheqiang's party, and they identified the slime that was disguised as a goblin. Their confidence in defeating the boss was also at its peak. It's just a slime, it's going to be so easy. Slime. What a laughable name! On the other hand, Kim Sun-jung and his group were promising players recognized by the one and only Phoenix Guild. Furthermore, Kim Sun-jung had the experience of clearing an E-rank goblin dungeon by himself, rightfully receiving his nickname, Goblin Slayer. Although only about 10 people in the world knew about his nickname, he was extremely confident in fighting against goblins regardless of the situation. His weapons were also rare items, each of them were worth as much as 800 million won. That Lamborghini is mine. I always wanted a Bentley, this is great. Kim Sun-jung and his party also had a strong motivation to empower them toward their goal. They had enough determination to last for a few days even after the boss was slain. On the other hand, that was it. They only had confidence and determination, no solid plan for actually realizing their goal. Kim Sun-jung, the leader of the party, realized that when he slashed the goblin with a scar on his head with an 800 million won sword. Buke! His sword cleanly slashed through the body of the goblin. Huh? At that moment, Kim Sun-jung's Goblin Slayer instincts told him. It's not this guy. It told him that this one was just a real goblin. It's not the boss slime monster. The real slime was behind Kim Sun-jung. Qa. When Kim Sun-jung turned his head after realizing the situation, a punch came from a slime that transformed into an ugly orc, not a goblin. The punch headed toward his face. Kim Sun-jung tightly closed his eyes. Kang. At that moment, the orc's fist rushed towards Kim Sun-jung's head, who was wearing a helmet. Pudug. The sounds of broken bones crackled from Kim Sun-jung's neck. Hey Sun-jung! Mr. Sun-jung! Immediately, cries for his name poured out as well. Kaung. Finally, Kim Sun-jung's body hit the ground. Ugh! A gasp came out of Kim Sun-jung's mouth. In other words, Kim Sun-jung was still alive. Of course, he was only alive. It was impossible for him to fight with a broken neck. He was lucky to survive. However, his fellow companions weren't lucky at all. Qa. While a group of goblins in the slime with the form of an orc still remaining, Kim Sun-jung's party now had to fight with a burden known as Kim Sun-jung. At this moment, an alarm flashed through everyone's head. Shouldn't we abandon him? According to the instruction manuals, we should abandon him. They had to struggle with the fact that everyone might die if they continue to try to save Kim Sun-jung. However, no one could outright say that they should abandon Kim Sun-jung. The rescue signal. The best option they had was to ask for help. Unfortunately, even that did not happen. In their heads, they remembered how they ridiculed and laughed at the members of Yang Se-kyung's party. Pride. A human defect that always led people to make terrible choices, held them back. Gather around Kim Sun-jung. Heal him while we stop the monster. Yes. Finally, Kim Sun-jung's party decided to protect Kim Sun-jung. 3 people surrounded Kim Sun-jung as if they were guarding him, and 1 healer started treating him. Meanwhile, the goblins and a slime in orc form attacked the party. Kai-e. The goblins in the distance threw stones. Kaya. The goblins nearby charged toward the party. Kang. The slime in orc form struck a shield that was stopping its path with hammer-like fists. Fucking goblin bastards. Hang in there. Hold out till the end. Just the fact that they were not screaming or getting overwhelmed with fear was proof that Kim Sun-jung's group was more competent than most parties. By all means, they had no intention of prolonging this battle. They would flee as soon as Kim Sun-jung received the minimal treatment to allow him to escape. It's finished. Finally, it was time. We are gonna fire one. The magician in the rear finished preparing his spell and fired a gigantic fireball toward the heart of goblins. Quilung. On impact, the huge ball of fire exploded like a grenade. Kai-e. As the goblins screamed and died, Kim Sun-jung's companions fled with Kim Sun-jung. Qa. The slime in orc form let out a horrifying shriek toward Kim Sun-jung's party. Chase after them. It commanded the goblins. Kai-e. Inadvertently, after hearing the command of their leader, the goblins stepped back in horror. It was the goblins' instinct to be terrified by the voice of their natural predator, an orc. Facing such a dilemma, The slime immediately reverted back to the form of a goblin. The orc's body melted like a candle, and in an instant it solidified into a goblin. Kai-ee. The slime gave out the order to pursue Kim Sun-jong's party once again. Then the goblins began to chase the party, one by one. However, many of the goblins were still hesitant. Kai-ee. The slime screamed at the goblins once more, and the hesitant goblins finally moved their ass. Kai-ee. The slime's face was wrinkled by the sight of the pathetic goblins. He wore a look of rage. It was at that moment. Something emerged from behind the slime. Kai-ee. The moment the frustrated slime turned its head, translucent wires was already wrapped around his neck. Pang! The wire was pulled tightly as the slime turned its head and looked into the eyes of the person behind him. The slime's eyes enlarged to the point that it looked like it was about to pop out. Kek. Sounds of choking and desperate gasps for air came out from the slime. Theology rock. Theology rock. Rustling from Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers as they rushed toward the slime with knives was also heard. In a moment, the slime changed its form to that of an orc. He wanted to increase the thickness of his neck to that of an orc, and not something as flimsy and weak like a goblin. He intended to cut the translucent wire around his neck in one brisk motion. Kuyak. However, the translucent wires did not break, it did not even stretch. It is made from spider web from snake spiders that only appear in 3-4 dungeons. It isn't something that you can break out of. The astonishing strength of the spider silk suddenly became apparent, which costs about 10 million won per meter. Moreover, the advantage of the snake spider's web wasn't just the high tensile strength and low elasticity, it was an extremely strong adherence as well. It was as if the slime's neck was chained to an inseverable collar. Buke. Around that time, the skeleton soldiers began their onslaught. The skeleton soldiers did not swing their knives around like clueless goblins. They found out it was more effective to make small cuts and wounds rather than stabbing with all their strength. Sweek. Sweek. Like that, skeleton soldiers littered the orc-shaped slime's body with cuts and wounds. Kai-ee. At this moment, there was only one thing that the slime could do. Smaller. It had to change its form into something that was smaller than an orc. The slime's form began to change from an orc back into a goblin. Naturally, the pressure around its neck lessened. However, when it transformed back to a goblin once again, its face became extremely pale. Pew up! Blood spurted out from the slime's mouth, which was currently in the form of a goblin. Blood poisoning has poisoned the transformed slime. It was worth diligently drawing out its blood. When the slime became smaller, the concentration of Kim Woo-jin's poisonous blood inside its body became more concentrated until it became lethal. You have leveled up, you have reached LV10. Your inventory is increased by 2 slots, the achievement Transformed Slime Hunter has been obtained, the emissary of the underworld marvels at your growth. Your inventory is increased by 2 slots. The emissary of the underworld gifts a catalog due to your outstanding growth. The notification that signaled the end of the battle was heard. But Kim did not stop at the announcement. Instead, Kim dug through the melted body of the slime, which was now translucent. Kim Woo-jin picked up a ring. At that moment, a single holographic window appeared before him. Transform Slime's ring, item rank, unique, must be LV10 or higher to use. Item explanation: it is the core of the transformed slime. It has a very special effect. When equipped Constitution plus 10, when equipped Energy plus 10, when equipped Mana plus 10, transformed Slime's ring. It was a unique item. It possessed options befitting a unique item. It was hard to find an item that gave so much stats at level 10. Moreover, it wasn't even a weapon, it was an accessory. If he were to sell it, he could get enough money to buy all the cars in the parking lot right now. It's as Jae-hoon said. Of course, Kim Woo-jin wasn't planning on selling such a nice item. That was the opposite of his intentions. It was worth the effort. In order to raise money for nice items, Kim Woo-jin endured all the mockery and contempt. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin wore the ring without any hesitation. Status window. The status page instantly appeared before him. Kim Woo-jin, Level 10, Halo, the Emissary of the Underworld, Stats, Constitution, 32 plus 12, Energy, 2 plus 12, Mana, 3 plus 12, Achievements, 2 titles, Unallocated point, 3. Kim Woo-jin allocated all the unallocated stat points that he received from the level ups to his constitution. There's only one thing left now. Let's end it after checking out the catalog. He had to check out the catalog given to players for their respectable Halo once they reached LV10. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin do not expect much from it. Kim Woo-jin knew that his luck wasn't so great when it came to catalogs. Catalog. Then there was no brilliance coming from the thin catalog that appeared. Like I thought, there is no light. There was no silver light, or gold light. Huh? Instead, there was one page that appeared to be made of obsidian. Chapter 12. All the items that one could get from a dungeon are divided into 4 ranks: normal, rare, unique, and legendary. Of these, the value of legendary rank items were priceless. To be precise, one cannot replace a legendary item no matter the cost. This is because there are no duplicates of legendary items. It was also the reason why players sometimes started wars to kill each other rather than the monsters. Legendary items became a necessity for dungeons with 6 or more floors. Furthermore, if players were able to enter dungeons that were higher than 6 floors, they were most likely the best players in their respective guilds. The more prominent the Messiah Guild became, the more conflicts between players intensified. Naturally, the guilds who did not wish for the Messiah Guild's success in clearing the dungeons refused to cooperate with them. In the end, the Messiah Guild had to resort to violence. Their favorite method of violence that they utilized in his past life was himself, the hunting dog, Kim Woo-jin. After the 7th-floor dungeons appeared, Kim Woo-jin spent more days working on hunting players rather than monsters. In a way, the situation for legendary item was not as bad as for legendary skills. You could rob the items, but in order to obtain legendary skills, you either had to make a deal with the skill's owner or else the only other thing you could do was kill the owner. Of course, the existence of a legendary skill was kept a secret even among close friends. Kim Woo-jin just acquired such a skill. Eyes of Anubis, required condition, Emissary of the Underworld, skill level, LV1 or higher, skill effect, allow the user to glimpse a dead person's memory. A legendary rank skill. Eyes of Anubis. Furthermore, Kim Woo-jin knew the owner of this skill in his previous life. It was Detective Arsene's ability. Detective Arsene. This person had an amazing detective ability. He could track mysterious or unknown items. He made enormous profits from the war that began in 2025. He eventually became a member of the Messiah Guild in a branch located in China. He made critical contributions to the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin had a very close relationship with him. Once Detective Arsene tracked the location of an item the Messiah Guild needed, the hunting dog Kim Woo-jin went on a hunt to retrieve the item. This skill made a mediocre nobody into a monster that toyed with other people's lives. Detective Arsene's ability was mainly thanks to this skill, Eyes of Anubis. It can read the memory of the dead. This was the best ability when it comes to making someone a great detective. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin did not like him. In the first place, he chose the Messiah Guild only because he determined that the Messiah Guild would provide him the greatest benefits in the later stages of the game. He did not join the Messiah Guild for its noble values or ideology. I bet it was the first name Lee Se-jun crossed out on the kill list. On the other hand, Kim Woo-jin was probably the first name to be placed on the kill list. Kim Woo-jin had very good reasons to hate such a person. Who would have thought I would retire him like this? Anyway, to Kim Woo-jin, it was an unexpected harvest. The Messiah Guild no longer has their hunting dog, detective duo. The detective and hunting dog who played a crucial role in securing the items for the Messiah Guild has now disappeared. However, the primary reason Kim Woo-jin welcomed the skill was something different. Park Shin-hye. Once I kill that bitch, I will be able to see her memories and the plans of those bastards. What the purpose and agenda of the Messiah Guild was and how involved that person was. How the Messiah Guild reached out to the world and eventually swallowed it. The eyes of Anubis will make it possible. The potential for the eyes of Anubis was endless. The world was full of people who had illegally acquired wealth obtained through crooked plots and outrageous crimes. Kim Woo-jin smiled and pulverized the obsidian skill page in his hand. The powdered obsidian rode his arm and merged into Kim Woo-jin's two eyes. Afterwards, Kim Woo-jin's eyes turned pitch black. It was then. You have acquired Eyes of Anubis. Achievement Legendary Successor has been acquired. Achievement Eyes of Anubis has been acquired. Due to the effect of Achievement Legendary Successor, your inventory space is increased by 5. Due to the effect of Achievement Eyes of Anubis, your inventory space is increased by 5. The emissary of the underworld is very intrigued by your choice. Kim Woo-jin kept hearing messages about his newly acquired power through the notifications. Just like how every city has its districts, there exist factions in a guild. Rather, on the contrary, no other type of organization is more likely to form factions than a guild. Basically, the players usually group in parties of 4 or 5. On the other hand, there are usually hundreds of players in a guild, and over 1,000 in the case of the large guilds such as the Phoenix Guild. Hundreds of parties have gathered in one guild, and they are treated differently depending on their abilities and performance. However, it isn't their ideology or values that bind them together. It's a situation where it's inevitable for factions to arise. As soon as a 1-4B ranking dungeon appeared in Sungnam City, 3 different factions or parties were dispatched within the guild. It was normal for factions to complain about misfortunes and losses. It was also natural that the blame and complaints would be directed towards the weaker members. Anyone is fine, so please come out safely. Just don't die. Please don't die. If you are going to die, come out and die. That's why the members of the Phoenix Guild Dungeon Support Team pray earnestly for the player's safe return. The dungeon is cleared. They heard their long-awaited announcement. Upon hearing the news, the members of the support team left the barracks and ran hard towards the gate. Those involved in the guild were not the only ones to move. The dungeon is cleared. Really? This quick? The soldiers were also interested and started moving after hearing the news that they could finally return back to their base. Soon, they cheered for a man who just crossed the gate. It's over. Among the cheers, Phoenix Guild support team member Chang Young-soo approached the first returner and said, "Mr. Kim Woo-jin, thank you for your efforts." Kim Woo-jin showed him a smile. "Yes. Thank you for your efforts as well. Please give me back my luggage." Chang Young-soo nodded, then shouted Kim Woo-jin's name toward another employee, and a support staff member immediately brought a plastic box that contained Kim Woo-jin's belongings. Kim Woo-jin took his car key and smartphone from the box, then told Chang Young-soo. Could you also get me a pen and a notepad?" "Yes?" Chang Young-soo slightly questioned the request, but soon nodded and got what Kim Woo-jin asked for. As Chang Young-soo was bringing along the requested pen and a notebook, Kim Woo-jin was taking pictures of the expensive foreign cars lined up in the parking lot with his smartphone, one by one. He wasn't taking the pictures of them normally either. It felt like he wasn't taking a picture to remember them by, but more like a used car dealer trying to take pictures in order to sell a car. He even took close pictures of the tires. What is he doing? Chang Young-soo tilted his head in confusion, then handed over the things requested by Kim Woo-jin. "Excuse me, I brought the things you have requested." Thank you." Then Kim Woo-jin wrote something on the note he received and handed it over to the staff member. "What's this?" Chang Young-soo asked, and Kim Woo-jin replied with a smile. "That's my bank account number." "Yes? If you deliver it to the people that come out after me, they will know what it is." It was then. Once again, cheering was heard near the dungeon gate, and the cheers kept coming. Players, one after the other, were coming out of the dungeon. After hearing footsteps, Chang Young-soo turned to look at the players exiting the gate. At the same time, Chang Young-soo looked extremely nervous. Kim Woo-jin was just a cactugi in this attack on the dungeon, and there were no major issues even if he were to die. On the other hand, All the players that came out one by one were all important people with significant backgrounds. It was natural that his interest in Kim Woo-jin was put on hold. 1, 2. Chang Young-soo counted the number of people coming through the gate one by one. However, he noticed that Kim Woo-jin's car engine already started. Buran. Between the Ferrari and Lamborghini, a small car that was parked between them let out a pathetic roar. Then Chang Young-soo came to his senses. Report. As a member of the support team that was tasked in writing a report, he could not let Kim Woo-jin just go. Wait a minute. Chang Young-soo, who arrived near the car door, said urgently. Report, we still have to write a report? Kim Woo-jin answered the question. I will go to the guild headquarters and directly submit it myself. Yes? In response, the support staff's face stiffened as if they heard that it was the end of the world. In his defense, this was the first time, including his dreams, that he saw a player go to the guild headquarters to directly submit a report themselves. Towards the shocked staff, Kim Woo-jin explained with a smile. If you want, just report what I said to team leader Jang Woo-sok. Tell him my name and he'll understand. Oh, yeah. Kim Woo-jin took out his wallet that was sitting in his front passenger seat and took out some 10,000 won and 1,000 won bills. The total amount seemed to be about 100,000 won. Kim Woo-jin handed the money over to Chang Young-soo. Distribute it to the other players in reasonable amounts. Wait, what's this? It's their taxi fee. After leaving behind those words, Kim Woo-jin left Sungnam City. Year 2023, a world where casual words can become viral after traveling around the world in a mere second. The incident in Sungnam City did not take a long time to spread among the players in Korea. Someone killed a transforming slime? Isn't a transforming slime very difficult to catch? Who caught it? What did you say? Someone killed it alone? What's his name? Kim Woo-jin? Phoenix Guild affiliate? It hasn't even been a month since he became a player? It was the moment when Kim Woo-jin's name was spread among the Korean players. However, it was his name that was spread around, not the truth. Instead, distorted information began to spread like wildfire. I heard that he stole the monster while it was almost dead thanks to another party. Apparently he snatched it from a rising star, Kim Sun-jun. In the first place, he was able to join as a Kakdugi to gain experience, but he hit them in the back of their head. What a son of a bitch. Yeah, what a bastard. Instead of being known as a rising star who caught a transforming slime by himself, Kim Woo-jin began to be known as a son of a bitch who betrayed the people who helped him. At the same time. You're amazing. Not at all. Kim Woo-jin was talking with Jang Woo-sok, the support team leader, at the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. Their discussion began shortly after Kim Woo-jin wrote a report when he returned to the main headquarters. Of course, they weren't there just to chit-chat. No, this is really something. It's a big deal no matter what other people say about you. You don't have to flatter me that much. I was expecting bad rumors about me to spread. Jang Woo-sok, the team leader, already realized it when he received the report regarding the dungeon clear. It was inevitable for bad rumors about Kim Woo-jin to spread. Things went awry from the start. The main show of this dungeon attack were supposed to be the three parties. One of them should have been in the spotlight. However, the player who joined the show as an extra became the main character of the story. Furthermore, all three parties have their own factions behind them, whereas Kim Woo-jin does not belong to any faction. From the perspective of the three factions, they had to bite Kim Woo-jin for the sake of their image and pride. No, they had to bite Kim Woo-jin in order to protect their reputations. Jang Woo-sok, the head of the support team, arranged a meeting with Kim Woo-jin to console him in such a situation. Jang Woo-sok was blinded by his favoritism. To him, Kim Woo-jin was more appealing than the players who squabbled over their self-interests. It also helped that Kim Woo-jin saved the other players by intervening. But I still think it was necessary. If I didn't come forward to help, it would have led to some serious damage to the other players. Right. If Mr. Kim Woo-jin didn't fight, someone would have died. Above all, according to Kim Woo-jin's report, If Kim Woo-jin did not intervene the way he did, there certainly would have been at least a few victims. Obviously, he could not believe everything Kim Woo-jin wrote, but it was still crystal clear that it was Kim Woo-jin who caught the transforming slime. That was the end of the story. A player's only duty was to clear the dungeon and exterminate what's inside. I'm just happy that everyone survived, and I'm confident I can handle any insults. Kim Woo-jin knew the reality of the situation and acted accordingly. Team leader Jang Woo-sok was truly impressed by Kim Woo-jin's demeanor and how he handled the situation. He was composed no matter the issue. At the same time, some doubts arose. Why would a person like him join our guild? Whoever saw Kim Woo-jin like this would think that he was more suited for the Messiah Guild, not the Phoenix Guild. Naturally, he didn't contemplate the question for very long. There's no reason to doubt a player who is sincere, self-sacrificing, cooperative, reasonable, and moral. I'm glad you think so. As you say, there will be bad rumors spreading about you right away. But keep this in mind. That the Phoenix Guild is on your side. Thank you. Kim Woo-jin let out a long sigh. It was a really long sigh. You're worried about something? It was such a long sigh that Jang Woo-sok felt he had no choice but to ask. Kim Woo-jin responded as if he was waiting for that question. I think time will solve this problem, but I was wondering if there is anything I can do to improve my image. Countless options surfaced in the team leader's mind. I can't say that there isn't any, but the problem is that there's too many. In fact, there were countless ways players could help society and improve their reputations. However, most players didn't bother. Everyone cleared dungeons for their self-interests. They only choose the safest way to benefit themselves, not caring a damn about the rest of the world. If players normally lived with the determination to save and help the world, the Messiah Guild would not have been so widely admired. Entering dungeons that the others players rejected or entering a dungeon to rescue other teams is enough. However, even though players signed a contract with the Phoenix Guild, there were still dungeons that the players didn't want to enter, eating away at the nation's finances. If such dungeons were cleared, your reputation is sure to become much better. However, it's avoided because it really is dangerous. Of course, it only meant that the dungeon was dangerous enough to dominate the ordinary players. Then I will do it. Therefore, team leader Jang Woo-sok revealed admiration upon hearing Kim Woo-jin's answer. Kim Woo-jin placed a wedge into team leader Jang Woo-sok's heart. I'd be happy to do it if I can. Team leader Jang Woo-sok thought. I've never seen such a nice, hard-working young man in all my life. Chapter 13. In the year 2020, when Dungeons and Monsters first appeared in the world, people thought the end of the world was near. Then players appeared. At the time, the people viewed the players as hope, rising from the ground. By the year 2023, the world actually became even more unstable as time went by, rather than getting better. The world's economic growth rate has been negative for 4 consecutive years. The worst economic crisis in history is near. Crude oil prices are approaching over $150 per barrel. In the past few years, the worldwide economic growth rate has stayed negative, price of goods as well as unemployment has soared, and the property damage caused by monsters has snowballed out of control. In Somalia, the disbandment of the country is underway. There are large migrations of Eastern European refugees. In Africa, South America, and Eastern Europe, where the governments lack the capacity to function or operate, countries and governments begin to disband or collapse. Even so, what was more frustrating of all was the players' greed. The only way to get players to attack dungeons and solve the problem was by throwing enough money at them. As the years went on, the players' demands for money increased. The European Guild Union demands a 30% increase on their dungeon clear rewards and salary. USA Special Players Act passed. Players will receive a 10% income tax exemption. Will governments just continue to accept the demands of the players? Now, it has reached the point where players are exercising enormous leveraging power as well as lobbying to pass laws that benefit them more. In such a world, there was only one ray of light that people could trust. The Messiah Guild is the first to clear 5-floor dungeon, Lee Se-jun, he saves the world again. Han Group's stock price soars. The Messiah Guild. They put their lives on the line in order to try to save the world. That's why they were the only ones praised by the world. In contrast, the rest of the players were rather quiet when it came to talking about the Messiah Guild. No player wanted to speak of the noble achievements of the Messiah Guild. It was to be expected. The Messiah Guild cleared a 5-floor dungeon. Guess it's time for people to curse at us now. With the presence of the Messiah Guild making all the other players of the world look like greedy, blood-sucking leeches, for players to talk about the Messiah Guild was like rubbing their shit on their face, bringing shame to their own reputations. Fucking Messiah Guild. I mean, it's not like we committed a crime, is it? They should be thankful to chosen beings like us for fighting to protect their lives. The Messiah Guild was an especially sensitive topic for the Phoenix Guild. The greater the public's affection for the Messiah Guild was, the greater the criticism of the players became, and the brunt of the criticism was directed toward the Phoenix Guild, the second-ranked Korean guild that happened to be right behind the Messiah Guild. The mood was violently crushed when the Phoenix Guild heard news that the Messiah Guild cleared a 5-floor dungeon. Under such circumstances, there was nothing the players of the Phoenix Guild could do. Anyway, did you hear about that story? What story? That new recruit who kicked the others in the head. An escape from reality. They began to console themselves by chewing on their easier opponents. Ah, that bastard Kim Woo-jin? The sacrificial lamb was Kim Woo-jin. He really is an asshole. Although the Phoenix Guild has already officially stated that the dungeon clear issues involving Kim Woo-jin were false and that Kim Woo-jin was not guilty, no one paid attention to it. Kim Jin-woo, what a son of a bitch. His name is Kim Jin-woo, right? I'll have to talk to him later when I see him. That you have to be mindful. Don't you think that bastards like him give other players bad reputations? No, never mind Kim Woo-jin's face. Many people who swore at Kim Woo-jin do not even know his name. It was evident that they had no interest in the truth. The only thing that was important was that Kim Woo-jin is an easy enough target to chew on freely. Naturally, they were not interested in Kim Woo-jin's movements either. Mr. Kim Woo-jin has asked for support. It's in 1-floor C+ rank dungeon. After the incident where all three parties, a total of 9 people, including Jun Yeon-kyu's party wiping out was known, no one has applied for this dungeon for a month. No player was interested in the fact that Kim Woo-jin is challenging a dungeon, which all players ignored after 3 failed attempts. It was clear that they were just not interested. Who is Jun Yeon-kyu? He was a rising star in Park Young-wan's faction. Don't you remember, sir? He was the one that frantically asked us to sign him up for a B-rank dungeon, claiming that he was like a little brother of Park Young-wan. Oh, that little bastard? I remember now. What should I do? Since there was no reason to doubt Kim Woo-jin, there was no problem. What do you mean what should I do? You should give full support to a person who is willing to do the right thing. Did he make any additional requests? Ah, that. There was one particular request. What is it? He asked for some gas money. Gas money? That guy. Didn't he take a lot of money from a bet? The kids who got their money taken by him went crazy, right? Apparently, he spent it all on buying a skill page. Just like that, Kim Woo-jin's third dungeon was decided. Blood weapon, skill rank, F, skill effect, you can make weapons using your own blood. Kim Woo-jin looked at his newly acquired skill. It was a skill bought using the money he got in exchange for the cars he won in the bet. To think I got this for 1 billion won. The price was 1 billion won. It was beyond common sense and imagination. Since its effects were not impressive, it was even more difficult to understand the price. I got it for a cheap price. However, Kim Woo-jin, who looked at the skill, was satisfied with the price. I'm glad I can get it with money. On the contrary, he was satisfied with the fact that he was able to acquire a skill that was exclusively for his halo, the emissary of the underworld, which is difficult to find at this time. I can use blood poisoning more effectively. Furthermore, Kim Woo-jin could not wait to see the synergy between the blood poisoning skill he already learned and the blood weapon skill that he just got. It's not a problem. I can just turn it all back again, after all. Above all, Kim Woo-jin was not too concerned about money issues. If I can catch his tail properly in this time, I might be able to rip him up completely. The person Kim Woo-jin was aiming for was a big fish that he had been searching for a while. The traitor Park Yong-wan. Park Yong-wan, nicknamed Traitor. As his nickname indicates, he literally betrayed his country. In 2025, when the world began starting wars to secure items for their players, he was among the players that moved to Japan with the items secured by the Korean players. In addition, he was one of 4 people who passed the 100 items ownership mark in the Phoenix Guild. By this point, this guy must have collected a lot. He was also known to have the most funds and items collected of the 4 core members in the Phoenix Guild. To begin with, he was committing all sorts of illegal and corrupt activities. Kim Woo-jin found that he was not only engaged in the trafficking of monster corpses and arms trafficking, but also in the illegal dungeon clearing business as well as drug trafficking. In a way, he was a man of great capacity. It wasn't easy to do his job and perform his duties as a player while committing atrocious crimes behind the scenes. No one had even suspected it until he sold out his country. He was a man who built a flawless castle without anybody noticing. At this point in time, he may already have the legendary Sane Sword. The biggest mistake he made in the past was owning the legendary Sane Sword. Otherwise, he would have been targeted by the hunting dog a bit later in his life. It was also one of Kim Woo-jin's biggest reason for joining the Phoenix Guild. The Messiah Guild is for heroes. If you touch a guild member, there will be a severe retaliation. In contrast, the Phoenix Guild is overwhelmed with trash. It was full of criminals who could not change the way they live. Kim Woo-jin, a criminal hunter, knew better than anyone how to make use of them. That's why he chose this dungeon. Once I find the body of a man named Jun Yuja who belonged to the Park Yong-wan faction and read his memory, I can get a clue. It will be a good chance to get info on the cartel that Park Yong-wan has built on Korean soil. In that manner, Kim Woo-jin arrived at the location of his 3rd dungeon, in Chuncheon City. The biggest change with the arrival of dungeon gates were the property prices. In the metropolitan area of Seoul and Gangnam in particular, house prices have soared to the point that it was almost impossible to get it with just money. On the other hand, house prices of areas other than Gyeonggi province and non-metropolitan cities have practically become worthless. Even with the increase of players, the emergence of mercenaries, and the deployment of the military, the areas with lower population densities were relatively susceptible to monsters. Gangwon province was not much better either. Located in the mountains, where it was not easy to hunt monsters, cities in Gangwon province were basically ghost towns. The city of Chuncheon, where Kim Woo-jin arrived, was no different. Chuncheon City was once known for having the highest quality chicken breasts in the country, attracting countless tourists. However, now, Chuncheon City was left abandoned without any visitors. The only people who could be sighted were soldiers, policemen, and mercenaries with guns preparing for a monster breakout. Even more miserable scenes became visible as they approached the Gongjeokun Sculpture Park, Kim Woo-jin's destination. The place certainly does give off a strong sense of being a graveyard of players. A dungeon where 3 parties have already died, a dungeon that was practically impossible for a new challenger, was currently a monster factory. To change this atmosphere, Kim Woo-jin and his colleagues had risked their lives by fighting. On the other hand, Kim Woo-jin was already used to situations like this. The pride of bringing a sense of security to the world made Kim Woo-jin feel desperate but noble. Damn those bastards. Kim Woo-jin grimaced after recalling those memories. With a twisted face, Kim Woo-jin got out of the car. Soon after, a man came towards Kim Woo-jin and asked. "You're Mr. Kim Woo-jin, right? I am Cho Minutes GI, a member of the support team." Cho Minutes GI, a member of the support team, looked more like a mercenary than a member of the support team. He held an automatic rifle, wore a black vest, and a military-issue hat. It was an undeniable proof of what kind of place this was. The number of players increased as more and more dungeon gates spawned. However, the number of staff for managing and monitoring the dungeons was always limited due to the fact that most players only lingered in one-floor dungeons. They tried to live their lives selfishly and luxuriously without any danger. If there were enough resources and staff, it would be deployed to Gangnam first for sure. Even the staff of the Phoenix Guild support team had to protect themselves. By the way, did you really come alone? Kim Woo-jin's presence did not inspire hope in him. Soon enough, a rumor about Kim Woo-jin surfaced inside Cho Minutes GI's head after reconfirming Kim Woo-jin's car. I guess the rumor was true. He's a trash bastard who backstabbed his team, so no one's going to party up with him. As he recalled the rumor, Cho Minutes GI showed disapproval in his face. It was rude. Nevertheless, Kim Woo-jin was a player who came to clear the dungeon that everyone else avoided. Fortunately, Cho Minutes GI was never questioned by Kim Woo-jin. Why-ing? A number of warning devices began to sound, flashing the red warning lights. Monsters. Monsters came out from the gate. Responses to the sound also came from all around him. Cho Minutes GI was also frightened by the uproar. In the meantime, Cho Minutes GI had not completely forgotten his role. Let's move to a safer spot for now. The role of the support team was to help the players reach the dungeon safely. Of course, for the moment, Cho Minutes GI needed to take Kim Woo-jin to a safe place. In response to Cho Minutes GI, Kim Woo-jin replied briefly. Gun. Kim Woo-jin requested the automatic rifle that the staff had. Ah, yes. Cho Minutes GI finally figured out Kim Woo-jin's intentions. However, it was too late to think. The monsters that made their way out of the gate were 4 orcs running toward Kim Woo-jin and Cho Minutes GI. Cho Minutes GI threw the gun at Kim Woo-jin as if he was abandoning him to die, frightened by the orcs. He was about to run away immediately. Unfortunately, his legs got tangled and he fell on the spot. Cho Minutes GI's face instantly lost all color, turning pale. Kim Woo-jin, on the other hand, was very relaxed and was checking out the state of the gun he was given. At first, it looked as if he had no intention of escaping. There was no reason to actually run away. Kim Woo-jin, who checked the condition of his gun, started to fire the powerful weapon in his hand that was incomparably better than weapons such as a whip, knife, poisons, and his skeleton soldiers. 2. It was a single shot. 2. Kim Woo-jin fired just one shot at a time like in a shooting drill, not a quick fire. 2. Like that, 4 gunshots echoed. Thud. After the sound of 4 gunfires, the 4 orcs running toward Kim Woo-jin fell to the ground as if they were narcolepsy patients. Kim Woo-jin aimed the gun across his visible field, scanned it once, and confirmed that there were no more orcs before handing the gun over to the original owner. Can I ask you a favor before entering the dungeon? Yes? Cho Minutes GI, who received the gun, behaved as if his soul was blown in half. Kim Woo-jin told him, taking the car key out of his pocket. Please fill up my car with gas all the way. I'd appreciate it if you would also fill my car with some windshield washer fluid as well. Sane sword or Sangjum is a well-known type of Korean sword. Chapter 14. Orc Hunter. Number of dungeon floors, 1. Dungeon difficulty, C rank, maximum capacity, 3 people, entry requirement, must be below LV13, clear condition, kill the Orc Hunter hiding among the pack of orcs. Kim Woo-jin, who entered the dungeon, checked through the contents of the dungeon once more using the quest window. Then Kim Woo-jin looked up and saw a narrow wooded area in front of him. There was only one thought that came to Kim Woo-jin's mind when he saw the terrain. Using a whip will be difficult here. He thought that it would be hard to use a whip in this dungeon, but such thoughts did not last long. It's useless against orcs anyway. First of all, Kim Woo-jin do not bring his whip to the dungeon. This wasn't odd at all. The whip was a powerful weapon. However, it will inevitably lose most of its power against an opponent with armor or a formidable defense, and it will decrease in efficacy even more against a monster who is resistant to pain. Meaning, for orcs with massive muscular bodies, thick leather, and a strong resistance against pain, the Goblin Champion's whip was not very useful. Furthermore, the fear effect of the whip only worked on goblins. There was no reason to insist on using the whip under such circumstances. Item window. So, what Kim Woo-jin prepared was a sword that he took out of the item window. Lizard Warrior's Sword, item grade, rare, physical attack, 35, must be LV10 or above to use. Item description, sword used by warriors. The blade is sharp and is suitable for close-range battle. Kim Woo-jin immediately put his hand into the holographic window and pulled the knife out of the box. Like how a magician pulls a stick out of his hat, a scimitar appeared. The shape of the blade that appeared was not special at all. However, the price of the sword was extremely expensive, costing more than 70 million won. The reason as to why the sword cost so much was that it is a rare great sword. Most players thought that swords were the best weapons humans ever invented, so they were traded at more than twice the price of other weapons of the same grade. Of course, Kim Woo-jin do not truly think that a sword was useless. It's been a long time since I held a sword. On the contrary, Kim Woo-jin was used to the sword more than anybody, and at the same time, was unparalleled in its use. He just didn't intend to ignore the shortcomings of swords. While Kim Woo-jin was thinking about the shortcomings of swords, an orc appeared in front of him. Kim Woo-jin always explained to his teammates, the crux of a battle is about adapting to the situation, not matching the enemy. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin always made sure to be in the advantageous position when hunting his enemies. Actually, Kim Woo-jin's favorite moments were when just the two of them, he and his enemy, met each other in a remote place. The enemy that the orc was approaching all by himself was that kind of an enemy. A hunting dog who was stronger and more thorough than anyone else in a one-to-one situation. Of course the battle was one-sided. Plot. In a little more than 30 seconds, Kim Woo-jin's sword cut the orc's body 10 times. The surprising thing, however, was that there were only 3 places where the orc had a visible wound. The left side, left thigh, and the left side of his neck. The wounds were so deep that it almost made the thick skin and the massive body of the orc look shameful. However, they did not appear to be fatal wounds that threatened his life. Thus, the orc attacked Kim Woo-jin without backing down, then Kim Woo-jin attacked him for the 11th time while avoiding to the left of the orc. Plot. The sword went through a wound that Kim Woo-jin already made before, once again, deepening the wound. That was why there were only 3 wounds. The orc's left leg began to shake uncontrollably. Kim Woo-jin's sword began to go through the orc's thick and large muscles in the left thigh starting from his 4th attack. It's cut. Of course, that was Kim Woo-jin's plan. The scary thing about orcs was their terrifying mobility that stemmed from their thick muscles. It was even possible to die instantly if you were to get run over by them. Nevertheless, it takes a really long time to kill an orc with just a single sword. For this kind of opponent, eliminating their mobility was the most practical way to kick things off. Since if you take out its mobility, you will have plenty of options afterwards. Even throwing a stone was effective now. It was even better to use objects like spears to skewer them from a distance. It was even more effective to use spear-like objects to hinder its movements further. Throwing daggers to seal its vision was a great idea, too. The orc is poisoned by blood poisoning, daggers smeared with poison would be even more effective. Faced with such a situation, the orc screeched in a slightly different tone than before. It was a cry of fear because his life was in danger. Swig. Kim Woo-jin's scimitar slashed and created a line through orc's neck, who was distracted while screaming frantically in fear of losing his life. Plot. Blood flowed from the wound this time as well. At this point, the orc was no longer able to fight. His eyes were blind, his sense of smell was overwhelmed by the strong stench of blood, and he couldn't even properly hear his own screams. The leg won't move and he will bleed to death after losing enough blood. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin's blood poisoning made the orc feel dizzy and faint. Thud. The orc finally collapsed. That was the end of the battle. Achievement: the one who killed an orc alone has been achieved. The one who killed an orc alone. Achievement grade, normal. Achievement effect, Constitution +1. An notification popped out signaling the orc's death. Pleasing news. But the most pleasing news for Kim Woo-jin was not the news of his achievement. A sacrifice arrived. Kim Woo-jin was more pleased to be able to summon another monster that fights just like him under his command now. Summon Skeleton Soldier. With the chant, the flesh of the dead orc melted away. Soon, nothing but the skeleton was left. The darkness that entered its skull began to form white fiery eyes. Wig. Kim Woo-jin gave it a present. Go crazy till you are satisfied. Unexpectedly, Kim Woo-jin handed his own sword to his orc skeleton. As a result, the skeleton soldier deliberately stared at Kim Woo-jin. It was expressing its gratitude for such an unexpected gift. Inventory. In front of the surprised skeleton soldier, Kim Woo-jin took out a new weapon. The weapon he brought out, however, was not a sword but a bow. Kobold Archer's Bow, item grade, unique, physical attack, 29, must be LV10 or above to use. Item description: it's a bow of a kobold archer. Injecting energy can release arrows far stronger than the user's power. When equipped, energy +5, when equipped, constitution +5, when equipped, penetration increases by 10%, when attacking, inflicts burning pain to enemy. Orcs are very troublesome monsters. Goblins may appear in great numbers, but a properly armed player won't be killed instantly by a group of goblins. However, orcs were different. There have been many cases of players being hit by an orc and killed instantly due to having their necks snapped. Of course, an orc was nothing special in the real world. With a gun, even ordinary people could kill an orc, and even if they didn't have a gun, they could still kill the orc without serious danger if they had a long-range weapon that could penetrate their thick skin. For instance, weapons such as bows. A bow powerful enough to pierce an orc's skin was a nightmare for orcs. Against Kim Woo-jin, this was the situation that the orcs were facing at this very moment. Q. The body of the orc, who was frantically screaming, was deeply pierced by arrows. All the arrows penetrated through the parts where the orc had the least muscle all the way to its guts. Of course, the weakest parts of its body, his two eyes, already had arrows sticking out like flowers. It was a horrible sight. Tljuliyog. Tljuliyog. What made the scene even more miserable were the two orc skeletons, Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers. The two skeleton soldiers kept alternating, with one after the other repeatedly, and leaving wounds on the orc's body with their scimitars. Tljuliyog. Tljuliyog. Swig. It was almost as if Kim Woo-jin was fighting in person. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin was nowhere to be seen. They are doing well. With the trunk of the tree behind his back and carefully hiding his breath, Kim Woo-jin silently pulled his bow, completely hiding his identity and location. Such a scene was really too much to bear. Seeing Kim Woo-jin do such a thing, despite being able to hunt an orc all by himself, was really unpleasant to look at. It made him look like the villain. You have gained experience. The emissary of the underworld begins to observe you more closely. The pace is good. Of course, Kim Woo-jin do not mind being watched. He wasn't playing a game and it certainly wasn't being broadcasted. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin's targets were the people that the world deemed as heroes. Whether the process was cool or not, it did not matter to him. He was willing to do whatever it took to improve his chances of success. Finally found the body. Even if that meant he had to dig a grave. It was a trace of food. Like eating a passing pigeon alive and leaving its bone and feathers, the orc took off the player's items and ate the flesh inside, leaving only the bone. It was a horrible sight. However, Kim Woo-jin reacted indifferently at the gruesome scene and even extended his hand toward it. He picked up the broken skull. Then he made eye contact with the empty sockets of the skull. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's eyes turned completely black. Anubis' eyes are opening, and notification was heard. At the same time, The memories belonging to the skull's owner entered into Kim Woo-jin's head. It was like looking at a folder full of pictures and videos. Fortunately, the order was in chronological order. Kim Woo-jin started with finding the name of the skull's owner. My luck is good. The owner of the skull was the one he was looking for, Jun Yong-kyu. As expected, he was killed by orcs. He was eaten alive after he was knocked unconscious by a punch from an orc. It wasn't a special sign or evidence. Kim Woo-jin rewinded his memory back a bit. Like that, some stuff Jun Yong-kyu blurted out quickly passed by Kim Woo-jin's ears. If I knew I'd be a player, then I would have assaulted her. The good thing about being a player is never getting a speeding ticket. I will shoot 300 kilometers per hour at the Olympic Road soon. Crime? You really don't know anything. Among players, there are even crazy bastards that are hunting humans. What? Stop bullshitting? I'm telling you the fucking truth. They were horrible remarks. However, Kim Woo-jin did not become angry. The stimulus was dry for him who had experienced a far more miserable reality than just despicable words. Instead, Kim Woo-jin focused on the words hunting humans. I wonder who he heard human hunting from? Human hunting, it was literally hunting humans. It was not only happening in Korea but also in many parts of the world. There was nothing that could be done to prevent it in rural or remote islands where the governments are not able to control them. Moreover, they use monsters to do it. It wasn't hard to clean up after either. Of course, it was not something one could be openly proud of. Thus, in South Korea, human hunting was done in a very discreet way, and it was only after some time that the identity of the perpetrators was revealed. It was quite later before Park Yong-wan's hunting of humans was publicly known. It was revealed when Park Yong-wan was about to sell his country to Japan. He used human hunting to capture the powerful figures and at the same time, held their weak points against them. Countless ordinary people were sacrificed to produce items for Park Yong-wan's business. In other words, he managed his human hunting business quite well. How does this insignificant bastard know about this already? There was no way such a trivial character like him could have known about human hunting. In other words, Jun Yong-kyu had direct contact or connection with Park Yong-wan. Kim Woo-jin once again moved his memory to further in the past. Then he found it. Yong-kyu, listen well. The person behind me is that person, Park Yong-wan. Flaw, player Park Yong-wan? You mean the big shot among big shots in the Phoenix Guild? Yeah, in reality, he is like the owner of the Phoenix Guild. Anyway, I am helping him with one of his jobs. By this point, you understand what I mean, right? Yes. I will only trust in Ji-soon Hang-nam. Good, just trust me and follow my lead. Park Ji-soon. His next prey. Chapter 15. In a forest that was so densely packed with trees that one couldn't even see a single ray of light pass through. Kyuru. In such a forest, there was a single orc. It was a head taller than a normal orc, and it was also a lot bigger as well. It was a terrifying monster that seemed as if only the face was that of an orc. Most of all, unlike orcs, the sclers in his eyes were completely blood red. That monster right now had saliva all over his mouth, drooling. It was a sign of hunger so strong that it would even be happy to devour rotten meat. Kyuru. In fact, the orc was looking for rotten meat. He was wandering around the forest looking for bones and bits of a mysterious animal that he threw away after he finished a meal in the past. Kyuru. When he arrived at the location, he saw a creature holding the bones of the animal he ate in the past. Kyuru. The orc viewed it as an opportunity sent from heaven. At that moment, the orc only had a single goal. To kill the surprised beast, tear the skin off his belly, and then savoring its fresh guts first. Kyuru. In the midst of such fantasies, the orc charged toward the prey that had its back to him, igniting his strength to the fullest. It wanted to instantly crush its prey's spine, preventing it from running away. He wanted to eat the helpless prey while it was still alive. Kyuru. Obviously, the orc didn't notice the two skeleton soldiers that were waiting stealthily. Swig. He also didn't see one of the two skeleton soldiers swing its sword to slash the left side of his neck while the other one was going for the right. Q. By the time the orc realized something was wrong and stopped in its track, the orc's neck already had a deep gash. The wound was very deep due to the tremendous force of the orc's charge. Pot. Blood began to gush out from both sides of the orc's nape. Kyuru. Surprised by the outcome, the orc hurriedly covered both sides of his neck with his hands. Buke. Naturally, there was no way for the orc to block an arrow that was flying toward his back while both of his hands were blocking the wounds on his neck. The orc is poisoned by blood poisoning. Moreover, he couldn't do anything to stop Kim Woo-jin's blood poison, which was smeared all over the arrowhead, from penetrating the orc's body in an instant. Q. Massive blood loss and poisoning. Suffering from these two disasters, the orc's body wavered like a candlelight brushing against the wind. Tialji. Seeing an opening lit up the skeleton soldier's eyes and they slowly narrowed the distance between themselves and the orc. Instead of being reckless after seeing the weakened prey, they began to show more elaborate, cautious movements. Kim Woo-jin laughed in his heart. To think that they would use their owner as bait. He laughed at the skeleton soldiers, who used him as a bait and waited for the orc to be caught, and then giving it a fatal blow. In his heart, Kim Woo-jin do not blame the skeleton soldiers. They are so much like me. Kim Woo-jin didn't have the right to blame the skeleton soldiers that acted so selfishly. Huh? Then, Kim Woo-jin saw the orc's eyes. Red? As soon as Kim Woo-jin saw the orc's red eyes, he noticed that it was unlike other orcs. He has eaten his own kind. Some orcs can't overcome and handle their hunger and eat their own people. As you may expect, orcs that eat their own kind won't survive too long. Orcs that eat their own kin would be alienated and kicked out from their tribe, and would be hunted by them. However, those who were stronger than the average orcs would hunt those who chased after them instead. Orc hunter. They would become an orc hunter. In other words, the monster in front of him was the boss monster of the dungeon. Stop! Kim Woo-jin yelled toward his skeleton soldiers. Hearing the shout, the skeleton soldiers who were repeatedly slashing their scimitars widened the distance between themselves and the orc. However, the orc hunter was already in a critical state. The skeleton soldiers' scimitars had already utterly destroyed the orc hunter's body. When Kim Woo-jin saw the resulting scene, he clicked his tongue. Kim Woo-jin still had work he wanted to do in the dungeon. He wanted to pick up more items and gather more information from the dead players. I was going to catch the boss monster when the time was right. That's why he planned to keep the boss monster alive as long as possible. I never thought catching monsters too well could become a problem. Unfortunately, it was all over. You have leveled up, you have hunted the orc hunter, you have cleared the dungeon. At this time, he heard the level up notification, followed by a notification saying that the dungeon was cleared. It was just as Kim Woo-jin predicted. There is nothing else I can do. After thinking it over, Kim Woo-jin was no longer worried. The deed was already done and he already achieved the minimum requirements for his desired goal. There was no reason to tremble in anger or irritation. The emissary of the underworld admires your ability. Moreover, there was a gift. The emissary of the underworld delivers a part of its power. The rank of the skeleton soldier skill increases by 1 level. Kim Woo-jin's halo sent Kim Woo-jin a gift. Inside a camping trailer with a small bed built inside, Cho Minutes GI, a member of the Phoenix Guild dungeon support team, stood up and stretched. The first thing he looked for when he woke up was his smartphone. When he turned on his smartphone, he saw a pile of negative news announcing the appearance of a monster. However, Cho Minutes GI did not really care. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a long time. On the contrary, he smacked his lips over the lingering feeling of restfulness that he had not experienced in a long while. It's thanks to Kim Woo-jin. The reason for his good night's sleep was none other than Kim Woo-jin. While players are clearing the dungeon, monsters will not come out from the dungeon gate. This meant that until Kim Woo-jin died after entering the dungeon, Chominut's GI was freed from the fear of a monster jumping out of his dungeon gate. That was a good reason to sleep well. Of course, that did not mean that Chominut's GI would improve his assessment of Kim Woo-jin. What a strange bastard he is. There were still bad rumors concerning Kim Woo-jin spreading in the Phoenix Guild. No, the rumors about Kim Woo-jin were now spreading to other guilds as well. That's it. Already, his career as a player was virtually over. One can only solo dungeons up to LV10 and that's it. The limit for one-floor dungeons below level 10 were 10 people, but the case for dungeon below level 20 was as many as 20 people. As for dungeons with 2 floors, a 20 people limit was the standard. Despite that, there were times when dungeons wouldn't be cleared. This meant that there were monsters far stronger than what 20 players could handle. There was definitely a limit to holding out by oneself in such a place. No, never mind the limits, the players might even try to kill him. Players should be careful of the other players on top of the monsters inside a dungeon. Especially, if a player with a bad reputation had a good item, it would be a nightmare. Well, he'll survive somehow. In the end, it wasn't something Chominut's GI needed to worry about. Anyway, I have to check out the dungeon gate. I wonder if he already died? All he had to do was to request for help until the dungeon was cleared. Like that, Chominut's GI came out of the camping trailer to do his job. Only then could he see. Huck! A man was sitting on the plastic chair in front of his camping trailer and oiling his scimitars. Key, Mr. Kim Woo-jin? The identity of the man was none other than Kim Woo-jin. Ah, did you sleep well? Ho, how did you? When questioned by the surprised Chominut's GI, Kim Woo-jin replied while putting away his scimitar inside of his item window like magic. I returned from the dungeon a little while ago. I didn't want to wake you up when you looked like you were having such a nice sleep. Chominut's GI, who received an unexpected answer to his question, did not ask further. He just kept blinking. Eventually, Kim Woo-jin continued the conversation. My luck was good. Since the preceding parties left a fatal wound on the orc hunter, it was fairly easy to kill. I have recorded the details on the notepad. Please refer to it when you write up your report. After speaking, Kim Woo-jin handed over a note. Chominut's GI nodded silently. And this? Then Kim Woo-jin handed over a plastic bag containing a piece of cloth and a long sword to Chominut's GI. What is this? Chominut's GI asked with a look. Kim Woo-jin answered the question with a sad expression. I don't know whose it is, but I think it is the item left behind by the player who had died inside. I think it's a will. It looks like he used his own blood to write on the cloth. Please send it to his or her family or acquaintances. Ah, I understand. Finally, Chominut's GI replied. Kim Woo-jin emphasized once again. I want you to find out who it is and then deliver it to them. That repeated emphasis got Chominut's GI to change his mind about Kim Woo-jin for the first time. Maybe he's actually a really good person unlike the rumors. That Kim Woo-jin may be a totally different person from what people say about him. Oh, but I got this long sword from the dungeon, so I can keep it according to the rules, right? Please send it to me after you've checked the owner. Of course, the idea didn't last long. Also, did you fill up my car with gas? As expected, he is a freak. This was the conclusion Chominut's GI made about Kim Woo-jin. If a player dies in a dungeon, all the items previously owned by the player are handed over to the players that cleared the dungeon. Therefore, other players were sometimes interested when a player brought something out of the dungeon. Although, it was usually only when items of at least the unique grade were brought out. Damn it. It was such a case for Park Ji-soon. When he heard that the dungeon in Chuncheon was cleared, the words that came out of his mouth were, "Why the fuck did you tell me something like that? Jung Yong-kyu, that son of a bitch." Nevertheless, when an item belonging to a man named Jung Yong-kyu came out of the dungeon, as well as his will, things changed. Then after checking the contents of the will, Park Ji-soon's mind melted away. If you are going to die, just die cleanly. Why the fuck are you leaving that stuff behind? As a matter of fact, It was impossible to check the contents of the will properly because it was already damaged. Only 5 letters were legible. Park, Wan, In, Sa, and Nying. It was an indeterminable will, one had to be a cryptologist to decipher its meaning. However, Park Ji-soon was able to interpret it as soon as he saw it. Park Yong-wan, Human Hunt. Before he died, Jun Yong-kyu left a note in his will about a very ugly project called human hunting. He was not interested as to why he left it at the moment of his death. It was not important either. If Park Yong-wan hears about this, I'm finished. The important detail was that if Park Ji-soon didn't handle this properly and things got out of control, he was likely to meet Jun Yong-kyu in hell. I have already taken care of the will. Fortunately, the will came to Park Ji-soon. It wasn't unexpected. Park Ji-soon was the one who introduced and recruited Jun Yong-kyu to the Phoenix Guild. Considering that Jun Yong-kyu had no family, it was only natural for the Phoenix Guild to deliver the will to Park Ji-soon, an acquaintance of Jun Yong-kyu. Naturally, Park Ji-soon decided to incinerate the will. Now the only thing that's left is. That was only one thing left. I just have to take care of that person. Kim Woo-jin. He had to deal with Kim Woo-jin, who brought out the will. It's better this way. At this point, Park Ji-soon could feel his heart feeling a little relieved. It's nothing much to deal with someone like him. If the player involved in the incident was too strong or was a part of a big faction, it would have been troublesome. However, Kim Woo-jin was a player who had nothing to do with any of that. No one would complain if a stray dog dies. To Park Ji-soon, Kim Woo-jin was a stray dog with no talent, no background, and no faction. He already thought of a scenario to deal with a stray dog like him. My level is 19. If I invite him to my party as a token of appreciation for bringing Jun Yong-kyu's will, he will wag his tail like a dog. Park Ji-soon wanted to take care of him inside a dungeon by inviting him to his party as if he were showing favor to Kim Woo-jin. I need to choose a dungeon. Okay, let's do this thoroughly. I will take care of him inside an illegal dungeon that the guild does not bid on. Park Ji-soon once again examined his scenario and stole a look at Jun Yong-kyu's longsword on the table. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. I'm here to pick up an item. May I come in? Park Ji-soon spoke with rejoice. Come in, come in. A man put his head forward after opening a door. My name is Kim Woo-jin. I'm Park Ji-soon. It was the moment the beggar bit the bait. Chapter 16. In Samseong-dong, an untimely drama unfolded in an office within the 25-story building of the Phoenix Guild headquarters. Yong-kyu, he was like my little brother. There were 2 actors. Park Ji-soon and Kim Woo-jin. I have told him time and time again that he needs to be careful. As one of the actors, Park Ji-soon stroked Jun Yong-kyu's longsword with red teary eyes. Kim Woo-jin tried to console him. You must be heartbroken. The atmosphere of the conversation felt very awkward. I wonder if that's the reason why? I'm sorry, I'm just having weird thoughts in my head. And thank you for bringing me his will. Park Ji-soon made an effort to change the mood. No, not at all. Kim Woo-jin shook his head as if he did not deserve such gratitude. It was then that the mood became somewhat relaxed. Anyway, by any chance, have you seen the details of the will? Then, as if he was waiting for the right moment, Park Ji-soon asked this question. Kim Woo-jin answered the question while maintaining a stiff expression on his face. I took a peek at it to see what it was. I'm sorry. I wouldn't have looked at it if I had known it was a will. For a brief moment, Park Ji-soon revealed he felt annoyed and bit his lip. Of course, it was only for a moment. No, I'm thankful that you found the will. Park Ji-soon, who had already loosened his face, handed Kim Woo-jin a long sword that was a relic of Jun Yong-kyu. Then please use his sword well. Yes. Kim Woo-jin received the sword right away. Now, at the moment, the 2 no longer had a reason to talk. So Park Ji-soon brought up a new topic. Do you want to join a party by any chance? Upon hearing the question, Kim Woo-jin replied with his head down while revealing shame. Ah, About that. I don't know if you know about this, but I don't have a party right now because of some incident. To be honest, I've never actually been offered to join a party. What kind of incident? Well, Kim Woo-jin, who seemed hesitant to continue the conversation, looked extremely miserable. Park Ji-soon immediately gave an offer to Kim Woo-jin without any hesitation. Would you like to join my party? Really? Kim Woo-jin looked startled, almost as if he had been hit by a surprise punch in the pit of his stomach. Park Ji-soon smiled lightly at the amusing reaction. There's an open spot in the party. It was a spot that Young-kyu was supposed to fill after he cleared the dungeon. Perhaps, this is also fate. But my skills are not that good. I don't care if your skills are good or not. Who would need to join a party if everybody was good? It's your answer that counts. I'm offering you to join my party, and all that matters is your answer. Face such a choice, Kim Woo-jin said with determination. If you allow me to join the party, I'll do my best. Even if it means putting my life on the line. Congratulations on joining our party. Park Ji-soon reached out his hand toward Kim Woo-jin, and Kim Woo-jin grasped it with both hands. It was a scene reminiscent of a boss and his new employee. That's it. Finally, Park Ji-soon knew that his scenario was complete. It's been handled cleanly. He also gained some room to breathe in his heart. Feel free to ask me if you need anything. I'll do whatever I can to help you. Park Ji-soon, who has never helped anyone in his life, said such a thing due to his mind and heart becoming at ease. Is anything all right? Yes, of course. I can even give my life to a party member if necessary. Kim Woo-jin, with a trace of admiration, requested from Park Ji-soon. Then, can you lend me some money? Huh? It was handled swiftly. It only took 3 days for Kim Woo-jin to officially join Park Ji-soon's party and have everything settled. A 100 million won deposit. The amount of money that Kim Woo-jin borrowed from Park Ji-soon was 100 million won. The dungeon is 1 floor. Then Woo-jin received the dungeon report. Troll hunt, dungeon floors, 1 floor, dungeon difficulty, C rank, dungeon capacity, 6 people, entry condition, must be LV20 or below, clear condition, hunt 4 trolls, troll hunt. As soon as Kim Woo-jin saw this, he smiled. It's an illegal dungeon. The bodies of the monsters hunted in a dungeon were usually useless. The skin or flesh of an orc or goblin was no different from garbage. However, the bodies of certain monsters were worth a lot of money. Trolls were a good example. Troll's blood was useful in many fields due to its healing properties. As for the LV20 trolls that appear on the first floor, the price is about 10 million won per liter, I think. Therefore, even the lowest level of troll's blood cost around 10 million won per liter. Also, the amount of blood that one could harvest from a troll was more or less 15 liters. Which meant that each troll could be traded for 150 million won per troll. The bodies of 4 trolls alone was worth more than 500 million won. That was not a paltry amount. Furthermore, the trolls were not the only source of money. If a decent item drops as well, you can expect tens of millions of won. In other words, it meant that one could expect at least 500 million won from the dungeon. That's why Kim Woo-jin was convinced that the dungeon was illegal and was traded for illegally outside the guild. There's no way this dungeon was left to the guild. In the case of lucrative dungeons, they would disappear as soon as the government published an announcement. Isn't it a dungeon that doesn't need compensation in the first place? Therefore, dungeons like this were never reported to the government. As mentioned earlier, there was a trade between players and brokers. There was nothing better than this for creating slush funds. In reality, clearing a dungeon then receiving a successful payment from the guild does not give much benefit to the players. If you clear a dungeon under the control of a guild, the number of monsters the player captured and the items the player retrieved are recorded. It wasn't without reason that the support teams were so desperate to write a report. Also, under the contract, anything that comes out of a dungeon can only be traded through the guild. This meant that the income of the player is recorded as well. No one likes paying taxes no matter how much the government lowers the rate of the player's income tax. It was a situation where a black market would be created no matter what. Also, the government doesn't intervene. The government tolerated the black market. Nevertheless, the government's profit from clearing the dungeons was enough, and it would be a shame to give up all the bribes to close each other's eyes. But to see that they are attempting to clear this kind of dungeon right after I joined. In this sense, Kim Woo-jin was impressed by Park Ji-soon's ability to secure the dungeon. It looks like there's a strong line behind him. To be exact, Kim Woo-jin was impressed by Park Ji-soon's connections that allowed him to acquire such a dungeon. Caught a decent prey by the tail. Kim Woo-jin, who put down the dungeon report, thought about what's going to happen momentarily. The situation was clear. All that's left is. The only thing that was left was for Park Ji-soon to contact Kim Woo-jin soon, explaining the dungeon, and advising him not to tell the guild of the dungeon because it is illegal and to not leave any traces. He will also add how he acquired the particularly lucrative dungeon just for an urgent need. Then was only one thing Kim Woo-jin had to do. Nodding and looking at him as if he were his savior. The last act. To Kim Woo-jin, it was the type of skit that he was best at. Gyeongwon-gu, Cheonggyeongbuk-do. This place used to be a driving academy a long time ago, but only a scrap heap and broken used cars were left around. A Damas appeared in a place where no one would notice even if a man died while screaming. Tur-tur-tur, the appearance of the cars and their breathtaking noise reminded one of beasts unknowingly entering their graves. Soon, people started getting out of the car, one by one. The people who appeared were specially equipped. There wasn't anyone in a normal attire. Everyone wore armor made of leather or metal and wore medieval weapons such as knives or sticks, axes, and bows on their backs and sides. What was even more unusual was that the weapons they were holding were automatic rifles or guns. Clear. Clear. Soon, wary men holding their guns scanned the area with their eyes and all focused on one place. They noticed a distorted space between the parking spaces. It was a dungeon gate. Hangnim, there it is. Yeah. The last one to get out of the car, Park Ji-soon, also checked the gate and nodded. Then a man with his head down asked Park Ji-soon a question in a careful manner. "Excuse me, but isn't it more beneficial to just hang around here and catch a troll?" Hearing the question, Park Ji-soon chuckled lightly. "Don't be so greedy. We would lose a lot if even one troll escapes outside." "Ah. Oh, and trolls are hard to catch with a gun. There's nothing we can do if we miss it even once. So be sure to handle it when you can. Also, you know what to do, right?" "Of course." Park Ji-soon, who was speaking, secretly turned his head. The man, who was speaking with him, looked as well. They looked at the nervous young man like hyenas who found a wounded deer. "By all means, I have to make sure everything goes accordingly." Park Ji-soon, who was looking at Kim Woo-jin, clenched his teeth. My fucking 100 million won. It was none other than the 100 million won he lent Kim Woo-jin. He couldn't help but lend him the money. To resolve Kim Woo-jin's suspicions and to take him to the next world with certainty, an irresistible bait was needed. However, no matter how well a player makes money, 100 million won was not a small amount. Even if he were to hunt trolls. Although trolls were a good source of money, it was also a monster that was too strong for a gun to handle. Physical damage was ineffective, but they could be killed with close-range flame magic from a mage. In other words, the danger for those who had to distract, fight, and lure them would increase substantially. If Park Ji-soon was not a mage and didn't have to draw the troll's attention while fighting, he would have never come to this dungeon. Damn it. At the fact that he lent 100 million won to someone he was going to kill agonized Park Ji-soon. Let's just say it's the price for his life. Park Ji-soon tried hard to console himself. Kim Woo-jin came before him. Kim Woo-jin first bowed. "Thank you. To think that you would go this far just for me." At the sight, Park Ji-soon pounded Kim Woo-jin's shoulder. A party member is the same as family. Don't bow over a small matter like this. Still, you got an illegal dungeon just for me. Furthermore, you lent me a lot of money as well. Once again, when the money was mentioned, Park Ji-soon could barely keep his face calm. Do a good job this time and pay it back. If this dungeon is cleared properly, at least 50 million won will fall to every member. Thank you. I will work hard and pay you back. The way Kim Woo-jin looked at Park Ji-soon was like a believer looking at a savior from heaven. That level of respect made Park Ji-soon want to ridicule him. I will be able to collect about 100 million won from all the items he will drop after killing him anyway. Kim Woo-jin asked Park Ji-soon a question. By the way, did anyone have any complaints? For going this far for my sake? In response, Park Ji-soon shook his head. No such thing would ever happen. On the contrary, everyone listened to your story and readily agreed. Wasn't that what happened, also? In response, a big man who called Park Ji-soon Hyungnim a little while ago, nodded his head. By all means. It's just helping a new member of the family, we can at least do this much. Everyone feels the same way. Immediately, there were words of agreement. I'd have to agree with you. As soon as I heard the story, I knew I had to help. Just buy me a drink later. Yes, the youngest will buy our celebration drink if he comes out alive. All the people who spoke glared at Kim Woo-jin. It was the glare of a snake looking at a mouse in a corner. So everyone agreed. 8. Despite noticing the glares, Kim Woo-jin replied with a smile. Please take good care of me, I look forward to working with you all. Kim Woo-jin's fourth dungeon hunt just got started. Chapter 17. As soon as the lights went out, tall trees emerged. The gray trees, which rose straight up like a telephone pole, gave the forest an urban atmosphere. Rather feeling the richness of a forest, the asphalt-like world gave them an unpleasant premonition. I've never been in a place like this before. What kind of trees are they? Park Ji-soon's party members made a grim face upon seeing the sight. These gray forests could not help but appear unpleasant to them, who had only seen green forests up till now. Come on, let's get our act together. It was Park Ji-soon who settled the uneasy mood. Don't be frightened, it's not like the trees will kill us. The only thing we need to watch out for are the monsters. 8. Then let's search around first. Park Ji-soon skillfully directed the party. Then the party members came to their senses one by one and started to perform their duties. With the exception of Kim Woo-jin, everyone else looked like players who were level 17 or above. To reach level 17, it took experience clearing at least 10 dungeons. Therefore, even if they were slightly disturbed at first, they were definitely different from those cocky newbies who were below level 10 when it came to encountering unexpected situations. I'll handle the role of a scout. At that time, Kim Woo-jin asked to be in charge of scouting the perimeter. Scout? Yes. Your ability has nothing to do with scouting, right? Will you be okay? Kim Woo-jin's halo was the emissary of the underworld. Most of the players with the emissary of the underworld as their halo usually played the role between magicians and swordsmen. They were often called magic swordsmen by other players. It was an inappropriate halo for taking the role of a scout. Furthermore, Kim Woo-jin said his ability was based around the poison from his blood poisoning. I should be a help to everyone like this. After Kim Woo-jin's remark, there was no more opposition to his request. There was no reason to refuse to him when he volunteered to assume such a dangerous role. It's better if he dies. If there was an unfortunate incident, then it would be like everyone blowing their noses without using their hands. Kim Woo-jin left the area to assume his role as a scout. The rest immediately started chatting. What a foolish fellow, he's the type of person who would end up killing himself even when left alone. That's right. Hyungnim, it seemed like all that time and energy we spent were in vain. I think he would have died even if we left him alone. Park Ji-soon, who tapped himself on the head with his staff, thought so as well. Damn it, and here I thought he was something. At first, he was very wary of Kim Woo-jin. It was because of the rumor. Although the rumors that he stole a boss monster on the verge of death were bad rumors, it still required certain degree of skill and ability to steal a boss monster from a group of players. Even though it was a boss monster on the verge of death, didn't it also mean he had the experience of clearing a dungeon by himself? Looking at his result and accomplishments alone, everyone would, at the very least, think that he had the basics down. To think that he was just lucky. However, Kim Woo-jin's actions shows that he did not even understand the word basic anywhere. He was a case in which he got this far due to his good luck. He was also of a common breed. There were plenty of cases in which players were lucky enough to go on a roll. Then as soon as their luck ran out, it was game over for them. I can't believe he uses poison as well. Furthermore, Kim Woo-jin's ability was poison. It was the best ability to produce results beyond one's ability when luck went the person's way. The kids are right. He would have died even if I left him alone. In other words, even if Park Ji-soon didn't go out of his way to eliminate him, he would have died in a dungeon. Shit. When he came to such a conclusion, Park Ji-soon's heart began to ache with bitterness. My 100 million won. The amount of money and effort he put in to deal with Kim Woo-jin was not low. Anything's fine. It just has to be certain he dies. Thus, Park Ji-soon emphasized to his party members that it had to be definite. We have to somehow check his dead body. We also have to take care of everything in here. Everyone nodded at those statements. Absolutely. You can count on us. None of those who answered had any hesitation. It wasn't because they were determined or because they had a strong resolve. I mean, it's not like this is our first or second time doing it. They were just used to doing this. So, what are we going to do? Should we just remove him when he comes? Or should we use a monster? Park Ji-soon smiled at that question. Use him as much as we can until we can't use him anymore. Let's use him as a bait until he can't be used for now. 30 minutes later, Kim Woo-jin appeared. Hey. We're in trouble. He ran in a rush while having trouble breathing. Hey. Kim Woo-jin, who went on a search, rushed toward Park Ji-soon and his party. Park Ji-soon and his party members were now fully alert, and started preparing for battle. There was only one case in which the scout came back in such an urgent way. Damn it, that bastard. To hell with you. If you are going to fucking die, die alone. It was a case when the scout draws a monster back to their party. Of course, Park Ji-soon and his party were appalled. It was not easy for them to manage their facial expressions. Soon after joining the party, Kim Woo-jin approached Park Ji-soon and said urgently, "There's a troll coming from over there." Everyone's faces became twisted upon his remark. Fucking really? Why would you scout like that? Angry shouts sprang up everywhere. They couldn't help it when they thought of a fearsome monster like a troll. Trolls were not easy to damage with physical attacks. That is why it was important to create an environment where magicians can use their magic safely after setting up a sufficient amount of traps. They had to take the initiative. It was a monster that they couldn't allow to dictate the pace of the battle. You want to die, son of a bitch? That's why they couldn't help but feel angry toward Kim Woo-jin. Everyone hold it together. It was Park Ji-soon who calmed their anger. Warriors in the front. Healer be on standby. First, 2 of us will prepare our magic. Don't forget to prepare the oil. After receiving the commands, everyone took out their oils from their inventories. It was to use fireball magics after pouring oils on the troll's body. It was the most methodical tactic for the situation. Get in battle formation. Everyone got in their battle position for the upcoming battle as well. 2 soldiers wearing iron armor stood in the front to face the troll, while the healer stood by to deploy heal and move at any time, and behind them were 2 magicians including Park Ji-soon. I will go first. One of them started casting. Standing straight, he put his hands together. Then the flame started to coil around his palms. The coiled fire began to grow. After he saw it, Park Ji-soon looked away. There's only one left. Kim Woo-jin, you. Naturally, Park Ji-soon was thinking of sending Kim Woo-jin at the front to attract the troll's attention. He intended to call out Kim Woo-jin's name to send him to the front line right now. But Park Ji-soon wasn't able to spit out those words. Sug. A small but an extremely sharp dagger cut through Park Ji-soon's windpipe in an instant. Ugh! With the sound of Park Ji-soon's breath escaping his body, he dropped to the floor. The fallen Park Ji-soon could not even let out a scream. He could only look at what was happening. It was the scene of Kim Woo-jin running away with the healer after slicing through the healer's neck so that he could not be treated by his colleague. What was most important in a battle was the timing of the ambush. No one would deny the importance of knowing the right time for initiation. It was as important as knowing the right time for retreat. You don't have to force yourself to do it all at once. It was good to bite your opponent's neck to make them bleed, but it was also not bad for you to keep your opponent in a corner and bleed out his blood. Kim Woo-jin wanted to hunt Park Ji-soon in the latter way. He did not intend to engage in bloody battles against people who were new to murdering, especially since they had 6 levels or greater advantages, unless absolutely necessary. This was why Kim Woo-jin did not bite more than he could chew in the first battle. He left Park Ji-soon in a state where he was unable to battle and also took the healer with him after. He wanted to break the opponent's core strength first and then take care of the rest. Fuck, without Young Wook, we'll all die. What do? We gotta catch him. The decision that Park Ji-soon's party opted for was to chase Kim Woo-jin. The 2 warriors from the Undying Fighter Halo simultaneously began to chase after Kim Woo-jin. It was a rather reasonable judgment. It will be troublesome if we let him escape right now. That bastard's level is below ours. There is no reason for us to be unable to catch him. Kim Woo-jin's level was lower than theirs. Which meant no matter how much points Kim Woo-jin invested in his constitution, there was almost no way he had a higher constitution than them. In other words, there was no reason for them to lose against Kim Woo-jin when it came to speed and close-range fights. Kim Woo-jin was also well aware of that fact. So, they decided to chase. Of course, Kim Woo-jin also planned for things to go this way. 30 minutes. There was no way he spent 30 minutes fooling around smoking his cigarette or something, was there? The translucent wire hidden between the trees finally caught on a person's ankles. Ah! A cry came out from a man who fell. But the cry did not last long. In the place where he fell, a sharp piles of stone that had been prepared penetrated into the man's face. Fortunately, his helmet prevented his face from being smashed into a pulp. Pudug. But it could not prevent his neck from being twisted backward. Pujaru. Not too long after, the body of the man with a broken neck started to convulse as if it had been electrocuted. Jun Wook. The remaining one screamed in surprise upon seeing how his colleague had just been excluded from the fight. Hey, you fucking son of a bitch! Soon after, he vented his anger against the main culprit of the whole affair. That was all. Come out! Come out, you son of a bitch! The man who could only vent his anger, Young Il-soo, did not move from his position. He knew that if he recklessly moved out of anger, he would end up just like his colleague. Fucking bastard, I told you to get out. In response to Young Il-soo's repeated shouts, figures that were hiding behind the tree came out. Let's go, you son of a bitch. Huh? However, the figures that appeared were goblin skeletons. Not 1 but 3. 3 goblin skeleton soldiers slowly narrowed the distance between Young Il-soo, each holding a dagger in its hand. Wait, what? With the arrival of the goblin skeletons, Young Il-soo started to shrink back in fear. His entire body showcased how he was overwhelmed with fear rather than reason. Dialgi. This fact prompted the skeletons to rush at the man without any hesitation. A few minutes later, a scream echoed in the woods. Ooh, what happened? Park Ji-soon, who managed to heal his neck wounds with the help of a healing potion, carefully opened his mouth while lying down. I don't know. Cuck. But what followed the question was the moan of his last companion. What is it? He looked at his colleague who was treating him. Arg, Bo. A colleague knelt to the floor after answering. He wasn't dead. Buke. But at the mercy of another arrow, the companion fell forward. Shit, what the hell is happening? Park Ji-soon rose reflexively from his seat. However, the moment he got up, a terrible dizziness struck Park Ji-soon. Park Ji-soon stumbled and fell to the floor. the wound was treated, but he was still anemic from the severe blood loss. It was also the most frightening symptom. It was a sign that Park Ji-soon didn't have much blood left at this point. Nevertheless, Park Ji-soon tried to rise. However, he couldn't get up, forcing him to move his upper body instead. Then he turned his head in the direction of where the arrows came from. A man with 3 goblins, who was knocking a new arrow in his bow, could be seen. Park Ji-soon knew the person's face. Kim Woo-jin. But the image of Kim Woo-jin in Park Ji-soon's eyes was not something he had ever seen from a player. It was the image of a beast whose eyes shone brightly upon seeing its prey. Facing such a horror, Park Ji-soon had no doubt in his mind that Kim Woo-jin had already killed his healer and his 2 warrior companions. Moreover, Park Ji-soon did not question Kim Woo-jin. I'm going to die. Park Ji-soon was more aware than anyone as to why Kim Woo-jin would want to kill Park Ji-soon and his companions. Please spare me. Therefore, Park Ji-soon begged for his life instead of asking why. I'll do anything for you. Money, I'll get you as much money as I can. He began to negotiate for his life. But Kim Woo-jin pulled his bow without any hesitation. I have secretly hidden items. There's something I snuck out from behind. I have things I have accumulated secretly. Then Park Ji-soon screamed. Despite the anemia caused by his severe blood loss making him dizzy, Park Ji-soon did not stop. When I die, you won't be able to get all the items I secretly hid away. I'm the only one who knows where it is. No, I also know other players' secrets besides that. There's a lot of things that can be turned into money. He repeatedly stressed the benefits of keeping him alive. However, Kim Woo-jin did not respond and remained indifferent to Park Ji-soon's pleading. In the first place, the situation was neither a revenge against one's sworn enemy nor a duel with one's honor at stake. It was nothing more than a hunter hunting his game. Of course, there was no need for a sympathy or room for negotiation. Above all, Kim did Woo-jin not have to try to listen to the story from the living. Soon, Kim Woo-jin let go of the bowstring with a calm face. Pang! After a brief shriek, an arrowhead made of his own blood pierced Park Ji-soon's chest. Park Ji-soon had taken off his leather armor during the process of treating the wound on his neck, making it possible for Kim Woo-jin's arrow to strike at his open chest. It pierced exactly at the location of his heart. At that moment, Park Ji-soon uttered his final will. Legendary item. Kim Woo-jin looked surprised for the first time. Chapter 18. The value of a legendary item was indescribable. It is very expensive not only for ordinary people, but it was unbelievably expensive even to people who had a lot money and assets. What was even more surprising was that most of the time, a legendary item could not be bought no matter how much money was offered. Indeed, one could count in their hands the number of times legendary items were traded in the market. Also, the transaction details itself was vaguely listed in a way similar to how a company revealed its M&A, just stating that there was such a trade. The value of a legendary item was immense to such a degree. Oh my god. Wow, oh my god. Oh my god. It's a legendary. My legendary. It was enough to completely change one's life. No, wait a minute. Doesn't this mean that if someone finds out that I have this item, I'm finished? Shit. However, there was no guarantee that such a transformation would unconditionally be positive. Rather, it was often negative. When it became known that a player had a legendary item, from then on, they were virtually seen as monsters that dropped a legendary item. As I mentioned before, legendary items were not things that could simply be put on the market to find buyers or subject to such transactions. Shit. If I want to sell this, I have to give this to Park Yong-wan, but he will definitely rip me off. No, that bastard is the kind of person that would silence me. That guy is no good. And if I hand it over to the guild directly, Park Yong-wan will not leave me alone. I will still be traced even if I put this on the black market. Items or skill pages of the legendary rank were not something ordinary markets could handle. In the end, there was only one way to sell it. I should be able to sell it when my level is high enough. I can track a buyer once I'm strong enough, then I can't try to sell it. To become a seller after you have enough power or influence to not be robbed by others. Until then, he had to hide the fact that he had items of the legendary class rating and keep them safely locked up in his arms. Plus Ultra, item rank, legendary, must be level 1 or above to use. Item description, a ring that allows one to surpass one's limit. Its worth cannot be described in mere words. Increase all skill ranks by 1. Park Ji-soon, he lived with a legendary class ring on his finger and hid that fact behind him. A plus ring. That was the reason why Kim Woo-jin was surprised. I never thought I'd get this. Plus Ultra. The item was familiar to Kim Woo-jin. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin also knew how great the item actually was. The option itself may not seem that spectacular and amazing for a legendary item. The legendary skill, Eyes of Anubis, allowed Kim Woo-jin to read the memories of the dead very quickly. Its option was like giving Kim Woo-jin a supernatural power. Compared to that, the option to increase all skill ranks by 1 didn't look so great. In fact, the power of the ring will not do much for the current Kim Woo-jin. However, once one's skill rank reached the Master S rank, the ring would show unbelievable power beyond one's imagination. I got way more than I thought I would. The power of this ring allows one to use one's Master rank skill as an X rank or a Transcendence rank. It was a big deal. Raising a skill to a Master rank required a lot of time, effort, and talent. Achieving Transcendence rank required insane luck similar to acquiring a legendary item. However, all this could be solved with just one item. In fact, the man who used this item in the past bought something that could not normally be bought with money. Hayashi Kansuke, now I know why the broker had this. Hayashi Kansuke, a former broker of a black market in Asia, who offered the plus ring to a man which allowed him to dominate the black market industry in Asia by gaining that man's protection. I understand how Johann Georg got his hands on this now. The king of the undead. He was the one who Hayashi Kansuke gave up the plus ring to in exchange for protection. He ripped it off from Park Ji-soon and offered it to him. Naturally, it was none other than Hayashi Kansuke who provided Park Ji-soon and his party with this dungeon. It was not unreasonable. Of course, he was also the one who helped Park Yong-wan through the whole process when he sold items and players to Japan as well. I thought it was Park Yong-wan who had secured the plus ring and gave it to Johann Georg, but to think it actually went like this. Considering the relationship between Park Yong-wan and Hayashi Kansuke, it was certain. Kim Woo-jin do not think there were any doubts about their connection. What's important now was that Kim Woo-jin found the entrance to the market that Hayashi Kansuke created in Korea. Kim Woo-jin acquired another fang once again. Without hesitation, Kim Woo-jin put on his new fang into his left pinky. When he put on the ring that was big enough to fit his thumb on his left pinky, it coiled around Kim Woo-jin's pinky like a snake. Ah! At the same time, an immensely hot energy that Kim Woo-jin himself could feel was coursing from his little finger into his heart. The power of Plus Ultra is assimilated, achievement possessor of Plus Ultra is achieved, all skill ranks will increase by 1 due to the effects of Plus Ultra. Skeleton Soldier skill rank increases to C rank, Blood Poisoning skill rank increases to D rank, Blood Weapon skill rank increases to E rank. To think I would get a spec up like this. After completing equipping the item, Kim Woo-jin once again checked his strength. Skeleton Soldier, skill rank, C, skill effect, using a corpse as a sacrifice, a skeleton soldier is summoned. Number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned, 5. Possessor of Plus Ultra, achievement rank, legendary, achievement effect, all stats plus 5%, Kim Woo-jin, level, 11, Halo, the emissary of the underworld, stats, constitution, 35 plus 14, strength, 2 plus 13, mana, 3 plus 13, unallocated points, 0, 5 skeleton soldiers. What was most noticeable was that the number of skeleton soldiers that he could now summon amounted to 5. My mana can't keep up anymore. 3 skeleton soldiers alone pushed his mana to its limit. Summoning all 5 was not possible at this time. However, Kim did not worry for long. If it's not enough, I can do it myself. He still had his most powerful card, Kim Woo-jin, he himself. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin do not hesitate. I guess I should decide what to put in my inventory after I finish hunting the troll. Kim Woo-jin started the troll hunt. Troll. A monster with a height between 3 and 4 meters, short legs and long arms, and a body that resembles a gourd. The most frightening aspect of this monster was its regeneration. A monster that wouldn't step back easily despite a serious injury was a nightmare for warrior class users. There were 2 ways to kill a troll. One must either put oil on its body and set it on fire, or continue to cut up his flesh as if you were slicing sashimi. Of course, the former was the standard method. Wasn't it much easier and simpler to dump oil on a troll's body and set it on fire? You just had to wait for the troll to go crazy and die. Furthermore, there was almost no room for mistake with this method. Kim Woo-jin naturally planned to use fire. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin had his skeleton soldiers. While the skeleton soldiers attracted the troll's attention, all he had to do was throw a wooden bottle containing oil and lubricate the troll's body. He could also use the skeleton soldiers as suicide soldiers. There was no reason to consider the method. Kuoyo. He certainly thought so until he saw his 3 goblins soldiers start to synchronize their breath and repeatedly slice the troll's legs. In other words, when Kim Woo-jin saw the scene, he had to delay the plan he had prepared for a while. It's not even funny. He started to chuckle as if he had nothing to say about the situation. It was then. The troll screamed and collapsed onto the floor. Kugung. The massive body hit the ground and gave off a violent sound. However, no sound escaped from the skeleton soldiers. Talgilag. Only the sounds of bones could be heard as they persistently slashed at the already ragged legs of the troll. Kim Woo-jin shook his head at this scene. I didn't expect this to happen. The troll was a monster with a weak defense. When looking at defense alone, trolls were indeed inferior to the orcs. That's why the second way to kill them was to repeatedly cut up their body. Therefore, players with sufficient skills did not necessarily use the first method, but the second. There definitely were players who persistently cut its body to rapidly reduce its regeneration. A troll's regeneration was not absolute. However, even then, the fact that skeleton soldiers with the small frame of a goblin consistently avoided the troll's enormous club and concentrated their attacks only on his legs couldn't be explained with mere talent and abilities. The troll pitifully struggled to escape from the goblin skeleton soldiers, who were only half his size. The giant troll began to crawl in fear. It was also the first time Kim Woo-jin saw such a thing. On the other hand, it was a common sight for those who either watched Kim Woo-jin from behind or had to face him. Now I know why they looked at me that way. It was because Kim Woo-jin was just like them. When dealing with the giant troll, a monster with a low resistance to fire, Kim Woo-jin defeated it in such a way. They have the right to call me a son of a bitch. It was Kim Woo-jin who was now being critical of himself. Kim Woo-jin, of course, did not just watch. Kim Woo-jin threw the oil bottle in his hand at the escaping troll. Tjang! The oil bottle flew in a parabolic arc and broke over the troll's body, covering its body with oil and wood chips. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin lit a fire on his arrow by using a flint. The arrow holding an oil-soaked cloth was blazing with fire, and then it too drew a parabola and pierced the troll's body. Wuyulu! The troll's body was set on fire. The flames started to burn away the troll's rationality. The scene brought the skeleton soldiers' attacks to a halt. Instead of recklessly charging at the agonizing troll who was frantically thrashing around, they decided to watch the situation. One of them looked at Kim Woo-jin. Like a puppy that just had his toy taken away when he was playing with it. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin also looked at the skeleton soldier and thought. I wonder if they can use a bow as well? You have leveled up, there are 3 trolls remaining. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin heard his 12th level up. There is no reason to waste time here. Immediately after hearing the notification, Kim Woo-jin proceeded to find his next prey. Skeleton soldiers, each holding a weapon in their hand, followed Kim Woo-jin like baby ducks chasing after the mother duck. Also, one of them carried a bow in its hand. Chapter 19. Players conducted a lot of research on monsters. The information on the characteristics of monsters, their habits, and their behaviors could be traded for money. Of course, a lot of research performed didn't mean a lot of players performed it. When a small group of players develops a method through extensive research and experimentation, most players just copy it. There were no patent rights for how to handle and hunt monsters. Even if there was such right, it was impossible to enter the dungeon and watch over all the players. Kim Woo-jin naturally belonged to the researcher type. In a way, he was forced to study. The Messiah Guild had to walk on a noble path, bearing a noble yet heavy responsibility that no one else had to bear. All in order to achieve more than what their one life could currently offer, they fanatically researched. Arg. The current scene where a troll was being severely abused by his 5 goblin skeletons was a fruit of Kim Woo-jin's research. Dialgi 4 skeleton soldiers were ruthlessly cutting up the troll's legs without a hint of mercy. This was only possible because Kim Woo-jin was their owner. Ting. One of the goblin skeletons joyously and frantically shot arrows like crazy. This was also possible because it was Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldier. Dialgi. After running out of arrows to shoot, it casually approached Kim Woo-jin and blatantly asked for more arrows. Kim Woo-jin gave a wry smile at the gesture. To think I would be rewarded this way for all my suffering so far. Kim Woo thought with a bitter smile. But if I'm satisfied here, that will be it. Of course, Kim Woo-jin wasn't satisfied just because his skeleton soldiers fought well. He certainly didn't intend to leave his fate to his skeleton soldiers. Above all, Kim Woo-jin still hasn't forgotten. No matter how strong the skeleton soldier becomes, it can't reach Lee Se-jun by itself. He hasn't forgotten who his last prey was. You have leveled up, all 4 trolls have been successfully hunted, you have cleared the dungeon. In his ears, Kim Woo-jin heard his level up notification followed by a notification of the dungeon clearance. As soon as Kim Woo-jin heard the sound, he remembered a plan he had imagined in his head. It will be April 5th when I go out, it looks like I will be right on time for the big event. On April 5th, there will be a huge event, big enough to shake the entire Korean peninsula. Kim Woo-jin, who left the dungeon gate, was greeted by a warm temperature as well as the strong scent of spring, completely differently from the early spring cold which made his skin shrink before he entered the dungeon. A damas, which now didn't look much different from a scrapped car, was waiting together for Kim Woo-jin with a spring tide. Kim Woo-jin approached the damas. Jur-yuk? Then he opened the car door. This time, a shovel welcomed Kim Woo-jin. With a shovel, Kim Woo-jin began digging up the ground that was a few steps away from the car. Kang! Soon there was the sound of a metallic crash. A small safe emerged from the pit. It was a safe that contained the players' main belongings, their smartphones, their car keys, and their wallets. Tokag. Kim Woo-jin skillfully unlocked the safe with a password. Soon after, he turned on a black smartphone. He saw several text messages. Kim Woo-jin then looked at one of the texts. Dungeon Condition Report, Dungeon Condition Report. There were texts received from a particular number in a 12 hours interval. There were no caller ID. Kim Woo-jin sent a text message directly to the number. 50,403,202. It was a code. Cautious bastard. Hayashi Kansuke. It was the code needed to talk to him. It was only logical. A man who is involved in illegal activities in another country cannot work in a straightforward manner. Despite this, however, Hayashi Kansuke created a fence between himself and his customers. It was a fence to protect himself if the customer's smartphone was turned over or stolen by someone. The code existed to identify the person on the other side. The date in reverse. In addition, the password was the date backwards. It meant that the password changed every day. It was simple yet effective. Immediately, he got a call from a new number. Kim Woo-jin answered the phone. I got the call. Who is this? This is Kim Woo-jin. What about Park Ji-soon? He died in the dungeon. Rapid answers. Your relationship? I was his partner. The conversation paused for a while at the unexpected reply. What about the troll's blood? The question came after a minute or so. I have secured about 15 liters or so. Do you know how to trade them? I have heard everything from Mr. Park Ji-soon. Please accept my sympathies. That was the end of the call. Tuck. The other party went off the phone cold. Kim Woo-jin frowned. It's more annoying when you hear his voice after a long time. In fact, Kim Woo-jin pondered about it until the end. Whether to use Hayashi Kansuk or kill him. Now that Kim Woo-jin has secured the plus ring, the relationship between Hayashi Kansuk and Johann Georg virtually disappeared, and the value Hayashi Kansuk had also dropped significantly. With such decrease in his value, it would not be bad for him to remove Kansuk Hayashi, who does more harm than good to the world, and to eat the items and funds he has acquired so far. But in the end, Kim Woo-jin chose to use him. If it were not for this event, I would have removed him without hesitation. The decisive factor that shifted his decision was none other than the big event that was about to begin. To check out the big event, Kim Woo-jin searched the portal site after taking out his smartphone. Immediately, an article came up. A+ rank dungeon discovered in Busan. This was the big event Kim Woo-jin was waiting for. A+ rank 1 floor dungeon discovered, must be below level 20 to enter, entry limit 150 people. A+ rank dungeon appears. Such news shook the entire population of Korea. They couldn't help but be shaken. A+ rank. Isn't this the second time for Korea? It has only happened 20 times in the entire continent of Asia. Also, if you think about the size of Korea, it's same as Korea hitting the lottery back to back. Anyway, if it's an A+ rank dungeon. A+ rank dungeons have dropped a legendary item 7 out of 20 times. Furthermore, unique items just poured out like crazy. A+ rank dungeons had a high chance of producing items of a high grade, including legendary items. People call it a dungeon, but it was more like a treasure island than a dungeon. Moreover, the entry limit is 150 people? Isn't that a lot? I think it's the first time since the Tokyo dungeon that appeared in Japan a year ago. Isn't it too much? Not enough. It's impossible for a guild to bid exclusively for A rank or higher dungeons. And since it's a A+ rank dungeon, I'm sure that even all the Tom, Dick, and Harry guilds are going to go for it. At least 10 of the guilds will bid, and each guild will probably be given about 15 seats. Hopefully, that will be the case. There could be 150 guild bidding. Naturally, they had to be extremely restrictive in their access to the island. The bidding is going to be very competitive. Money alone probably can't solve it. I mean, isn't this the only time when the government can take advantage of the players? Maybe they will bind the players with a contract. Plus, in order to secure the seats, they had to pay more than anyone else. There was only one guild that could gain the seats without any bribes. However, the Messiah Guild will surely be given at least 10 seats even without any bribe. Of course, if they don't give seats to the Messiah Guild, won't they will begin protesting right in front of the Blue House? The protesters are already on the move. They are demanding the government to just give the Messiah Guild full rights. If you consider what the Messiah Guild has done, they should at least be awarded this way. Messiah Guild, only their place was guaranteed. In any case, the competition within any guild for the spots is going to be insane. The competition won't just be insane. The factions within the guild will do anything to put their people in. Guild officials are going to go crazy. The rest of the guilds started a silent battle to get the seats and then fought again internally to fill it. Damn it. That's how the war that dungeon support team leader Jang Woo-sok was carrying out looked like. I thought 20 seats would be more than enough, but nobody is willing to compromise and let someone else take the seat. Damn, we're the ones who fucking got the seats in the first place. Just a moment ago when the Phoenix Guild secured as many as 20 seats, Jang Woo-sok thought to himself that his job would be a lot easier. Since there would be only 2 seats left in the Phoenix Guild after dividing among the 3 factions. He thought that the three major factions should easily be able to reach a conclusion through their own agreement. To think that they would rather have only one team. It would still be alright even if not all three factions were allowed to participate in the expedition, but they were currently refusing to let multiple teams in. This meant that there would be more competitors fighting for the seats. It was understandable when one thought about it. If the players were from different guilds, they may engage in a bloody fight for many possible reasons. In contrast, it was difficult for the same guild members to have a bloody fight for any reason at all. In other words, no one intended to cooperate. Because everyone was overflowing with confidence. Well, they have basically piled and piled countless level 10 items since the beginning. And rightly so. Once they choose their members, it isn't hard to lure them with unique items. It has been around 4 years since the world turned into a game. And like most games, there were now plenty of good items for the lower levels. Jing Wusak thought that it truly wasn't difficult for them to equip their recruited members with all unique or higher items and turn them into a walking fortress. No matter how much you invest, one legendary item will make everything worth it. Also, this dungeon had more than enough merits to justify investing in. Their pride is on the line as well. At the same time, there were things more important than merit on the line. Under these circumstances, the story of selecting members for the 20 seats that the Phoenix Guild has secured would not end easily. What a pain. Nobody could foresee how the story would unfold. There will be leftovers in the end. The only thing that Jing Wusak could say with confidence was that it was virtually impossible to organize all 20 positions, leaving 1 or 2 seats vacant. And once that situation arrived, those 1 or 2 seats had to be somehow filled by someone. Who wouldn't fill all 20 seats that they barely won? Whoever that's going to fill the spot will have a pretty strong line backing them. Or it could be someone with absolutely nothing. At that moment, the thought of a man popped up in his head. Players like Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin. The team leader Jing Wusak, who thought of him, nodded. Yeah, a person like Kim Woo-jin who's sincere, hardworking, and talented. At least there won't be more trouble if he comes in. It would be better than putting someone with some money in there and then causing a ruckus. However, Jing Wusak had a wry smile. It was virtually impossible for Kim Woo-jin to get the spot. But there's no way a player like Kim Woo-jin who has nothing will get the spot. Unless someone with a voice equivalent to Park Young-wan mentions his name. Unless a miracle happens. Chapter 20. It did not take long for the A+ class dungeon to become a big event that created a sensation in the Korean peninsula. A+ rank dungeon expedition, 12 guilds confirmed to participate, government, given out as fairly as possible, Messiah Guild 20 seats secured, Phoenix Guild 20 seats secured. The government worked incredibly fast, and accordingly, the press fanned the news. Waiting for the best prospects in Korea, special. Super Rookie 7 interview. A feature article plastered the portal site and a special broadcast dominated the channel. Popular singer Yoon Yi-sung and Lee Young-hyop, a member of the Phoenix Guild, shows off their friendship. Top model Han Yo-jin, spending sweet time with lover promising star Young Joo-hyuk from the High Guild. The celebrities made the event even hotter, as if they had been waiting for it. The guilds who had secured spots also took advantage of this opportunity to spread their names. Skull Guild, we will prove our guild's potential. High Guild. We will show results that exceed everyone's imagination. Naturally, citizens and netizens also threw themselves into the blaze. I wonder who's going to clear this dungeon? Of course, it will be the Messiah Guild. Yep, Messiah. If you're Korean, let's please cheer for Messiah. As expected, most of the internet activity that the public created were fired at the Messiah Guild. Anyway, the Republic of Korea was crowded with stories regarding the A+ rank dungeon. However, there was a separate area that was alienated from such a world. Foreign Casino, the Oasis City, located in Yeongjong Island, Incheon, did not see a single bit of heat created by the A+ class dungeon. The private room with a table where Kim Woo-jin entered was the same. We have arrived. There were no signs of anxiety or crises in the room that Kim Woo-jin just entered under the surveillance of countless bodyguards. Everyone looked at their cards with a serene expression on their faces, and the chips moved mechanically. Among them, a big guy wearing a white suit and biting a cigar looked at Kim Woo-jin. A short sports haircut, tough look, and ugly looks reminded him of gangsters who are the main characters of this kind of stage. It's been a long time. Then, the man wearing a white suit moved his jaw and a man with a highly contrasting look approached Kim Woo-jin. It was a man with a small frame, torn eyes, prominent proboscis, and really unruly teeth like a rat in a ditch. Hello? The man's mouth awkwardly gave out a Korean word. It was typical of Japanese people who barely learned Korean. Have you prepared the goods? Yes. Kim Woo-jin had to act desperately in front of him. Still an unbelievable guy that I can't laugh at. The actors were Kansu Kyoshi and Kim Woo-jin, who was barely holding back his laughter in front of his face. It was just as he said. Kansu Kyoshi, the man who Kim Woo-jin wanted to meet, was the sloppy man in front of him. The man who offered the plus ring to the king of the undead and ruled the black market, encompassing all of Asia with his support, trading illegal weapons, drugs, humans, and even countries. Perhaps. He was also a man with a very cruel spirit. Even if it wasn't profitable, he would be more than happy to kill a woman when he was in the mood to do so. He had many talents and methods to turn human bodies into money. Of course, he also had many enemies. Nevertheless, he survived. He survived even longer than Kim Woo-jin. Maybe the Messiah Guild is behind him. That was the only thing that made Kim Woo-jin hesitant. Before he died, Park Shin-hye had told him that she was going to make a deal with the king of the undead. It was highly likely that the Messiah Guild put in a lot of effort to find out where Hayashi Kansuke, who was supporting the king of the undead, resided. Otherwise, there was a high possibility that they already had a contact from the start. Of course, that wasn't important right now. Here are the goods. Kim Woo-jin handed over the travel carrier that he had brought. Ah. Kansu Kyoshi received the bag. After handing over the bag, Kim Woo-jin asked, "If there was a dungeon you were planning to give to Brother Park Ji-soon, would you introduce it to me?" These words made Kansu Kyoshi narrow his eyes to an extent. His already small eyes made it hard to see it. However, the look in his tapered eyes was certainly different. "Boss, I will inform the boss." After speaking, Kansu Kyoshi approached the man playing poker, and the man glanced at Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin smiled back at his glare. He took the bait. From now on, Kansu Kyoshi will conduct a more aggressive investigation of Kim Woo-jin. Naturally, he will see how fucked up Kim Woo-jin was before the world turned into a game. Based on that, he will conclude that Kim Woo-jin is not an ordinary guy, and that he is a man with a hidden skill set. Now he'll deliver the bait to Park Yong-wan. All that information will go to Park Yong-wan. And to Park Yong-wan, there's no better candidate than me to be his eyes. Then Kim Woo-jin will achieve what he wanted. Kansu Kyoshi approached him and handed him a chip. "Here's the chip. Take the chip and go outside and the dealer will exchange it. Is there anything else I can help you with?" Kim Woo-jin replied to the question. "I actually didn't bring a car. Could you call me a taxi? You only have to give me some taxi fee." Hanam-dong, Yongsan District, Seoul. In one of Korea's most famous courtyards was a stage where even most wealthy people couldn't get close to. There was a place where the heads of Korean conglomerates lived. It was a castle. A place where one had to be granted permission from the nobles of the castle to even be allowed to be their neighbors. There was a man whom the owners of the castle had invited. Kim Woo-jin? I think I heard of this name before. The protagonist was a handsome 29-year-old man with a model-like body, who received a report from a beautiful secretary in a private mansion once owned by the head of the nation's No. 2 conglomerate. You've probably heard of it during the transforming slime incident. Park Yong-wan. Affiliated with the Phoenix Guild, he was the 8th player in Korea to reach level 100. That was enough to make him their neighbor, as one of the absolute authorities in the Republic of Korea. More than anything else, Was there a better neighbor than someone who can tear a monster's body with his bare hands in a world full of monsters? The guy that got the boss monster by stabbing his helpers in the back. Oh, him. The guy who's commonly referred to as a son of a bitch? He was now talking about Kim Woo-jin. At that time, I was told he was definitely not normal. Moreover, Park Yong-wan knew that Kim Woo-jin was not a son of a bitch who, as everyone claimed, lacked actual abilities. It was natural for him to know. Yes, that's how Baek Woo-suk testified. Park Yong-wan was one of the people who initially spread the bad rumors about Kim Woo-jin. After that, we worked on it so that there wouldn't be any noise. To be precise, Park Yong-wan's faction did the job. But now, Hayashi sent you a profile of him? Now the name of Kim Woo-jin has been mentioned once again. He went into a dungeon with Park Ji-soon's party, but he was the only one who came back alive? Following his name came the news of death of Park Ji-soon's death, a subordinate that Park Yong-wan cared a bit about. Well, Park Ji-soon was too greedy considering his level of ability, so it wouldn't be strange for him to go to hell at any time. Of course, he didn't feel even a drop of sadness about Park Ji-soon's death. To Park Yong-wan, he was nothing more than a useful horse. It's a shame though. I was going to use him as much as I could and get rid of him at the end. Instead, Park Yong-wan was planning to eliminate him quietly after he had fulfilled his use. So, what do you think? It's possible that Park Ji-soon knew Kim Woo-jin in the past. As you know, Park Se-joon was acquainted with gangsters that were active in Gangnam before becoming a player. It's not unusual for him to know Kim Woo-jin. He might have hired him after Kim Woo-jin became a player. Actually, it was Park Ji-soon who first contacted Kim Woo-jin. I heard that Park Ji-soon called Kim Woo-jin to his office. What is the possibility that Kim Woo-jin handled Park Ji-soon? Even if Park Ji-soon's abilities fall short when it comes to killing monsters, he's not the type of person to get stabbed in the back by a player. Above all, Kim Woo-jin's contact with Konsuk Hayashi via Park Ji-soon's communication network indicates that they at least had a partner-level relationship. Park Yong-wan nodded. So, Kim Woo-jin is someone who hid his abilities, and now he's a free agent after Park Ji-soon's death, right? Yes. Your opinion? He certainly has something in mind. I'm sure there is room for negotiations. Above all, his background is clean. There are no signs of it being touched. His ability to survive has already been confirmed, so he doesn't seem to lack the skill to be a watchdog. Watchdog? That was why Park Yong-wan and his secretary took an interest in the little guy named Kim Woo-jin. I always knew, but there isn't a single player that I can trust even after I bought them items, paid them, and gave them all the support they needed. Park Yong-wan formed a 6-member party to attack the A+ ranked dungeon. He also equipped them with the best unique items he could find. The amount of money he spent was considerable. Instead of counting, it was easier to calculate how much he spent by the unit of commercial buildings in Garazu Road. Naturally, the only reason for such an investment was the possibility of securing a legendary item. But here I am trying to recruit a watchdog because I'm afraid of them betraying me. What the fuck? Right? But the problem was that there was no guarantee that the invested would be willing to hand over the legendary item once they had secured it. Actually, there was nothing he could do if they tried to hide it. It's better to trust a congressman than a player. First of all, Park Yong-wan knew better than anyone that the most treacherous people in the world were players. There's probably only one player in the world, Lee Se-joon, that could be trusted. Yeah, I can probably only trust that little bastard. If one had to choose, one could only trust Messiah's Lee Se-joon. Anyway, Park Yong-wan needed to send a watchdog to monitor his investment. Kim Woo-jin now was being referred to as a possible candidate. Well, then let's put him up as a possible candidate as well. Yes. Of course, it didn't mean that he would be all in on Kim Woo-jin. From the beginning, even if he wanted to add Kim Woo-jin, it did not mean that he would be selected. All Park Yong-wan could do was throw several balls. Throw the candidates, and the rest is up to the guild. Since the support team has a great influence in the selection, send a gift to team leader Zheng. Yes. Now, all that was left was to wait to see which balls to be selected. Busan. Although it was still a chilly spring, things were beginning to heat up. April 15th, Dungeon Clear begins. Stars are gathering in Busan. Will a legendary item make an appearance? It was the heat created by an A+ ranked dungeon, the second one to appear in Korea. The parking lot of Bujyeong University, where the A+ ranked dungeon was constructed by remodeling the university playground. Oh my god! Is there a motor show going on here? It looks like all the best cars in the world have gathered here. It was built for players and was packed with expensive cars that could be, most of the time, only seen through the use of a search engine. Bugatti. It's a Bugatti. Here is a Koenigsegg. There were even multi-billion won hypercars, which were hard to see on the Korean soil. They could hardly look at it due to how much they shined. Players are really well off. The players this time are on different levels. They are the most popular players, right? Hell, some people even struggle to get a part-time job to pay off their college tuition. What's more, this group was the prospects of top guilds, who showed the brightest talents and skills. They were like stars in the eyes of the public. Royal order. In order words, they simply only accepted the best. If someone were to tell them to ride a light car, they were type of people to flatten the car right there at that moment. A worn-out light car appeared where only the best of the best were gathered. Hey, what's that? What is it? Is that person crazy? No, how did that person get in there with that car in the first place? I thought only players could park there, right? Huh, you were right? Everyone, with a look of dismay on their faces, stared vacantly at the car looking for a parking space. As if he had found a parking space, he entered between two cars that took up 2 parking spaces. Oh, my fucking god. Puke. Koenigsegg and a Bugatti. It was the moment when a light car stood proudly among the vehicles whose price exceeded 2 billion won per unit. Soon, the door of the light car abruptly opened as if it was going to hit the Bugatti, and within, a man came out. Kim Woo-jin. He appeared. Upon arrival, he immediately looked at the car next to him. A car that costed more than 3 billion won, and even more when options were added. A type of car that people, who love cars, would deeply admire. It left a deep impression even on Kim Woo-jin as he stood in front of the car and looked at it. Sigh. Parked correctly at least. That was all the appreciation he had for the car. Kim Woo-jin do not have any more impressions of the car. He didn't think about how to take the car key off the owner or how much he could make if he sold it second-hand. I'm glad things went as planned, though. And I didn't even have to reveal my ability. At this moment, there was only one thing Kim Woo-jin was after in his mind. I'm the one who will get the Orc Lord's Fang. The item that this dungeon's boss monster, the Orc Champion, had in his possession, Orc Lord's Fang. That was Kim Woo-jin's target this hunt. Kansu Kayashi appears to be loosely inspired by Miuragoro, a Japanese diplomat, assassin, one of the most reviled figures in Korean history. Explanation for such racist description, Chapter 21. Orc Champion's Colony, Dungeon Floors, 1, Dungeon Rank, A+, Entry Condition, must be below level 20, Dungeon Capacity, 150 people, Clear Condition, hunt the Orc Champion and kill 1000 orcs. Dungeon Reward, a catalog and an achievement to who kills the 1000th orc. A catalog and an achievement will be given to the one who hunts the Orc Champion. As you can see from the dungeon report, this dungeon is believed to contain at least 1000 orcs. The briefing for the single-floor dungeon, which was held in a university classroom, was clearly different from any other one-floor dungeon briefing meeting. Its quality was similar to a PPT made by a large company after spending hundreds of billions of won. As for the Orc Champion, vibrant data including video clips filled the screen. Some of them even contained the experience and advice of high-level players, which couldn't be purchased with money alone. However, none of the players here were interested in these preparations. Among the 20 players from the Phoenix Guild, 4 were just sleeping with their sleeping mask on, and 15 had their eyes on their smartphones, their watches, or were dozing off in plain sight. The one remaining person was interested in preparing for the dungeon, but he wasn't interested in the explanations given by the dungeon support team. Finally, I see some names I know. Kim Woo-jin, the only one who seemed to be burning with an academic passion, was only interested in the name tags that the players were wearing. Though there is only one name I'm happy to see. He was looking at the profiles of those who participated in the dungeon attack, including the ones from the Phoenix Guild. Of course, he wasn't looking at them with good intentions. At the very least, Kim Woo-jin didn't view any of those people as a rescue target. Instead, Kim Woo-jin was picking his targets. At that time, the number of survivors when the dungeon was completed was, I'm not sure. However, there were only around 70 people. According to Kim Woo-jin's memory, the survival rate of this dungeon was less than 50%. In other words, the death rate was higher than 50%. It wasn't a good figure. The best of the best players, armed with the best items, shouldn't have had much trouble handling the orcs. Taking that into consideration, nearly everyone should have survived. This meant there had to be other variables excluding orcs that was responsible for such a high death rate. Though it was announced that nothing happened. However, even though they had investigated what happened inside the dungeon after it was cleared, the perpetrators were neither discovered nor published. Dead people can't talk. Furthermore, there was no evidence to back it up. To put it differently, there was only doubt. Someone must have gotten rid of their competition. Doubts that a guild or multiple guilds took the opportunity to remove other guilds' prospects. It wasn't outside of expectations. When explained in terms of the Major League, if given a chance to eliminate an opponent's promising player who won 10 times in a row or hit 30 home runs each year and get away with it, they would not give up on that opportunity. Players weren't kind enough to let go of such an opportunity when it's in their grasp. Above all, the world not mourn over a player's death. The fact that the Messiah Guild wasn't harmed was critical. It would be hard to touch the Messiah Guild. It only applied to those who weren't from the Messiah Guild. As a matter of fact, players from the Messiah Guild were not involved and had hunted like usual within the dungeon. Rather, the Messiah Guild obtaining a legendary item had put everyone in a festive mood. The Messiah Guild was the biggest beneficiary of this dungeon. The Messiah Guild had gotten the Orc Lord's Fang, the best item in this dungeon, a legendary item. Also, the fact that the Fang was in Lee Se-jun's hands was broadcasted live. The fact that the Messiah Guild's players offered the legendary item to their savior, Lee Se-jun, was broadcasted, resulting in celebrations from all across the world. In a nutshell, it was the Messiah Guild and Lee Se-jun who were the ones that had benefited the most from the case. However, the Messiah Guild that benefited the most from the dungeon was in the past. It was before Kim Woo-jin managed to return to the past. They had injured their competitors, secured a legendary item, and proved to the world that the Messiah Guild was the best. There's something. That was the reason why Kim Woo-jin looked over the profiles of the players participating in the dungeon once again. There is a high possibility that the Messiah Guild used another guild to do something. He was also considering the possibility of the Messiah Guild doing something without acting themselves and soiling their reputation. This concludes the dungeon preparations. See you all tomorrow in front of the dungeon gate. The dungeon preparations finally concluded. The one that is the most suspicious is the Skull Guild. Kim Woo-jin also finished his preparations. Moments before entering the dungeon gate, Bujyeongdi, where the dungeon gate had spawned, was in a festive mood. With Skull Guild player Kim Tae-jun as the guest today. From news to entertainment, various TV programs were filming all over the university, and some people were even throwing a party near the location. Let's party without regret. Let's go ooh ooh ooh. For players who could die despite being skilled, and could not even have a grave, it was natural for them to be excited and have fun before entering a dungeon. Of course, Kim Woo-jin was different. He was not excited. He checked and calculated it calmly again and again. What's the chance I'll die? He was calculating while thinking about the likelihood for him to die in the dungeon. Kim Woo-jin was that kind of guy. He was willing to die if necessary, but that did not mean he would act like a mad dog that couldn't wait to die. That was true now as well. If this dungeon was risky to the point of being fatal, he was going to give up on clearing the dungeon. If he did not have confidence, he intended to reconsider. After careful calculations, he arrived at an answer. Of course, the answer was obvious. There isn't any. Kim Woo-jin was confident in clearing the dungeon. Players are now entering the dungeon gate. The atmosphere at the dungeon gate was similar to that of a national soccer team's match. Commentators explained how players were heading toward the dungeon gate more seriously than ever before, and drones took shots of the scene and broadcasted the videos live. The Messiah Guild's heroes have just entered the dungeon gate. Moreover, the atmosphere was heated like a match between Korea and Japan rather than a simple match between two national soccer teams. Let's go, Messiah Guild. Please clear the dungeon, Messiah Guild. I believe only in the Messiah Guild. Just kill all those fucking players. I hope everyone other than the Messiah Guild gets fucked. The home team was definitely the Messiah Guild. That was why the players from Messiah Guild were the first ones to enter. What do we if other guilds screw over the Messiah Guild? Then I'm really going to set the Phoenix Guild headquarters on fire. Set the Phoenix Guild on fire first. If the Messiah Guild entered late and they were attacked by other player due to that reason, wasn't it clear where Koreans will shoot their arrows? They got 20 seats without having to bid, and to think they get to enter first as well. There is no better special treatment than this. I'd rather have them go in first rather than hear everyone complaining. For other guilds, it was better to let the Messiah Guild enter first. Nothing is going to change even if they go in there first anyway. I guess so, since we have to catch at least 1,000 orcs this time. Furthermore, rather than being safer, it was likely to be more dangerous for them to enter the dungeon that was home to over 1,000 orcs. Well, at least there is no reason for the Messiah Guild to wait for us at the spawning point and kill us off one by one. That's true. Above all, they were confident that the Messiah Guild had no reason to attack them. Therefore, there was no commotion. Players began to cross the dungeon gate, turning their backs on the crowd of cheers. Kim Woo-jin crossed the dungeon gate. The game has started. One of the most important characteristics for a player was their adaptability. The ability to adapt to the conditions of a dungeon was essential since nobody knew if there would be forests, mountains, or deserts until they have entered the dungeon. At the same time, adapting to one's own capabilities was also important. A player's abilities transcended common sense and acquiring abilities could be surprisingly quick. Just by changing items, a tremendous amount of bonus stats could be obtained immediately. Adaptability to oneself and knowing one's strength was indeed very important. By the time someone approached the level of 20, they would know if they had such adaptability or not. They would be able to vaguely measure their own strength. They would be able to gauge whether they were just decent or if they could face a roll and run wild in the dungeon. The players who entered the Orc Champion Colony dungeon was, of course, the latter. They had the necessary capabilities and skills to run it down without a care in the world. Let's catch them before the others hunt them all. Of course, they're going to give the right to challenge the Orc Champion in the order of who got most slots, right? So they did not hesitate a bit when they entered the dungeon. Come on. They threw themselves into the great forest before them. Then they began fighting in the forest full of orcs. Kuyo. Kill it. Soon after, the cries of orcs and players started to emerge from all over the forest, and the fresh smell of blood filled the forest. There is an orc. We are the one who found this orc. Don't touch our catch. Everyone tried to catch as much they could, revealing their fangs to each other. Only one person was shying away from all the action. It's as I expected. Kim Woo-jin. He was the only one missing out on all the action. No, he wasn't exactly shying away from the battle, but even so, he was standing motionlessly near the starting point. He spent half of the day standing still at the starting point to assess the situation around him. He wasn't doing any research, spying, or monitoring either. If Park Yong-wan, who substantially paid Kim Woo-jin to be his watchdog, knew that Kim Woo-jin was wasting his time in such a way, he would be baffled. They don't look back and are competitively hunting the orcs, with these as expected too. Of course, Kim Woo-jin had no intention of acting as a watchdog for Park Yong-wan from the start. They hunt well enough to cause the orcs to be nervous. Kim Woo-jin was also not interested in hunting orcs. It's about time for the orcs to come out from their colony. Then the front line will reach a deadlock. Kim Woo-jin's objectives remained the same. The orc champion will move to the front to break the deadlock. Orc champion, the orc lord's fang was in his possession. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin planned to go after the orc champion. Now is a good time. Finally, Kim Woo-jin moved. Chapter 22. Orc Colony. The place where hundreds of orcs lived was unbelievably desolate. High-rising trees were broken, cut, or crushed. Holes and bones of both animals and monsters were littered all over the place. But most of all, what made the area feel so desolate was the terrifying killing intent of hundreds of orcs. Kuyo. Kura. Cries of orcs, which saturated the colony with a dense killing intent, made it so that no other organism would want to settle in their vicinity. At the center of a group of orcs, there was the lifeless corpse of an orc. The eyes of orcs looking at the decapitated body were filled with murderous, bloody intent. Of course, they weren't giving off such a bloody pressure due to their bonds and feelings of companionship with the dead orc. Kura. What made the orcs react so fiercely was the threat materialized before their eyes. It was the fact that they also could become a lump of meat that stimulated their killing intent. Among this group of orcs, the one that gave off the strongest bloodthirsty intent was their leader, the orc champion. Finding the boss was not difficult. Orc champions were usually 2 heads taller than the average orc, and wore a black tooth necklace. Unless the person in question was blind, anyone would be able to distinguish between the two. Even a blind man could distinguish the orc champion from the rest of the colony. KRRR. The orc champion's killing intent was so great that even other orcs would not dare to approach it. The orc champion expressed his anger. His scream tore through the entire orc colony, staggering all the orcs in the vicinity. Kwa. All the orcs started coming out of the colony with their weapons in perfect order. It wasn't because they were ordered to. Ko. Everyone hurriedly left the colony because they didn't want to die like a dog by being near the angered orc champion. The orc champion also joined the scene. KR. As soon as the orc champion let out a horrible grunt at a nearby soldier, the subordinate immediately handed over the sword he had on him. It was a scimitar that befit the size of an orc champion. Gu. The orc champion left the camp right after receiving the sword. He intended to relieve his anger with blood. 3 subordinate orcs attended the orc champion side to side as they advanced. At the same time, a man went into action. Orc champion. A monster among monsters. He was terrifying to the extent that even orcs, who were of the same race, were afraid to stand near him. Enemies appeared in front of this very monster whose roar would scare off any beast. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. It was none other than the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers, which were summoned by using the bodies of orcs as sacrifices, carried blunt swords and shields that appeared to have been used before they died. That was enough explanation. Rather, there was no time for further explanation. Kwa. It was because the battle began as soon as the skeleton soldiers appeared. It was only natural. There were battles throughout the forest, and his people were dying. Under such circumstances, there was no reason to negotiate with something that was blocking its way. Although it was in his instincts to leave everything in his sights half dead, the skeleton soldiers in front of them were made out of orcs. Orcs, however, would have never been labeled as monsters if they were capable making such a rational judgment when facing foes made out of their own kind. With the orc champion standing in front of them, skeleton soldiers also prepared for battle. The appearance of skeleton soldiers was unusual. The skeleton soldiers were waiting for the orc champion to come. It is a necessary quality for a hunting dog to fearlessly pounce at a prey like a wolf, but only the crazy ones would blindly rush at a tiger. It was a form of proof that the skeleton soldier's owner was an excellent hunting dog. QA. In other words, the orc champion was a terrifying monster. Its size wasn't much different from a troll, but it was a horrifying monster that one would not dare to compare with a troll. To be honest, the outcome of the battle was already set. Quajig. As evidence, the orc champion quickly finished a skeleton soldier in an instant with its first blow. It was due to the inability of the skeleton soldier to avoid such a swift and powerful blow. Furthermore, the orc champion's sword was not an ordinary sword. The sword did not suit its large body, it was a scimitar that was more appropriate for a human to use. It wasn't something one could handle by simply blocking. In fact, although the scimitar the skeleton soldier was carrying was crude, even the shield was cut down along with the skeleton soldier's body. The skeleton soldiers knew they were clearly outmatched. They proceeded further while taking advantage of that fact. They, who even used their owner as a bait, and were willing to stall for time and create a gap by sacrificing one of their colleagues. Afterwards, they all slashed their swords during the opening. The moment one of the skeleton soldiers was hit, the remaining 4 skeleton soldiers left scars on the orc champion's body at the same time. QA. The orc champion vented his anger over the result. Of course, the wounds were not deep. It was as if someone was trying to leave a mark on a tree to leave directions. The wounds were visible, but such scratches had little to no effect on a big tree. Nevertheless, the skeleton soldiers did not give up. Afterwards, they spread out and surrounded the orc champion. They went into formation and prepared for the next attack. They intended to sacrifice one of them once again to create an opening and attack with the remaining 3. Gua. The orc's champion vented his anger after realizing their intentions. He was angry at the skeleton soldiers who dared to reveal their teeth even after seeing his might. It was an overwhelming, intense rage. Krrr. Even the orcs who were with him were so terrified that they could not help but step back from the battlefield. However, such a roar did not work on the skeleton soldiers. Naturally, a second skirmish took place. It was the same as before. The orc champion charged toward a skeleton soldier, narrowing the distance between the two and swung his weapon. Then the remaining 3 skeleton soldiers attempted to attack the orc champion. After that, the orc champion went berserk. He stopped wasting time venting his anger and immediately went after the next skeleton soldier. He was literally on a rampage. The skeleton soldiers were barely managing to stand against the orc champion. The remaining 3 skeletons quickly launched their own attacks after avoiding the orc champion's attacks. A minute or so passed. The orc champion's body was covered in countless cuts. And the skeleton soldiers' bodies were crushed. Only 1 skeleton soldier remained. Of course, the skeleton soldier had no intention of escaping. It still showed a will to fight with its fierce gaze. Q. The orc's champion also used everything at his disposal to ensure that the last skeleton soldier was finished. Quajig. Soon the orc's champion's scimitar hit the last remaining skeleton. Quag. At the same time, a hand axe flew out of nowhere and struck the orc champion's neck. Tsuk. The string that held together the orc champion's necklace was cut. Suru. Naturally, the necklace on the orc champion's neck fell to the floor. Kuk. But at that moment, rather than worrying about the fallen necklace, the orc champion touched his throat in agony. Orc champion is under the effect of blood poisoning. It was due to the poison. From the orc champion's perspective, he could only think about taking out the hand axe from his throat as soon as possible. That's how the gap was formed. As expected, Kim Woojin found a chance to snatch the necklace from the orc champion. Kim Woojin started to dash during the opening. Orc champion. The fact that he was a monster among monsters was verifiable by the difficulty given for the A+ rank dungeon. Furthermore, a dungeon capacity of 150 people indicated that 150 people were needed to kill the orc champion. It was near impossible to catch such a monster alone. Unless, Kim Woojin suddenly had a 100-point increase in his constitution. That was the reason. That was why Kim Woojin decided to go for the Orc Lord's Fang, not the Orc Champion. and he prepared to catch his prey. He waited for the disarray to come. The 149 players searched up and down by hunting the orcs. Eventually, the orc champion would come out in response. He waited and prepared, waiting for the moment the orcs would change their behavior and reveal the location of the orc champion as a result. Waiting for the moment when the orc lord's fang would fall on the floor, when the hand axe severed the necklace as well as cutting the orc champion's throat. When all that was done, Kim Woo-jin did not hesitate. Kim Woo-jin appeared at the right moment. He sprinted with all his might towards the orc champion. Q. With Kim Woo-jin's appearance, the orc champion prepared for battle right away. The scimitar repeatedly smashed the skeleton soldiers, then swung downward toward Kim Woo-jin's head. Kim Woo-jin avoided the attack easily as if he had expected it. He brushed past the orc champion as he avoided the attack. At the same time, Kim Woo-jin grabbed a black fang about the same size as his forearm when it fell on the floor. Orc Lord's Fang has been obtained. Achievement owner of the Orc Lord's Fang has been achieved. An exciting announcement was heard. Orc Champion's health is weakened, Orc Champion's attack power is weakened, Orc Champion's defense is weakened. Pleasant announcements continued. Okay. Immediately, Kim Woo-jin left the battlefield without looking back. It was the end of the hunt. Q. The battlefield was filled with cries of people and orcs, a pungent aroma of blood, and soaring flames. Somewhere in this battlefield was a man reveling over his beautiful hunt. Orc Lord's Fang, item rank, legendary, must be LV1 or higher to use. Item description, it's an Orc Lord's Fang. It's filled with an Orc Lord's power. When possessed, Constitution plus 30, when possessed, attack power increases by 5%, when possessed, physical defense increases by 5%, when attacking an orc, damage increases by 10%. Orc Lord's Fang. Its options are even better than I thought. The options on this item surpassed what Kim Woo-jin had imagined. Among them, the power to allow the user to gain all the effects of the item just by possessing it went beyond his expectations. Meaning, this indicated that the effects would be applied even if he kept the item in his inventory. This meant that once the ownership was decided, there was virtually no way to take it away by force. Moreover, the effects of the Orc Lord's Fang wasn't over yet. Owner of the Orc Lord's Fang, achievement rank, legendary, achievement effect, all stats plus 20, the total amount of stats that one would be granted in addition to the stats from the achievement by having this item exceeded common sense. Kim Woo-jin, level 14, Halo, the emissary of the underworld, stats, Constitution, 44 plus 77/strength, 2 plus 45/mana, 3 plus 49, achievement, 7, unallocated point, 0. Kim Woo-jin gained more stats in his Constitution from Orc Lord's Fang alone than all the points he invested in from his level ups. The explosive spec up that suddenly occurred was obvious, even to his eyes. It was worth it to enter this dungeon at the cost of gaining attention from Park Kyung-won. He felt power coursing through his body. Through this, Kim Woo-jin was now sure. This is enough to kill the Orc Champion. Now he had the ability to hunt the Orc Champion. If I only had a decent weapon that could slash through his body. Chapter 23. After the battle between the orcs and the players persisted for over half a day. Let's get out. Let's just end it here for today. Players left the front lines one by one and started to rest. Then the players who took a break started to gather. Hey, there. You guys look terrible. Maybe you guys overestimated your abilities. As if you guys are any different. Why don't you just stay behind and watch our belongings instead? What? You want me to bury your bodies after you guys get fucked? Quiet down over there. Let's just rest while we have the time for it. Even though they were competitors, there wasn't any reason to stay alone and leave openings for a gang of orcs to attack. It was just much smarter to group up when taking a rest. Naturally, those gathered talked and exchanged information. Orcs are beginning to move in an organized manner. At first, only 1 or 2 of them moved at a time. But now, 3 or 4 of them are moving around as groups. Our party saw more than 10 in a group. Players exchanged bits of information, which were like puzzle pieces, steadily forming their own pictures of their current situation. Did you see anybody from the Lion Guild? I saw them enter the colony, but I haven't seen them since. Me neither. Then, do you think they were wiped out? It's highly probable. Pictures like that weren't always pleasant, especially the deaths of their collaborators. On the other hand, no one was faced by this fact. Does this mean there are fewer competitors now? The Lion Guild's items weren't ordinary. I guess it will belong to whoever who picks them up now. This is why I can't get enough of A-rank dungeons. Rather, most of them felt joy in their hearts. They saw the deaths of other people as opportunities. However, those emotions of joy did not last long. Did you guys see the Orc Champion? Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? It may just be a rumor, but it looks like a party already engaged with the Orc Champion. What? I heard some people saw the Orc Champion return to the colony while being full of wounds. The mood turned cold when they heard that a party already attacked and injured the Orc Champion. I expected people to attack it, but to think that they would move so quickly. Should we have moved earlier than we had planned? In a situation where the achievements and rewards for hunting the Orc Champion were most likely to be of the legendary grade, everyone had their own plans for how to kill the Orc Champion. Should we form a contract? But if we form a contract here, there will be people who would try to keep us in check. Some of the guilds already agreed to work together to deal with the Orc Champion. Under these circumstances, no player would simply let others take the Orc Champion away from them. However, Kim Woo-jin, the source of the rumor, remained quiet. He did not pay attention to the changing atmosphere. It's going as expected. This was why Kim Woo-jin spread the rumor. Indeed, Kim Woo-jin started the rumors. He started rumors that there were groups who already tried to kill the Orc Champion. The battles will be even fiercer tomorrow. By spreading such rumors, he intended to make the other players fight more aggressively. Then they will create another opening. He wanted to create another chance to hunt the Orc Champion. This is the only chance. He wasn't anxious. There was no reason to doubt or worry. More players died than I thought. Rather, what troubled Kim Woo-jin for the moment was that a considerable number of people died on the first day. He was uncertain, but Kim Woo-jin estimated that at least 3 parties were wiped out today. Even considering the fact that this was an A+ rank dungeon, such an outcome was unexpected. All of the players came in with plenty of first aid supplies including potions, but the death toll is still usually high. This can't just be due to the orcs. Indeed. In all likelihood, monsters were not main cause of the high death rate. As expected, someone is hunting the players. Kim Woo-jin was certain that there were human hunters who were hunting the players here. I guessed correctly. While pondering upon these ideas, Kim Woo-jin closed his eyes. He wasn't disappointed or disgusted by the fact that players were killing each other for benefits. He no longer cared because he felt there wasn't even a shred of hope left for those players in his heart. There was no reason for him to be disappointed. I guess I should take care of it before it becomes more bothersome. Kim Woo-jin closed his eyes only because it was a little irritating. Like that, the second day of the dungeon attack began. Second day of the dungeon attack. A fiercer battle broke out around the Orc colony compared to the day before. Damn it, there are so many. If I knew this would happen, I would have fought in the back. The fierce battle was caused by the players' launch into the inner area of the Orc colony, which resulted in a huge battle. As the players gathered together to attack, the orcs they were dealing with gathered together as well. Naturally, the situation became very chaotic and tense. Q. Everybody shut up and focus on the battle. In many places, there were bloodbaths that could not be avoided. Due to unrelenting pressure, the Orc Champion, who was resting in the innermost part of the Orc colony, wasn't able to remain calm. KKRRR. The Orc Champion prepared to go to the battlefield once more. This time, however, he was not accompanied by his men. To be more accurate, his men weren't willing to follow him. It was due to the Orc Champion's failure to control his anger in slaughtering his subordinates the day before. KKRRR. The Orc champion didn't really care about that. To him, his subordinates were only a hindrance who would urinate if he pressured them. It was better if the enraged Orc champion didn't see such an occurrence. It appeared as if there was nothing in this dungeon that could stop the enraged Orc champion. KRRR? Until Kim Woo-jin appeared. KRRR? When Kim Woo-jin appeared, the Orc champion's reaction was a mix of both embarrassment and befuddlement. Who could believe that a rabbit who stole a lion's prey would once again appear in front of the lion? Kim Woo-jin's hand axe woke the Orc champion from his bewilderment. Warwick. A hand axe flew toward the Orc champion and the Orc champion reflexively raised his arm to block the axe. Buke. The hatchet cut through the Orc champion's arm and remained stuck. The depth of the wound was considerable. The Orc champion is under the effect of blood poisoning. Because the wound was deep enough, it allowed the poisonous blood on the axe's blade to seep into the Orc champion's body. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's attack proved to be effective enough to make the Orc champion nervous. KKRRR. Suddenly, the Orc champion rushed toward Kim Woo-jin to kill him without any hesitation. Kim Woo-jin, rather than avoiding a direct conflict, rushed toward the Orc champion as well. Kim Woo-jin held a scimitar in his hand just like the Orc champion and was about to cross blades with one and another. However, the moment before the swords crossed, Kim Woo-jin lowered the swing of his sword, avoiding the Orc champion's scimitar, and instead created a gash the Orc champion's right thigh. Sig. This time, though not fatal, the wound was fairly deep. QA. He released his fury with all his might. That was when. Buke. Buke. Unexpectedly, arrows flew and pierced the Orc champion's body. The surprised Orc champion looked around while perplexed. In the Orc champion's eyes, the skeleton soldiers who launched the arrows were faintly visible. The Orc champion is under the effect of blood poisoning. The Orc champion turned his head toward the skeleton soldiers after erupting in anger. Right now, he was planning to pulverize the skeleton soldiers into dust. Buke. Then a stone tapped its body. The Orc champion turned his head in the direction of the stone. Kim Woo-jin was there. Staring at the Orc champion like a hunting dog ready to take a bite off his neck. You aren't supposed to look away. The Orc champion should not have shown his back against such an opponent. QA. Finally, the Orc champion fixed his eyes only at Kim Woo-jin. I'll bite you till I'm tired of it. This was the beginning of the fun part of the hunting dog's hunt. All humans were physically weak. Despite being weak, humans had an advantageous trait as well. Endurance was their strength. For a long time, mankind had been successful hunters due to their superior endurance in comparison to other animals. It wasn't just physical endurance that allowed them to run for 2 hours. A human's mental endurance was also far superior when comparison to other animals. Despite how annoying or frustrating the situation became, humans were capable of patiently waiting for the right moment. This characteristic was a great virtue in a hunt. Kim Woo-jin demonstrated that patience really was a virtue in his fight against the Orc champion. Roughly 10 minutes have elapsed. It was roughly 10 minutes since the battle started, and Kim Woo-jin relentlessly attacked the Orc champion for those 10 minutes without a single break. As a result, the Orc champion's body was riddled with wounds. In accordance to his plan, there was not a single fatal wound. Q. Instead, the Orc champion seemed to have trouble breathing, looking as if he was close to passing out. This situation was what Kim Woo-jin was actually after. The nature of the Orc champion is obvious. In a situation where he couldn't land a fatal injury, Kim Woo-jin would rather bite and drag around his opponent rather than fight him directly. Peng. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin had a group of skeletons that accurately launched arrows made using his blood. The Orc champion is under the effect of blood poisoning. The Orc champion's health has decreased, the champion's resistances has decreased. It was worth diligently saving up blood. The repeated attacks of his skeleton soldiers' arrows as well as blood poison accumulating in the Orc champion's body were clearly inflicting a considerate amount of damage. Q. Nevertheless, the Orc champion did not lose any momentum. Die fighting and never retreating, That was the way of an orc champion. One who would run away in battle and hold the title of champion in its name. Here it comes. That was how Kim Woo-jin was able to predict that the orc champion would try to squeeze every ounce of its remaining strength to make a final blow. Qa. As he had predicted, the orc champion rose once again and rushed toward his prey, holding in his unstable breathing. He trampled the ground forcefully, instantly narrowing the distance between his target, then swung his scimitar downward. Quack! The scimitar fell straight into the ground. Krrr. At the same time, the orc champion's face convulsed. Because he had forcefully put most of his strength into that attack despite his awful condition, it had affected his wrist. Puke! Then Kim Woo-jin stabbed the orc champion's right wrist with his knife. Ka! The orc's champion walked backward in agony. It was the first time that the orc champion let go of the weapon in his hand. Strun! Finally, the moment when Kim Woo-jin would get a weapon that could deal a fatal blow to the orc champion had arrived. Chapter 24. Orc Champion Scimitar, Item Rank, Unique, Physical Attack, 88, must be level 10 or higher to use, must have at least 100 Constitution to use. Item Description, Orc Champion's beloved scimitar. It is filled with mysterious stories. Orcs are terrified of this weapon. When equipped, Constitution plus 10, when attacking, basic damage increases by 10%, when attacking an orc, damage increases by 20%. The options on the orc champion's scimitar were simply brilliant. The price of such an item was enough to buy an entire building next to a downtown mall in Korea. It was also enough to get players to enter the dungeon at a risk to their lives. But those details were of no importance to Kim Woo-jin. Plot. All he cared about was whether or not the sword could cut the orc champion's body. Cuck. Before his helpless situation, the orc champion could only scream in his appalling state. Kua, Kua. However, he didn't even have enough strength left to scream. Blood poison has spread completely throughout the orc champion's body. Orc champion's health has greatly decreased. Effects such as these were conveyed to the other party every minute of the battle. Nevertheless, the orc champion did not run away. Because he was a champion. The orc champion fought despite knowing there was a high probability of imminent death. Q. The bloody orc champion rushed toward Kim Woo-jin. He tried to fight this last battle till the end. Kim Woo-jin's strategy against the orc champion's action was simple. This is it. Not fighting directly. That was all it was. Against the charging orc champion, Kim Woo-jin just kept dodging and dodging with quick steps. He didn't play along with the orc champion's final attempt. He didn't need to take risks for a better, more monumental victory. Die like this. Kim Woo-jin was that kind of player. You have slain the orc champion. Just like that, the orc champion hunt came to an end. Achievement Orc Champion Hunter has been achieved. You are given a catalog as a reward. You have leveled up. Hoo. Upon receiving the notification signaling the end of the battle, Kim Woo-jin let out a long sigh for the first time in a while. His tension slightly loosened. My goal has been achieved. Meanwhile, skeleton soldiers with bows in their hands began to gather around Kim Woo-jin. It was bigger than I expected. If there was another harvest this time, it was that the skeleton soldiers performed way better than he had expected, even with a bow. That was why there was also regret. If only their specs were a little higher. It was regrettable that they did not have the hardware to match their excellent software. There was one more regret. Using blood poisoning is also way too restrictive. To capture the orc champion, Kim Woo-jin consumed most of the blood that he had steadily accumulated. I really need blood sucking. Blood was something that he could not simply take out anytime he wanted, which naturally left something to be desired in this area due to its high degree of limitation. My other option is to raise the skill rank of blood poisoning so that it is more potent. At that moment, the emissary of the underworld smiles at your performance. A new notification was heard. The emissary of the underworld gives you some of its power, the skill rank of the blood poisoning skill increases. It was an alert informing Kim Woo-jin, who demonstrated that his Halo was the best amidst countless players. The Halo decided to reward him with a gift. The other players will hear bitter words. It was also a reminder that other players were being scolded by their halo. Upon receiving the news, Kim Woo-jin searched around. Instead of leaving the battlefield after his thoughts, Kim Woo-jin decided to unravel his new gifts. Orc Champion Hunter, Achievement Rank, Unique, Achievement Effect, All Stats +5, Blood Poisoning, Skill Rank, C, Skill Effect, Turn one's blood into poison. The potency of the poison will grow relative to the user's level and the rank of the skill. He checked his new achievement and skill catalog. Then he summoned the catalog he received as his reward. A thin booklet appeared in front of Kim Woo-jin, and Kim Woo-jin took possession of the book. At that moment, golden light began to shoot around Kim Woo-jin's hand. Ah! It was the appearance of a unique. To think such a day would come. After encountering such unexpected luck, Kim Woo-jin quickly looked at the shining page. Ruler of the battlefield, acquisition requirement, emissary of the underworld, required level, level 15 or higher, skill effect, summons become stronger based on the number of enemies they have killed. Ruler of the battlefield. A skill that's worth 100 billion won appeared in my hand. Before returning to the past, it was a skill famous for its worth. It was worth 100 billion won, or to be exact, $100 million. On January 1, 2025, when Sotheby held an item auction for the first time in its history, the skill page appeared, and the bid started at $1 million. Then one young man, who had bid all the way up to $100 million, finally won the skill page after a grueling competition. It was the first time that Johann Georg's face was seen. That was the first time that Johann Georg showed up at an official event. Actually, his identity as King of the Undead was revealed much later, long after the auction. Anyway, since then, the ruler of the battlefield skill was nicknamed the $100 million lotto. It was terrifying. Of course, in the past, it was a $100 million nightmare for Kim Woo-jin. This skill, just like the skill effect had said, strengthened the summoner's summons based on the number of enemies they killed. Kim Woo-jin, who investigated Johann Georg, concluded that it could increase the strength of a summon by at least 3 times. Nobody could fight him in a high-floor dungeon. Skills like this became extremely powerful when it came to dungeons with a higher number of floors. Since the higher the dungeon was, the more monsters there would be for people to hunt. The skeleton soldiers were manageable. Skeleton soldiers were, however, treated like a consumable. On the other hand, monsters like the Death Knights were. The problem came from powerful summons, such as Death Knights, skeletal dragons, and golems. When monsters like Death Knights could repeatedly strengthen themselves by killing their enemies, their strength transcended common sense. This was one of the reasons why he did not hesitate to choose to fight against the King of Undead all by himself. That kind of skill was in his hand. Now, there was an opportunity for Kim Woo-jin to give his enemies the same nightmare that had to suffer through. Jig. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin tore the skill without hesitation. You have learned the skill, ruler of the battlefield. A delightful notice was heard. The announcement led to a change in the burning eyes of the skeleton soldiers. Their burning eyes, which used to give off the white light, began to glow with redness. Now, the eyes will turn even redder as the effects of their kills are accumulated on the battlefield, and the skeleton soldiers will give Kim Woo-jin more confidence in them. Kim Woo-jin was satisfied with the development. This should have given them enough time. Satisfied, he moved on to the next step. Now it's time to hunt the observers. Kim Woo-jin began tracking the eyes that were watching him. Corner them. QA. Do not back down. QA. While the fierce battle between the orcs and the players were taking place, Orc Champion has been slain. An alert was issued to all players at the same time, announcing the death of the Orc Champion. What? What the fuck? Something that should not happen, and could not happen, happened. This fact made everyone freak out. Or so some thought. What is it? Is it a hidden camera? I heard an apparition. They thought they heard it wrong. The Keepers of Knowledge is disappointed by your incompetence, Undying Fighter shakes his head at your incompetence, Totem of Prayers sighs at your incompetence. However, when they were reprimanded with complaints from their respective halos, no one dismissed what they heard as nonsense. Shit. Who the fuck was it? Which bastard killed it? Everyone's attention naturally began to focus on the identity of the party that hunted the orc champion. But at this point, they couldn't just wander around searching for the party that hunted the orc champion and chase them down. We need to know who killed the orc champion to make a trade, or threaten them. Damn, I hope the scouts didn't miss this. Their last hope laid on the separate search party that were tracking the movements of the orc champion and his group of orcs. That's outrageous. That was Lee Young-wook's role. His halo, Silent Hunter, was far more suited for gathering information in the shadows rather than being out in the battlefield. Fuck, how is that possible? He was lucky enough to see the player who hunted the orc champion. Of course, he was not pleased with what he knew. Damn it, will they believe me? Rather than being happy, he was concerned with whether or not his colleagues would believe what he said. How could he expect his colleagues to believe what he said when even he couldn't believe what he saw? This is going to be troublesome. How will I explain this to the guild? However, Lee Young-wook, who got this information, immediately went to return to his teammates. Let's return first. He moved slowly and silently to escape from the surrounding groups of orcs. Cuck. A sound suddenly burst forth from his mouth. It was due to an arrow that came out of nowhere. An arrow stuck to Lee Young-wook's butt. Ugh! Ugh! Faced with such a dilemma, Lee Young-wook bit his lips to hold back his screams. Unfortunately, he couldn't help but walk like a duck. Who was it? Lee Young-wook looked around with tears of pain. Once again, an arrow came, and impaled Lee Young-wook's shoulder. Puke! Ugh! Fortunately, this time he was able to avoid a fatal injury thanks to his pauldron. Shit! However, Lee Young-wook was not reassured by this fact. Rather, he couldn't be relieved. Suye. He realized that the arrow on his shoulder began to move like a snake and tighten around his neck. Snake arrow. Ugh! Snake arrow, a stealthy hunting skill only given to those who have the Silent Hunter as their halos, choked Lee Young-wook's neck in an instant. Lee Young-wook moved his hand to tear it off. However, the assassin did not spare such an opening for Lee Young-wook. Puke! Arrows flew repeatedly, forcing Lee Young-wook to finally kneel before the ninth arrow. Sometime after that, the assassin revealed himself. The assassin, who was wearing a mask to cover his face, appeared silently and immediately approached Lee Young-wook, who collapsed not long ago. He's dead. As soon as he verified that he was dead, he took out his arrows one by one. All I have to do now is to throw the body at the orcs and it will be done. The only thing left to do was to throw the body at the orcs in order to completely eliminate the evidence. It was a relatively easy job for him since he had been doing this for a while now. Anyway, I wonder how they're going to take care of him? That's why the man had a different thought in his mind. At that moment, puke! One arrow flew out of nowhere and stuck in the man's spine. Ugh! The man screamed and fell forward. He heard a notice in his ear. You are under the effect of blood poisoning. It was an alert notifying him that the hunting dog was here. Chapter 25. Year 2020. When players arrived from around the world, people hoped that living conditions would finally improve. They once dreamed that the players would save the world. As time went by, however, the living conditions of the people became even more miserable rather than get better. Especially when monsters that couldn't be killed with firearms emerged in 2025. The last hope ordinary people had of protecting themselves by using powerful modern weapons was shattered. Some people who had lost hope began to riot and the frequency of looting and arson increased. Amidst this calamity, countries started to compete fiercely in order to secure stronger items and more talented players. Laws were meaningless in such a process. The players could do and did do just about everything inside the dungeons, where literally anything could take place. At some point, it became common for an ally to betray them and fight over items. It was the start of an age where people cared more about the distribution of loot rather than completing the actual hunt. Kim Woo-jin, who had survived through a such fierce and cruel period before, was well aware of the importance of taking care of the dangers that laid hidden behind him. As expected, when fighting with the Orc champion, Kim Woo-jin already knew there was an observer around him. As I speculated, there was a person taking care of the scouts from each party. It was also expected that surveillance was not their only objective. It was based on the fact that there were no rumors spreading regarding Kim Woo-jin taking the Orc Lord's fang from the Orc champion. It was impossible that there were no witnesses. Even if it was the first day, there would have been more than one party that sent observers to check on the situation of the Orc champion. Meaning, it was highly likely that there was someone silencing the witnesses. Of course, it wasn't Kim Woo-jin. If you want to hunt half of the players in the dungeon, removing their eyes first is the right answer. It was just a scheme planned by a group of people in order to hunt the players here. Anyway, it was nothing unusual for Kim Woo-jin. In fact, it was routine for him. He had experienced many similar situations, to the point that he was sick of it. He knew the perfect way to respond against it. The reason why Kim Woo-jin purposely relaxed after hunting for the Orc champion was also to give the observers time to act. You bastard. How? It was frankly impossible for his prey to realize what actually happened. Wait a minute. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. The prey was so flustered that he didn't even realize that he was acting out of order. What happened here was. Even though he knew he was already caught in Kim Woo-jin's trap, and that there was a dead player who he had killed him right next to him, he was trying his hardest to think of an excuse. He was clearly in a state of panic. Kim Woo-jin did not bother talking to him. He didn't even meet his eyes. He certainly wasn't going to explain how he had set up his trap and what his intentions were. There were already enough bad guys who explained everything to their enemies before executing their plans in the movies. He also had no intention of obtaining information through useless torture. Sug. The Orc champion's scimitar in Kim Woo-jin's hand cut his opponent's throat in one fell swoop. Cuck. His prey let out a dying gasp. Huck. Huke. At that time, life in his opponent's eyes began to fade. As soon as the light disappeared from his prey's eyes, Kim Woo-jin finally met his eyes. Eyes of Anubis is activated, the notification sounded in his ear. The second day of the battle ended abruptly. Back off. Get out. Just get out of here. All of the players resigned from the field at the same time. We need to understand what happened first. We don't know what's going to happen, so let's retreat for now. Of course, the death of the Orc champion was what forced the players to leave. Who defeated the Orc champion? They weren't retreating because they were curious. Everyone's concentration is broken. If we fight like this, the rate of casualties would be high. The first reason was that a player's concentration could collapse due to the unexpected death of the Orc champion. We don't know how the Orcs will react to losing their leader either. It would be fine if they just retreated, but there is also the chance that the Orcs would lose their mind and charge at us in anger due to the loss of their leader. The second reason was that they didn't know how the Orcs would react over the loss of their leader. We have to make a new plan as well. I'm sure they feel the same way. We have to meet and talk to each other in order to avoid suspicion. The third reason was that they had to throw away their plans of catching the Orc champion. However, not everyone stepped down from the battlefield for that reason. Where are the rest? The reason why the groups wearing skull masks resigned from the battlefield was different. I believe they are cleaning up. Skull Guild. Although it's been a bit over a year since it was established, it became relatively well known due to their solid financial powers and connections, which allowed them to use popular celebrities to boost their public image. The guild was well known for making all of their players wear a skull mask as well. In the end, they also were able to participate in the A+ rank dungeon, which was at the center of interest of the whole world. Anyway, he really took on the Orc champion by himself? Yes, I'm glad the Phoenix Guild isn't on the list. But the Skull Guild's goal did not involve hunting the Orcs. Yeah, we don't have kill that monster. Their prey were none other than the players. The reason was simple. Still, he may have gotten a legendary item. Why don't we try to go after him at least once? If that really is the case, we're going to hit it big when we catch him. It was much better for business to catch players rather than monsters. In actuality, the comparison was pointless. While the orcs usually only dropped normal and perhaps rare items if they got lucky, most of the players here were plastered with unique items. In other words, it meant that killing players would net them billions of one at a time. Don't be too greedy. Didn't we decide to go for the players because we weren't confident in getting the legendary item? Yeah, you're right. Items like that are for the Messiah Guild or the Phoenix Guild to take. It was far more reasonable than trying to overcome the Messiah Guild or the Phoenix Guild in order to secure the legendary item. All we have to do is to let everyone know who he is. Then someone else will take care of it. All we have to do is to stay low, make enough profit, and then shut our mouths. If we shut our mouths, no one will know what happened here. Right. In a dungeon, even if you die to an user, it's just an accident. As for the items, all we have to do is to sell them overseas. When considering the special aspects of a dungeon's environment, there was no better business than this. Someone's coming. At that moment, their colleague appeared. Huh? What? Why is he running? A fellow guild member in his skull mask was running toward them in a hurry. Everyone wearing a skull mask was immediately alert. Soon after the arrival of their guildmate, the man who was leading the conversation till now said. What is it? He is here? He? The guy who killed the orc champion. He's coming here with his skeletons after figuring out our identity. Over there. That skeleton right there. At the end of the report, 3 orc skeletons appeared before them. The sight of skeleton soldiers equipped with swords, shields and helmets was frightening already. Damn it. Facing such a perilous situation, the Skull Guild members also drew their weapons. They didn't relax when they took out their weapons. They couldn't relax. That monster came? Shit, why is this happening? While most of the players in the dungeon didn't know that the person attacking them was a monster who killed the orc champion alone, they knew. It would be strange if they did not panic. The pressure and anxiety felt by Lim Sunjun, the leader of the party, was even greater. Were identities discovered? Yes. In particular, Lim Sunjun was shocked to learn that their identities and intentions may have been revealed. How? Secrecy was critically important. Wasn't it obvious that once the truth leaked outside, their lives and as well as the Skull Guild itself would be over? How much does he know? Don't tell me that the Phoenix Guild knows who we are? Did the information leak? A surreal reality complicated Lim Sunjun's mind. We need to get a grasp on the actual situation. Is he the only one who knows who we are, or does the Phoenix Guild know too? They could flee if the opponent only wanted to attack them. They didn't really want to fight. But if the other person knew who they were, it was not something that could be solved by running away. Therefore, Lim Sunjun could not choose to flee. If the Phoenix Guild knows, we will be tracked by all the players as soon as we run away. No, they actually had nowhere to run. It's better to die than getting caught than tortured for information. We can't afford to damage the corporation. Above all, there was something more important for Lim Sunjun. By the time he arrived at a decision, Lim Sunjun was already prepared to fight. Get ready to hunt. He grabbed the bow on his shoulder and gave out orders. The order hardened the faces of the Skull Guild's members. Fight that monster? Instead of running? The order they were waiting for was not an order to battle, but an order to split up. Damn it. Should I just run? They were thinking of running away if they had to. If our identity is revealed, we will be finished as soon as we leave. If you want to live, we have to kill him here. However, Lim Sunjun's words forced them to abandon their thoughts of running away. Fuck. They realized that there was nowhere to run even if they fled. Upon realizing this, everyone clenched their teeth. Tialjiuliog. Tialjiuliog. Meanwhile, skeletons charged towards them. In order to fight against the skeleton soldiers, everyone focused all their senses and attention on the skeleton soldiers. Lim Sunjun was about to shout. Initiate the battle. He was going to give out such order. Sug. Kek. But at that moment, What came out of his mouth was the sound of a sharp object penetrating his throat. Who? Lim Sun-jun tried to scream for help, but he couldn't even do that. Up. Even Lim Sun-jun's mouth was blocked so that he wouldn't even be able to scream. Only then did Lim Sun-jun realize. No way? Who approached him? And what he wanted? Lim Sun-jun, who had learned the truth, swallowed his last words. Shit. Chapter 26. One of the most annoying cases you could encounter while hunting was when the prey ran away. Even the strongest predator rarely had success when chasing prey that immediately ran away. And when one was chasing multiple prey, then there was no need to explain. In that sense, the Skull Guild was a difficult prey. They were several members, and their faces were concealed with masks. Wow! A unique sword. Jackpot! This guy is retarded as well. Why would you even try to hunt 1,000 orcs when it can't even compare to killing a single player? Ha ha! I'll save the money I collect this hunt, then buy a building and retire. I will certainly be over level 20, and I'm not like those delusional lunatics who risk their lives to enter 2-floor dungeons. They were also clever enough to throw away their colleagues and run away at a moment's notice. That son of a bitch, he's no joke. God, is he even a human? Phoenix Guild, right? Good. Let's not touch him. Just run away when you see him. Ultimately, they were aware that Kim Woo-jin was a scary predator. If Kim Woo-jin were to try to hunt them, they would undoubtedly run away rather than fight back. Moreover, if they were to successfully escape, it was likely that they would hide themselves until the dungeon was cleared. If they were to come out of the dungeon in a such way, Kim Woo-jin would certainly find himself in a lot of trouble. So Kim Woo-jin played a trick. He disguised his identity and hid among them. Then he put a shackle around them, leaving them only one option: face him and kill him. I know your identity. For them, there was now an absolute need to kill Kim Woo-jin even if they didn't want to. Kim Woo-jin used the skeleton soldiers to distract the members of the Skull Guild and swiftly removed himself from their focus. From that moment, the battle was virtually over. Stats from just the Orc Lord's Fang made a comparison between himself and players under level 20 pointless. The fate of prey that could not run away was already decided. They had to face the hunting dog equipped with the strongest weapon for his level range, the Orc Champion's scimitar, along with his 5 skeleton soldiers that behaved like him in every way. Ugh! Hugh, Huck! All 7 members of the Skull Guild laid on the floor while covered in blood. Not all of them were dead. Kuo. Rather, only 2 of the 7 died, and 5 were still alive. Of course, Kim Woo-jin didn't save them because he was full of mercy. I got all the guys in his memories. When hunting prey that knew how to run, the crux of it was not killing them. Rather, it was making sure that they couldn't get away. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin didn't have a reason to keep them alive. Finally, the cleanup began. Tialji Yuliog. Hey, go away. Get away from me. As if understanding their owner's wishes, the skeleton soldiers gladly finished the job in his place. Cuck. Then, a man came into Kim Woo-jin's attention. Lim Sun-jun, the leader of the group who was dealt with by him. Though he could not even breathe properly due to the deep wound on his throat, he was barely able to stand and glare at Kim Woo-jin. His eyes were filled with determination. I'll never give you any information. He was determined to seal his secret with his own death. Lim Sun-jun acted his resolution right away. Kuop. With an arrow in his hand, he squeezed out the last of his strength, and stabbed himself through the neck. Lim Sun-jun died in such a manner. Indescribable resolve could still been flowing out of him. The Skull Guild members who were still alive gaped at the scene. Wait, what? Suicide? They didn't think their leader would make such a decision. They just couldn't imagine that a player who didn't give a shit about the world or their own well-being would commit suicide. Kim Woo-jin showed little to no emotion despite the turn of events. It was always good to see such a strong determination. He has something. What mattered to Kim Woo-jin was that he had something precious enough to claim his own life. Eyes of Anubis is activated. That was all. Then he read Lim Sun-jun's memory. This little bastard. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's face crumpled. He belonged to the Yamato Federation. When the world turned into a game, many things changed. A government structure and its authority changed as well. The constitutions that mankind developed for over a century had to adapt in the face of players, monsters, and items. It was none other than Japan that attempted the biggest changes. From now on, we will make a new Japan. The Japan that we establish will become a great nation. After the right-wing government took office, the Japanese, who wanted to build an army that could invade other countries rather than maintaining just the JSDF, built an army that no longer the surrounding counties into consideration. In the process, war criminals who were hiding in society due to public opinions and pressure from surrounding counties began laying the groundwork for another war. Furthermore, we will throw away the weak name of Japan and create the Yamato Federation. At the center of it was a household called the Yamato clan. With the ultimate goal of establishing Japan's primeval nation, the Yamato Federation, they seized power within the Japanese government and planned to escape the boundaries of the Japanese islands. For the creation of the Yamato Federation, it is important to dominate the Korean peninsula. The occupation of the Korean peninsula was their foremost objective. It was not a simple invasion. Due to their defeat in the previous war, the leaders of the Yamato Federation realized that the war for territorial expansion would once again result in a defeat. Most of all, they thought that having a large territory would only hinder them in the end by obligating them to take care of all the monsters and dungeon gates that would spawn over a large area. Bear in mind, you are only aiming for the Korean peninsula. Never go too far and follow the footsteps of your ancestors. It was far more wise to capture only the Korean peninsula, which would allow them to have an impact on the continent yet also have a favorable geographical advantage. To achieve that end, the Yamato Federation plotted systematically and covertly. Hayato. No, Lim Sun-jun. Your mission is as important as that. On your shoulders lie the glorious future of a great country. Yes. Go to Korea, where you will dig into the ugliness and inferiority of Korean society and nibble away at them. Lim Sun-jun was a member of the Yamato Federation sent to South Korea to carry out the conspiracy. Kim Woo-jin was able to see Lim Sun-jun's experiences through the eyes of Anubis. In addition, Kim Woo-jin experienced the results of the conspiracy they had planned. I've seen firsthand that Korea's flagship players sell valuable items and players to Japan, which were like national assets. Of course, Kim Woo-jin had personally responded to it. Those who carried out such ambitions were punished by none other than Kim Woo-jin. From that point onward, the Messiah Guild's influence was solidified. Under the name of Messiah, Lee Se-jun became a true savior. And in front of the name of Messiah Lee Se-jun, this event caused a great stir in the world's order. Japan, a powerful nation, initiated an invasionary war to occupy Korea. However, it was not only blocked but also prevented by the members of the Messiah Guild. It was a proof that Messiah Guild's power outweighed the government itself. Cheers for the Messiah Guild spread all over the world, and the influence of the Messiah Guild across the world reached a point that could not be stopped even by the government. The popularity in Korea was even more evident. The Messiah Guild, which prevented Japan that couldn't bear even losing at rock paper scissors, was revered like a deity by Koreans. Only those who spoke in favor of the Messiah Guild were elected in the general election, and even the presidential election was decided based on who was the candidate backed by the Messiah Guild. It was pretty good back then. Kim Woo-jin was happy recalling those events. If the Messiah Guild could shine so brilliantly, he was more than willing to give up his life for it. But it was different now. Maybe even this was planned by the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin had no choice but to hypothesize that even that might have been planned by the Messiah Guild. I'll have to confirm it first. It was necessary to confirm the hypothesis. Anyway, I've got a lot more useful information than I thought I would. At the same time, in Lim Sun-jun's memory, Kim Woo-jin was able to obtain valuable information. A list of spies from the Yamato Federation who were in Korea. Their plans and the routes they used for smuggling items. To think they made such a detailed assassination list. He even got the list of people they wanted to assassinate. It was a situation where Kim Woo-jin had gained far more from one person than he could get from just the dungeon. I guess there's no reason to stay in this dungeon anymore. In other words, he didn't have anything else he wanted in the dungeon. Now, I will clear the dungeon. On the second day of the battle, players who gave up on their primary goal of killing the orc champion were forced to set a new goal. The only thing that's left for us now is to hunt the 1000th one. Kill everything no matter what. Kill every one of them you see. People put everything on the line to fulfill the second reward condition, being the 1000th orc hunter. Since there is no orc champion, there is no need to worry about the orc champion. Let's just kill them all. They poured all their anger and frustration from not being able to hunt the orc champion onto the other orcs. The third day of the battle was extremely bloody from the moment it started. Push. Just go in. There's no orc champion anyway. Sweep away. Players who no longer had a reason to fear facing the orc champion pushed forward without looking back. Everyone stepped on the acceleration with full force. Likewise, the difference that was not seen until they were driving at 150 km per hour was starting to become apparent. Those guys from the Phoenix Guild are certainly not normal. Items are items, but their skills are undeniably on another level. Of course, the members of Phoenix Guild were among the leading runners in the race. Korea's No-2 Guild. In front of Korea's most promising talents who were equipped with the best equipments, orcs were nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Of course, there were others who were even faster than them. Did you see the Messiah Guild? They're monsters. Every one of them is killing an orc by themselves. I saw them hunting 30 orcs without any injuries. The Messiah Guild's hunting speed was even faster than the Phoenix Guild. It was only natural that they were faster. The scarier difference is that they don't seem to care whether they get injured or not. I saw their warriors just throw themselves against the orcs. I'd rather just drive into a wall. At least an airbag comes out when that happens, right? The top priority for the players of the Phoenix Guild was taking care of their bodies. On the other hand, the Messiah Guild's members, armed with a sense of purpose, threw themselves aggressively without caring about their well-being. Fucking Messiah bastards. In front of such stupidity, even the Phoenix Guild players could not be helped but to stick at their tongues. Those crazy bastards just can't wait to die, huh? Break time. A player from the Phoenix Guild thought of how fast the Messiah Guild hunted and stuck at his tongue. Soon after, a colleague next to him chipped in. It's better this way. There are fanatics who just can't wait to die. Fanatics. Everyone lost their words after thinking of that expression. When they thought of what kind of god the Messiah Guild believed in and what that god's goal was, they couldn't help but feel that they really were selfish trash. Finally, one person came up with another subject to avert the truth. Anyway, how do you think he's doing? He? Yeah, you know, that guy. That bastard who's renowned for backstabbing others. Kim Woo-jin? Yeah, him. To the Phoenix Guild, Kim Woo-jin was like a chewing gum meant to be chewed when bored. Immediately afterwards, everyone chipped in one by one. Why the hell did that bastard come as our Kaktugi? What if he stabs us in the back? Isn't that why they put him in? We, of course, and guys from the other parties won't work with him. Well, by that standard, there's no one more reliable than him. I wonder what he's doing? Soon, the conversation went to the part about what Woo-jin was doing. Well, maybe he's dead. From what I've seen, I think he will hold on and hide till the dungeon is cleared. Why would the guild accept such a scumbag? Of course, none of them could really predict what Kim Woo-jin was doing. Plot. Kim Woo-jin was catching orcs as if he were catching rabbits. The truth was that he was just casually leaving the orcs he captured behind for the skeletons behind him to kill. The skeleton soldier has reached 10 kills. Due to the effect of the ruler of the battlefield, all of its stats are increased by 30%. The startling reality was that he was also using 120% of his newly acquired skills. That'll do. Furthermore, since they couldn't have killed a lot of orcs on the second day, the number of orcs they caught so far should be around 700 to 800. If I assume that only about 200 are left, then 2 hours will be enough. No one expected the dungeon would last only about 2 more hours. Chapter 27. In boxing, a weight range consisted of around 2 to 3 kilograms, which made up 17 weight classes. It wasn't just because they wanted to create mini titles. 17 weight classes were created because in a direct fight, 2 kilograms made a big difference. In a battlefield, such a small difference could decide the outcome. That was why the skeleton soldiers, who had their stats increased thanks to Kim Woo-jin's supervision, were able to slaughter the orcs. The skeleton soldier has attained 15 kills. Due to the effect of ruler of the battlefield, all of its stats are increased by 45%. Ruler of the battlefield. Skeleton soldiers, who could already overwhelm the orcs without these effects, had their abilities increased by 45%. This made their confrontation against orcs look like a fight between a child and an adult. Moreover, all the items that the skeleton soldiers equipped right now were unique items. Sug. They wielded frightening weapons that most players couldn't buy due to the expensive price tags. In front of a skeleton soldier wielding such a weapon, the only thing the orcs equipped with just normal items could do was to scream despite oozing with blood. Furthermore, the skeleton soldiers, who found out that they were strong enough to demolish the orcs, became more reckless and started slaughtering them. It was ridiculous to the point that he couldn't help but admire. I have no words to say. Kim Woo-jin currently felt as if he were attuned with nature. There was hope. He expected a slight strengthening of the skeleton soldiers, but the outcome exceeded expectations. It was, of course, the newly acquired skill that was responsible for the result beyond expectations. Ruler of the battlefield, skill rank, E, skill effect, summons becomes stronger with every kill. All stats increases by 3% per kill, able to stack up to 15 times. To think the effect of ruler of the battlefield would be so great. He was able to understand why the King of Undead was willing to pay $100 million, which was 100 billion won in Korean currency. On the other hand, it gave him goosebumps. As long as they can acquire proper defense stats now. If he could cover for the skeleton soldiers' obvious weakness, their defenses, they would become monstrous. In fact, there were several skills that could strengthen skeletal soldiers. The normal rank skill, white bone, and the rare rank skill, red bone. There even was a top grade unique rank skill, black bone. Among them, the combat power of black skeleton soldiers strengthened by the black bone skill was unbelievable. In addition to the skill, powerful rare or unique items that boasted formidable offensive power made fighting them a nightmare itself. Every time I look back at my battle with him, the back of my neck feels creepy. Just imagining the experience of dealing with such a despairingly powerful individual made his blood run cold. Such a power could now belong to Kim Woo-jin. However, he didn't plan on feeling satisfied with just that. But it's not enough. Kim Woo-jin knew better than anyone that although the skeleton soldiers were way stronger than he initially expected, his skeleton soldiers could not hunt who he really wanted. In any case, I'm the only one who can kill him. In order to take a bite at the prey he longed for, he had to do it himself. No point in dragging this any longer. So Kim Woo-jin pulled out his scimitar. In a dungeon that had nothing left to obtain, he didn't wish to waste time admiring the battles of his skeleton soldiers. He intended to finish everything himself quickly. Kim Woo-jin, who was determined to fight, took a deep breath. It was at that moment. You have succeeded in hunting the 1000th orc hunt. He heard a notification. Achievement 1000th orc hunter has been achieved, catalog will be given as a reward, you have leveled up, emissary of the underworld acknowledges your ability, achievement acknowledged 1 has been achieved, you have succeeded in clearing the dungeon. It was a notification that informed Kim Woo-jin that he had hunted the 1000th orc. Kim Woo-jin lightly chuckled after hearing that. My luck is good. Frankly, he didn't expect to hunt the 1000th orc. The battlefield was full of people who were intentionally grouping the orcs and killing them in a single swoop with area of effect spells to become the 1000th orc hunter. Under such circumstances, expecting Kim Woo-jin, who was just killing them one by one, To become the 1000th Orc Hunter was like expecting to win the lotto after buying 100 lotto tickets. Kim Woo-jin was never the type to wish for such luck. There's no harm in getting it, I guess. Of course, he wasn't the kind to refuse such good luck either. Kim Woo-jin immediately checked over his good fortune. 1000th Orc Hunter, Achievement Rank, Rare, Achievement Effect, all stats increase by 1%, Acknowledged 1, Achievement Rank, Rare, Achievement Effect, all stats increase by 1%. He checked over his dungeon reward and then the reward he got from his Halo catalog. He immediately checked his last reward. Then, a gold light welcomed Kim Woo-jin. Apostrophe. My luck is too good. Pyongdi. The place where A+ rank dungeon appeared for the second time in Korea was silent. Broadcasting stations and newspaper office cars that had gathered around the dungeon gate were empty, and the number of soldiers who were guarding the gate was negligible as well. Rather, the temporary parking lot where the players' cars were parked was hotter than ever before. Wow. Koenigsegg. Whoa. Next to it is a Bugatti. Then what's the car between them? Is it an amazing car? Like a car that transforms like a transformer? No, that's just a crappy car. The place was packed with expensive cars. Such a view was rarely seen, even at an international motor show. The collection was so dazzling that even those who weren't interested in cars were surrounding the parking lot. A lot more soldiers were guarding the parking lot rather than the dungeon gate itself. It wasn't unusual. It's quiet around the gate. Experts said that the dungeon clear would take at least 5 days. So there's no reason to be interested about the gate when it's been only 3 days so far. Although best of the best were equipped with powerful items, it was common sense that it would take at least 5 days to clear an A+ rank dungeon. Which was why the only people around the gate were those who were just going for a walk. That was true of the 2 men who passed the temporary parking lot and headed near dungeon gate. Anyway, the Chinese restaurant was really delicious. Yeah, it was pretty good. I should remember the number. The 2 journalists headed to the dungeon gate more or less just to digest the jjajangmyeon they had recently eaten. Soon the 2 reached the spot where the dungeon gate could be seen. Anyway, a good rest today. The neighborhood will be in chaos starting tomorrow. The junior reporter nodded at his senior reporter's words. It must be a hot topic to cover, right? Since the reporters and the broadcasters will rush in to interview the players. At his junior's reply, the senior reporter smiled, causing the junior reporter to tilt his head questioningly. Is there something else? When the dungeon is cleared we can't even get near the players. Huh? A junior reporter queried. Is it that hard to talk to the players? Senior reporter shook his head. No, it's because if you get wrapped up in a fight with the players, you might get killed. You think that the players are going to fight? The junior reporter looked even more surprised. Try putting the most arrogant, talented guys in one place. It would be considered alright if they just hit and bit each other. Moreover, there's only one gate. Imagine 2 dogs that fought against each other coming out of the same door. What do you think will happen? Do you think they will just laugh it off and come out smiling while shaking their hands? By the time they arrived at the gate, the senior reporter continued with a wry smile. Above all, they think they are chosen beings. They view average citizens like us as nothing but a slave or a commoner. There's no way they will care about their surroundings. Gulp. The senior reporter's explanation was met only with a swallow. Puke. As if that wasn't enough, the junior reporter who swallowed his saliva let out a surprised sound. At the sound, the senior reporter grinned. How can you call yourself a reporter without any courage? Huh? What's wrong? Puke. However, as soon as he looked in the direction his junior reporters pointed at, he let out the same noise. Done, dungeon is cleared. Players. They started coming out of the gate. Big event. When the A+ rank dungeon attack started, it was literally like a festival. Everyone thought the end would as colorful and hot as the beginning. However, the atmosphere that came with clearing the dungeon was too cold to even speak. 31 dead, dungeon disaster occurs, Skull Guild, 0 survivors. Exterminated. 31 dead. 31 talented stars who are each respected by their guilds were now in a position where even their bodies could not be recovered. It was a result that no one even dared to think of. No trace of the dungeon rewards, who caught the orc champion. A dungeon clear was achieved after many sacrifices. However, the dungeon reward was nowhere to be seen. Phoenix Guild interview refused, biggest victim Skull Guild, refusing all official interviews, High Guild interview refused. Furthermore, all the guilds that would normally have boasted about their heroic acts remained silent. A commotion was inevitable. What the hell happened? They cleared the dungeon but there's no reward? Someone's hiding the rewards? Why would you decide to hide the reward unless you were crazy? It's a chance to be a star, right? Think about how they usually behave. They would say that it was they who did it even if they didn't. We have nothing to lose over their deaths. As long as players from Messiah is safe. Oh, as long as Messiah is safe. The fact that the Messiah Guild was safe prevented the commotion from exploding. I'm going to go crazy. However, the commotion among the players and the guilds couldn't help but explode. Damn it, how does it make sense that nobody knows what happened when a monster like the Orc Champion was killed? What about the Messiah Guild? Maybe the Messiah Guild caught it? Did a legendary appear, or did it not? Maybe they hid it cause a legendary appeared? An extremely sudden situation and unreasonably limited information did not even allow a hypothesis to be formed. All the guilds that participated in the dungeon clear panicked. I better get going now. Yes? I've finished writing the report, so I'll start heading back now. During such a commotion, there was no one who cared about a player like Kim Woo-jin. Was it even possible for someone in the world to guess that Kim Woo-jin captured the Orc Champion by himself and was hiding a legendary item? Thank you for your efforts. Of course, the dungeon support staff did not stop Kim Woo-jin. Wait. All that left was for Kim Woo-jin to get enough gas money from dungeon support staff to travel from Seoul to Busan. It was at that moment. Hey, there's an announcement. What's going on? Something that could stop Kim Woo-jin from leaving by grabbing his ankle appeared. Park Shin-hye from Messiah Guild is coming here. Park Shin-hye, successor of Han Group that was the largest supporter of Messiah Guild, and the second highest level player in Korea. Park Shin-hye is coming here in person. The appearance of the woman who was kind enough to tell Lee Se-jun to let him out of his misery when Kim Woo-jin was on the brink of death, was unexpected. Park Shin-hye has never came here before I returned to the past. She was with Lee Se-jun in Seoul, and when the Orc Lord's Fang was obtained by Messiah Guild, it was handed over to Lee Se-jun and she was beside him. Even for Kim Woo-jin, who returned to the past, such situation was unexpected. This means, it made Kim Woo-jin smile. Skull Guild and Yamato Federation, it proved that they were one of the many tales Park Shin-hye spread out in the world. It was a smile a hunting dog would make after seeing the tail of its prey. Chapter 28. The first day Kim Woo-jin met Park Shin-hye was the day he received an offer from Lee Se-jun. Hunting dog Kim Woo-jin, I need your strength. Naturally, the memory of his first meeting with Park Shin-hye was hazy, for it was the same day when the light that will save the world reached out to him. After that, he had no particular memory of Park Shin-hye. Their roles were different in the first place. Kim Woo-jin was the hunting dog that cleaned up Lee Se-jun's surroundings while Park Shin-hye was the flower that decorated Lee Se-jun. Kim Woo-jin had no reason to be interested in Park Shin-hye. To be completely honest, he was too busy, too caught up fighting to save the world. In other words, that day was the first time that he felt any interest or emotion toward Park Shin-hye. It was the day when he was betrayed by the hero he trusted more than anyone. He saw the true side of Park Shin-hye and developed feelings of anger and hatred towards her. Whoa! It's Park Shin-hye. Messiah's goddess. Goddess. Please look at me just once. Please save the world. That Park Shin-hye was now in front of Kim Woo-jin. The woman who is carrying out a plan to swallow up the world was walking through a thunderous shout of cheers. When he saw her, Kim Woo-jin admitted it honestly. How terrifying. Kim Woo-jin admitted that she's the most terrifying prey he's ever chased after. Already, Messiah Guild has become irreplaceable. And the Yamato Federation, which conspired to invade the Korean peninsula, was nothing but a puppet. To think she would fool the world so perfectly. Everything she planned was progressing covertly. No matter how uninterested he was in her movements, Kim Woo-jin only realized her conspiracy just before he died. If Kim Woo-jin hadn't been so lucky this time around, finding her tail would have come about much later. Now I know how the other players felt about the Messiah Guild. She was a prey that Kim Woo-jin had to catch. No, come to think of it, many in the world has tried to hunt the Messiah Guild, but no one has succeeded. However, Kim Woo-jin had no intention of giving up the chase. It was the first time he discovered her carefully hidden tail. Under such circumstances, if he intended to give up the hunt just because it leads to a monster when you chase after the tail, he would not have talked about hunting in the first place. I can't win using force alone. Rather, this situation in which she finally found the tail was a golden opportunity. History began to shift away from the past. It was the perfect time to make the crack even bigger. And I don't even have to be the one causing the trouble. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin held his smartphone and called someone. There was a short tone and a straight voice. Is this Mr. Kim Woo-jin? Yes, I am Kim Woo-jin. As soon as Kim Woo-jin finished introducing himself to the voice, he started to talk. I called you cause I have something to report about Dungeon. It's information I didn't report, but I thought I should tell you. I believe this isn't something I should report by phone or text. May I meet and talk to Mr. Park Yong-wan? Park Yong-wan, his mood wasn't so great. It was due to the news he received from Busan. Even though the A+ rank dungeon was cleared in 3 days, the report given to him was full of confusion and uncertainty. Despite losing 31 players, and the orc champion being hunted on the second day, no one could give a clear answer to how the process went. Therefore, Park Yong-wan accepted Kim's personal interview with pleasure. From Busan to Gimpo, he gave Kim Woo-jin the earliest plane ticket and even provided a taxi for him at the airport. The entire process was paid for by Park Yong-wan's personal card as well. Park Yong-wan has never treated anyone with favor since becoming a player. Skull Guild was weird? Yes, I didn't write it in the report because I wasn't too sure, but the actions of the Skull Guild were certainly strange. Tell me more in details. Fortunately, it was worth the favor. I've never seen them hunt an orc before. As you know, Skull Guild wears a skull mask. If I saw them hunt, I wouldn't have been mistaken. Maybe you just didn't see them hunt? Yes. But it is easy to tell if someone had fought the orcs or not. The appearances of Skull Guild members who were resting did not look like they had engaged in a fight with the orcs even once. And? Sometimes, Skull Guild members seem to be observing the movement of our guild and other guilds. Spy? A Skull Guild member stole a glance at our guild and left. If I hadn't been in the role of an observer, I wouldn't have realized it. There were also instances where I've even seen him use his silent hunter skills. The information Kim Woo-jin told him were not pleasant news. In summary, the Skull Guild didn't intend to hunt orcs from the beginning. However, they still entered the dungeon. In other words, there's a good chance they were only after the orc champion. Or the players. If they were after the orc champion, it's very likely that Skull Guild joined hands with another guild. They were probably wiped out because a legendary item dropped after killing the orc champion. In order to gain the ownership, it's likely that the Skull Guild was thrown away. In conclusion, it turns out the Skull Guild played a trick, and during the process, there was an unknown problem. Unfortunately, the evidence related to it seems to have disappeared within the dungeon. There was nothing about it that made Park Yong-wan feel better. Damn it, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have cared so much about this. To be honest, Park Yong-wan just wanted to deal with this as if nothing had happened. Anyway, I wonder why Park Shin-hye from the Messiah Guild came. Do you know why? However, Park Shin-hye, her name, made Park Yong-wan reluctant to give up. For all the well-known players in Korea, not just Park Yong-wan, Park Shin-hye's presence was an undeniable one. That's what I want to ask. It was the decisive reason why Park Yong-wan couldn't help but be interested in the dungeon. Do you have any information on the movement of the Messiah Guild in the dungeon? Nothing special. But if I had to add my personal opinion, I felt that they were too conservative, too safe. You felt that they were too conservative? I thought that the Messiah Guild would go after Orc Champion from the beginning. They are not the type to avoid water and fire, are they? Certainly. But this time they moved too calmly. They just slowly dwindled down the number of orcs. As if they didn't care about the Orc Champion. Therefore, Park Yong-wan was more inclined to listen to Kim Woo-jin's words more deeply. Of course, Park Yong-wan did not believe 100% of Kim Woo-jin's words. So the evidence lies within the Skull Guild, huh? Maybe it would be good to dig around and take a look. It wasn't a bad idea to look into the Skull Guild when he had no other leads. If you think about it, the Skull Guild is really fishy. Even though they don't have any sponsors near the top 10 within the financial circles, their mobilization of funds and connections are better than most decent guilds. Moreover, Park Yong-wan already suspected the Skull Guild to have a slightly different secret than the other guilds. Kim Woo-jin's words had enough basis for him to keep his ears open. Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-wan moved on to the next question. What do you want? Now, he tried to ask for the price for the important information that Kim Woo-jin kept even from the guild. What do I want? I hope you don't act all innocent and nice in front of me. It's not very pleasant when you know it's an act. Kim Woo-jin nodded at such remark. Then he loosened his gentle face and said with a smile around his mouth. I'd like to be introduced to a broker. Broker? Aren't you already acquainted with Hayashi Kansuke? It's true that we know each other. Then wouldn't it be better to trade with him? At Park Yong-wan's question, Kim Woo-jin said while shrugging his shoulders. After my first deal with Hayashi Kansuke, a phone call came from Mr. Park Yong-wan, and I was immediately offered a role as an observer in the A+ rank dungeon to watch over my colleagues. I don't want to make a deal with him when it's pretty obvious as to what happened. Such an answer made Park Yong-wan chuckle. He's much smarter than I thought. Kim Woo-jin was right. It would be crazy to trust a broker who handed over his trade partner's information to someone else due to suspicion. I'll let you get into contact with any broker you want. Above all, Park Yong-wan thought it was worth giving a player like Kim Woo-jin some preferential treatment. He's usable. He was well worth fattening up for future uses. Hearing what he wanted, Kim Woo-jin opened his mouth. Osei-chan, I heard that name is the most reliable on this floor. I heard he's the best when it comes to money laundering, is that right? Park Yong-wan smiled back at Kim Woo-jin's reply. Even if you get a call from a number you don't know, it would be good to answer your phone for a while. That was a memory. Osei-chan. In the Asian black market, when it comes to money laundering, there's no one better than him. Many players with name value in Korea are his customers. Of course, that won't be an issue. The problem is we won't be able to win him over to our side. We have to get rid of him if we want to win over Korean players, especially when it comes to the skilled ones. Only then will those players trade with our broker. All you have to do is raise your level and set up a trade route with Osei-chan. After that, if you have a chance to meet him, you can get rid of him then. Lim Sun-jun, a memory of a person who was sent from the Yamato Federation to take over the Korean peninsula. It was an opportunity for Kim Woo-jin. Osei-chan. The opportunity to have a broker dedicated to his trade. Though he isn't someone I can trust. Of course, Kim Woo-jin do not have much faith in Osei-chan. However, I do like the fact that the Yamato Federation hates him to death. The important detail was that he wasn't won over by the Yamato Federation and was listed on their assassination list. And if he was a member associated with the Messiah Guild, he wouldn't have been on the Yamato Federation's assassination list. Looking at the situation as a whole, there also existed a possibility that the Messiah Guild wasn't associated with Osei-chan either. Since I didn't know his name, it would mean that they had succeeded in the assassination. More importantly, their assassination would have been successful. If such famous person was still alive 2 to 3 years later, Kim Woo-jin definitely would have heard something about him. Hayashi Kan-suk must have taken his spot after he died. Kim Woo-jin knew the history after that. After the disappearance of the black market tycoon Osei-chan, his clients became clients of Hayashi Kan-suk, who gave the plus ring to Johann Georg. And Park Yong-wan, who was one of them, moved over to Japan with his players and considerable number of items through Hayashi Kan-suk. In other words, the Yamato Federation's plans had to be changed more depending on how much longer Osei-chan lived, which would affect the Messiah Guild's plans as well. Value of a card like Osei-chan is certainly worth the effort. That, however, wasn't the only reason Kim Woo-jin wanted to make contact with Osei-chan. Even if that wasn't the case, I will be able to get in contact with those associated with the Yamato Federation just by staying near Osei-chan. As long as Osei-chan's name was on the Yamato Federation's assassination list, players from the Yamato Federation would continue to rush toward him. Like a moth flying toward the flames. From Kim Woo-jin's point of view, it was an opportunity to gather a clearer picture of the Yamato Federation. In the process, if I catch a new tale of the Messiah Guild, making most of the opportunity was the best Kim Woo-jin could do right now. At such a moment, Kim Woo-jin received a call. The caller ID was unknown, but Kim Woo-jin answered the call without hesitation. "This is Kim Woo-jin." "Huh?" Then a surprised voice came out. "Hello, I'm sorry, but is your number 010? There was an apology. 1239? Kim Woo-jin replied to him. "No, I'm sorry. You called the wrong number." That was the end of the call. It was one of those experiences that happens sometimes when someone calls the wrong number. However, Kim Woo-jin do not brush off such accident as an accident. Rather, he dialed the number he just got the call from. "I'm Osei-chan. Let's cut to the chase." It was the same voice that made the call not too long ago. But the way he spoke was completely different. "I heard it from Park Yong-wan. You want to do business with me?" Unlike a while ago, there was no sign of weakness, but rather it was filled with very heavy, cold tone. Kim Woo-jin replied to the question. "Yes. What is it that you want?" "I need money. I'd like you to introduce me to a dungeon that's worth a lot of money. And I also need some money laundered as well. I will test your ability first. Level 20 or below, C+ rank dungeon. Currently 3 parties have failed. The deadline is 5 days. If more than 5 days is passed, then you are considered to have failed. On the other hand, if the deadline is reduced, I'll give you better treatment as you deserve. What's your answer?" "You only have to give me the dungeon report and enough gas money to get to the dungeon gate." The moment the call was over, he received a text message. Kobold Sweep. Dungeon Floor, 1. Dungeon Difficulty, C+ rank. Dungeon Capacity, 4 people. Entry Condition, must be level 20 or below. Clear Condition, hunt 100 kobolds. Kobold. As soon as he saw the details, Kim Woo-jin was sure. He doesn't planning on getting a new client. He was sure that Osei-chan didn't want to increase the number of his customers anymore. The evidence was that kobolds were used as a test. Kobold was a monster that walked on 2 feet with a dog-like head, and their physical abilities were located halfway between a goblin and an orc. Their individual strength was far behind the orcs. Their strength as a herd, however, was too much to compare to the likes of orcs and goblins, making them a difficult monster to deal with. They definitely weren't the right type of monster to test a new customer's skills. In other words, he did not intend to increase the number of his clients as Kim Woo-jin previously thought. Maybe he already knows there are people who are after him. Moreover, such a way of selecting his customer often indicated the broker felt threatened by the idea of accepting new clients. This won't be easy. It was obvious that Osei-chan was not an easy bait. Then, Kim Woo-jin received a second text. Dungeon Location Songbodong, Ilsan-gu, Goyang, Jieonggi-do. Ilsan. It was a text that contained the location of the dungeon gate. In addition, the text also included the answer to Kim Woo-jin's demand for his transportation expenses. Subway fare fee 4,201, deposit after the dungeon is cleared. It was the moment when Kim Woo-jin truly met someone who wasn't easy to deal with. Chapter 29. Current stop is Pungsan. Pungsan Station. Hearing the announcement, Kim Woo-jin looked out the window of the Gyeonggi Central Line train heading to Ilsan. As the train left the station, a clear view of everyday life in Goyang City, Ilsandong could be seen. This place will be in ruins within 2 years as well. The scenery of Ilsan going through Kim Woo-jin's head was the image of a city devastated by monsters and surrounded by tanks and artilleries to remove those monsters. It wasn't just an imagination. Was it a twin-head ogre? In 2025, Ilsan essentially lost its ability to function as a city due to a twin-head ogre, which had escaped from a 6th-floor dungeon. And such occurrences were happening all over the world. Not for much longer. Monsters coming out of the dungeon gate in the present were still threatening, but even the general public with firearms were more than able to mitigate and deal with the damage caused by those threats. The same held true in 2025. There was no monster mankind could not kill. The only problem was that firearms alone were no longer enough. They needed the firepower of several artillery or fighter units in order to kill them. It was then that the world realized the importance of strong, talented players, and powerful items. Leaving a dungeon with 5 or more floors unattended was virtually like losing the territory itself. Of course, there were those who knew that much earlier. All the players who are currently over level 100 knew the truth. It was impossible for them to not understand. If you have faced a monster from a 3-floor dungeon, it wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if such a monster were to run outside. It was just something one could naturally tell, even without a thought. If you know what's going to happen, you won't be able to stand still. This was the reason why high-level players including Park Yong-wan, who were reluctant to work for the public good, risked their lives and entered the dungeons. They had no other option. They had to frantically raise their levels and secure items in order to survive. Because they knew a hellish period was coming. When one cannot survive in the world without getting stronger. They couldn't just brush it off and think about it later. At the same time, it was also the reason they did not look back and acted as they pleased. Why wouldn't they when they know that it will be a lawless world in 2 or 3 years? Why would they worry about tax investigations or hearings that will take place in 10 or 20 years? Likewise, there was nothing wrong with selling out one's country when the order of the world was about to collapse. It was such an era of lawlessness and darkness that helped the Messiah Guild to shine even brighter. Due to being in that Messiah Guild, Kim Woo-jin do not have to worry or think about difficult things. He liked how things were back then. However, that did not mean that he wanted to experience the same story. It was just that Kim Woo-jin saw the truth. I need to prepare enough power before the world becomes like that. The power to withstand the threat of the Messiah Guild. If he still remains weak when the rules of the world start to change, then the Messiah Guild will eat Kim Woo-jin alive. Current stop is Ilsan Station. With that reality in mind, Kim Woo-jin arrived at his destination. After getting off at Ilsan Station and walking a little further away from the station, he saw a large area of farmland filled with greenhouses. Kim Woo-jin's destination, the dungeon gate, was inside the most desolate greenhouse. With its ripped-up plastic covers and collapsed interior, a greenhouse welcomed Kim Woo-jin. That was all. It was just there without a single person waiting in sight, only the dungeon gate lay there imposingly. He said that it devoured 3 parties already, right? It was an unfitting treatment for a dungeon gate, which has already eaten 3 parties. After devouring as many as 3 parties, the dungeon was very likely to be shunned by players. Moreover, because the dungeon was infested with difficult monsters like kobolds, players with common sense would be even more unwilling to choose this dungeon. In other words, it would remain untouched and spit out monsters without rest until players similar to those from the Messiah Guild, who don't care about the risks, came to clear it. Since that's the case, There was a need to prevent monsters from suddenly escaping out of the dungeon and inflicting casualties to the surrounding population. Of course, no matter how many people died, a small problem like that was of no importance to people who were busy thinking of more ways to make money. Hayashi Kansuke, he's better than a bastard like him. In other words, Osei-chan was not such a wretched person. It wasn't a misunderstanding. He's doing a good job keeping it clean. A dungeon with a kill count of 3 parties should have traces left by the party in the vicinity. Otherwise, there should have been traces of the monsters coming out and escaping. Unexpectedly, the surroundings were clean. Not to mention monster footprints, there weren't even tire marks from cars. This meant that this place was strictly monitored and cleaned. Kim Woo-jin smiled. What a funny fellow. Kim Woo-jin never saw a broker that cared about managing a dungeon in a such way. To the point of wanting to meet him. For the first time, Kim Woo-jin wanted to meet the man named Osei-chan. Other than that, there wasn't much to consider. No matter how many people died in this dungeon, how difficult it was, or what kind of monster the kobolds were, it didn't matter to Kim Woo-jin. As mentioned before, clearing Shun dungeons like this was what Kim Woo-jin did before returning to the past. To do that, I'll have to clear this dungeon first. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin entered the dungeon without hesitation. Kim Woo-jin entered the dungeon. He went in alone. It looks like he's going to try to clear it alone. Is that so? Then contact me when he comes out. Yes. The man who put down the smartphone as the call ended was a young man. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, but his shaved head, thick horn-rimmed glasses, muscular body, and nervous temperament made his age a mystery. What happened? A middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes asked the question. In addition, the middle-aged man's question was in Russian. Obviously, the reply was in Russian as well. A strange lunatic wants to trade with me. I'm testing him. The middle-aged man tilted his head back when he heard about a new client. Lunatic? Can you believe that he asked me to pay for his transportation? The old man smiled bitterly in response. Trying to extort money from you? He must be someone who doesn't not know you. Yeah, I'm sure he doesn't know me. But such person told me that he wanted to do business with me through Park Yong-wan. In front of the name Park Yong-wan, the middle-aged man immediately erased his smile. Do you mean Park Yong-wan from the Phoenix Guild? Was there any other son of a bitch named Park Yong-wan that I know of? If he's someone from Park Yong-wan's side, wouldn't it be better for you to not take it? Unlike the playful young man, the middle-aged man inquired seriously. Only then did the young man speak in a serious tone as well. He's not on Park Yong-wan's side. Are you sure? If he was someone from Park Yong-wan's side, there wouldn't be a need for him to become a customer like this when he could just trade with me through Park Yong-wan. Well, I can look into it more after he passes the test. What are his chances of survival? Well, it's a C+ rank dungeon with a level limit of 20, injury up to 4 people, and a clear condition of killing 100 kobolds. I would say since he entered it alone, his odds are not too high. Hearing this reply, the middle-aged man spoke in a surprised tone. He went in alone? Into a dungeon with kobolds? The middle-aged man knew what kind of monsters kobolds were very well. It's dangerous. Yep, it's very dangerous. The young man, Osei-chan, knew it as well. They are very dangerous monsters with a sense of smell on par with dogs. They have systematic movements like wolf packs, a sense of companionship, and the ability to use complicated tools like bows. If he faces them like he's going against a group of orcs or goblins, he's going to be in a worse off than being in hell. He knew how dangerous kobolds were and that one needed to approach hunting them differently than hunting a group of orcs or goblins. He also knew that watching an unprofessional player enter a dungeon with kobolds without proper preparations was no different than watching a suicide unfold. He must be very skilled. The middle-aged man knew that Osei-chan would never assist a suicide. I don't know. You know? Yep, at the very least, he hasn't even reached level 20. He has no experience clearing 2-floor dungeons and he has been a player for only about a month now. But someone who doesn't even know me contacted me through Park Yong-won. He even asked me to help him pay for the transportation costs. Considering everything he's done, he is not the type of person who is looking for an easy way out either. There's a good chance he's an assassin who's after your life. Assassin? An unknown expert approaching someone while mustering public attention. One can often see that in movies with assassin protagonists. Oh Se-chan laughed mockingly at the middle-aged man's remarks. I don't care about that. Most of us will die in 10 years anyway. I'm sure it would be more of a headache to be alive in 10 years. And if I die, Gorbachev, you won't at a loss, will you? Since everything in my name will be yours. Hearing Oh Se-chan's words, Gorbachev smiled bitterly. One's skill is the only thing that matters. Even if he is a man who is trying to kill me, it's okay as long as he is skilled. All I need is a monster who can come back smiling even if he's put inside a hellish dungeon. That's why I set the deadline at 5 days. Gorbachev shook his head when he heard that the deadline was only 5 days. It looks like you really need a monster. Yeah, unless you're a monster, it's impossible to kill 100 kobolds in 5 days. Oh Se-chan's eyes glistened as he spoke. With that kind of monster in my hands, it's more than enough to end this game. Gorbachev got up from his seat when he saw Oh Se-chan's hopeful eyes. Alright then. I'm going to do my job now. Oh Se-chan waved when he heard Gorbachev's farewell. I'm sorry I couldn't see you off to the airport. You know how my situation is. If you're sorry, why don't you upgrade my flight seat to business? I'll see you off at the airport. You don't mind if we take the subway, right? I'm good. At the foot of a mountain with endless rocks and trees. Coo. Coo. A kobold was patrolling the mountainside alone. The appearance of a kobold did not fall short of the expression monster. Head of a dog walking on 2 legs instead of 4, and holding a sword and shield in its 2 hands. It looked even more eerie than an orc or a goblin. However, a kobold's physique, which neared at most 1.4 meters tall compared to an orc's 2 meters tall muscular body, did not seem threatening. It looked weak enough that a warrior-type player might think they could easily fight it one-on-one. In fact, hunting a kobold one-on-one was quite feasible for a player with levels higher than 10 and enough hunting experience. Because of this, most of the players would try and hunt the kobold if they saw a lone patrol without hesitation when hunting kobolds for the first time. However, not many of such stories were told. For only few of the people who hunted kobolds in that way ever came back alive. That was certainly the case. Kobolds never missed the scent of blood of its kind, and to take revenge for their kindred they would pass through fire and water. In a way, blood of kobolds were like a curse that resulted in inevitable death. Sug. That's why Kim Woo-jin, who appeared behind the kobold, wrapped its neck with a wire in his hand. Kek. The kobold let out a silent scream with his mouth wide open. Then Kim Woo-jin slowly waited until the kobold's heart stopped beating. Soon, the kobold died with his long tongue hanging out. The sacrifice is secured. It was the moment when he got a sacrifice without shedding a drop of blood. In fact, Kim Woo-jin didn't have to approach this in a such way. With his current combat power, it was possible to kill 100 kobolds even if he was engaged in a brawl. To exaggerate a little, he could even pour the blood of kobolds on his body and kill the kobolds that came after him. All I have to do now is to dig a trap. But Kim Woo-jin do not do that. If necessary, he would happily have a slaughterfest. However, it was not Kim Woo-jin's style to engage in an exhausting battle when he didn't have to. While having overwhelming strength, producing even more overwhelming results was Kim Woo-jin's hunting style. Summon Skeleton Soldier. In order to do that, Kim Woo-jin summoned a skeleton soldier. Blackbone. The power of the underworld flows within the skeleton soldier. A skeleton soldier with black bones rose up. Chapter 30. When dealing with kobolds, one should be most wary of their sense of smell. As soon as one's body was smeared with the kobold's blood, it was practically impossible to hide from the rest of the kobolds. At the same time, the kinship between kobolds was very strong. When one of their kin is killed, They do not stop attacking until they kill the perpetrator and get their revenge. Goong, goong. That was why 20 kobolds were running around the rugged mountains until they were out of breath. The moment they detected the thick smell of the blood of their people, there was no other choice. Coo. Coo. They sniffed and ran towards the smell of the blood, taking the shortest path possible. Soon, the kobolds were able to reach a spot full of their kin's bodies, which had been squashed. Goong, goong. Their sense of smell was paralyzed by the thick scent of blood around them. Some kobolds even sank their noses into the ground in order to avoid smelling the odious scent of blood. Goong? At that moment, a kobold found something strange. There were bones of his kind between the bodies. Of course, it wasn't unusual for there to be bones. The strange thing was that the color of the bones were pitch black. Kong, Kong. The kobold felt uncomfortable upon seeing the abnormality, so it sniffed the bone after approaching it. Sug. Then, something rose from the pile of dead bodies and instantly sliced the kobold's neck. Sig. Eerie sounds of etched tools cutting the wind could be heard all around him. The kobolds were surprised and their hair pointed outwards. Then skeleton soldiers with black bones rose up from the gaps between the corpses. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. The skeleton soldiers immediately spread out and hunted the kobolds. Sig. The skeleton soldiers' movements were surprisingly nimble, and the swords they wielded were incredibly sharp. Sojiog. Even amongst them, the attacks from skeleton soldiers holding scimitars were cutting the kobolds' bodies like hollow bamboo. Of course, the kobolds fought back. Goong. Krr. They swung their weapons, clubs, crude swords, or maces, and some of their attacks hit the body of the skeleton soldiers. Their power was considerable. The evidence was that the kobold sword, which hit the skeleton soldier, gave off a spark and sounded like it was hitting coarse iron. Wasn't it obvious that their attack would sound like it's striking iron since their strength is so weak? Goong? It was ridiculous from a kobold's perspective. Buke. Then there was a noise from behind the kobold. It was the sound of an arrow coming from a distance. Goong? Surprised, kobold began sniffing with his nose toward the direction of the arrow. However, it was impossible for the kobold to smell Kim Woo-jin, who was covered in dirt, to hide his scent. Kim Woo-jin, who confirmed this clearly, began to actively fire his arrows. Buke. Endless swarms of arrows struck the kobolds' backs. In fact, that was the end of the hunt. After less than 10 minutes of fighting, there were no kobold left standing on the floor. Kim Woo-jin do not enter battlefield that ended in such a way. He looked at it from a long distance in order to avoid being tainted by the scent of blood. Buke. He looked at his skeleton soldiers who were confirmed to be shooting the kobolds instead of Kim Woo-jin. Black bone skill, it's good as expected. Black bone. It was a skill that Kim Woo-jin acquired through the catalog he received when he hunted the 1000th orc. The effect was simple. Black bone, skill rank, E, skill effect, greatly increases the defense of skeleton soldiers. It strengthened the defense of skeleton soldiers. Though I did not expect the ruler of the battlefield to work with the black bone skill as well. What was surprising was that the ruler of the battlefield also applied to the black bone skill. It was due to the fact that constitution and strength affected the black bone's defense. The ruler of the battlefield was a skill that increased all of its stats. This level of defense is similar to wearing a rare rank armor. The resulting defense was visible even to the naked eye. Splendid. The skeleton soldiers were also aware of the change and were using it to their advantage. Now, they not only avoided attacks, but they have begun to withstand awkward attacks with their own bodies and counterattack. In battle, they looked more advantageous. There was only one problem. You do not have enough mana, the effect of the black bone disappears. It consumed more mana than he thought to maintain the black bones. The news did not make Kim Woo-jin dispirited. I need a way to increase the mana capacity. If it wasn't enough, he just needed to think a way to fill it up. Then, an notification was heard in Kim Woo-jin's ear. Current number of kobolds hunted is 95, you have leveled up. It was actually a notification signaling the hunt was nearly over. He could kill 5 kobolds by himself even without his skeleton soldiers. Nevertheless, Kim Woo-jin did not get blood on his body. He did not hurry. Let's have a party since it's the last time. He wasn't planning on doing something silly like that. He just waited quietly from a distance for his praise to come on their own accord. Goong. In Kim Woo-jin's ears, the cries of kobolds could be heard. After the world turned into a game in 2020, Oh-se-chan was confident that nothing could surprise him. Even if there was a news report of nuclear missile being fired one morning, he would be more curious about nuclear missile-related stock prices rather than being surprised. Like usual, he would take a look at the stock charts from around the world. What? But Oh-se-chan couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing the news. The dungeon gate disappeared? Yes. The dungeon gate disappeared. So, you're saying that after only 18 hours since entering the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin cleared it? I think so. Only 18 hours since the player entered the dungeon. How the hell? In face of such nonsense, Oh-se-chan could not remain calm. Maybe he didn't go in alone? Rather than accepting the facts, he painstakingly tried to think of a way to deny it. No, the surveillance was secure. I'm sure he came alone. Even if he didn't, there's no reason for him to be appearing to go in alone. Above all, even if a 4-man party were to go in, it's not normal to clear it in 18 hours. Even if it was a 4-man party, to finish this dungeon in 18 hours, they would need skills of world-class rankers. Or he's covered with legendary rank items. But how could that be possible? By what means? But the more he contemplated in his head, the more tangled the thread became. No, that's not it. In the end, Oh-se-chan realized. So where is Kim Woo-jin now? I'm sorry. I can't see him. He's gone, isn't he? Yes. He realized that it wasn't the time for him to be denying the situation or thinking about how Kim Woo-jin got stronger. There's no way he doesn't know how capable he is. But he has been hiding his skills until now. The most important thing right now was that Kim Woo-jin wasn't just proving his ability. Under such circumstances, he showed his skills without hesitation after contacting me. He's giving me a signal. Kim Woo-jin sent a signal to Oh-se-chan. A signal of great intensity. Now, Oh-se-chan had to interpret the signal's meaning and respond to it. Does he know who I am? An assassin who's after me? But does it make sense to use a man of this magnitude as an assassin? No, where the hell did he come from? It isn't the Phoenix Guild for sure. Who's behind it? Is it the Han Group? His contemplation grew longer. What should I do? Oh-se-chan's underling asked him. I'm a broker. Only then did Oh-se-chan make a decision. We should start a service that befits our new customers' performance. What should I do? Prepare locker number 19. Kim Woo-jin, who finished the dungeon in 18 hours, headed toward Ilsan Station. When he returned to Ilsan Station, he hid his figure in the crowd and waited. It's about time he contacts me. He was waiting for Oh-se-chan's call. I hope I proved the value of trading with me. To be exact, he was waiting for Oh-se-chan to respond. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin do not trust Oh-se-chan. Kim Woo-jin made contact with him because he was an enemy of the Yamato Federation and likely not associated with the Messiah Guild. Other than that, he didn't know anything else about him. What mattered most to Kim Woo-jin was his ability. So Kim Woo-jin was willing to show him his skills. It was rather explosive. Normally, Kim Woo-jin would have held back his skills accordingly. It was not difficult for him to do such a thing in a dungeon with no eyes. However, he did it at the cost of revealing his skills. He threw the ball to Oh-se-chan with all his strength. Naturally, now Oh-se-chan would respond. A clumsy hand approaches, and it is used as bait. If his reaction was to absorb Kim Woo-jin to his side, Kim Woo-jin would not deal with him. Even if he did it, it would be in moderation. As Kim Woo-jin said earlier, Kim Woo-jin only liked the background of a man named Oh-se-chan, he did not trust him. But if he said something along the lines of let's join forces and surprise the world with our combined IQs of over 300. Or how about investing, I know a good investment. It wasn't even worth talking. He would simply be used as a bait. On the other hand, if Oh-se-chan proved his ability, Kim Woo-jin was willing to make a close connection with him. Show me your worth. Then, a text message arrived on Kim Woo-jin's phone. The text contained a number and told him to use a payphone. Kim Woo-jin went straight to a nearby payphone. Slang. With the coin he prepared beforehand, he inserted the coin and dialed the number. Dungeon cleared in 18 hours. With your skills, I can even introduce you to an A+ ranked dungeon. Only after we build more trust, of course. Referral fee is 25% of the income earned from the dungeon. From the beginning of the call, Oh-se-chan spoke like a true broker. Also, the stolen goods will be purchased at 30% of the market price. The fee for money laundering is 30%. Lastly, the fee for acquiring items will be 11% of the purchase price. Other than that, he had nothing else to say. The list of dungeons I have secured currently have been placed in a locker at Ilsen Station. Locker number 19, password 4885. If you want to trade a dungeon, send a mail to the address attached behind the dungeon list. He sent him the information he needed to do business with, and when he finished speaking, he ended the call. He acted like a broker, and met Kim Woo-jin's expectations. But Kim did not smile knowing this. Oh-se-chan's disposition showed that he wasn't exactly what Kim Woo-jin wanted. It was no laughing matter. I'm glad I stayed at the station. Kim Woo-jin went straight to where Oh-se-chan told him to go and immediately opened the locker. There were 2 envelopes inside the locker. A paper envelope and a letter envelope. A letter? Kim Woo-jin opened the envelope that looked like a letter and checked the contents. When he checked over the contents inside the letter, he couldn't help but break into a laughter. Inside the letter were 4,301 in cash. Is 101 for the payphone fee? The cash included 4,201 for transportation he mentioned earlier and 101 for the payphone not too long ago. What a funny guy. It was a situation where he couldn't help but laugh. However, Kim Woo-jin's smile disappeared as soon as he checked the information in the other envelope. Apostrophe. I'm sure now that the Messiah Guild killed Oh-se-chan. Oh-se-chan, in his hands were treasures that would make even the Messiah Guild covet them. Chapter 31. There were 3 main types of services that brokers offered. They introduced illegal dungeons, traded stolen goods, or helped with money laundering. Among these, the most common transaction was fencing goods from illegal dungeons. Trading stolen goods and money laundering weren't easy to do for an average person, but it was possible for anybody to find a dungeon. Furthermore, finding a dungeon wasn't difficult to do. Unlike searching for pine mushrooms or truffles, you did not need skilled professionals to identify them. Finding a dungeon that could be traded for money like the ones with trolls all depended on luck. The problem laid in defending the dungeon after it was found. Let's just say that a newbie broker who entered the dungeon business managed to find a good dungeon. Then, in order to sell that dungeon, let's say the broker disclosed the existence of the dungeon to potential buyers. Would they fiercely compete with one and another to get the dungeon? Or would they go to the broker who doesn't have much of a background and use an inexpensive tool like a punch to rob them? Nevertheless, dungeons were never a simple treasure chest. It was more like a bomb that monsters could break out from at any time. He is not an ordinary broker. The moment Kim Woo-jin checked the types of dungeon Oh-se-chan possessed, Kim Woo-jin realized Oh-se-chan was not a normal person. It was Oh-se-chan's 2-floor A-ranked dungeon that caught Kim Woo-jin's attention more than the others. Albino lizard's egg, number of floors, 2 floors, dungeon difficulty, A, dungeon capacity, 8 people, entry condition, must be below level 30, clear condition, obtain the albino lizard's egg, clear reward, a catalog will be given to the one who hunts the albino lizard. Kim Woo-jin already had knowledge and information about the dungeon. I'm positive that this dungeon was cleared in the year 2025. It was none other than the Messiah Guild who cleared this dungeon. Year 2025, it was when the world was in turmoil and Kim Woo-jin was now a renowned member of the Messiah Guild. The Messiah Guild was lucky enough to acquire this dungeon. After securing this dungeon, It took them 4 tries to obtain the albino lizard's egg. Since it was so difficult to clear it back then, Kim Woo-jin helped come up with strategies and personally train the players involved in order to clear the dungeon. Albino lizard's egg. It was a legendary item that the Messiah Guild kept strictly confidential. Furthermore, not even the guild members were told the attributes of the albino lizard's egg. All they knew was that it was an amazing item that needed to be kept confidential. Even Kim Woo-jin only knew that it was a legendary rank item, he did not know the item descriptions. This wasn't bizarre. Because a countermeasure to the item could be developed if an item's attributes were exposed, it was usually better to hide it. Moreover, the year 2025 was a time rife with betrayal. It had become very difficult to maintain security. Ultimately, it wasn't safe to share the item information, even to someone who was greatly trusted. It was because such a secret couldn't be kept in front of skills like the eyes of Anubis. To think this dungeon appeared at this time? Anyway, a dungeon that the Messiah Guild cleared after a huge sacrifice was in Osei-chan's hands. It's possible that Osei-chan sold this dungeon to the Messiah Guild. But if that were so, I would have known Osei-chan's name. In other words, before Kim Woo-jin returned to the past, there was a process in which Osei-chan's belongings were moved to the hands of the Messiah Guild. They must have stolen it after killing him. It was very likely that the Messiah Guild killed Osei-chan and claimed the dungeon. Assumptions are a taboo. Needless to say, it was dangerous to be certain about that. It was dangerous to assume a prey's whereabouts with confidence during a hunt. And that wasn't what Kim Woo-jin needed to worry about right now. I have to find a way to clear this dungeon. He knew that he couldn't miss this golden opportunity. But I can't go in recklessly. In order to do this, Kim Woo-jin needed to be more secretive and meticulous. This is a dungeon that even the Messiah Guild failed to clear 4 times. I have to be confident before proceeding. Above all, he needed enough strength to be sure he could clear this dungeon. Before that, I have to get to level 20. Year 2023, April 22nd. Beginning of warm weather, a perfect time for going out. Wake up, Phoenix Guild. Wake up. Wake up. As expected, because it was such an amazing day to go out, there were far more protesters than usual in front of the Phoenix Guild's headquarters. Kim Woo-jin walked into the building with a shouting behind him. He was headed to the office of Jang Woo-suk, the team leader of the dungeon support staff. "Oh, you are here?" When Kim Woo-jin appeared, Jang Woo-suk stood up and welcomed him with a smile. "Good to see you," he said, pointing at the guest table where the coffee and cake were already prepared. "Let's sit down." The coffee looked to be bought from the specialty coffee shop outside, and the cake looked quite expensive as well. It was an unusually excessive treatment. It looks like someone must have schemed something. It was evident that Jang Woo-suk had a problem he wanted solved. Yes. As soon as Kim Woo-jin sat down, the head of the support team Jang Woo-suk let out a long sigh. "I have to say I'm sorry before we begin." "Yes?" Kim Woo-jin had a slightly surprised look on his face. The head of the support team Jang Woo-suk said with a frown on his face. "The dungeon you requested, the application didn't go through." "Why?" Jang Woo-suk continued to explain before the question was asked. "They say it's too dangerous." "It's nothing else, it's dangerous for you to enter the dungeon alone, which people have already failed once." The reason itself was appropriate. No matter how much people say that guilds do not care about their players, we can't just watch them walk into the jaws of death, can we? Guilds were not stupid. Although they couldn't prevent players from dying in the dungeons due to their lack of skill, they would prevent players from entering a dungeon if they thought there was a very high likelihood of resulting in their deaths. In that sense, Kim Woo-jin's behavior was very dangerous, as Jang Woo-suk said. "And you aren't a regular player now, right?" Most of all, Kim Woo-jin was no longer an ordinary player in the Phoenix Guild. Foremost, Kim Woo-jin showed impressive results several times. His level now reached 2 digits, and soon neared level 20. In the world of players, reaching level 20 gave the person right to clear a 2-floor dungeon. You're a player who came back alive from that A+ rank dungeon where as many as 31 people died. Ultimately, He had an experience of clearing an A+ rank dungeon as well. From the perspective of the Phoenix Guild, it was natural to be worried about Kim Woo-jin's well-being. They couldn't just allow him to enter the jaws of death alone. Establish a party. In other words, he needed more people to join the dungeon with him. Or you need to find someone to go in with you. It didn't even have to be a party, he needed someone who would at least prevent him from carrying all the risks alone. But aren't you aware of my circumstances? The problem was that Kim Woo-jin's reputation was not very good within the Phoenix Guild. Who would go into the dungeon with me? If Kim Woo-jin were to look for parties, most of the players would refuse. Not everyone would refuse. However, not many players would gather and it would be hard to find talented players whom Kim Woo-jin would be pleased with. So therefore, Jing Woo-suk, the head of the support team, told him his alternative plan. Do you mind hunting with people from other guilds? At such a suggestion, Kim Woo-jin couldn't help but ridicule within. He bit the bait. When attempting to clear dungeon, most players would attempt to do so with players in their guild. However, that wasn't always the case. Under certain circumstances, there were cases where a player would try to clear it with players from other guilds. The problem was that most instances of it had pretty bad results. It was because talented players with good character did not have trouble finding colleagues in a guild to clear dungeons with. In other words, most of the players who looked for teammates from other guilds were either below average in skill, had personality issues, or repeatedly had abysmal results. That was the case with this dungeon. Hobgoblin Cave Cleaning. Number of dungeon floor, 1 floor. Dungeon difficulty, B rank. Dungeon capacity, 19 people. Entry condition, must be below level 20. Clear condition, kill 444 hobgoblins hiding within their cave. Clear reward, the person who kills the most hobgoblins will be given a catalog along with an achievement. Hobgoblin Cave Dungeon. After failing to clear the same dungeon twice in a row, the Phoenix Guild opened up the dungeon to players from the other guilds. And now, 19 people were gathered. Players who have never met each other were gathered at one spot. Of course, self-introductions began. I will warn you guys beforehand, if you interfere with our hunt, I'll just kill you, so crawl around on your own. Spouting bullshit. What? What's your level, you son of a bitch? Why? Are you going to look away like nothing happened if I'm higher level than you? Huh? Both of you shut up. My fucking head already hurts cause I drank too much. Self-introduction that couldn't be more perfect. Hey. Let's have a fight once we are in the dungeon. Instead, why don't we turn on the private broadcast here and fight right now? How about it? They even looked impatient to show off each other's skills. Of course, Kim Woo-jin didn't pay much attention to this scene. His eyes were focused on the profiles of each player he received from the dungeon support team. Frankly, none of their profiles were great. No special dungeons cleared, no experience clearing dungeons alone, nor experience clearing high-rank dungeons. They're a bunch of nuisances. Instead, they often had criminal records. Drunk driving was a norm, speeding was an everyday occurrence, and there were even players who were suspended for attempted rape. If not for the fact that they were players, they wouldn't even be here, they would have been in prison. They are the types of people that guilds won't really care about even if they died. Needless to say, if these players died in the middle of a dungeon, their guilds wouldn't put much effort into investigating the reason for their deaths. When he came to such a conclusion, Kim Woo-jin's eyes turned to 3 players in a corner. Skull Guild. There were 3 players from the Skull Guild. They also had no special record. They've often done this kind of dungeon. If the fact that they usually clear the dungeons that were opened in this way was special, their record would be very special. That was all. After all, the really important information, such as the legendary items owned by a player or the fact that a player returned to the past from the future with a vast amount of experience and knowledge intact, would never be recorded. They're player hunters. The number of players who died to player hunters in a cleared dungeon would never be recorded. Still, Kim Woo-jin was certain. I'm sure their target is me. That those 3 players were after him. There was no need to think into it too deeply. The Skull Guild must have been overturned by the Orc Champion dungeon. After that, they would have felt the need to investigate what happened and deal with the unknown variables. During that time, if they had a chance to take part in a dungeon with Kim Woo-jin, who had participated in the dungeon, it was only natural for them to take the opportunity. It must have been Park Yong-wan who handed out the rice cake. Furthermore, he was certain Park Yong-wan was the one who had set this up. Jing Woo-sik, the head of the support team, must have been pressured by Park Yong-wan to put Kim Woo-jin in such a dungeon. To lure the Skull Guild, he used Kim Woo-jin as bait to create the stage. That traitor must have gotten some evidence. In other words, Park Yong-wan has begun to question the Skull Guild in earnest. That was why Kim Woo-jin was here. We will be entering the dungeon. And it was also why Kim Woo-jin went into the dungeon without any hesitation. Chapter 32. As soon as 19 players entered the dungeon, a dry, barren stage welcomed them. As if they've been brought to a corner of the Grand Canyon, cliffs made of dried soil surrounded them like a stadium. It was an awesome sight that was worth mentioning. However, none of the 19 players who saw this scene were interested. Over there. What is it? Over there, there's a cave. What they were interested in were not the cliffs surrounding them, but rather the caves on its walls that looked like mouse holes. There are 11 caves. Each entrance was large enough to fit a SUV. Look at that. There's a mark next to the entrance of that cave. There was an artificial mark next to the entrance of the cave. There was an X drawn using a sharp object. Some caves had 2 X marks in front them. They were marks left by the players who visited the dungeon before them. X means don't go in, right? I think they just checked it off indicating that they already went in. There was a brief discussion on those traces. Well, does it really matter? It doesn't change the fact that all we need to do is kill those goblin bastards inside. Am I wrong? It was essentially a very short discussion. At the end of the day, all we have to do is kill some goblins. It's not even a job when we just gotta go in the caves and kill them. You're right, the only thing annoying about hunting goblins is if they run away, but this is like catching a rat in a jar. Having just one tanker at the front would be enough to end the game. How stupid were the group of guys that came before us that they died before clearing this kind of dungeon. The players came here to hunt, not to comfort the dead and clean up their bones. 2 X's mean that 2 parties were wiped out, right? That means there are 2 parties worth of items. Rather, they were much more interested in taking the items left behind by the dead players. Actually, it was obvious that they came here that reason in the first place. We're going in here. If you come in here without our permission, we'll kill you without a warning. So don't follow us. Here, here, here. Don't touch these 3 because we'll be clearing them. Just know that we'll cut at least one of your wrists if you try. We'll enter this one. The evidence was that the 3 parties started fighting for the caves with 2 X marks without any hesitation. If they knew the characteristics of the hobgoblins and the caves, they would never have hastily chosen the caves that probably wiped out 2 parties. You 4, you don't have any complaints, right? Do you? If they were smart, they would never have tried to aggressively protect those caves from their competitors as if it was their food supply. No, I don't. Kim Woo-jin, who gave his response, was able to confirm his notions. No one here came prepared for the hobgoblin hunt. Kim Woo-jin's eyes slowly turned to the 3 Skull Guild members in their skull masks. These guys didn't come to hunt hobgoblin in the first place. Based on the information, Kim Woo-jin went through a new simulation in his head. The Skull Guild should know that they cannot hunt 444 hobgoblins on their own unless they are stupid. They will probably wait until the other players dwindle down the number of hobgoblins. As soon as he came to this conclusion, Kim Woo-jin stopped hesitating and approached a cave without an X mark. Sug. If you're going to give me time, I'll gladly use it. Then he marked the first X next to the cave and entered it without hesitation. Thus, the hobgoblin cave hunt began. Hobgoblin. Their appearance usually didn't differ much from the usual goblin. The only difference between them were that a hobgoblin's physique was smaller yet a tad bit more muscular than a goblin's, and they also had a single horn about the length of a finger on their head. But their personalities differed drastically in comparison to normal goblins. Ordinary goblins were very timid. If their colleagues were to die, they would not look back and run away, using their colleagues as a sacrifice. Subsequently, they would even run away at the smell of his or her partner's blood as well. But hobgoblins were different. They were fearless. Rather, when just looking at their fighting spirit alone, they were not any less belligerent than orcs, and their fighting spirit rose even higher the more they were clumped. If this was the case, how would you deal with hobgoblins in a dark cave with enough space for a car to drive through? Most people would think like this. Let's put the warrior armed with armor and shield in the front and fight in an orderly fashion after blocking the road. Yang Il-su's thoughts were the same. He, who had Undying Fighter as his halo, prepared for the fact that he had to hunt goblins in a cave. He got a bigger armor and a bigger shield to make sure his body could block the passage of the cave. In fact, Yang Il-su, who was just covered in armor and shields, was blocking much of the cave. In other words, he couldn't block the entire passage of the cave. Kaya. That was why a hobgoblin could slip through the small gap left by Yang Il-su. Oh fuck, be careful. Yang Il-su was taken aback by the situation. However, he wasn't that flustered as there were two magicians, a healer, and one archer who believed in Yang Il-su and were preparing to attack from behind. However, the movements of hobgoblins seemed even more ominous when only the torchlight was lighting the cave. Yurg! Ru, run! The two magicians took a step back upon seeing the incoming hobgoblins. Ah, I can't see. The archer, who had to engage in the fight, also failed to respond properly to the sudden turn of events. Ting! He shot an arrow, but it just struck the ground. Kaya! A hobgoblin was already attached to the healer when the archer held an arrow for the second time. K. A hobgoblin, who clung to the healer, let out a shriek and bit him on the shoulder with its teeth. Of course, there was no blood since the healer was wearing his protective gear. Get away from me. Save me. I said help me. However, it was impossible to prevent the healer's screams from demoralizing Yang Il-su's party. What's happening behind me? It was also impossible to prevent Yang Il-su's mind from being distracted by the situation he couldn't see. Kaya. Be careful. While Yang Il-su was distracted by the situation behind him, the hobgoblins once again tried to storm out through the little gaps between his armor. This time there were two. Kaya. A total of 3 hobgoblins began to wreak havoc inside the party. It was not just Yang Il-su's party. No, it slipped through. Be careful. The same thing was happening inside 3 caves. Moreover, this was the 3rd time for the hobgoblins there. There were 3 X marks next to those caves. That was why the hobgoblins were able to move more aggressive and systematically. Of course, there were places that weren't like that. The place where Kim Woo-jin was in. The hunting method Kim Woo-jin selected and what the others chose were essentially identical. He also blocked the passage to stop multiple hobgoblins from advancing. However, he did not block the passage by wearing armor or using shields. Kang. Instead of himself, there were metal bars placed in front of him. He literally placed bars. The metal bars, which looked like they must have been taken from a prison cell, blocked the passage between Kim Woo-jin and the hobgoblins. In addition, the metal bars were placed in a slant, supported by a pole underneath them. This prevented the iron bars from falling to the floor. It looked like a right triangle from the side. Tialji Yuliog. And behind the bars were skeleton soldiers holding long spears. Buke. The skeleton soldiers were stabbing the hobgoblins, who were clinging to the iron bars and shrieking, one by one. This was Kim Woo-jin's method of hunting. It was worth preparing. Preparation was not difficult either. He could easily melt the cheap items found in the dungeon as easily as assembling a tent. Besides, in a dungeon, there were lots of materials that were harder yet lighter than steel. The cost of it was also negligible. It cost about as much as expensive drinks and cocktails players would gulp down at a bar in Gangnam. But the value of the metal bars was awesome. Kaya. Hobgoblins, who were blinded by anger from the repeated deaths of their comrades, rushed toward the metal bars without rest, but not even a single hobgoblin managed to change the situation. They couldn't break the metal bars and they didn't have any weapons that were effective against the enemy beyond the metal bars. Kang. Although throwing stones was the one thing they could do, most of them were blocked by the metal bars. Buke. On the other hand, skeleton soldiers skillfully thrusted their spears through the gap between the bars. Furthermore, skeleton soldiers weren't just thrusting their spears. They targeted areas such as the eye, where the wound would be as grievous as possible, and where they would bleed the most. Buke. They also remembered to use their spears to stab those who were hanging over the fence. Of course, metal bars were not perfect. Depending on the shape of the passages in the cave, there were sometimes gaps that could be used to slip through. Gay. A hobgoblin just slipped through such a gap. That was all. With a clear understanding of where the gap lay, all Kim Woojin had to do was watch over the gap. Buke. Kick. As soon as the hobgoblin came out of the gap, Kim Woojin's arrow flew and pierced right through the hobgoblin's forehead. They are falling into the trap. In fact, for the hobgoblins, the gap left by the metal bars was nothing but a death trap. That hope was what made it a trap. In the first place, blocking the passage couldn't really be considered a trap. Though it seemed safe, there would no going back once one's feet were in a real trap. Like that, Kim Woojin and his skeleton soldiers hunted the hobgoblins one after another. Soon came a silence, not even a hobgoblin's scream or breath could be heard. You have leveled up. Then there was a notification inside Kim Woojin's ears. It was a reminder that the hunt was over. However, Kim Woojin's eyes wasn't that of a dog who finished hunting. They were the eyes of a hunting dog that found its prey. Skull mask. Remember. A beautiful voice came through the eerie mask. We're trying to get him to throw up as much information as possible. So you can't kill him no matter what happens. There would have been no point in coming to the stitch if we accidentally kill him. But the words she spoke were far from beautiful. If you think it's risky, save his life even if you have to use a potion. Since we'll probably have to torture him for at least 2 days before he begins to talk. Park Yi-yeon, a member of the Skull Guild, continued to make horrifying remarks. The other 2 men beside her did not seem to care. They did not question the gruesome order of getting information by torture. It was the same as not questioning a fisherman for wanting to catching a fish. Since this was her job before becoming a player. As a former member of a secret self-defense force, she was already proficient in drawing information from people thanks to the experience of countless operations even before becoming a player. Let's go in. It was not a matter going into the cave and dealing with the player who is fighting with the monsters. From now on, all conversations will be in sign language. Keep your senses sharp and be as silent as possible when you move. Just keep one thing in mind. Do not forget the teachings of the God Archer. God Archer Hajiro Noda, the owner of the legendary great item, Achilles' bow. Not forgetting the teachings of the Hunter, whose name was better known as one of the heroes of the Messiah Guild rather than by his title. We're going in now. When Park Yi-yeon, who bore such teachings, sent out a signal, the remaining 2 responded with signs of their own. In such a manner, 3 people went into the cave. Chapter 33. Their movements were as stealthy as lions stalking their prey. Sug. They did not even touch the corpses of hobgoblins that were scattered along puddles of blood. What made this possible was a skill called night vision. It was a skill only available to those with the Silent Hunter as their halo. This skill, which had similar effects as night goggles, granted vision to Park Yi-yeon and her men in the dark. It didn't mean that it was as easy to see as during the day. Their vision was tinted in green and their perception wasn't as sharp as usual. It was similar to the difference between someone with glasses walking without their glasses. Stop. That was why Park Yi-yeon stopped her men in front of a hobgoblin's corpse. Park Yi-yeon lowered her posture near the hobgoblin's corpse and began her inspection. After looking around briefly, she saw a few spears that were rising up like bamboo shoots. It was a trap. A trap meant for someone who decided not to avoid the hobgoblin corpses. Park Yi-yeon was not surprised to see this. He's rather careful. She smiled instead. This guy has something to hide. They already knew that Kim Woo-jin was not an ordinary person. The evidence was that Park Yi-yeon and her men were sent here. They weren't ordinary player hunters. They were the type of professionals who cleaned up after the mistakes of player hunters associated with the Skull Guild. Of course, their level of skill was incomparable to mediocre player hunters. I will definitely obtain the information from him. There was a large skill gap between them and normal hunters, and an even greater gap in their resolution. After finding the traps hiding between the hobgoblin corpses, she sent a signal to the men behind her. "There's a trap, so be more careful." "Yes." The men replied with signals of their own. Then they proceeded even more stealthily. They moved, searching for small traps hidden between the clumps of hobgoblin corpses, one at a time. It was a boring and tedious task, but no one complained. Eventually, they found what they were looking for. A torchlight appeared in the dim green world. "Stop!" Park Yi-yeon stopped her men. At the same time, everyone carefully reached for their arrows. Then they grabbed and held their arrows. All their actions were carried out slowly. The movement of knocking their arrows on their bowstrings and pulling their bows were carried out as if it were a slow-motion video. In this aspect, that was an advantage of using a bow. There was no point in swinging a sword slowly. But on the other hand, however slow a bow is drawn, had no difference in power once the bowstring is released. Silent hunter. That was why he imposed the use of bows to people who believe and follow him. He's moving. Then the light moved further away. This change did not cause Park Yi-yeon and her men to be flustered. There was no need to share a signal. They slowly moved with their bows pulled, gradually narrowing the distance from the light. Compared to what they've endured so far, being a little bit more patient wasn't too difficult. Even at this moment, Park Yi-yeon was not easily distracted. Get in battle formation. One by one, she placed her men ahead of her. It was a measure to keep everyone out of trouble even if something were to happen. 3 people slowly moved in such a way. Pooh. Then, the men in front of Park Yi-yeon started to lose their footing, followed by the sound of wind escaping. 2 of her men, who had been holding back their breath up to this point, were frightened out of their wits and could not help but yell. "Ah! Ugh!" Their sounds instantly turned into a scream. It was the sound signifying that their bodies were pierced by spears that rose from 5 meters below the ground like a bamboo tree. "Wait, what the hell?" Park Yi-yeon's eyes opened remarkably wide open in surprise. Because she never imagined something like that could happen to her and her subordinates. Wouldn't it be less surprising to see a trap from an Indiana Jones movie? Ha! How? However, Park Yi-yeon did not have the opportunity to ask such questions. Buke! Ugh! An arrow pierced Park Yi-yeon's shoulder. In the year 2020, when the world turned into a game, the common sense used to make sense of the world crumbled. The laws of society, which kept the world functioning, also collapsed around that time. Kim Woo-jin knew that better than anyone else. While it was unusual for someone to dig 5 meters under the ground to build a trap, that was not so for Kim Woo-jin. There was no reason for him not to do it. All it needed was time. Park Yi-yeon and her men gave Kim Woo-jin all the time he needed. Of course, besides that, Kim Woo-jin had a lot of bait scattered around. Using multiple small traps, Kim Woo-jin slowed Park Yi-yeon and her men's movements, gradually chipping away at their concentration and stamina, and gave them a false impression of their situation. It made them believe that they were flawlessly moving through the traps he placed. He made them think they were hunting perfectly. In the end, the hunters were caught in a trap. All that was left to do was to hunt down his prey. Kim Woo-jin drew his bow at the prey who didn't fall into his trap. Ting! The arrow left Kim Woo-jin's bow precisely and rammed deep inside Park Yi-yeon's left shoulder. He didn't think that he would miss. Although Kim Woo-jin do not have the ability to see in the darkness like night vision, he had his ears. Kim Woo-jin learned how to determine the location of the target by sound from the second best archer he knew, and he sharpened his skill through countless life and death hunts. Naturally, it could only be used once. Unless his enemies were fools, they would move as soon as they were hit by an arrow, making it almost impossible to track down the target relying on sound alone. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin stuck a very expensive spider web at the end of the arrow. The same spider web he used to catch the transforming slime in the past. Quag. Kim Woo-jin immediately pulled the spider web. Ting. The spider web grew taut, and Park Yi-yeon's body was pulled toward Kim Woo-jin. Cuck. The unexpected situation made Park Yi-yeon disconcerted. Moreover, there was a hole in front of her that already devoured two of her men. There was only one thing in her mind at this moment. There's no way out. There is no way to live. I would rather die together. The determined woman ran forward and jumped over the hole where her men had died. Instead of being dragged around by Kim Woo-jin's thread, she ran toward him. I will kill him. All of a sudden, there was a kukri knife in her hand. It was impossible to shoot her bow properly while her shoulder was injured. It was also meaningless to fire an arrow at close range. Kim Woo-jin, who predicted her actions through the slackened thread, let go of the thread. I don't see any arrows. Did he switch to a knife? She must have studied under a true expert. Throwing away one's life and switching to a knife instead of engaging in a tug of war was something one could not do without proper training and education. Although I prepared for that as well. In other words, it was within his predictions. Buke. Park Yi-yeon's feet suddenly stuck to the ground. Cuck. He prepared for situations where the other side decided to jump over the trap. Park Yi-yeon's ankles were caught in one of the holes that Kim Woo-jin had dug up with such a scenario in mind. At the same time, the trap accurately conveyed Park Yi-yeon's position to Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin narrowed the distance between himself and Park Yi-yeon in an instant. Buke. Soon, Kim Woo-jin's scimitar pierced deeply into Park Yi-yeon's chest. Then, Kim Woo-jin's eyes turned black. Eyes of Anubis is opened. The only moment your eyes meet is when your prey is at the mercy of your bow. There was a man in Park Yi-yeon's memory. With appearance of someone in his late 30s, he was a man with a slender figure and a handsome, bearded face. Only chase after the prey. Never go anywhere else. In front of the man, 10 men wearing Japanese self-defense force uniforms stood upright like mannequins and listened to the man. Don't attach meaning to your prey. Especially if the prey is a human. Don't attach meaning to their life. The most important thing in hunting. The man taught Park Yi-yeon like so. Is not being hunted yourself. And he was also the one who taught Kim Woo-jin. Noda. God Archer Hajiro Noda. He was a man who had all the qualification to be called Kim Woo-jin's master. It was the reason why Kim Woo-jin willingly showed his back to him. He believed in his teacher's determination to end the game with him in order to save the world, believed in his beliefs, and believed in his skills. So you were with him all along. But now, Kim Woo-jin finally realized that it was all a lie. Since he joined the Messiah Guild a year after it was founded. I guess it's not too unexpected. Kim Woo-jin actually had some inkling of how it happened. Hajiro Noda awakened as a player in 2020 and soon became the best player in Japan, charging ahead with his legendary item, Achilles bow. He always ranked in the top 5 in terms of levels in Japan. When he joined the Messiah Guild in 2021, the world applauded his choice, but some also questioned it. Why did he wait to join the Messiah Guild until 2021? If he really agreed with the values of the Messiah Guild, why didn't he join when he became a player? Why did he join after waiting for a whole year? It wasn't surprising. Kim Woo-jin was also suspicious of him for that reason. But I can't help but feel dirty. The moment he saw it with my own eyes, he couldn't prevent his emotions from escaping. Furthermore, Hajiro Noda and Park Shin-hye were different. Frankly speaking, he didn't have much of a connection with her. He hardly ever fought with her while putting his life on the line. However, he had cleared countless dungeons with the God Archer. In the Messiah Guild, The combination of the hunting dog and the god archer was considered the strongest combination. He received a lot of help. Kim Woo-jin was especially impressed with his determination when he decided to fight on the side of the Messiah Guild, even when Japan expressed their ambition toward the Korean peninsula. When Kim Woo-jin saw that, he could assure himself that the god archer would be willing to lay down his life with him. Damn it! But that was only Kim Woo-jin's delusion. To the god archer, Kim Woo-jin was just a hunting dog that he would dine on after all the hunting was finally over. What did he think of when he saw a hunting dog that he could eat at any time, risking its life to hunt for him? Just imagining it made Kim Woo-jin want to go shoot him with a gun right away. But Kim Woo-jin restrained himself. The most important thing in hunt is not to be hunted. For he directly learned how stupid it was to have attachments to his prey by being angry. Charging into his prey without a plan was something he learned not to do, from the one who is currently making him feel abjectly sick. Because of this, Kim Woo-jin's personal feelings cooled down. He quenched the anger inside his heart. Instead of getting angry, he thought about what he just learned. At least I gained some information. The value of the information he earned this time outweighed his anger. The god archer himself confirmed that there was a link between the Skull Guild and the Yamato Federation. Park Yi-yeon was quite the big catch. A big enough fish to make not only the Skull Guild move but also the Yamato Federation as well. If she had this kind of career, they wouldn't be able to just cover it up. There was no chance that the Skull Guild or the Yamato Federation would remain silent when such a giant fish lost her life. Park Yong-wan will also be interested in this big fish as well. And Park Yong-wan, who secured such evidence, would not stay still either. Likewise, Kim Woo-jin didn't plan on remaining quiet. Then I'll just have to set them up on a blind date. The happiest moment for a member of the dungeon support staff was when players came out of the dungeon gates they were assigned to. The support staff members were given time off as well as bonuses for their performance when players came out after clearing the dungeon. That's why Park Hyun-moo, a dungeon support team employee, was not feeling too happy. Damn it, there's no sign of clearing the dungeon today either. It was 4 days after players entered the dungeon. Staring at the still atmosphere around the dungeon gate, Park Hyun-moo felt a sense of déjà vu. The same feeling as when the previous players failed to clear the dungeon. I knew this would happen. To be honest, he wasn't expecting much. I was stupid to expect a group of rejects from multiple guilds to succeed when people from the same guild with decent character already failed to clear it. It would be strange to have high expectations when the ones trying to clear the dungeon, which people failed twice already, were a group of nuisances from their respective guilds. Fucking degenerates, don't attempt it in the first place. He was even annoyed they even attempted it. Who would try to clear a dungeon that players failed to clear 3 times? It was too obvious how a dungeon, which players failed 3 times, would be treated. Gahak. Park Hyun-moo looked at the dungeon, then gathered his phlegm as if he were about to spit it out. It was then. Huh? A man came out of the dungeon gate. Gulp. Park Hyun-moo swallowed the phlegm without even realizing it and ran toward the player who came out of the dungeon gate. Oh, congratulations on clearing the dungeon. First of all, he congratulated him. The player told him. Please inform the guild. Huh? What do you? Only then, Park Hyun-moo could see that the player's thighs, shoulders, and belly were pierced with arrows. You have to receive treatment. Surprised, Park Hyun-moo demanded the player to get treated. The player told him. Please send my words to the guild rather than worrying about the treatment. That the Skull Guild hunted the players. Kim Woo-jin came out alone? The secretary nodded and answered yes to Park Yong-wan's question. And he said that the Skull Guild attacked him? The secretary responded the same way this time as well. So what's the reaction of the Skull Guild? We haven't informed the Skull Guild yet. The guild master will convene an emergency meeting soon. However, no matter what the Phoenix Guild does, there's no possibility that the Skull Guild will confirm this. After the fake excuses? They'll be very cautious. Since there's no reason to act when everyone's attention is focused on them. Park Yong-wan thought with his eyes closed after hearing her opinion. How many people know of this? The head of the support team Jang Woo-suk, who received the report from the dungeon support team staff, as well as the guild master, and Kim Woo-jin. Park Yong-wan said while opening one of his eyes. Can you cover it up? The secretary nodded at Park Yong-wan's reply. Though it can't be covered up forever, it could be done for about 3 or 4 months. But what's the point of covering it up? If you keep it covered, the Skull Guild kids will send out even bigger fish to kill Kim Woo-jin. And the bigger the fish that moves, the bigger the trails they leave behind. Park Yong-wan, who was saying that, closed his eye again. How many skills do I have on my storage list of skills that are dedicated to emissary of the underworld? The secretary immediately searched using the iPad in her hand. There are 54 of them. How many of them are of the unique rank? 3. What are the skill names? They are Fire Golem, Skeleton Wizard, and Blood Sucking. What are the skill level requirements? Higher than level 60 for Fire Golem, higher than level 80 for Skeleton Wizard, and higher than level 20 for Blood Sucking. Then Blood Sucking would be good. Wrap it nicely and get it ready. Wrap it? Park Yong-wan told the surprised secretary with a wry smile. It's a hospital gift. Wouldn't it look nicer to wrap it up than just handing it to him? Chapter 34. One of the best privileges given to players was the medical benefits they received. In an era where players were the backbone of a nation's strength, all governments provided their players with the best medical care they could, and this was also the case in Korea. Players with Korean nationality could receive all medical services in Korea at no cost. The benefits covered the charges for the use of private rooms, which would normally only be used by VIPs. Everything in a hospital were free for players, as it was covered by federal taxes. It was quite generous. I'm glad the treatment is free. If Kim Woo-jin had to pay for his own medical bills, he would have hesitated and contemplated other plans that did not include injuring himself. The benefits were so good that Kim Woo-jin would rethink his plan if these benefits did not exist. It was just as implied. Kim Woo-jin's injuries were self-inflicted. As soon as the dungeon was cleared, the moment he killed 444 hobgoblins, he stabbed and cut himself with arrows and knives. Sharks in the distance would rush toward him only when the smell of blood is dispersed, that's why he hurt himself. Tog tog. It's Park Yong-wan. May I come in? And now, a shark appeared after smelling blood. Yes, come in. Gig. Park Yong-wan, who appeared after he opened the door, smiled bitterly as he checked the warning sign, caution when approaching, blood poisoning, posted on the bed where Kim Woo-jin was lying down. The operation must have been difficult because of blood poisoning. Yes. If my wounds were any deeper, I really would have died. It wasn't even half the story. If Kim Woo-jin's wounds were deeper, his life would have been in danger due to the immense blood loss. The treatment itself was not the problem since Kim Woo-jin's blood was not a corrosive poison. The problem was that blood transfusions were impossible. That's why I adjusted it properly, but Kim Woo-jin, of course, adjusted even the degree of his injuries. For someone who had dealt with countless lives before, it wasn't hard to do. It was really dangerous. Park Yong-wan, who didn't know the truth, did not doubt the cause of Kim Woo-jin's injuries and began to act out his skit. I have heard some rumors regarding the Skull Guild. Skull Guild. The moment those words came out, Kim Woo-jin's face grew cold. Gig. Park Yong-wan, who brought a chair and sat near Kim Woo-jin, also had a stiff expression on his face. You were right. They were hunting players. They must have hunted players in the A+ rank dungeon as well. That's probably why so many people died. But in the dungeon, some kind of problem occurred with the Skull Guild, and in order to investigate it. So they targeted me, who looked easy to deal with. If I were caught, I probably would have been tortured until I spilled something. Listening to the icy, cold voice coming out of Kim Woo-jin's mouth, Park Woo-jin thought to himself while nodding lightly. This is going to be easier than I thought. Park Yong-wan was planning to persuade Kim Woo-jin today. He intended to make attacking the Skull Guild more attractive by using this fact bait. Rather than disclosing the truth and making the Skull Guild cower back, he intended to turn Kim Woo-jin into an excellent bait for the Skull Guild to bite on. He also came prepared in case Kim Woo-jin wanted to blow this incident out of proportion. He planned to threaten him if such a scenario were to arise. But looking at Kim Woo-jin's current reaction, it looked like he did not have to use such a messy scenario. Well, since he's a smart guy, he probably knows that there's nothing he can do about the Skull Guild. In fact, if looking at it logically, there was nothing Kim Woo-jin could do against the Skull Guild. First of all, there was no way to prove that the injuries Kim Woo-jin suffered were caused by members of the Skull Guild. Furthermore, the course of such a lawsuit would last more than a year. There was no guarantee that Kim Woo-jin would even be alive when the ruling came out. Meaning, whatever Kim Woo-jin did was meaningless. Damn it. Kim Woo-jin expressed his frustration in front of Park Yong-wan. Park Yong-wan's eyes gleamed with light. You must be frustrated. Well, there are people who want to kill me. How can I not be angry? Yes, you're right. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to sit still. In fact, I've never spared anyone who has messed with me like that. After revealing his thoughts, Park Yong-wan nodded and asked a question. So do you want to give them a punch? Kim Woo-jin looked at Park Yong-wan and asked. Is there a way? I wouldn't have come here if there wasn't one. It's simple. First of all, cover it up. When asked to cover up this situation, Kim Woo-jin spoke with a suspicious expression. But if we cover it up, then the Skull Guild will come to take care of you. And there will be a trap set up waiting for them. Kim Woo-jin's face stiffened at the word trap. You want me to be used as bait? I won't say no, but in this world, you have to pay a price in order to get what you want. Don't you think? When Park Yong-wan answered, Kim Woo-jin let out a long sigh. And he began to think. Park Yong-wan was willing to wait, and Kim Woo-jin, who soon finished contemplating, asked Park Yong-wan. Why are you willing to go this far, Mr. Park Yong-wan? When I'm the one who got injured. The question was answered and Park Yong-wan was prepared with a response. There's a line in the world that should not be crossed, and the world needs someone to protect such a line. Along with his statement, Park Yong-wan handed over the luxurious envelope in his hand to Kim Woo-jin. It's a hospital visit gift. You can think about it a little longer. I'll help you out when you come to a decision. Leaving such words behind, Park Yong-wan left the hospital. Kim Woo-jin, who was now left alone, recalled Park Yong-wan's departing words. There's a line that shouldn't be crossed, and someone must keep it? As soon as he thought of those words, the sides of his mouth formed a smirk. That's funny. It wasn't the words befitting someone who sold out his country for his own benefit when the country was facing its most dire crisis. Of course, Kim Woo-jin was not angry. The Park Yong-wan he knew was that kind of person. No matter what he said, there was no need to take it seriously. It was his gift that really mattered. What's this? When Kim Woo-jin removed the wrapping paper, a sheet of paper emitting a ray of golden light could be seen. Blood-sucking, acquisition requirement, emissary of the underworld, acquisition level, must be higher than level 20, skill effect, heals by absorbing the target's blood. The higher the skill level, the greater the amount of blood and health that will be absorbed from the target. Blood-sucking skill. Kim Woo-jin's eyes cooled the moment he saw it. To think it would be this. Kim Woo-jin expected that Park Yong-wan would give him a gift in order to use him more effectively. But if the bait was unappetizing, it could not be used to fish. But he didn't expect it to be a blood-sucking skill page. With this coming into my hands, I have no choice but to change the plan. Of course, at this moment, Kim Woo-jin was forced to revise his plan once again. Securing the albino lizard's egg right away. Kim Woo-jin immediately prepared to hunt the albino lizard's egg. On his 4th day of hospitalization, another gift was delivered to Kim Woo-jin, who was still hospitalized. It was none other than a box of Bacchus drink. Kim Woo-jin felt a hunch when he saw a gift that belonged to a very cheap category. It's here. This gift must have been sent by Oh Se-chan. As expected, It was something sent by Osei-chan. Transmission radio? There was a bottle of Bacchus and a transmitter in the box. Kim immediately turned on the radio. This is Kim Woo-jin. I'm Osei-chan. Let me express my deepest sympathy for your injuries. Kim Woo-jin, who heard such words, scoffed while taking out the only bottle of Bacchus in the box. Is this all you've sent me when I've been hospitalized? Sorry. I'm not used to sending that kind of stuff. What did you expect? When you hear that a player went to the hospital, they usually end up in a morgue, not a hospital room. But still, a single bottle of Bacchus is a little bit. Now, shall we talk about the deal? I'm afraid we won't be able to talk long because we don't have a lot of battery life to work with. Oh, don't throw away the radio. We can use it again. Alright. Kim Woo-jin didn't bother to push him anymore. So, you want to buy the 2-floor A-rank dungeon? Yes. I will buy it for 5 billion won. What's your level? It was a sudden question, but Kim Woo-jin immediately realized his intentions and responded accordingly. Didn't you already test my skills back then? I did, but that was the test for 1-floor dungeons. But now you're asking for a 2-floor dungeon. It's like asking to drive a bus with a motorcycle license. Huh? You know how ridiculous this is, don't you? Whether I'm dead or not, that's not the broker's business. Isn't that why you get 5 billion won in advance and a separate fee afterwards? Kim Woo-jin's voice was fierce. However, a light smile hung on Kim Woo-jin's mouth. The smile was proof he had a good impression towards Osei-chan. It was only natural. A broker who's concerned about a player's well-being. Most brokers did not care whether the player could clear the dungeon. Since brokers made enough money just by introducing the dungeons to the players, it did not matter to them whether they lived or died. Although the dungeon's difficulty increased each time players failed to clear them, there was no way for the players to know if the broker was resolved to hide those facts. On the contrary, some dungeons became more expensive due to that. Dungeons where players have failed multiple times were dangerous, but it also meant that there were more inheritances left behind by the players. Moreover, Osei-chan was able to receive 5 billion won just by accepting Kim Woo-jin's request whether he lived or died. There was no reason for him to stop Kim Woo-jin in this way. Yep, it doesn't matter much to me whether you die or not, but you can't just watch people die, right? There's a line in the world that shouldn't be crossed, and the world needs someone to protect such a line. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin snickered. It was because he remembered the incident that happened few days ago. So are you going to sell the dungeon to me or not? Please tell me clearly. In spite of his laughter, intimidating words came out of his mouth. Then, Osei-chan said in a firm tone. Are you really confident? I don't have a hobby of trying to get myself killed. If I had such a hobby, I would be in a morgue, not a hospital room. Alright, then I'll sell it. Thank you. I'll add a suggestion instead. A suggestion? Do you want to buy any items? The sudden remark that came out of nowhere made Kim Woo-jin frown. Rather than feeling unpleasant, it was an expression of doubt regarding the unexpected proposal. As if not caring what Kim Woo-jin's reaction would be, Osei-chan continued. There are amazing set items in my hands for hunting lizardmen. The so-called lizardman killer set. With this set of items, you would be able to trample on lizardmen like how Super Mario would trample on a Koopa. If you buy it as a set, I'll give you a discount. It's not easy to find such an opportunity. Osei-chan, who suddenly became a subway street vendor, advertised his products. Hearing his promotion, Kim Woo-jin seriously considered it. It won't be bad to have it. Currently, Kim Woo-jin had no items that were intended for hunting lizardmen in his hands. So Kim Woo-jin was planning on buying items exclusively for hunting lizardmen. In such a situation, Osei-chan's proposal was very attractive. But he was prepared to this level. At the same time, Kim Woo-jin was surprised by Osei-chan's preparations. Business was business in Osei-chan's eyes, but there was no other broker who did their business this way. The first reason was that most brokers only looked at immediate profit, And the second reason was that not many brokers possessed many items to match their dungeons. In fact, item brokers were busy trying to dispose of and circulate items as fast as possible. It was because the price of the items could change at any minute if the value of the item was already high. In this business, it was common sense to sell the items the moment you came into possession of them. In such a situation, keeping a set of items according to your dungeons? Is he saying he has a proper system for clearing dungeons? This means that he had an effective system for clearing dungeons. It wouldn't be strange for a guild to have a system like this. But Osei-chan was not a guild. He's not an ordinary person. Kim Woo-jin once again re-evaluated Osei-chan's existence. He answered. There's no reason for me to refuse. It's a splendid choice. I will personally present it to you at a very specially discounted price. I'll give you lots of mileage as well. But I have a favor to ask of you. Anything for my outstanding customer. Feel free to ask. Can I borrow some money? There was a sudden silence at Kim Woo-jin's request. Huh? What? After a short period of silence, Osei-chan asked again, and Kim Woo-jin calmly asked a similar question once more. I don't have enough money right now, so I was wondering if I could get a loan. Kajig, Kajig. I can't hear you very well. Kajig, Kajig. This fucking trash radio. This fucking dog-like bastard. Kajig, Kajig. Kim Woo-jin burst out laughing at the reaction. If not, is it possible to trade for them with items? Ah, I can hear you again. Sure. It's our job to deal with stolen goods after all. I'm not talking about selling but trading. If I sell them as stolen goods, I'll have to pay a commission. And when I buy new items from you, won't you have me pay the commission again? You're good at calculating. You would do well as an accountant. Alright, let's exchange the list of items first. Oh, just put the radio in a box and put it in the trash. Then we'll take care of it. Enjoy your Bacchus. I won't charge you any extra fees. That's how the deal ended. Extra fee? He intended to charge me for this. Kim Woo-jin looked at the bottle of Bacchus and genuinely smiled. At that moment, Osei-chan told Kim Woo-jin. Watch out for the Skull Guild. I just hope this advice becomes nothing but nonsense. The moment Osei-chan finished speaking, Kim Woo-jin's eyes began to shine fiercely. Watch out for the Skull Guild. I just hope this advice becomes nothing but nonsense. After turning off the radio and ending the conversation, Osei-chan bitterly smiled. He was feeling regretful at this moment. Why did you say that? That he might have said something unnecessary to Kim Woo-jin. When all he wants is a broker. However, Osei-chan could not help but warn him. But I can't lose a real player that I've found after searching for so long because of them. Osei-chan believed that Kim Woo-jin was a player who cleared dungeons in order to end the game. And it's only the second time I found a psycho this skilled. The evidence was that he was trying to clear a difficult dungeon that might be beyond his level of strength. If he was a player that only cared about himself, would he try to clear a dungeon like that? So I advised him to be careful even at the risk of hurting our relationship. Osei-chan knew. The moment he killed the cleaner of the Skull Guild, the Yamato Federation as well as the Skull Guild marked Kim Woo-jin as a key figure. And as long as Park Yong-wan trusts to use Kim Woo-jin as bait, Kim Woo-jin won't be able to stay safe. As for what kind of guild the Skull Guild was, who was behind them, and who was trying to use Kim Woo-jin. Though, based on my intuition, I think it's all planned by him. He also speculated that all of this was a plan being carried out by Kim Woo-jin. In fact, that was why Osei-chan could not reach out to Kim Woo-jin. Damn, I'd meet him in person if I could be certain he had no contacts with the Messiah Guild. Kim Woo-jin's actions had a cause, but there weren't enough benefits to outweigh the risk. That prevented Osei-chan from reaching out to Kim Woo-jin. He's not associated with the Messiah Guild, is he? Damn it, I can't trust anyone. Facing the reality, Osei-chan let out a long sigh. Woo-woo. At that moment, Osei-chan's phone began to vibrate. Osei-chan checked the number and answered right away. Yeah. What happened? You got the Reaper's mask? Osei-chan clenched his fist after hearing the answer that came shortly afterwards. Yes. The only way to end this damn game is by being overgeared. Chapter 35. Lizard Warrior's Cookery. Item rank, unique, physical attack, 79, must be level 10 or higher to use. Constitution must be higher than 100 in order to use. Item description, a cookery that was used by a lizard warrior. It contains a powerful strength. When equipped, Constitution plus 5. When attacking, basic damage increases by 10%. When attacking lizardmen type monsters, damage increases by 20%. Lizard Warrior's Cookery and the Black Hyena Leather Armor Set. It's a pretty good combination. Kim Woo-jin checked the options of Lizard Warrior's Cookery, an item he bought from Osei-chan, then immediately put the blade into his inventory. To ordinary people, it appeared as if the item disappeared in midair. The action was seen by Osei-chan's subordinate, Jin Soo-young, who nodded. If you've confirmed the items, please write on this receipt confirming that you've received it and sign it. Kim Woo-jin smiled as he saw Osei-chan's subordinate hand him a confirmation receipt. Does this mean anything? It was essentially illegal for players to trade items without going through the guild. It was a violation of the contracts that players had with their guild. Therefore, brokers and players usually tried to hide traces of the transactions as much as possible. But, he had to write a receipt? Is something like this effective? Writing a receipt that obviously has no use? Osei-chan's subordinate laughed while answering his question. The boss wants me to get it. I have to get it if he tells me to. What else can I do? This answer, which was mixed with a hint of a smile, shows that this was not the first time she was asked such a question. He gets a signature for every trade? Upon noticing this detail, Kim Woo-jin looked at the receipt agreement in front of him. Like a bank document, the confirmation receipt told him to sign next to a faint statement. Is he trying to get the player's handwriting? If the contract did not have a use, it was likely that he was after the player's handwriting from this document. That may be useful in some ways. But frankly, Kim Woo-jin wondered just how useful it could be. Perhaps it was just that Osei-chan's personality was a bit unusual. Perhaps everyone who have made several deals with him thought so as well. Normally, Kim Woo-jin would think so, too. Who exactly are you? However, he, who realized that Osei-chan was not a normal person, knew that he could not simply approach this from his own perspective. Kim Woo-jin felt that Osei-chan was able to see something in a perspective of the world he could not see. I have to be careful. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin intentionally changed his handwriting and his signature. The contemplation of this act stopped there. It was because there were more important deals left to do. Here's the balance. Kim Woo-jin handed over a shopping bag to Osei-chan's subordinate. The bag was full of 50,000 won bills. It was the cost for getting access to the A-rank dungeon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was all of Kim Woo-jin's current funds. 5 billion won. Kim Woo-jin, who still had loans to pay off, would actually be in the negative once he gave the money. It was cheap. But Kim Woo-jin do not regret it. In reality, A-rank dungeons were not popular. The situation was totally different from the A+ rank dungeon. A+ rank dungeons guaranteed a minimum of a unique item. If lucky, a legendary rank item would drop as well. Basically, it was assured that they would at least go even. On the other hand, the probability of that happening dropped drastically in a knee rank dungeon. There were many cases where not even a unique rank item came out. However, the difficulty of a knee rank dungeon was incomparable to the difficulty of a B+ rank dungeon. The risk was high yet the payout was low. 5 billion won for such a dungeon was honestly not cheap. Time to find out what they were hiding. Only one person, the person who knew some of the dungeon's secrets, Kim Woo-jin, would find it cheap. I have confirmed the amount. I'll give you the dungeon's details first. Osei-chan's subordinate handed Kim Woo-jin a file. Albino lizard's egg, dungeon floors, 2 floors, dungeon difficulty, A rank, dungeon capacity, 8 people, entry condition, must be below level 30, clear condition, Secure the albino lizard's egg. Clear reward. A catalog will be given to the albino lizard hunter. On the first page of the file, there was information regarding the dungeon. Currently, 2 parties have been confirmed to have failed to clear the dungeon. Below it was the number of times the players failed to clear the dungeon. And on the back was detailed information about the players who died after failing to clear the dungeon. Even players of this level failed to clear the dungeon, that kind of warning. It was an unnecessary warning for Kim Woo-jin. Many people died in this dungeon. He knew how difficult clearing this dungeon would be. Kim Woo-jin knew better than anyone else. The transportation will be carried out in 3 stages. In the meantime, the employee gave him the following instructions. Which date would you like? Upon hearing that question, Kim Woo-jin answered. I'll be going right now. The subordinate looked at him with surprise. What? Despite her reaction, Kim Woo-jin spoke calmly. I will attempt to clear it right now. Kim Woo-jin is going to Daegu where the dungeon is located. Going? It seems like he's going to attempt to clear it right away. Ignoring his subordinate's answer, Osei-chan did not look away from the documents in his hands. His subordinate threw him a question. Are you not surprised? I expected it. You expected it? If you've already resolved to do it, there's no need to waste time. As for the items, he will use what he bought from us. The food is not hard to prepare, and he doesn't need to worry about filling up his car with gas and dragging it all the way up there. No need to waste time, right? It was just as Osei-chan said. Spending more time in real life did not increase the probability of clearing the dungeon significantly. If he were the type of person to give up, he wouldn't have requested it in the first place. Alternatively, if one were to feel hesitant or unconfident, the answer was to give up the dungeon from the start. Is it really possible for him to clear it? On the other hand, the subordinate still seemed to be unable to accept the current situation. In fact, this reaction was normal. Did you know that Kim Woo-jin is at most only around level 20? Kim Woo-jin cleared a 1-floor dungeon a few days ago, and since the condition of the dungeon was to be less than level 20, Kim Woo-jin's level had to be 20 or 21 at the highest. Does it make sense for him to clear a 2-floor dungeon alone? Such a person was attempting to clear a 2-floor dungeon for the first time, and he was attempting to clear an E-rank dungeon by himself. Osei-chan responded calmly to her question. Nothing's impossible. There have been precedents. There are players like that? Players like Dragon Hunter, Tyrant, Master Swordsman, Trinity, and Lee Se-jun went into 2-floor dungeon as soon as they reached the 20th level. They also made it out alive. Now they are walking around smashing 5 and 6-floor dungeons. The subordinate retorted as if she was flabbergasted. Of course they did. But they are monsters. The founder of Messiah Guild Lee Se-jun, Dragon Hunter, Tyrant, Master Swordsman, and Trinity, whom Osei-chan talked about, were a part of the first 7 players that awakened on January 1, 2020. And now, every one of them were viewed as the strongest players that could even move a nation. True monsters that exceeded the definition of a monster. Yeah, all of them are monsters. And if Kim Woo-jin manages to come back alive from the dungeon, he would be a monster as well. Ah! As soon as she heard that, the subordinate realized. Osei-chan continued to speak to his subordinate while reading the documents. Whether Kim Woo-jin can break through the dungeon or not is a pointless question. If he dies in the dungeon, so be it. It's something we can't change, and we don't need to mind it. Osei-chan got up from his seat after organizing the documents. Anyway, Kim Woo-jin should know how dangerous a 2-floor dungeon is better than us. After getting up, Osei-chan handed the documents over to his subordinate. So the only thing we have to worry about is figuring out what to do when he clears the dungeon. The subordinate who received the documents took the stamp out of his desk drawer as if it was the obvious thing to do. It was a stamp with reusable paper written on it. To move on to the next floor, kill the lizardman hiding in the goblin cave. As soon as Kim Woo-jin entered the dungeon, he heard an announcement that couldn't be heard if he were in a 1-floor dungeon. It's definitely a 2-floor dungeon. The announcement made Kim Woo-jin realize that this really was a 2-floor dungeon. At the same time, he reminisced about when he entered a 2-floor dungeon for the first time. When he was level 20, Kim Woo-jin's skills were acknowledged and was given a chance to clear a 2-floor C-rank dungeon with level 30 players. Kim Woo-jin showed great performance in the dungeon, clearly solidifying his name and worth. Everyone was impressed by Kim Woo-jin's skill and talent. It was then that I realized how difficult this game was. But at that time, Kim Woo-jin felt that 2-floor dungeons, or rather, dungeons in general, were much more dangerous than he initially thought. Ironically, his great performance was what led to this realization. In the beginning, Kim Woo-jin's idea of the best way to clear a dungeon was when nobody deviated from the plan. Just like a watch, everyone performing their part to the point of boredom and having little to no impression of the dungeon until leaving the dungeon. That was Kim Woo-jin's thoughts on the best way to clear a dungeon. However, the 2-floor dungeon did not allow for such a thing. It wasn't that the monsters were so much stronger than the monsters from the first floor. Food is the most important thing. The only problem they faced was none other than a shortage of food. Till then, 1-floor dungeons only lasted for 5 days at the longest. A shortage of food was not a real concern. However, from 2-floor dungeons and onwards, they had to keep starvation in mind. In fact, many players who were considered promising stars thanks their excellent skill when clearing 1-floor dungeons, died of starvation in 2-floor dungeons. And from 3-floor dungeons and onwards, players spent more time deciding whether to bring more water or food than deciding which items to bring. Since, no matter how much strong you are mentally, it's useless if you're starving. If players who were killed by monsters because they couldn't think straight due to hunger were counted as dying from starvation, then more than half of players who died in 2-floor dungeons died due to starvation. In other words, the most important requirement was correctly consuming one's food supply. And Kim Woo-jin chose one of the ways to do so. I will clear the first floor in 2 days. Sweeping down the first floor monsters as soon as possible before his food supply is exhausted. Black smoke rose from one of many tunnels. Ki-ee-ee. And frantic screams of goblins could be faintly heard within the smoke. A scene that could only be described as hell. Kim Woo-jin's eyes were cold, staring at the hell he created with his own hands. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Not here either. That there was no lizardman in this cave. Kim Woo-jin didn't get angry, didn't express regret, nor did he feel nervous. You have leveled up, you have reached level 20. Your inventory increases by 4 spaces, emissary of the underworld marvels at your growth. Your inventory increases by 4 spaces, emissary of the underworld gifts you a catalog as a reward for your growth. Even the level 20 reward notifications could not change Kim Woo-jin's expression. It only changed his behavior. He checked his surroundings, and moved away only after making sure there was nothing near his vicinity. Inventory. Only after getting to a safe location did Kim Woo-jin open his inventory. He took out what he had prepared, and tore it up. You have learned blood-sucking skill. It was the moment when he could finally use the gift he received from Park Young-won. All skill ranks will increase by 1 level due to the effect of the plus ultra ring. The skill rank of blood-sucking is raised to E rank. An notification was immediately sent to let him know that the effects of the plus ring had been applied. Of course, Kim Woo-jin didn't show much of a reaction after hearing the news. It was a waste of energy for Kim Woo-jin to show joy, for he expected. Like that, Kim Woo-jin opened the gift that his halo gave to commemorate his level 20 advancement. Catalog. A catalog emitting a silver glow appeared in front of Kim Woo-jin's eyes. It's rare. Kim Woo-jin reacted slightly to the silver glow. However, he did not react any more than that. Kim Woo-jin rarely had luck before returning to the past, but that was the case when it came to items or skills that were unique or of a higher rank. As for those rare rank items and skills, it was too painful to count how often he was disappointed. It would be strange for him to be interested. Kim Woo-jin went to the page in the catalog emitting a silver light with an indifferent look. Huh? At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's face unexpectedly revealed emotion. Skeleton Warrior Mastery, Acquisition Requirement, Emissary of the Underworld, Acquisition level must be higher than level 20. Skill effect strengthens the ability of summoned skeleton soldiers, and increases the number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned. The higher the skill rank, the more effective it becomes. Apostrophe. My luck is good. It was the worst scenario that monsters facing Kim Woo-jin could encounter. Chapter 36. A goblin's life in such an environment was undeniably boring. Not only did they lack a proper entertainment culture, the only activities available to them in a dark narrow cave where only a single goblin could pass through at a time was to either pass time absent-mindedly or sleeping. Kai-ee. Burrows housing those monotonous goblins were beginning to see signs of change. The cause of the change was none other than the arrival of an uninvited guest. Tialji-uliog. Tialji-uliog. The identity of the uninvited guest was a dark skeleton goblin. Kai-ee. Ki-ei. Of course, the goblins attacked the uninvited visitor, who entered the cave without their permission. The fight that ensued was so one-sided that it was awkward to label it as a fight. Plot. The scene of a black skeleton soldier killing the goblins one after another in a cave that made it difficult to utilize their numerical superiority was like watching chickens jumping into a slaughtering machine with their own 2 feet. Kai-ee. In other words, the goblins, who had nowhere to run, did not back down. Rather, they couldn't. The goblins rushed desperately at the skeleton soldier like a cornered mouse biting a cat, and their repeated attacks eventually caused the skeleton soldier to collapse. Tialji-uliog. As soon as the skeleton soldier collapsed, the goblins crushed the skeleton soldiers without mercy and eventually destroyed it. The skeleton soldier was destroyed. The situation was immediately conveyed to Kim Woo-jin, who was measuring the time outside the tunnel. About 10 minutes, I think. After hearing the notification, Kim Woo-jin looked at the skill in front of him. Skeleton Warrior Mastery, Skill Rank, E. Skill Effect, strengthens the ability of summoned skeleton soldiers, and increases the number of skeleton soldiers that can be summoned. The higher the rank of the skill, the more effective it becomes. Stats of skeleton soldiers increases by 10%. Number of summonable skeleton soldiers +4. Skeleton Warrior Mastery. What Kim Woo-jin did just now was him trying to check the power of the new skill that he got not long ago. He put a skeleton soldier alone in a goblin den as a test. Pretty good. The result was obviously satisfactory. It was a huge ordeal for a skeleton soldier to go into a goblin cave alone and last for nearly 10 minutes. If it had went in with a full stack of Ruler of the Battlefield in effect, it would have survived even longer. Above all, it was not even fully strengthened by Ruler of the Battlefield before it had went in. If Kim Woo-jin had caught a few monsters for the skeleton soldier, strengthened it with Ruler of the Battlefield to the maximum, and put it in the goblin den, it would have been an even more surprising outcome. However, Kim Woo-jin did not get excited. There was no reason to be excited, for getting excited would not affect the result. Time for the next test. Above all, there was another skill he wanted to test. Sug. Kim Woo-jin injured his arm with a kukri. The blood from the wound began to flow down and drip from an unsightly dagger in Kim Woo-jin's hands. Soon, Kim Woo-jin's blood coated the dagger. It was a technique that covered the dagger with poison using toxic blood. Afterwards, Kim Woo-jin put his hand inside the wound in a goblin corpse that was prepared under his feet. Blood sucking is initiated. Then, the blood within the corpse sucked into Kim Woo-jin's body through his hand. Woo-jin's bleeding wound slowly began to heal. Next, the blood he had lost from bleeding also began to replenish. Blood sucking is no longer effective. Soon after the notification, Kim Woo-jin stopped sucking its blood and watched the wound on his arm. There was a faint scar on the wound. It's to this extent. That confirmed the effects of the new blood-sucking skill. Now there was only one more test left. Summon skeleton soldier. Kim Woo-jin summoned a skeleton soldier using the bloodless goblin corpse as a sacrifice. Flesh on the goblin corpse melted away, and soon rose in its place with only its bones remaining. Effect of black bone is applied. Then its bones turned black. Wig. Kim Woo-jin handed a rough dagger coated with his blood to the skeleton soldier. Then the skeleton soldier quickly snatched the dagger and headed for the goblin cave with a look of joy as if it were a puppy getting a new toy to play with. About 30 minutes later, the skeleton soldier came back to Kim Woo-jin, all tattered. Perfect. He finished testing his new skills. When attempting to clear 2-floor dungeon, clearing the first floor as soon as possible was a good idea. Since if the first floor was cleared quickly, more strength and food could be saved for the second floor. But that didn't mean that you should carelessly clear the first dungeon as fast as possible. In the first place, such a method could not be considered as clearing the first floor. When crossing to the next floor, it was important to avoid jumping over recklessly. What mattered was one's condition after clearing the first floor. In particular, never get stained by the smell of blood. It was obvious what the consequences would be if one were to cross over to the second floor while they were already tired and covered with the smell of sweat and blood. Especially if it is the smell of a monster's blood. It wouldn't matter if the monsters on next floor are stupid, but if one were to meet a monster like me, it would never ignore the scent of blood. Kim Woo-jin always emphasized these points to his colleagues. And every time he did, they would say, "A monster like Hung Nim? Would it be a dog-like bastard?" That's right. It would be dog-like bastard. Definitely a dog-like bastard. I'll just give up if I see a monster like Woo Jinba. How would you catch a monster like that? Instead of responding to his colleagues who would play around, Kim Woo-jin would just smile. It was one of the few moments when Kim Woo-jin, who was always serious and desperate in a dungeon, showed a smile and relaxed. It was also a moment he would never experience again. Since Kim Woo-jin no longer had such colleagues. Tialji Yuliog. The only thing he had now were 4 skeletons with black bones and a lizardman hanging on a tree like a blanket. It wasn't dead. Kaya. The lizardman was still breathing. However, it looked like Kim Woo-jin wasn't planning to kill the lizardman until he finished eating. Chji-up. In other words, the lifeline of the lizardman was the energy bar that Kim Woo-jin was slowly chewing on. As soon as the energy bar disappeared, the lizardman's lifeline would also disappear. Gulp. Soon, Kim Woo-jin swallowed all of the energy bar. Then slowly got up. The eyes of the skeleton soldiers who were staring at the tree began to look lively again. It's time to head to the second floor. You have entered the second floor of the dungeon. The first thing that welcomed Kim Woo-jin when he crossed the new dungeon gate that appeared with the death of Lizardman was a notification. Achievement: he who reached the second floor dungeon has been achieved. Emissary of the underworld greatly looks forward to your challenge. Then a series of notices was given. Among them was a notification that would shock any player's ears. It was a notification announcing the Halo's high expectations for their challenge, a great opportunity to receive a gift from their Halo. However, Kim Woo-jin did not pay attention to the announcement. He only looked at the stage before his eyes with a cold look. A swamp, it's as I've heard of back then. The environment of the second floor dungeon was a swamp. Dark and dense swamps were all over the dungeon like traps. It was one of the worst environment to face in a dungeon. It was crazy for anyone to fight monsters in a swamp where they might die because their ankles were caught. Furthermore, lizardmen were monsters who used these swamps as their home. Even if a lizardman was dragged out of the swamp, it was virtually impossible to track down a monster that would flee back to the swamp when the situation went awry. Being chased was even worse. This was not a world where there were roads made for players like in games. It wouldn't be strange to run away and be stopped in a swamp that extended as far as the sea. I have heard stories, but now that I have seen it in person, I understand why so many elites have died. It's much worse than I thought. In such a world, it was crazy to hunt the lizardmen without being prepared. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin had no intention of doing such a crazy thing. He wasn't going to sneak up behind them and hunt them one by one either. Inventory. Kim Woo-jin opened his inventory and took out another hunting tool. An axe. Kim Woo-jin pulled it out and headed straight toward a nearby tree. Puck. He chopped away with his axe. Within the dark viridescent swamp, a giant lizard head appeared on the surface of the water. Kaya. What appeared was a lizardman. Similar to a lizard in appearance, a dark green monster with two hands instead of front legs looked around with its flickering eyes while flapping its long tongue like a whip. Its eyes stopped for a moment. The lizardman walked toward where his eyes had stopped. Then its long tongue began to flutter toward the red thing that was stuck to the ground. The red thing that was stuck to the ground was blood. Kaya. It was welcoming news for the lizardman, who had came out of the swamp after a long time. The lizardman immediately got down on its forelimbs and followed the trail of blood. Churl. It did not forget to whet its appetite by sipping on the blood from time to time. Soon, the lizardman's body left the swamp and began to move on solid ground. The lizardman's instinct was to avoid any place that was not a swamp, but it did not bother the lizardman whose appetite thirsted for a goblin's blood. The lizardman continued to follow the trail of blood. The lizardman, who was bent on continuing, suddenly stopped by a wall that appeared unexpectedly. To be exact, it was a log cabin. A log cabin that appeared to be made from cutting down the trees and filling the gaps with mud. Moreover, instead of a roof, the log cabin was covered with a sheet of leather much like a tent. It was too bizarre for someone to approach it without hesitating. But such a thing wasn't important for the lizardman. It couldn't even see it well. Only thing that mattered to the lizardman, whose eyesight was poor much like a snake, was the fact that it could sense the heat of the goblin blood inside a hole within the log cabin. It was sure that an injured goblin went through that hole. The only thing left for him to do was to chew the injured goblin into small pieces with his sharp teeth, then putting it in his stomach, and spending a long time in the swamp until it was all digested. Kaya. The thought of spending a long period of time in the swamp while feeling full, prompted Lizardman to squeeze himself through the hole. The hole was a bit narrow compared to the size of its body, but as if its body had been oiled, the body of the lizardman slipped through it easily. Then a deep darkness greeted him. And the goblin that the lizardman was waiting for appeared. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. Goblins with only its bones remaining. But the lizardman was not aware of this development. It was impossible for it to detect the heat of goblin skeletons in the dark, whose bodies had only their bones remaining. That's how? How the lizardman met its demise. You have leveled up. The news was conveyed to Kim Woo-jin, who was waiting outside the log cabin. Status window. Kim Woo-jin immediately opened his status window. Kim Woo-jin, level 21, Halo, Emissary of the Underworld, stats, Constitution 65 plus 91, Strength, 2 plus 50, Mana, 3 plus 65, Achievement, 11, Unallocated points, 3, it's certainly amazing in many ways. Such stats was not something a level 21 should have. Before returning to the past, Kim Woo-jin only had around half of his current constitution when he was level 21. It is incomparable to the past. If the item set bonuses were included as well, the current Kim Woo-jin could not be stopped even by 10 LV21 Kim Woo-ji from the past. It was definitely possible for him to hunt the boss monster of this dungeon, the albino lizard. Kim Woo-jin could even hunt the albino lizard this very instant as long as he and his skeleton soldiers, which could now summon 9 of, performed properly. However, Kim Woo-jin do not intend to do so. He wasn't planning on putting up a performance. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin did not pay attention to his status window. He was not impressed by his ability, nor was he moved by how much stronger he was compared to the past. After investing the points he obtained into Constitution, he immediately continued his work. Sug. Using the blood dripping from the wound on his arm, he made a spear tip using his blood weapon skill, and attached the tip onto a pole. Like that, he stuck the spear he just made into the ground. 50 spears that were already stuck into the ground welcomed their new friend. After checking, Kim Woo-jin got up again. 1 spear for every lizardman. Catching another 49 will do. Kim Woo-jin was preparing to attack the albino lizard. Chapter 37. In reality, mutants were often weak. They usually didn't live long and many would die in their national habitats. But in a dungeon, things were different. Most monsters with mutations or variations in dungeons possessed either overwhelming power or a special ability. Sug. The albino lizard that came out of the vast wetlands then appeared on the ground was such a case. First of all, compared to an average lizardman, its size was on a completely different scale. While standing upright on both legs, its height reached 3 meters. It was huge enough for even orcs to shrug their shoulders and walk away after seeing them, and its tail was nearly 2 meters in length. It meant that the albino lizard would become a 5-meter-long monster when it lowered its posture and walked on 4 legs. Most importantly, its white skin and red eyes was proof it was a unique presence within the dark swamp. Such a presence also served as clear proof that the albino lizard was the king of this place. Churl. Walking in a bold and dignified manner was impossible without the confidence to deal with any predator that could threaten its life. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. That's why the albino lizard was not alarmed when a skeleton lizardman blocked its path with a blunt knife in its hand. Churl? Instead, it looked at the skeleton lizardman with eyes that questioned its purpose. On the other hand, skeleton lizardman executed its duty faithfully. It rushed at the albino lizard in hostility. Its resolve was quite strong. Sug. But as soon as the albino lizard stood up on its hind legs, the mood quickly changed. An unspeakable feeling of grandeur flowed from its 3-meter-tall body. That was when the albino lizard quickly swung its body. Hewoo. Its heavy tail ruthlessly swept the floor. The albino lizard didn't have even a hint of doubt that this attack would destroy that insignificant skeleton. But the skeleton soldier paused just outside the range of its tail. Hewoo. The tail naturally swung through the air. The albino lizard swung its body around once more and faced the skeleton soldier. At that moment, the skeleton soldier began to loiter in front of the albino lizard. It began to calculate how to fight against the albino lizard, who possessed a formidable attack power and range. But from the albino lizard's perspective, it seemed like the insignificant skeleton was looking down on him. Caw. Such impudence caused the lizard to focus all of its anger toward the skeleton soldier. Its desire to crush the skeleton soldier into powder was apparent all over its body. Now was the moment Kim Woo-jin decided to step in. Kim Woo-jin quickly approached the albino lizard from the behind. Then, with a kukri in his right hand, he swung down on the albino lizard's white leathery skin like an axe. Boo-yuk. A rough sloppy sound of the albino lizard's back being cut open could be heard, as if chopping up a log with an axe, and revealing its inner flesh. Buk. Kim Woo-jin inserted a spear he was holding in his left hand into the wound. Tuk. Then Kim Woo-jin broke off the pole from the spear. That was it for now. K. By the time the albino lizard turned around after the surprise attack from behind, Kim Woo-jin was already running away. The albino lizard paused for a bit while analyzing on the situation. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. In its ear, the albino lizard could hear the sound of the skeleton soldier slowly approaching it. Hewoo. Albino lizard swung its tail at the skeleton soldier once again. However, the skeleton soldier stepped back and closely observed its movements once more. It looked like a beast whetting its appetite before hunting a delicious prey. Kaya. Albino lizard stared intensely at the skeleton soldier with killing intent, spewing out with anger. And Kim Woo-jin moved once more. Everything was the same as before. While the albino lizard was distracted by the skeleton soldier, Kim Woo-jin approached the albino lizard's back and wounded it with his kukri, then stabbed it with the spear, and broke off the pole of the spear again. Afterwards, Kim Woo-jin disappeared into the bushes and observed the albino lizard. What will it do now? This was the attack strategy that Kim Woo-jin prepared for the albino lizard. The albino lizard and the orc champion were, in general, similar types of monsters. They were both arrogant, aggressive, and had a keen fighting sense, but not very intelligent. But there was a very distinct difference between the orc champion and the albino lizard. Is it thinking about running away? Unlike the orc champion, the albino lizard knew how to run away when the situation wasn't looking good. And furthermore, This dungeon was filled with great hiding spots like the swamp that the albino lizard could retreat to. It was one of the main reasons why this dungeon became a hell that devoured countless talented players. Since there was nothing that could be done if the albino lizard escaped into the swamp after getting heavily injured. Setting its body on fire like when hunting a troll was also useless due to the presence of the swamps. For it would go into the swamp and extinguish it the moment its body caught on fire. Of course, there were skills to create an inextinguishable fire, but it wasn't something that players under 30 levels could use. Anyway, when the fight became an unexpected battle of attrition, the plan's players had went out the window, and were eventually resulted in the deaths of those said players. Kim Woo-jin was prepared to engage in a battle of attrition against the albino lizard. It wouldn't matter much even if it ran away. The 2 spears that he pierced into its body were the groundwork for a battle of attrition. Albino lizard is under the effect of blood poisoning. From now on, the spear tips in its body will eat away its health until it is melted and decomposed. Even if it ran away, there was no reason for Kim Woo-jin to hurry. The reason he was using a regular skeleton soldier instead of a black bone skeleton soldier was also for the long-term battle. Kim Woo-jin saw the albino lizard expressing anger at the skeleton soldier once again. I guess it's still thinking about fighting for now. With such a view, Kim Woo looked around at the spears that were placed all around him. There were bodies of lizardmen that were ready to be sacrificed at any time to summon skeleton soldiers. Finally, he took out the last energy bar in his arm. I'll kill you even if I have to fight you all day. 78. That was the number of spears within the albino lizard's once smooth white back. Obviously, the albino lizard was not in a good condition. The speed of its tongue was slow enough to be laughed at even by a turtle. Its red eyes, which was once shining with vitality, was as dull as a rotten frozen pollock. Nevertheless, the albino lizard stood upright on its 2 legs and kept up its guard as it looked around. It squeezed out its last remaining strength to show it wasn't weak. Blood poisoning has spread throughout the body of the albino lizard. Albino lizard's health is greatly reduced. But within the ear of the hunter who was after its life, the fact that the albino lizard was just putting up a futile struggle was repeatedly heard. In actuality, the outcome of the hunt was set in stone. It was impossible for the albino lizard to tell where the hunter was even if he appeared. Nonetheless, Kim Woo-jin did not reveal himself. He approached one of the lizardman corpses he had prepared and summoned a skeleton soldier by sacrificing it. Tialji Yuliog. The skeleton soldier immediately rushed toward the albino lizard. The albino lizard unwillingly closed its red eyes after realizing there was yet another nightmare it had to face. It was prepared to meet its end. Even at that moment, Kim Woo-jin did not show up in front of the albino lizard. If someone were to ask which of them was more cold-blooded, between Kim Woo-jin and the albino lizard, everyone would say that Kim Woo-jin was way more cold-blooded after witnessing such a scene. Time passed by in such a manner. Albino lizard has been eliminated, achievement albino lizard hunter has been achieved, a catalog will be given as a reward. An notification that finally confirmed the end of the albino lizard to Kim Woo-jin. You have leveled up, emissary of the underworld marvels at your challenge, emissary of the underworld sends some of his power, rank of the skill blood poison increases by 1 rank, rank of the skill blood weapon increases by 1 rank. At the end of the cruel stage, the spectator sent its congratulations and gifts to Kim Woo-jin. However, there were no notifications that confirmed the end of the dungeon. It was because Kim Woo-jin had yet to secure the albino lizard's egg, which was the clear condition of the dungeon. Now it's time to move. Only then did Kim Woo-jin appear in front of the albino lizard for the first time. There was, of course, no sentiment. Kim Woo-jin flipped the albino lizard like a machine. The first thing he did after that was skinning the albino lizard. The situation was different than when he had hunted the orc champion. There was no audience here and he had plenty of time. That meant he was free to loot everything he could get his hands onto. The albino lizard's leather is enough to make a set of LV30 rare grade armor. This was the normal process in a dungeon clear. It was perfectly normal to take as much as possible from a dungeon. It was just that Kim Woo-jin wasn't able to carry out such a common practice in previous dungeons due to various circumstances. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin's harvesting skills were excellent. For someone who had skinned a dragon that was almost 100 meters, an albino lizard that was 5 meters long was nothing. His only regret was that the albino lizard's most useful leather, which was located in its back, was in a terrible condition due to Kim Woo-jin's gruesome attacks. Afterwards, Kim Woo-jin immediately cut open the albino lizard's belly. Then a single egg appeared. "You have found the albino lizard's egg, you have cleared the dungeon." Only then did he get a notification that confirmed the end of the dungeon. "Finally, it is in my hands." The albino lizard's egg that appeared in such a manner was about the same size as an ostrich egg. The color was unique. The shell was white, but there were purple stripes of energy enveloping the shell, making it look both puerile and gruesome. While looking at it, Kim Woo-jin recalled memories of the past. Now I can see what the Messiah Guild was hiding. In 2025, the Messiah Guild secured the albino lizard's egg after considerable sacrifices. But information about the egg was kept a secret. There was not even information confirming whether or not it was a legendary item or skill. People just speculated that it was a legendary item or skill because the Messiah Guild assessed its value to be enough to hide its information. Puck. In order to reveal such a secret, Kim Woo-jin cracked the top of the egg's shell open with his kukri. Pajig. But within the broken shell, a new shell appeared. Pajig. Kim Woo-jin repeatedly struck the albino lizard's egg with his kukri again and again. Each time, one layer of the shell was peeled off one by one. Like an onion, the number of layers of shell he peeled were numerous. And each time a layer of the shell was broken, the violet energy surrounding the shell grew stronger. Soon after, the white colors disappeared from the shell, leaving only the violet coloration behind. Once Kim Woo-jin hit the shell again one last time, the shell split into two and a skill page made up of obsidian finally appeared. Kim Woo-jin picked up the skill page. Apophis power, acquisition requirement, emissary of the underworld, acquisition level, must be higher than level 1, skill effect, gain immunity to all poisons. Apophis's power. Apostrophe. Damn it. It was a divinity only the Deadly Poison King possessed in Kim Woo-jin's memory. Deadly Poison King. Kim Woo-jin first met him in the year 2026 at Beijing. Kim Woo-jin, who headed for Beijing with a team to clear the 6th floor dungeon, faced the Deadly Poison King in front of the dungeon gate. And on the spot, Kim Woo-jin lost 7 of his colleagues. After seeing his colleagues die without being able to leave a world due to the threat posed by the Deadly Poison King's poison, Kim Woo-jin ran away. Since then, the Deadly Poison King and Kim Woo-jin continued to have a hostile relationship. Even now, Kim Woo-jin was able to name all of his colleagues who lost their lives to the Deadly Poison King. He could even draw their faces if he were asked to do so. But now, the skill that helped such a monster to exist was in the hands of Kim Woo-jin. Something which should have belonged to the Messiah Guild. The meaning behind such a development was simple. The Messiah Guild gave it to the Deadly Poison King. Or the Deadly Poison King stole it from the Messiah Guild. Those were the two possibilities. And the answer was obvious. Did the Messiah Guild create the Deadly Poison King? The chances of him stealing it from the Messiah Guild when not even Kim Woo-jin was aware of the existence of such skill page was similar to the probability of Kim Woo-jin returning to the past. In the end, it was proof that the Deadly Poison King was the work of the Messiah Guild. There are plenty of reasons to do so. It was well worth doing so. Deadly Poison King was a villain. He took whatever he needed and he destroyed everything he found annoying in the process. Moreover, the year 2026, when he was active, was a time when chaos erupted like wildfire. A year when countless cities were left in ruins by the monsters that came out of the dungeons and countries around the world began losing their ability to function. No one wanted to antagonize a monster like the Deadly Poison King around a time when everyone was busy trying to save themselves. It was a period in need of righteous players who could bring judgment on the outbreak of evil players. The existence of the deadly Poison King made the Messiah Guild shine even brighter. Naturally, the Messiah Guild played such a role. The Messiah Guild, who fought with monsters to save the world, now had a reason to punish players for the sake of the world. After that, the Messiah Guild asked for legendary items in exchange for punishing the deadly Poison King, and the world was forced to comply. Legendary items were collected in order to deal with the deadly Poison King. They also recruited volunteers to destroy the deadly Poison King. To be honest, there was no need to recruit anyone for help. It is because there was the strongest hunting dog in the Messiah Guild, someone who lost his comrades and was fuming with anger. In the end, after killing the deadly Poison King, the Messiah Guild became the judicator of the world. Kim Woo-jin killed the deadly Poison King. He succeeded in avenging his dead comrades. But now he realized that it was all a part of the Messiah Guild's ambitions. The noble sacrifice of those who were willing to die to save the world was actually a dog's death. Kim Woo-jin, however, was now fuming with new anger over such a reason. You have learned the skill Apophis power, you have gained immunity to all toxins. Lee Se-jun, I will be the one who's going to kill you. It only made him brood over in anger once again. Chapter 38. There were two main reasons why players would buy dungeons from brokers. The first reason was that a player may get shot if they try to enter a broker-owned dungeon without permission. The second reason was that it was extremely important to clean up the evidence after the dungeon was cleared. Of course, what most dungeon brokers cared about was the first reason. There were plenty of brokers who laid landmines to protect their dungeons. However, there were only few brokers who actually cared about cleaning up afterwards. However, Osei-chan was different. He was especially diligent cleaning up afterwards. This was evident when looking at the scene of an abandoned field unfolded before Kim Woo-jin. He came out of the gate after 6 days. Clean. The field looked like normal. There were no sign of man or monster to be seen. It was to the point that nobody would be able to prove that there used to be a dungeon gate here if Kim Woo-jin left with a shopping bag on the floor. Kim Woo-jin grabbed the last piece of evidence, which was his shopping bag. Inside were Kim Woo-jin's personal belongings, a radio, and 500 milliliters of bottled water. It's really reusable. The radio was the same one used by Kim Woo-jin at the hospital. Kim Woo-jin turned on the radio right away. Momentarily, he heard a voice. Clearing it in a week. I suppose it's good enough to back up your bragging. It was Osei-chan's voice. So how was the dungeon? Kim Woo-jin answered the question with a calm voice. There were no issues. That was a lie, of course. He learned the truth that turned the noble sacrifice of his comrades into a dog's death. Naturally, he wouldn't feel good. However, Kim Woo-jin chose not to disclose such information and advertise it around with murderous intent. Did anything special happen while I was away? He continued the conversation in a calm voice. Other than the picture of Great One Guild and Frontier Guild's masters shaking hands being released, Dragon Hunter killing a golden dragon on a 5-floor dungeon, and the Chinese government's intent on making the Kunlun Guild their national guild, there was nothing special. All of them were front-page news. The cooperation of the Great One Guild, who rose to 5th place in the world after being supported by the US government, and the Frontier Guild was a huge incident. The golden dragon that Dragon Hunter hunted was also a monster that Kim Woo-jin wanted to learn more about. The bombing that stabbed his heart and the Chinese government's decision to solely support the Kunlun Guild was also very impactful. Now the movements that were occurring underwater are beginning to surface. It was a sign that the movements that were hidden so far were now coming out into the open. However, the political world was not the only area where special events occurred. Other than stories about the guilds, did anything special happen to the economy? The economy was also full of significant incidents. In fact, the economy was the area undergoing with the biggest changes due to the advent of dungeons. The advent of dungeons and monsters was like an inexplicable rise of risk to all companies in the world. In the process, countless companies went bankrupt or were sold away. On the other hand, there were cases where companies used new resources from dungeons and monsters to quickly build up their power and influence. It's about the time when Pandora Technologies' stock price will go up like an explosion. Pandora Technologies was a prime example. A monster that used the vast amount of virtual money to eat up businesses. Pandora Technology was a company that earned immense amount of money by investing in virtual currency during the virtual currency boom. After acquiring companies that failed to adapt to the world that has turned into a game based on their technological prowess and infrastructure, the company started marking items based on resources from dungeons, and became one of the leading companies in the field. Of course, if it were just that, Kim Woo-jin never would have remembered the existence of Pandora Technology. And then they sided with Johann Georgs. The fact that at some point, they sided with the king of undead. I think the president's name was Gorbachev. That was why the company's name and chairman were remembered by Kim Woo-jin. I don't care much about that part. Oh-se-chan responded to Kim Woo-jin's question with a transparent reaction. If you want to talk about the economy, you'd better talk about balance. Don't you think? Well, let's follow the contract. What's 25% of the income you got from the dungeon? Like a broker, he started to talk about the commission. Before that, let me ask you a question. I don't like being asked questions when I'm talking about this. But go ahead. Can you trust me? The contract requires an additional 25% of the dungeon revenue. However, the income could be hidden as long as Kim Woo-jin wanted to hide it. From the broker's perspective, it was a pain in the neck. There's no reason why I wouldn't believe you. However, Oh-se-chan's reaction was surprisingly calm. But I hope you think about our poor employees and at least show them your sincerity. Do you know how much I spent on gas to take you there? You even ate at the rest stop? And it wasn't some cheap basic udon, but you ate beef short rib soup and drank carbonated water as dessert afterward as well, didn't you? I remember everything. Oh-se-chan added some unnecessary words at the end, but he didn't seem to doubt Kim Woo-jin's words at least. It's time for a shootout. At Oh-se-chan's response, Kim Woo-jin threw what he had prepared. Can I ask you another question? No, why are you asking so many questions? Did you hit big? Huh? Is that why you're talking so much? Huh? Is it? Oh-se-chan's voice began to grow louder. Why did you tell me to watch out for the Skull Guild? However, Oh-se-chan's voice grew silent when Kim Woo-jin asked his question. Would you believe me if I told you? There's no reason why I wouldn't believe you. There was a pause in the answer, and Oh-se-chan slowly spoke. The funds of the Skull Guild are within the 3 fingers of the Korean Guild. The amount of money they spend on ordinary auctions and black markets are enough to slap the Phoenix Guild or the Messiah Guild in the face. But there is only one large company in Korea that sponsors the Skull Guild. So where does all that money come from? At the explanation that began, Kim Woo-jin answered. It's probably Japan. Kim Woo-jin calmly accepted Oh-se-chan's challenge. He knows my behavioral pattern to a certain extent. Oh-se-chan knew Kim Woo-jin was a very unique individual, and he indirectly told Kim Woo-jin that he had such information. Japan was once a country rich enough to buy America as a whole. They are still one of the wealthiest countries. The problem is that the Japanese are after the Korean peninsula. How dangerous are they? If there was a possibility that the players who are interested in money could be bought, do you understand how dangerous this situation is? At the remark, Kim Woo-jin held back his chuckle. Everyone is dangerous. Of course, Park Yong-wan is dangerous too. Thank you for your advice. Enough with that. What did you get from the dungeon? You won't say nothing came out without any conscience, right? When I even prepared water for you to drink after you came out of the dungeon. At Oh-se-chan's remark, Kim Woo-jin took out a 500 milliliters water bottle from the shopping bag. For presentation? Then there was a sign indicating that it was for presentation only. Cool. He heard sound of Oh-se-chan clearing his throat. Then send me a report after you have sorted out how much you made in the dungeon. We'll settle the account for you. Now, shall end the conversation here? Do you have anything else to say? I'll call you back if you have one. Thanks, monster. Chig. Soon the radio went out. Momentarily, the radio turned on again. Oh, wait. Don't throw away the radio. Just leave it. We have to reuse it. Kim Woo-jin kept his mouth shut while smiling at such a ridiculous instruction. He put the radio back in the shopping bag and left with only his stuff. Then he took out his smartphone and turned it on. He saw a single text. A smile turned over Kim Woo-jin's lips when he checked the text. They are running at me on their own. Soon after, Kim Woo-jin called the number he received the text from. It took some time for the person to pick up. Kim Woo-jin made use of the intermission and yelled, "Catalog." He opened up the catalog he earned from clearing the dungeon. Immediately, a catalog appeared in his hands. Rare? A catalog beamed with silver light as soon as he opened it. Kim Woo-jin's hand stopped at one page. Bone Sword, Acquisition Requirement, Emissary of Underworld, Acquisition Level, must be level 20 or above. Skill Effect, you can create a bone sword by sacrificing a monster's bones. Hello, I'm Kim Woo-jin. What did you want with me? He talked to him while he checked the skill. Are you ready to give a blow to the Skull Guild like as we discussed before? Park Yong-wan was on the other end of the call. Park Yong-wan's mansion in Hanam-dong. The luxurious interior was filled with expensive objects that made the mansion seem even more ridiculously luxurious. In addition to works of art worth billions, there were also an unusual number of grand objects. However, Kim Woo-jin, who visited there, did not have eyes that can appreciate fine art and priceless objects. Instead, he slowly read the document he received. Soon after reading the document to the last page, Kim Woo-jin put down the document on the table and spoke. To summarize, you want me to go into this 2-floor dungeon with the Skull Guild and kill the people they sent after me? Park Yong-wan nodded at Kim Woo-jin's words. To make it even shorter, we are just fishing. What do we get from that? You shouldn't try to catch a big fish from the beginning. Slowly throw some rice cake, take some time, and wait for big ones to bite. Moreover, you're not trying to make the Skull Guild a target of social criticism, right? It's about giving them a blow, isn't it? Kim Woo-jin did not answer. Instead, he looked at the report while looking very stern. What's that look for? It's because I'm not happy about having my first 2-floor dungeon be so dangerous. Kim Woo-jin spoke while looking at the first page of the report once again. Lizard Warrior Hunt, Dungeon Floor, 2-floor, Dungeon Difficulty, D+, Dungeon Capacity, 10 people, Entry Condition, must be below level 29, Clear Condition, kill the Lizard Warrior. While looking at the report, Kim Woo-jin's expression grew more and more solemn. You have never fought against a lizardman before? Yes, never since I was born. However, I know that they are extremely annoying to hunt. Furthermore, it's from a 2-floor dungeon, isn't it? To be completely honest, I'm afraid to even enter a 2-floor dungeon. I sense great fear in you. Although he said so, Park Yong-wan's face was calm. Kim Woo-jin was right. Even if his talent and ability were extraordinary, one needed an unusual amount of resolve and determination to enter a 2-floor dungeon without prior experience. In fact, didn't countless promising players fail to get over the wall that was the 2-floor dungeons and perish? Asking me to put a monster I've never hunted before in the front while having players who wants to kill me behind is. Moreover, Kim Woo-jin wasn't just going in the dungeon to clear it. Park Yong-wan would not have used him as bait to lure the Skull Guild if he was insistent on entering the 2-floor dungeon. In other words, Park Yong-wan had expected such a reaction from Kim Woo-jin. So, you're saying that if I plant you with the confidence to kill a lizardman, you would accept my proposal? Of course, he had prepared countermeasures against Kim Woo-jin's reaction. Possibly. Kim Woo-jin looked surprised. Park Yong-wan told Kim Woo-jin. If you name the items you need, I will provide it to you. When you said items I need, any item that's in my storage, you can even take a full set if you need it. It was a mind-blowing offer. Storage? Park Yong-wan's storage, who was one of the best players in Korea, was like a treasure trove. Frankly, at this point, I've earned enough money already, so instead of selling, I keep all of my items. I'll give you anything you want from them. A set of level 20 unique items will be prepared. Even the accessories will be included. He can get anything from there? An offer he could not object to. Now there wouldn't be any problem when clearing a mere 2-floor dungeon, would there? Kim Woo-jin's expression changed after hearing the proposal. He also raised the question with a determined expression on his face. So what's the plan? Park Yong-wan smiled and said. It's similar to last time. I'm going to spill the news that you're going into this dungeon. Instead, the only difference this time is that we're going to put you in with some bodyguards. What will be the number of bodyguards? 5 people. Since it's a 10-man dungeon, it will be 4 to 6 including me. What will our chance of winning be? They are going to put pros on their side as well. Pros? Yeah, the pros that hunt players. Namely the park experts. With that statement, Park Yong-wan tossed a document like a boomerang to Kim Woo-jin. It contained the profiles of Kim Woo-jin's bodyguards. It was filled with people who had a respectable amount of experience and skills. However, Kim Woo-jin do not have to read the document carefully. I know them. All the faces in the profiles were those that Kim Woo-jin had seen at least once. It looks like the Skull Guild really wants to kill me. From none other than Park Yi-yeon's memory, that is. Kim Woo-jin had to fight alone against everything in the dungeon. Good. It was not too difficult. Okay. I'll try. Alright. Check. Check. Park Yong-wan lightly clapped. Then Kim Woo-jin asked. So, how much will I get paid? The question stopped Park Yong-wan's applause. Pay? Reward for being the bait and risking my life. Don't tell me you're not going to have me play as bait for nothing? Park Yong-wan looked at Kim Woo-jin for a moment with a blank expression on his face. It was the first time for Park Yong-wan to be asked for money in such an open manner. What an interesting friend. Really interesting. Then he said with a wry smile. Okay, I'll give you 1,000,000,000 won if you return alive from this job. I will give it to you in cash on the spot as well. Kim Woo-jin bowed after getting up from his seat. I'll try my best to survive. Park Yong-wan had a wryer smile on his face than before. Then let's move on to the storage. With that blow, Park Yong-wan no longer smiled. Chapter 39. We are here. Park Yong-wan's item storage was located under his mansion. A nuclear bomb shelter previously built by a chaebol was renovated into a warehouse by Park Yong-wan. Countless items were displayed in the warehouse. It's just a storage. There were no legendary rank items. He didn't expect it in the first place. The fact that the premises were sound was the clearest proof that there were no legendary items in the warehouse. I can probably only pick something I can wear. Kim Woo-jin was limited to choosing items that he could wear. Park Yong-wan was only giving Kim Woo-jin items so that he could survive in the dungeon. He definitely wasn't intending to give him free items to take away like snacks. I guess I'll just pick the most expensive ones I can find. Of course, Kim Woo-jin planned to use the items like snacks, so he chose the most expensive items he could equip. Weapon, armor, helmet, gloves, and boots, he chose them carefully. It looks like you really like expensive stuff. At the sight of such a thing, Park Yong-wan spoke in a slightly prickly voice. Kim Woo-jin replied to the remark. They are expensive because they're good. I guess you have a point. Park Yong-wan, who replied back, was faintly frowning. TSK, from Park Yong-wan's perspective, this kind of situation was extremely unpleasant. I mean, wasn't it his money that Kim Woo-jin was spending? Nevertheless, there was one reason why he put up with it. In order to exploit the Skull Guild's weakness, there was no bait as effective as Kim Woo-jin. In order to make the Skull Guild give in, this much of an investment is only natural. Park Yong-wan, of course, did not intend to wage a war with the Skull Guild. Who's behind them? From the beginning, Park Yong-wan was not even sure who was sponsoring the Skull Guild. On the contrary, that was also the reason why Park Yong-wan was investing in Kim Woo-jin. Currently, Park Yong-wan had a very close relationship with the powerful people in Korea. However, Park Yong-wan could not find who the sponsors of the Skull Guild were. They must be backed by foreign powers. This meant it was likely that powers outside of Korea has invaded the country. In order to negotiate with them, he needed to establish a connection. Well, if I keep stabbing them, they'll eventually come see me with their heads down. Naturally, Park Yong-wan did not intend to negotiate on an equal footing. Park Yong-wan used Kim Woo-jin to provoke the Skull Guild, ultimately leading to the Skull Guild's surrender and their cooperation. In other words, the more difficult of a situation of the Skull Guild was put in, the better it was for Park Yong-wan. That was why he opened his storage to Kim Woo-jin. And that was also why Kim Woo-jin was given a chance that he would never receive again in his lifetime. Kim Woo-jin's footsteps stopped at the corner where the accessories were collected. His eyes laid on an ugly necklace inlaid with a black stone that was the size of a newborn's fist. Kim Woo-jin grabbed the item in his hands. Cursed stone necklace, item rank, unique, must be level 10 or higher to use. Item description, stone that is cursed by something. Contains a mysterious power within. When equipped, mana plus 10. When equipped, mana regeneration increases by 10%. Item option window appeared right away. However, Kim Woo-jin did not put such options in his eyes. Is it a sealed item? The important thing for Kim Woo-jin was that the stone necklace may contain a sealed power of some kind. It was as stated. This rugged black stone contained the sealed power of some sort. Kim Woo-jin had no idea as to what sort it was. And it's even a unique rank sealed item. The most important fact was that the item was a unique grade sealed item. This meant one would be able to obtain an item that was more valuable than a unique grade item. Since the lowest rank one could obtain was that of a unique rating, it meant that one could expect something higher than that as well. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin took the necklace. That one has a bad option. Looking at Kim Woo-jin's choice, Park Yong-wan gave a word of advice. Kim Woo-jin replied to the advice. It's because I don't have enough mana. Especially, the blood-sucking skill you gave me uses up way more mana than I expected. It was a flawless answer. Well, it's good if you like it. At least I saved some money. Most of all, from Park Yong-wan's perspective, he was glad that Kim Woo-jin chose the cheapest accessory. Like I thought, Park Yong-wan doesn't know it's sealed. Park Yong-wan didn't know it was sealed. There was no way he could know. Not only were there no signs that it was a sealed item, one had to find a suitable method to remove the seal. Well, it's impossible to melt a unique rank seal unless it's something like the fluids of a golden dragon. Something like the gastric juice of a golden dragon. It was after 2025 that Kim Woo-jin discovered the concept of sealed items. Are you done picking? Of course, Kim Woo-jin didn't have much to complain about. Yes, thank you very much. He just had to smile and express his sincere gratitude. After the appearance of monsters, the businesses that collapsed the quickest was none other than golf courses. With the possibility of monsters appearing at any time, there was no fool who would leisurely go outside to play golf. The further one was from the city, the worse the situation became. The golf course in Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province faced the same situation. A golf course whose membership cost was once over 100 million won and was filled with luxurious foreign cars whether it was on a weekend or a weekday, was now unmanaged and overgrown with weeds. Visitors came to the golf course once again. The parking lot was once again crowded with expensive foreign cars. If you paid attention to the surroundings, you would have noticed that this place became a stage for players. Then a car appeared among the group of expensive foreign cars. It was a light car with a dented bumper. The owner of the car was obviously Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin appeared, charged in, and ignored the expensive foreign cars that surrounded the area. But then Kim Woo-jin stopped in front of a car he remembered. Of course, it wasn't because the car he stopped next to was more expensive or rare than the cars he saw before. Lexus? 5 cars, which were parked in a row, were Lexus brands. Even if all 5 of them were combined, it couldn't be compared to the Bugatti that Kim Woo-jin almost smacked with his car door. There was some other reason for him to stop. really amazing patriots have showed up. He only stopped due to the fact that he had a very good idea of who the owners of those vehicles were. His steps quickened right away. As soon as he entered the clubhouse, the guests who already arrived were gathered in a few places. A new member. Then one person raised his voice and approached Kim Woo-jin soon. He was a friendly-looking man in his early 40s. "Nice to meet you, I am Jung Hoon Young. Let's finish the dungeon well." Kim Woo-jin smiled and shook his hand as Jung Hoon Young extended his hand. "Yes, I look forward to working with you." It was not unusual. It was rather common for guild members to greet each other ahead of the dungeon. Such was the case. Preparing for a 2-floor dungeon was vastly different from preparing for a 1-floor dungeon. Those with groundless confidence were already filtered out at this point. The people who survived such a filtering process were the only ones eligible to attack a 2-floor dungeon. Those who were targeting a 2-floor dungeon had to have some common sense. Just running around with one's pride wouldn't help extend one's life. Of course, the atmosphere was calm. There were no instances of open hostility or aggression. Rather, players gathered together to chat and familiarize themselves with one another. "Have we met before?" "No, I think this is our first time meeting each other." "Oh, I'm sorry." No, I hear that often." For the first time, everyone started to familiarize themselves with one another and learn each other's faces. Kim Woo-jin held back while observing their interactions. They must be dying inside trying to act like they don't know each other. Kim Woo-jin barely managed to hold back his laughter in front of such a ridiculous performance. There was no one here that they did not know. Everyone was in leagues with one another, and what they were after was simple. Eliminating Kim Woo-jin. The Skull Guild drew their best cards for dealing with him. Of course, Kim Woo-jin knew the reason why. That's the price of touching a pupil of the God Archer. Park Yi-yeon and her death, a student of the God Archer, had definitely shaken not only the Skull Guild but also the Yamato Federation. Furthermore, the Skull Guild must have deduced that there's a strong individual behind Kim Woo-jin. It was not just an issue of just killing Kim Woo-jin. The reason they want to take me into a dungeon is so that they can't torture me and get information. It was more important for the Skull Guild to find out the details through Kim Woo-jin's mouth. That was why this stage was set up. This was the reason why the Skull Guild was willing to show their cards in order to hunt Kim Woo-jin. When this is over, it will practically be a war against the Skull Guild. Then I guess I should try to make this as heated as possible. "Which way is the restroom?" At that moment, Kim Woo-jin asked Jung Hoon Young where the restroom was. "That way." "Thank you." As soon as he heard the directions, Kim Woo-jin left his seat and headed for the restroom. Although the water was already cut off, it was better to urinate in there than on the street. Behind him was Jung Hoon Young. He was following him. "Let's go together." Kim Woo-jin nodded and the two of them went into the restroom together. However, neither of them took care of their business. "Kim Woo-jin, right?" "Yes, you're my escort, aren't you?" "We should be called assassins rather than escorts." Jung Hoon Young's eyes were indescribably sharp. "We will speak in detail once we are in the dungeon, so let's keep it brief. Your role is being the bait. Move by yourself. Then we'll take care of everything and watch over you. If something really urgent happens, blow this whistle." With those words, Jung Hoon Young handed Kim Woo-jin a whistle that seemed to be made of some creature's bones. Unless they are stupid, it is likely that the attack will take place on the 2nd floor. So on the 1st floor, let's just focus on clearing the dungeon. You should avoid contacting with us as much as possible. If they find out that we're on the same team, they'll confront us directly in an all-out fight. Kim Woo-jin was handed a whistle. He tapped on his glabella while tightly holding onto the whistle. Jung Hoon Young spoke with a stiff expression on his face. "Are you worried? Can I give up on this operation now?" Kim Woo-jin spoke pitifully. In surprise, Jung Hoon Young asked. "You want to give up?" Jung Hoon Young asked loudly, reflexively moving his hands to block his mouth. "Woo." Instead of answering him, Kim Woo-jin let out a long sigh. It was not difficult to guess what that meant. It would be weird for someone to be calm when asked to play the role of a bait in their first two-floor dungeon with those who wanted to kill them. I'm screwed if this happens, huh? On the contrary, it was a headache for Yoon Hoon Young. He had to get Kim Woo-jin into the dungeon gate no matter what. Damn, I already spent all the money I got from the Skull Guild on a building. Otherwise, he would have to cough up the money he had already spent. You said your name was Kim Woo-jin? Yes. It's not as difficult as you think. It's a two-floor dungeon, but it's only a D+ rank dungeon. Honestly, although it's a two-floor dungeon, it's laughable compared to the A dungeon you have cleared. So there's no reason to be scared. That's why Yoon Hoon Young persuaded Kim Woo-jin. Most importantly, what about the next time if you give up now? We have to take the first step at some point anyway. But are there any other problems? I can't die like this. At least not until I pay back my debts to those who have helped me. Debt. The word flashed in Yoon Hoon Young's mind. I see that you are a very responsible friend. Yoon Hoon Young continued. Then let's do this. I'll pay off your debts for you. What? Kim Woo-jin acted surprised. Yoon Hoon Young spoke while smiling at him. Instead, you will owe me a debt. Then, you will be going in the dungeon for my sake. Of course I will not force you. So how much is the debt? Kim Woo-jin carefully stretched out 3 fingers. 30 million won? No, it's 300 million won. 300 million? It was an amount that was bigger than he had expected. It was an extravagant amount. Gathering that much amount together right now is. A normal person wouldn't be able to collect such an amount of money right away, but for a player whose level was over 20, it was not too difficult to do if necessary. It's not an unaffordable amount compared to the pay we've received for this. No, if we handle his items as stolen goods, there won't be a loss. That's why Yoon Hoon Young was able to make a decision right away. Good, I can help out if it's that much. Thank you. Now then, is your problem gone? After being asked again, Kim Woo-jin replied while looking impressed. Yes. Excuse me, it looks like 300 million won was deposited into Kim Woo-jin's private account. Oh Se-chan frowned after hearing his subordinate. 300 million won? Damn, we shouldn't have bought him that beef short rib soup. Next time he asks you to buy him a meal, buy him only udon. Just the basic one as well. Not even a single yubu or fish cakes. Also tell him to chug cold water if he's thirsty. But what? But the deposit was from someone else's account. Oh Se-chan tilted his head. Someone else? It's from Yoon Hoon Young's credit account. Yoon Hoon Young? The park specialist. Are you sure? Yes, it's the account we made for him. What the heck is Yoon Hoon Young doing putting money from his credit account into Kim Woo-jin's private account? Oh Se-chan asked as if he had something in mind. Yoon Hoon Young recently did money laundering through us, right? Yes. Where was that money coming from? I was only from the Skull Guild. It's been laundered multiple times, so I'm not sure about the details. So you're saying that the person who got the money from the Skull Guild to kill Kim Woo-jin spent that money for Kim Woo-jin's sake, right? Only then did his subordinate seem to have realized something. Kim Woo-jin is in a trap. There was no specific context, but it was clear that he was not Kim Woo-jin's ally. Kim Woo-jin is in danger. Oh Se-chan frowned after hearing his subordinate's warning. What are you talking about? Isn't it dangerous? Kim Woo-jin is trapped right now, isn't he? How many people like Yoon Hoon Young will it take to clear the 2-floor A-rank dungeon that Kim Woo-jin cleared in a week? I don't know. Around 30 I suppose? The side who's in danger is Yoon Hoon Young's side. Oh Se-chan closed his eyes. Kim Woo-jin has been attacked twice by the Skull Guild and has blocked both attempts. He figured out the relationship between Kim Woo-jin and the Skull Guild to a certain extent. In such a situation, if the third attack is completely blocked as well, then it will be like declaring war against the Skull Guild. He knew what would happen if Kim Woo-jin was able to stop the Skull Guild's plans once again. And now, Oh Se-chan could also see what kind of signal Kim Woo-jin was sending him. The enemy of my enemy can be a friend. Osei-chan smiled. After checking Kim Woo-jin's location, send someone there. Send a bottle of champagne. Chapter 40. In order to move to the next floor, eliminate the goblin that's hiding from a group of orcs. As soon as they entered the dungeon, a new notification rang in the players' ears simultaneously. A light silence permeated the area. The clear condition is revealed. It was Jung Hoon-young who broke the silence. Wearing armor made of black leather and carrying a huge shield on his back like a backpack, he spoke to the crowd. Since the condition for this floor is not difficult, let's move separately on the first floor. But if you find the goblin, don't fight it by yourselves and be sure to alert everyone. There was no response. It was because the plan was already agreed upon in advance. Jung Hoon-young continued speaking to his party members without waiting for an answer. All right, let's get to work. Whoa! Yap! Following Jung Hoon-young, his colleagues threw themselves through the thick forest with eager cries. Without saying a word, the other party left toward the direction was opposite to where Jung Hoon-young's party decided to explore. The only one left standing now was Kim Woo-jin. He was sitting down alone, unmoving. He was recalling the conversation he had with Jung Hoon-young in the bathroom. The battle on the second floor. Jung Hoon-young told him his plan in the bathroom. We will behave normally on the first floor and get rid of the Skull Guild members who are hiding their identities as soon as we arrive on the second floor. The reason for his plan was not explained. However, that wasn't unusual. Does a bodyguard ever explain why they are guarding a person in a certain way? Moreover, there was no need to explain why. Tight on time. Kim Woo-jin knew the reason. Even if it's a D+ rank dungeon, 2 floors are still 2 floors. Park Yi-yeon's memory enabled him to find out how many times he had already made deals with the Skull Guild. He knew Hoon-young was a major customer of the Skull Guild and how to gauge their levels of competence. At the same time, he could also figure out how skilled the assassins from the Skull Guild were. They can definitely clear this dungeon as 9 people without me. Unless Park Yi-yeon remembered their abilities incorrectly, it was no problem for the 9 of them to clear this dungeon. Especially person named Matsumoto, his skill is not normal. One of the assassins sent by the Skull Guild named Matsumoto was very skilled. A holy guardian of light. For he was carrying the same hell that made Lee Se-jun a hero. Skilled people like them had no problems clearing a mere 2-floor dungeon. But it would be troublesome for them if I ran around. However, if Kim Woo-jin acted as a variable, the situation would certainly change. For example, if Kim Woo-jin ran away on the first floor. Or if there were problems while hunting Kim Woo-jin, resulting in more than 2 casualties. In that case, even if the floor was cleared, they would have to face greater danger on the next floor. Above all, Kim Woo-jin had the experience of surviving an assassination sent by the Skull Guild. They most likely don't have something like the Anubis eyes, so they would probably want to keep me alive if possible. From the Skull Guild side, Kim Woo-jin could not be underestimated even if they wanted to look down on him. And most importantly, they needed him alive in order to extract information from him. After taking such restrictions into account, it made it much harder for them to hunt Kim Woo-jin. In such a situation, the best strategy for them is to clear the first floor quietly, then move on to the second floor. Avoiding as many issues as possible on the first floor. In other words, on the first floor, they will act as hunters who are watching over their game. They won't care if their prey eats grass, drinks water, or whatever. They'll just watch over me on the first floor no matter what I do. Of course, they wouldn't mind Kim Woo-jin accumulating bodies of orcs that will become Kim Woo-jin's blood, weapons, and soldiers. Kim Woo-jin got up from his seat when he arrived at this conclusion. Jung Hoon-young, who was a level 29 player, was undeniably a strong expert. With Undying Fighter as his halo, his fighting skills, judgment skills, and even his leadership skills were outstanding, and he was also an excellent planner. So how was he? He's constantly hunting the orcs. He's very skilled. A meticulous guy, good at kiting after poisoning them with his blood poisoning and setting up traps. Anything unusual? Not really. He's just hunting. The only thing special about him is how he's treating the corpses separately. Well, it's a sensible thing to do. But keep an eye on him just in case. Get a clear picture of his behavioral patterns and abilities. That's how we can catch him without complications. That was why Yoon Hoon Young was not escorting Kim Woo Jin but hunting him. Aren't you too worried? Yeah, honestly, isn't it as easy as lying down and eating rice cake? The assassins and the guards are on the same side. Realistically, it's already game over for him. Although we can't do anything about getting a mission failure on our record. As mentioned earlier, Yoon Hoon Young's skills were real. He was a real skilled expert who wouldn't be affected by a little scratch on his record. Easy work and we earn 1 billion won per person. It feels like we're making money too easily. From his perspective, there was no reason for him to refuse a huge amount of money in return for his failure. As his subordinate said earlier, this was a game that was virtually over when his group betrayed Kim Woo Jin. The Skull Guild is always generous with their money. I don't understand where all of their money comes from. Furthermore, it was not the first time that he made a deal with the Skull Guild. However, he never figured it out. That's how professional they were. There was no problem with letting go of their focus by just a little bit. Don't release your concentration. However, Yoon Hoon Young tightened the rope around his concentration. The Skull Guild isn't stupid, they wouldn't have spent so much money on an easy job. I'm sure that guy named Kim Woo Jin has something up his sleeves. That was why Yoon Hoon Young was a real expert. So first of all, we need to figure out all we can about him. Yoon Hoon Young spoke while looking at the male subordinate who was right next to him. I always emphasize it, but don't hunt when the prey is on high alert. Go for the kill when it's unaware and has its guard down. With these instructions, Yoon Hoon Young slowly looked around. Isn't it time to switch? A woman wearing a lightweight leather armor and a bird feather cap nodded. Yeah, it is. It's about time to switch, but he's not here yet. Everyone temporarily became silent due to the fact that the observer they sent to monitor Kim Woo Jin did not come back. There was tension in the air. It was evident how everyone here knew the importance of punctuality during surveillance. Shall I go? The female player raised her hand. Seeing that, Yoon Hoon Young said. No, we'll all move together. Kuru. Inside the thick forest, an orc was moving around. Q. The orc's movements became very rough and alert. It was evident that the orc noticed the scent of blood, a very freshly spilled blood. Simultaneously, there were signs that the orc was hungrier than ever before. Krrr. A piece of food that was constantly emitting the scent of blood appeared in front of its eyes. A player was shaking on the floor, bleeding. Qua. Orcs started running towards the food that was literally prepared on a table for them to eat. It was at that moment. A player appeared out of nowhere, hit the orc's head with the huge hammer in his hands. Puck. Along with the sound of something heartbreaking, the orc fell to the ground. It was an attack that was sufficient to kill a normal person. Kook. However, the fallen orc moved its body while trying to get up rather than dying. Krrr. Unfortunately, its skull was broken and the damage had reached its brain, severely damaging its senses, in particular its sense of balance. Puok. Once again, the orc fell while trying to rise from the ground. The player with the hammer swung at the orc's head once more. Puok. The sound of its skull breaking repeatedly rang. At that moment, Yoon Hoon Young, who was holding a hammer, shouted. Check the condition of Jinmuk. An ironclad man immediately approached the fallen player. The man had a wooden bottle on his left and a white light shined on his right hand, which meant he had activated his healing skill. It signified that he was a healer, and that was why he wore an ironclad armor. Wasn't it common sense to give the physically weak healer stronger defensive equipment when mobility was not important? 2. Meanwhile, Yoon Hoon Young called the remaining two subordinates. Two quickly showed up. Puck. Yoon Hoon Young shouted at the two as he struck his hammer at the orc's head once again. Look over the perimeter. Hearing this order, two subordinates went to observe the area while holding their weapons. Yoon Hoon Young also stopped paying attention to the orc and began to surveil the area. What could it be? At this moment, Jung Hoon Young's eyes were sharp enough to remind one of a beast. It was understandable. Having his search party attacked was same as having his eyes gouged. Furthermore, aiming for one's eyes required competence. It was evidence that the enemy had both intelligence and ability. Then who exactly was the enemy? Here, Jung Hoon Young did not jump to conclusions on who the enemy was. But then Jung Hoon Young heard a voice behind him. Ah! It was a scream from the healer who ran to heal his fallen ally. When Jung Hoon Young turned his head in response to the sound, he could see two skeletal orcs with terrifying bone swords in their hands. They stabbed Lee Il-sung along with Kim Jin-yuk, whose neck had been cut off. Trap. It was a situation where their enemies used their colleague to lay a trap for the healer. Enemies. Skeletons. Then two subordinates who were surveilling the area announced the arrival of the enemy. Jung Hoon Young turned around once again. Then he saw a group of skeletons already surrounding him. There were 7 skeletons with completely black bones, and every one of them held a sword made of bones coated with crimson blood in their hands. At such a scene, Jung Hoon Young shouted. Group up. He tried to shout that order. Pot. If Kim Woo-jin, who was hiding in the ground, had not approached him from the behind and cut his neck with the dagger in his hand, he could surely have shouted so. Huey up. Jung Hoon Young let out a sound while trying to gasp for air. You are under the effect of blood poisoning. Jung Hoon Young's ears received a frightening notification. However, Jung Hoon Young had no time to consider that notification. Buke. It was because Kim Woo-jin brutally thrusted his sword into Jung Hoon Young's neck. Tuck. Jung Hoon Young collapsed just like that. The healer Lee Il-sung, who was attacked by the 2 skeleton soldiers, then collapsed due to the accumulation of wounds that could no longer be treated. One of the skeleton soldiers turned its body toward another prey as if it were no longer interested in Lee Il-sung. Hung. The remaining 2 people were appalled and gazed at the scene. What do we do? Wait, what's happening? When their eyes turned toward Kim Woo-jin, their hearts were filled with dread. The first thing that players who joined the Messiah Guild learned was the word of warning. Don't trust anyone except our guild members from now on. Especially inside a dungeon. An advice not to trust anyone other than their fellow Messiah Guild players was due to Messiah Guild's position in the world as the enemy of most players. Even in the Messiah Guild, Kim Woo-jin only handled the most difficult tasks. He encountered many people who approached him with good intentions but later changed their faces and showed hostility once inside the dungeon. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin was an expert on dealing with such people. It was important to stab him in the back before being betrayed. That's why he dealt with Jung Hoon Young's party first. Since they had to forcefully be kind and loosen their vigilance in order to strike Kim Woo-jin in the back. And now it was over. Buke. The last survivor of Jung Hoon Young's party was killed by a skeleton soldier's sword. Skeleton soldier has achieved 3 kills. All of its stats increased by 9% due to the effect of ruler of the battlefield. Their end was clearly notified through Kim Woo-jin's ears. As soon as Kim Woo-jin heard the notification, he approached the dead and met their eyes. Eyes of Anubis are opening. The black eyes began to read their memories. He started searching for what they were intending to do to him, what kind of relationship they had with the Skull Guild, and if they had connections to the Messiah Guild. He figured out how they handled the money they saved from committing illegal acts. That was all. Kim Woo-jin was unemotional during this process. We have to catch him alive? It looks like they are going to torture him. He's going to die after a hard time. What an unlucky guy. After being betrayed and then killed, he won't be able to close his eyes properly. Anyway, I was thinking about buying a watch when the money arrives. What kind of watch should I buy? Even at the moment, when Kim Woo-jin saw how they talked about betraying him as if he were a snack one might have with a drink, he didn't show any particular emotions. It was the same even when his eyes met with the dead Jung Hoon Young. Kim Woo-jin didn't pay attention to the plans they had for him. So you're saying that if we betray the person we're supposed to guard for Park Yong-wan, you're going to give us 5 billion won? That's right. 5 billion won from just stabbing a player in the back. Is the amount too low? No, not at all. I will take this kind of job with pleasure. Thank you as always. Mr. Kim Ji-hoon. One thing in particular attracted Kim Woo-jin's attention. Kim Ji-hoon, the name of a colleague he recognized from the Messiah Guild, appeared. I finally found a tail that I could catch. Kim Woo-jin raised his head. Now, Kim Woo-jin, whose eyes returned to normal, headed somewhere. Momentarily, where Kim Woo-jin stopped walking, a goblin was hanging from a tree like a corpse. Kim Woo-jin threw one of his throwing knives at the goblin. Buke! The flying knife cut off the lifeline of the hanging goblin. You have eliminated the hidden goblin. The first floor dungeon has been cleared. You will now move on to the second floor. Kim Woo-jin had no intention of stopping his hunt here. Chapter 41. Most lizardmen are unarmed. They do not wear armor, helmets, nor weapons. This reason for this was twofold. For lizardmen who live in swamps or water, armor or weapons were obstacles in their daily lives. Even an unarmed lizardman was strong enough to kill an orc equipped with armor and weapons. Of course, it wasn't because they couldn't wear them. If they wanted to wear armor, they could wear it. If they wanted to wield a sword, they could wield it as well. Naturally, the combat ability of an armed lizardman couldn't be compared to an unarmed one. That's how a lizard warrior became the boss monster of this two-floor dungeon. Arg! At this moment, that lizard warrior was in battle with none other than the players sent from the Skull Guild to kill Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin was watching from a distance while pulling on a bow, unsurprised. As expected. Rather, the scene was as Kim Woo-jin expected to see. It was also something he intended. They have no choice but to take at Plan B when they get sent to the second floor unexpectedly. Kim Woo-jin swiftly completed the condition for clearing the first floor dungeon after taking care of Yoon Hoon-young's team. He killed the hidden goblin he had captured and unexpectedly switched the stage to the second floor. There were two benefits that came from this. They won't know how skilled I am until they find me. One of them was that he could hide his skills. If he remained on the first floor, there was a high probability that his abilities would have been revealed, even if he tried his best to hide them. And I'm sure they will imagine the worst case scenario. The second benefit was that the Skull Guild would try to imagine the worst possible situation in their minds. Since it's not unusual for a traitor to betray again. For example, a situation where Yoon Hoon-young did not betray Kim Woo-jin but betrayed them instead. In other words, from the Skull Guild's standpoint, they couldn't help but think about the possibility of Yoon Hoon-young and Kim Woo-jin being on the same side. A lack of information, a sudden change in circumstances, and the possibility of the worst-case scenario. Due to such disadvantageous factors, their top priority could only be to leave this place alive. And to do that, they had to kill the lizard warrior. 3 people. 3 people from their Skull Guild were now fighting with the lizard warrior. The other ones probably in the back. And that was why Kim Woo-jin quickly turned around. SSS. Something sharp flew toward Kim Woo-jin. Kim Woo-jin lowered his posture in order to dodge it and immediately fired his bow toward that direction. Ting! The arrow that flowing toward Kim Woo-jin created a sound as if it were blocked by a hard object. That was it. There were no notifications indicating that the target had been affected by his blood poisoning. It was not difficult to ascertain why it didn't work. Since the man in front of him, who looked like he was in his early 30s, used the thick gloves he wore to protect himself from the arrow. Naoki Matsumoto, the assassin who flew from Japan to make sure Kim Woo-jin dies. Such a man appeared in front of Kim Woo-jin. In other words, the Skull Guild also predicted how Kim Woo-jin would behave. They knew that Kim Woo-jin would try to go for them once he knew they switched to Plan B and tried to kill the lizard warrior. They tried to capture both of them at the same time. I've got you now, you fucking rat. Their targets were in front of them. Of course, Naoki Matsumoto did not hesitate to rush toward Kim Woo-jin. Sig. Naoki Matsumoto, who was running toward him, swung his sword while still in the distance. Slashing from below to above, a crescent-shaped sword energy was released from a Japanese sword. Its crescent sword. Crescent sword! At the sudden attack created by the skill only available to a holy guardian of light, Kim Woo-jin threw his body sideways. Sugik. Then a thick tree behind Kim Woo-jin was cut in half instead of him. But there was no time for him to be surprised. After narrowing the distance while Kim Woo-jin wasted his time trying to avoid the crescent sword skill, Naoki Matsumoto swung downward with his sword. Even if Kim Woo-jin dodged backwards, he would use his crescent sword once again. Damage would be unavoidable. Therefore, Kim Woo-jin ran toward Naoki Matsumoto. Before the sword hit his body, he tackled him. Guang! Kim Woo-jin and Naoki Matsumoto collided and began rolling on the ground. Then they pushed each other away as if they had a previous agreement, and the two faced each other again after separating. Surug! Kim Woo-jin pulled out the scimitar hanging on his back. The confrontation resumed. They gazed at each other. Damn you fucking Korean bastard! Then Naoki Matsumoto vented his anger at Kim Woo-jin in Japanese without hesitation. I will dig out your eyes while you're still alive, cut off your ears, and soothe the souls of my dead comrades. Then after getting you to spill everything you know, I'll cut off your tongue. It was a terrifying statement. However, it wasn't meant to be a provocation for Kim Woo-jin. For it wouldn't be much of a provocation since he didn't think Kim Woo-jin knew Japanese. It was more accurate to say that he was merely venting out the anger in his chest. However, Kim Woo-jin knew Japanese. Not only Japanese, but Kim Woo-jin was also proficient in languages of various countries when it came to listening. Of course, Kim Woo-jin did not want to talk to the other person just because he knew Japanese. He's a bastard with a shitty personality, unlike in Park Yi-yeon's memories. Did he act like a gentleman in front of Park Yi-yeon? Instead, he hunted. Such a man was more vulnerable to provocation. The usual procedure to distract the prey was to provoke them. He didn't need words. Kim Woo-jin held his middle left finger firmly toward Naoki Matsumoto and beckoned him to come. The provocation made Matsumoto Naoki's face under the helmet extremely ugly. Seeing his provocation, he immediately rushed toward Kim Woo-jin. I will kill you. Inside Naoki Matsumoto's head, who was charging towards Kim Woo-jin, defeat did not exist. The Holy Guardian of Light, a halo that was better than all other halos. As someone who carried such a halo, he couldn't imagine himself losing a one-on-one battle against Kim Woo-jin. The fact that people who have the Holy Guardian of Light as their halo are overflowing with pride is the same even if they are low level or high level. Kim Woo-jin did not back down either. He also charged forward. The distance between the two narrowed in an instant and their swords clashed for a moment. The scimitar and the Japanese sword clanked, reverberating with sounds of vibrating steel. Boo! Kim Woo-jin vomited what was in his mouth. What he vomited was none other than his blood. Kim Woo-jin's blood, which was released by biting off flesh in his mouth, soaked Naoki Matsumoto's face. You are under the effect of blood poisoning. Cuck! Matsumoto Naoki groaned. But he did not close his eyes. With bloodshot eyes flared up due to Kim Woo-jin's blood, he put more strength in his sword to break the deadlock with Kim Woo-jin. He intended to beat Kim Woo-jin by force. Gigajik! The swords in their hands screeched due to the contest of power. But the power struggle didn't last long. Immediately one side began to lose ground. This is Naoki Matsumoto. He was pushed back by Kim Woo-jin. This was why Kim Woo-jin invested all of his stats into Constitution so far. No matter how much a rat tries, it can't catch a lion. At that moment, the confrontation was virtually over. Guu. The only thing Naoki Matsumoto could do now was to struggle. No, he was not even allowed to struggle. First I have to escape the deadlock. As soon as Naoki Matsumoto stepped back to escape from the deadlock with Kim Woo-jin noticed his movements and matched his direction. When Naoki Matsumoto moved his legs to take a step backward, Kim Woo-jin kicked his stomach. Kuu! Matsumoto Naoki fell right back. And he swung down his scimitar between Naoki Matsumoto's eyes. Pagak! With a gruesome sound, Naoki Matsumoto's body went limp. Emissary of the Underworld applauses your performance. Emissary of the Underworld sends some of his power, Skill rank of blood poisoning increases by 1 step. Kim Woo-jin received a round of applause from his halo. However, Kim Woo-jin never basked in glory or appreciated a fight. Since it was just hunting in the first place. No predator will feel appreciation for the fate of its prey after a hard hunt. Such was the case for Kim Woo-jin. Like all hunting dogs, the only thing he had in mind was to get what he wanted from his prey. Anubis' eyes are opening. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin's eyes turned black. In a moment, he read the memories of Naoki Matsumoto. Matsumoto, the future of Japan lies on your shoulders. Your ability could lay the foundations of a great empire. Times have changed. It's a period where we need the samurais once again. A samurai like you. There were many familiar faces. Within his memories, Naoki Matsumoto had many faces that Kim Woo-jin recognized. Most of them were memorable faces because they belonged to his prey. Kim Woo-jin's memory was not good enough to remember someone that wasn't his prey. It was also evidence telling Kim Woo-jin, who was pulling their tails, that he arrived at the body. In other words, he no longer had to search for their tails and did not need to get a sense of them. Now I have to change my methodology. He changed his hunting method. Kim Woo-jin, who read the necessary memories, took his eyes off of Naoki Matsumoto. Kim Woo-jin's eyes immediately turned to Naoki Matsumoto's sword. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he could see the attributes of the sword. A sword made from the shell of an iron turtle. Item rank, unique, physical attack, 109, must be higher than level 20 to use. Item description, a sword made from the shell of an iron turtle by smelting it. It doesn't break easily. When equipped, Constitution plus 11, when attacking, basic damage increases by 20%. Iron Turtle. As a boss monster that only appeared on 3-floor dungeons and above, items made from melting its shell became a unique item higher than level 20 without exception. Its existence literally was a mass of unique items. Its value was enormous, and the biggest advantage was not the quality items themselves but the fact the attributes of the items stayed the same even if the shapes were changed. A favorite item among brokers who handled stolen goods. Therefore, the market price for such items were much higher. However, what intrigued Kim Woo-jin was not the price of the item. It's the sword that Master Swordsman used. Wield it with care. What came to mind was a player's nickname Master Swordsman that was mentioned in Naoki Matsumoto's memory. Master Swordsman. Master Swordsman. The strongest player born in Japan, who had the same halo, Holy Guardian of Light, as Masai Lee Seijun. At this time, he was an internationally recognized player that was shaking the world. An unforgettable face. He was also the person that made hunting dog Kim Woo-jin famous. If it is Master Swordsman's weapon, it's more than enough to scratch the nerves of the Yamato Federation. After a few moments, Kim Woo-jin took the rest of the items. He stowed away the ring, necklace, helmet, and armor. He put all of them in his inventory. The only thing he did not store away was his sword. After walking for a while, he heard a sound. Kaya! Damn it! And when he arrived at the source of the sound, players and the lizard warrior, who were fighting against each other until a short while ago, were now facing against a black-boned orc skeleton and 4 lizardmen skeletons. Buke! And one other skeleton soldier was shooting the 2 fallen players to ensure their deaths. You are. At that moment, the person who discovered Kim Woo-jin's presence shouted in amazement. Ha, how? He couldn't help but be startled. Mr. Matsumoto was beaten? No, it can't be. To think that a mere person like him defeated Mr. Matsumoto, who is an heir to Master Swordsman. It was because it was Naoki Matsumoto who went to capture Kim Woo-jin, an expert capable of killing anyone below level 30. Instead of answering him, Kim Woo-jin drew his bow. Like how an archery athlete would aim his bow at a target, he aimed his bow at the player. The player's face, which had been tarnished with terror due to Kim Woo-jin's appearance, turned completely white. No. As soon as the cry ended, Kim Woo-jin let go of the bowstring and the arrow flew straight toward the player's face. As expected, the player lifted his arm to block the attack. The problem was what came afterwards. Tialgiuliog. Tialgiuliog. The skeleton soldiers, who saw an opening, threw themselves at him without hesitation. They thrust their swords into a crevice in the broken armor that was created by the repeated skirmishes from earlier. You have been affected by blood poisoning. Cuck. Blood spilled. Kaya. Faced with such a situation, the lizard warrior also let out a terrified shriek. And Kim Woo-jin aimed his bow at the lizard warrior. A man appeared in the midst of an abandoned golf courses. The dungeon, which had made the golf course even more desolate after it was abandoned, was cleared. It's cleared. Dungeon clear. And it was also time for people to return to their homes from this pitiful place. Whoa! Everyone cheered. An employee of the dungeon management team was waiting, and approached the player with a welcoming smile. Thank you, Mr. Kim Woo-jin. Please tell me if you need anything. The employee of the management team treated the player very respectfully. A player who cleared a one-floor dungeon and a player who cleared a two-floor dungeon were as far apart from each other as amateur and professional baseball players. This was why he was being so respectful. Kim Woo-jin told the courteous employee. Let me tell you something important first. Everyone except me are dead. What? Everyone got wiped out except me. I'll tell you more about it after I take a break. Wait, what do you mean? Hearing this unexpected news, the management team employee made a surprised expression. And as soon as he began to understand the situation, his face turned white. Oh my god! Only 1 out of 10 players survived. 9 players who had the skill to clear 2-floor dungeons died. Such a result overshadowed the dungeon clear itself. The dungeon management team employee turned deathly pale. Putting the management team behind him, Kim Woo-jin immediately moved to the clubhouse. Kim Woo-jin's steps were more deliberate than usual. Before long, Kim Woo-jin arrived at the clubhouse and headed to the VIP room, which had been prepared for the players after clearing the dungeon. Unlike the abandoned ruins, food, drinks and even champagne were prepared. Kim Woo-jin stood in front of the safe and opened the one on the far right. Kim Woo-jin took out a flip phone from the safe filled with Kim Woo-jin's personal belongings. Kim Woo-jin took out the phone and dialed a number. Pick. Pick. Unlike a smartphone, the sound of a button being pressed reverberated around the quiet interior of the room. Kiabiog kiabiog. Kim Woo-jin's footsteps followed the sound, filling the interior. Kim Woo-jin's footsteps stopped in front of a TV set he thought was there as a decoration. Kim Woo-jin looked at the TV. It's me. At that moment, the call started. Yes, it's all been taken care of. Yes, that's right. Kim Woo-jin continued speaking as he lightly leaned against the TV. It was as expected of Mr. Park Young-won. The Yamato Federation seemed to be borrowing the Skull Guild's name. Since the assassins who were after me had an item belonging to Master Swordsman. We couldn't find anything else. However, if we keep knocking on the Skull Guild, I'm sure that we will get results. Kim Woo-jin remembered something from the Skull Guild as he was speaking. Inside of the TV in the VIP room, a bug has been installed. It's being recorded live, so if it's urgent, you can use it to ask for a rescue request. Although I don't think an expert like Mr. Matsumoto would need to use it. Matsumoto. Kim Woo-jin, who recalled his memory, had a sardonic smile. Park Young-wan, I will make it so that you'll become the person who saved the country from Japan. Kim Woo-jin, he finally set up a big match. A big match where neither side can finish without one of them dying. Of course, Kim Woo-jin did not forget. I think we can do it if Mr. Ji-hoon tries hard one more time. While the big match is going on, he will make his prey come out to the hunting field. Chapter 42. Messiah Guild has always focused on one purpose. That they will finish the game and save the world. The nobility in their purpose was undeniable, at least for humans. Naturally, cheering and applause poured out toward the Messiah Guild who wanted to achieve such a goal. But the Messiah Guild is not a kind guild. However, it wasn't enough for them to just be a role model and to get parents to teach their child to be like them. Since if it really was a nice guild, they wouldn't have had someone like me. The existence of a hunting dog, Kim Woo-jin, was enough evidence. He could be the more brutal, violent, and cruel than any other player if it meant achieving his goal. So Messiah Guild accepted him and saw him as the most reliable ally, a person that they could learn from. That was the real Messiah Guild. People who would do anything to achieve the noble purposes they sought. Nevertheless, there should be more people like me in there. The only thing is that I don't know who it is. Of course, there were many people in the Messiah Guild like Kim Woo-jin. Munch. There were plenty of hunting dogs that charged straight in when an order was given, without looking back, without asking questions. Kim Woo-jin brought Park Yong-wan before these people. The person who played the role of a bridge in helping Park Yong-wan sell his country to Japan was Hayashi Konsuk. The time when Hayashi Konsuk ruled the Asian black market with the help of Johann Georg. In other words, there was no contact between Park Yong-wan and the Yamato Federation at this point in time where Hayashi Konsuk was not well known. As evidence, Park Yong-wan is investing in me to be used as bait. In a situation where Park Yong-wan is believed to be an enemy, how will the Messiah Guild react in front of such an enemy? The answer was obvious. Park Yong-wan is their target from now on. They will never let go of someone who's perceived as an enemy. But no matter how massive the Messiah Guild is, I think it will be hard to catch Park Yong-wan. Of course, they won't be able to remove Park Yong-wan easily even if they go beyond my expectations. Unlike Kim Woo-jin, Park Yong-wan was not a fish that could be caught whenever they wanted to. Everything would still remain the same even if a lot of time passes. Park Yong-wan had enough skills to fend off other players. Since they kept failing until I caught him. Before Kim Woo-jin stepped up to catch him, they failed every time. It proved that Park Yong-wan was not an easy person to catch. Above all, Park Yong-wan was a big enough player who could even sell his country for his own interests. He couldn't be beaten easily by just anyone. Furthermore, if the Messiah Guild moves forward in this situation, it reveals that he is already in contact with the Skull Guild. Whatever happens would be a good opportunity for Kim Woo-jin to shake the Messiah Guild. Let's wait and see. Even if it takes a little time, waves will traverse and eventually crash. Of course, Kim Woo-jin had to prepare for the situation. He had to acquire enough strength to withstand the storm. I need to start interacting Osei-chan seriously. Kim Woo-jin was going to try and narrow the gap between him and Osei-chan. That intent was the same for Osei-chan. Huh? When Kim Woo-jin got in his car, he saw a present from Osei-chan. A bottle of champagne and a flip phone. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. You got the champagne, right? When he dialed the number saved on the flip phone, the first thing that Osei-chan brought up was the champagne he sent to Kim Woo-jin as a gift. The champagne, wasn't it amazing? I'm probably the only one in the world who takes care of you like this. Gifting a champagne as a gift for clearing a dungeon, I'm moved by such generosity and sense, don't you agree? Kim Woo-jin smiled and held back a chuckle. He wasn't holding back his laughter because Osei-chan's praise for his champagne gift. Thank you for responding to my sudden call this time. It was because of the previous call Kim Woo-jin had with Osei-chan. Oh, that. I thought it was a prank call at first. The person who Kim Woo-jin called in front of the bug in order to wave Park Yong-wan was none other than Osei-chan. To be exact, the flip phone he used before was in fact given to Kim Woo-jin for communication by Osei-chan. For Kim Woo-jin, it was an obvious choice. Since nothing was better than using the flip phone that Osei-chan gave him to avoid being traced. Anyway, to think that you would trick Park Yong-wan and the Skull Guild, pretty amazing. Where did you learn that? Of course, Osei-chan immediately understood Kim Woo-jin's intentions. Huh? Can you say that to someone who gave you champagne as a gift? It's champagne, a champagne. Very expensive champagne that could buy hundreds of bags of ramen. I'd like to get the loan. I have some items I need to buy. Kim Woo-jin immediately gave away the main purpose for calling him. Osei-chan also took it seriously. Loans. Surprisingly, Osei-chan started to consider loaning. I vowed not to touch the banking industry anymore. You need to have enough appeal for me to break my vows. Didn't I prove my skills? Have you ever seen a person loaning money to a company just based on their sales? At the very least they would look at their financial statements and the production lines, and possibly even inspect their factory as well. Right? That was a valid statement. Since the process of clearing a dungeon was far more important than the result. And even if you're skilled, isn't it only 2-floor dungeons? Above all, Kim Woo-jin's performance was only in a 2-floor dungeons. Of course, his clearing process was unrivaled. However, in a world where there are players who are clearing the dungeon that have 5 or 6 floors, it wasn't anything impressive. He does have a point. Kim Woo-jin acknowledged it. He was late in becoming a player, even though was more talented than they were. Such excuses were useless. What mattered in a race was how far ahead one was. Nonetheless, if he wanted to be treated the way he wanted, he had to show an overwhelming difference that would make Hosei-chan think that he could change the state of the game. But I can't show him what I can do for nothing. Kim Woo-jin, however, had no intention of showing his true ability without any benefits for himself. No, until now, Kim Woo-jin has never shown his true ability to anyone. For he understood how important it was to conceal one's ability. And Hosei-chan understood that as well. If I show you what I can do, what will you offer me in exchange? So Kim Woo-jin suggested a give-and-take situation. Of course I will show you my skills. And Hosei-chan accepted his offer. I will acquire any item you need. I mean that's why you need the money in the first place, right? Hosei-chan was overflowing with confidence. Anything? If you prove your worth there's nothing that I can get. So what's the thing that you need? I need the gastric juice of a golden dragon. Golden dragon. Upon hearing the name of such a monster, Hosei-chan did not even show a hint of hesitation. Okay, I will get it for you. It was very unexpected. Is he saying that he has a connection with the dragon hunter? The fact that it was so easy for him to get something from the golden dragon that the dragon hunter had hunted recently was proof that Hosei-chan's connections were not ordinary. No wonder the Messiah Guild killed him. A person that they absolutely had to kill if they couldn't make him their ally. And to assassinate someone like Hosei-chan. The Messiah Guild must have more power than I expected. On the other hand, he was appalled by the hidden power of the Messiah Guild that was hidden away from him in the world. I'll get back to you when I get the item. I'll let you know about the test dungeon and the examiner. Alright. This should be enough talking. Anyway, that was the end of the deal. However, Hosei-chan did not stop talking. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Kim Woo-jin replied while hiding his nervousness. Hosei-chan said to him. If by any chance you're not going to drink the champagne, can you send it back? The day after his return from the dungeon, Kim Woo-jin immediately faced Park Young-won. Meeting him, Kim Woo-jin told him everything he had experienced in the dungeon. So you're saying they fought each other and died? Of course, it wasn't that rough. There was an amazing expert on the other side. If it wasn't for the blood-sucking and blood-poisoning skills, it would have been our side that was completely wiped out. There was only one plausible scenario. In Park Young-won's position, it was a case where he couldn't find the truth through the means available to him. Park Young-won also knew this fact. Jung Hoon-young's party was the real thing. To get rid of strong targets, the Skull Guild must have sent skilled experts of their own. In the end, they have failed to catch the bait once again. Therefore, instead of wondering what had happened, Park Young-won thought of what he should do next. The agony did not last long. The Skull Guild's gonna be quiet for a while. I should take a break while they are calm. I have to go to a dungeon soon anyway. The next time to fish should be in a month or so at the earliest. Kim Woo-jin was a great bait and Park Young-won only had to take good care of him and throw him over and over again when the time was right. Good work. Following this comment, Park Young-won budged his finger towards the secretary behind him. The deposit is complete. You hear that? It's the promised reward. Kim Woo-jin bowed his head. Thank you. Okay, then get out. Like that the conversation was over. Park Yong-wan made a gesture telling Kim Woo-jin to get out of his office, and he left the office without speaking. After leaving his office, he didn't look back. The dice was already thrown, and the fights from now on were out of Kim Woo-jin's league. Of course, the Skull Guild will target Park Yong-wan, not Kim Woo-jin, and launch aggressive attacks on him from this point on. The number of people who will want to bite off Park Yong-wan's arms and legs will only increase. Of course, Park Yong-wan will be bitten without even knowing why. I can't wait to see Park Yong-wan's face the next time we meet. When Kim Woo-jin is called again after such a storm, he won't be able to see any peace in Park Yong-wan's expression. I bet he will greet Kim Woo-jin with a face that's about to tear the Skull Guild into pieces. Then, a text message arrived on Kim Woo-jin's smartphone. Samsung Station No. 2, it was a text message from Oh-chan. Kim Woo-jin, who checked the text, left the guild headquarters immediately. Phoenix Guild, wake up! Wake up, wake up! Kim Woo-jin went to Samsung Station, leaving behind the cries of protesters who were always criticizing the Phoenix Guild. Kim Woo-jin's neared the area where the safes were kept at the station. But Kim Woo-jin ignored it and headed straight to the bathroom. Then he went into the second compartment in the bathroom. Kyokog. Kim Woo-jin closed the door after going in and pushed his hand into the bathroom case. And when Kim Woo-jin took out his hand from the case, there was a finely folded piece of paper between Kim Woo-jin's index finger and his thumb. Kim Woo-jin opened the piece of paper in his hand. Black Werewolf Herd, Dungeon Floors, 2 floors, Dungeon Difficulty, B rank, Dungeon Capacity, 30 people, Entry Condition, must be below level 30, Clear Condition, kill the Black Werewolf Herd, Clear Reward, achievement and a catalog will be given to the one who kills the leader of the Black Werewolf Herd. Kim Woo-jin's eyes narrowed. Difficulty is B, but if the maximum number of people that can enter is 30. Although the difficulty rating of the dungeon mattered a lot, the difficulty of a dungeon also heavily depended on the maximum number of people that could enter. Compared to the albino lizard dungeon that Kim Woo-jin cleared before, it was a dungeon that was more than twice as dangerous when attacking alone. That's about right. Obviously, Kim Woo-jin wasn't scared. Furthermore, Kim Woo-jin was not alone in this dungeon. An examiner would come as well to observe his skills. The examiner's name was also written below the note. Lee Jin-ah. Kim Woo-jin's face hardened as soon as he saw the name. Don't tell me it's the king of undead Lee Jin-ah? Chapter 43. In June 2023, the Phoenix Guild made a public announcement. Park Yong-wan of the Phoenix Guild will challenge a 6th-floor dungeon. Park Yong-wan, I will come back bringing hope. Park Yong-wan challenged a 6th-floor dungeon and the Phoenix Guild immediately grabbed the spotlight. It was an incredible moment. Will Phoenix Guild gain the 19th team of 6th-tier players? Phoenix Guild is playing with their lives. Currently, the number of guilds that completed a 6th-floor dungeon worldwide hasn't exceeded 20. Although it was the second largest guild in Korea, it would not be easy for the Firebird Guild to accomplish this task. With their current power and resources, a 6th-floor dungeon would be very dangerous. A 6th-floor dungeon? Isn't that super dangerous? Isn't that suicide? Even the Messiah Guild recently failed to complete one. As shown by the Messiah Guild who failed the challenge, failure to complete a 6th-floor dungeon meant only one thing: death. Unsurprisingly, Park Yong-wan used this opportunity to increase his fame by broadcasting his challenge. I support Park Yong-wan's noble effort. Park Yong-wan meets the president. By taking up this task, Park Yong-wan is already a hero. The media was completely focused on the Phoenix Guild and Park Yong-wan, some were even comparing him to Lee Se-jun. How dare they compare this baby Park Yong-wan to Lee Se-jun? No way. Though you have to admit that he is still challenging a 6th-floor dungeon. There was no way to deny that Park Yong-wan was becoming a hero in the public's eyes, as it was a good thing for mankind if he managed to defeat the dungeon. This was a chance for Kim Woo-jin. He'll come back alive. Woo-jin knew that Park Yong-wan would beat the 6th-floor dungeon. Probably will take a month. He even knew how long it would take. I can't wait to see the face he makes when he returns. This was the best time to avoid Park Yong-wan's notice, but it wasn't the only plan Kim Woo-jin had. "Hey, Woo-jin. Are you ready?" Oh Se-chan called out to him. Kim Woo-jin set the test date to be the same day that Park Yong-wan entered the sixth floor dungeon. When the dungeons appeared, the places where the land prices dropped the quickest, were the places with many hills. Sometimes it took a long while for the dungeon gates to be discovered after they appeared, and the monsters who managed to escape had many places to hide, making them difficult to hunt. Therefore these places were not good places to live. This was why a hospital was built at the foot of Mount Kamyeong, located in Anramdong, Cheongju. In an operating room in the hospital, Kim Woo-jin stood, checking his equipment with a sharp glint in his eyes. He cleaned his knives, checked his armor and tested the strength of his bow. A sense of dissatisfaction flashed through him. "I need to make a workshop." The reason for his dissatisfaction was simple. Kim Woo-jin was proficient in many weapons, so that he would know what to use to best hunt his prey. Now, he felt that he was currently limited by what he currently had. His ability to properly utilize the blood weapon skill is due to his ability to make weapons by hand. If an ordinary person had gotten their hands on the skill, they would have made lumps or bricks instead of weapons. I didn't even realize. In the past, the Messiah Guild had built a personal workshop for him. Of course, the Phoenix Guild had a facility for those who wanted to modify their weapons or order custom ones. In the first place, it was usually difficult to use the items obtained from dungeons, and most of them had to be modified to suit the player. Kim Woo-jin in particular, found it especially hard to find weapons that fit his hand. For weapons, even 1 centimeter was a huge difference. However, Woo-jin didn't intend to use that workshop. If he made weapons there, that would expose his skills and the guild might become suspicious. The Phoenix Guild would find it hard to believe. "I need money." His current funds weren't enough to set up a personal workshop, as the price wouldn't be cheap. "If I get another loan after this, I'll set up a workshop." In addition to that, there were many things he had to do that needed money. "I also need funds for auctions." As he was lost in his thoughts, Woo-jin heard footsteps approaching him. He stopped inspecting his equipment and looked up, but he didn't put up his guard. Finally here, it was because he already knew who was coming. Lee Jin-ah. As Kim Woo-jin recalled the name, a beautiful woman appeared in front of him. Even in the Special Forces equipment, her beauty was evident. Her short hair and great figure made her a beauty that would grab the attention of men no matter where she went. The beautiful woman looked at Kim Woo-jin and said, "Lee Jin-ah has arrived." "Ah, really? Don't stand on ceremony." A man appeared behind the woman. With a height of 190 centimeters, forearms the size of a woman's waist, a full beard and eerie eyes that seemed to pierce straight to the soul. The aura of the man immediately dispersed the imposing presence of the woman. "Lee Jin-ah, but don't feel pressured, just call me brother." He was Lee Jin-ah. Immortal Lee Jin-ah. In Woo-jin's memories, that was how Lee Jin-ah was referred to, literally a player who couldn't die, and it wasn't an analogy. "You must have already obtained River Styx's blessing." Blessing of River Styx, a legendary skill that could only be obtained by those with the halo of the Undying Fighter. The ability to not die even if your throat was slit or your heart removed, almost like true immortality. In fact, Lee Jin-ah was initially given the nickname Zombie, and it was only due to Kim Woo-jin that his nickname changed to the incredible name of Immortal. "I failed twice back then." After being targeted by the hunting dog Kim Woo-jin, Lee Jin-ah managed to survive twice, giving him the nickname Immortal. In other words, he was the enemy of the Messiah Guild. "I failed." It was evidence of his ability when none other than Kim Woo-jin who hunted him and still failed to kill him twice. And there wasn't a third time. "After that, I was betrayed and killed by Johann Georg in the 8th floor dungeon." He'd started the dungeon but was betrayed by his team and guild. And now he got to meet him again, in a completely different situation than in the past. It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious as to how things would turn out this time. Lee Jin-ah. Woo-jin hummed the name. This caused Lee Jin-ah to be a bit uncomfortable. "Hey, the fuck?" Kim Woo-jin realized what he'd done and apologized. "Sorry. After he apologized, he continued. You asked me to call you Big Brother? Not Mister? It was a blatant provocation. Lee Jin-ah's face was fierce, with no sign of backing down or apologizing. He shrugged his shoulders, then pointed his finger to Wu Jin and said, I wanna see if you're so brave in the dungeon. Of course, Kim Woo Jin ignored him. Instead he turned to one of Osei-chan's staff who came together with him. Can you contact Osei-chan? The man nodded and immediately took out a radio and handed it to Kim Woo Jin. The same radio again? It was the radio that he had used last time. How many times do you intend to use the same radio? Lee Jin-ah also seemed to be very familiar with the radio. Kim Woo Jin turned it on. Does this thing even work? Osei-chan's voice was heard from the radio. It works. You need to use this radio a bit longer. But let's change to the main subject. What's the problem? It's about the judge who will be screening my test. Why? You want a beautiful woman? This way is natural. If a man and a woman go together in a dungeon, will you still be focused on hunting? It was specifically set this way so that you can concentrate. No, it's not that. Then, what happens if the judge you sent dies during the dungeon run? Wu Jin turned and made eye contact with Lee Jin-ah, who narrowed his eyes. Are you going to hunt monsters or players? I think both options are viable. As he listened to the conversation, Lee Jin-ah's expression subtly sank and he said, if you say go on your knees and apologize right now and beg to serve me for the rest of your life, I'll let you live. Did you hear that? Osei-chan, just tell me if there is any penalty for the judge dying or not. I won't deduct any points for it. Okay, the conversation was over. Wu Jin passed the radio back to the worker, but Lee Jin-ah quickly grabbed it from him and spoke into the radio. I heard the stories about a psycho and thought it was just rumors. I didn't expect them to be real. I'll take care of it if you don't have a problem with that. He does sound like a psycho, huh? More importantly, I told you to eat moderately at the rest area. So? I just ate some cheap udon. What's the problem? You ate 5 bowls. What can I do if one bowl isn't enough to fill my stomach? I have to eat 10,000 calories a day. Then buy cooking oil and drink it. 9,000 calories per liter. I'm turning the radio off. Lee Jin-ah's expression sinks again as the connection is lost. He once again caught Kim Woo Jin's eyes and his face became fierce. You shouldn't do anything stupid. I can't say for other places, but in a dungeon, I never spare someone who dares to threaten me. However, his warning was completely ignored by Kim Woo Jin. His fighting ability is pretty good. It's good to use him like skeleton soldiers since he won't die, even if his limbs are cut off. In Kim Woo Jin's mind, Lee Jin-ah was already being treated like one of his skeleton soldiers. Chapter 44. After Osei-chan turned off his radio, he handed it to a worker beside him who looked at him and said, Is this really okay? If Kim Woo Jin really kills Jin-ah? Osei-chan looked at his subordinate with a cold expression on his face. If he does, then Wu Jin will become our enemy. What I want is a player capable of ending the game. Plus Jin-ah is not so easily killed. Isn't it bad to rush so much though? If Park Young-wan comes back from the dungeon alive, there will be a war. Osei-chan stopped talking as he contemplated deeply. If the information is correct, then the master swordsman will make a move soon. The snowball that Kim Woo Jin created steadily rolled down the mountain and became larger. In fact, the war between the Phoenix Guild and the Skull Guild already showed signs of bursting out. This situation could no longer be considered a snowball, it had developed to become an avalanche. No matter how amazing Kim Woo Jin is, he will always be limited by his level in Halo. The avalanche wasn't the ideal situation, but it was still good. Because this is what makes the game interesting. After all, to survive in this world, you need more than just your skills. And that's what Osei-chan was trying to show Kim Woo Jin. But now he was wondering if it was worth it to invest in Kim Woo Jin. Where's the Golden Dragon gastric juices? It just arrived in Busan and it's currently on its way to Seoul. It was then that a subordinate pulled out a phone marked with black tape. The black tape was an indicator that it could only be used in emergency situations. When Osei-chan saw it, his expression froze. Yes? The subordinate immediately handed the phone over to Osei-chan. What? You found a 2-floor A+ rank dungeon? Kill 1111 kobolds to advance to the next floor. As soon as they entered the dungeon, an notification with the advancement conditions appeared before them. 1111 kobolds, you're going to have to work hard to catch all of them. Lee Jin-ah mumbled under his breath. Let's see. As he mumbled, Lee Jin-ah pulled a chocolate bar from his inventory. Even if you catch 100 a day, that will still take 11 days, so it would be better to conserve on food, otherwise you'll have to scavenge. Remember this advice. Of course, it wasn't really advice. Munch. Munch. At least someone giving serious advice wouldn't do so while eating a chocolate bar bite by bite. Of course Kim Woo-jin didn't care about any of that, he didn't even bat an eyelid as he saw the scene beside him. He had prepared for the hunt even before he came in, as he knew that the targets would be kobolds this time. Mountainous terrain, huh? Woo-jin inspected his surroundings and looked for any tracks. With such a large target, that means that there should be a large number of kobolds. Kobolds usually lived in hordes that respected and protected their territory, so they rarely invaded each other. I smell a bit of blood, maybe there was just a hunt. He ran a simulation in his head. 2 days should be enough. Woo-jin turned to look at Lee Jin-ah and they made eye contact as Lee Jin-ah said, "Oh, if you look at me like that you will scare me. I have a weak heart after all." As he said that, Lee Jin-ah shook his head, helplessly. "Maybe if you kneel on the ground and bow 3 times, I will offer my services and help you." At this moment, Kim Woo-jin ran another simulation in his head. Well, he has the blessing of river Styx after all, it should be fine if I'm a little rough. After he had that thought, Kim Woo-jin started planning his hunt. His first prey was an unlucky kobold scout who was walking alone. Sniff. Sniff. Keck. While the attention of the kobold had been grabbed by the sin drifting from the cloth on the floor, Kim Woo-jin's arm snaked around its neck. Keck. The kobold was quickly suffocated. This. Lee Jin-ah, who was watching from a distance, appeared and began clapping. It was a bit weird when you were laying on the floor and sneaking around like a lizard, but your skills are pretty good. He then lifted 3 fingers. I give you 3 points. Of course, it was a bad review. What? Do you think you deserve 10 out of 10? In the first place, this wasn't a test that required something like a score. Above all, Woo-jin had yet to show any of his true skills in the first place. Summon skeleton. Kim Woo-jin immediately summoned a skeleton using the kobold corpse as the sacrifice. The skin and flesh on the body melted and the bones slowly began to wake up. Thwoosh. Suddenly 2 flames began to burn in the eye sockets of the skeleton. Oh! Lee Jin-ah couldn't help but be amazed at the sight he witnessed. Black Bones has been activated. The bones of the summoned skeleton soldier were slowly dyed black. Oh! Lee Jin-ah made another sound of surprise as he fearlessly approached the skeleton to inspect it, touching it here and there. Cute. I'll give you 5 points because of how cute this thing is. At this moment, the skeleton turned its head and bit down on Lee Jin-ah's hand. Doc. Lee Jin-ah tried to pull his hand away from its mouth, the sound making Kim Woo-jin turn his head to them. Hey, that's dirty. Why would you put such a dirty thing in your mouth? The skeleton soldier let go of Lee Jin-ah's hand and turned to look at Kim Woo-jin. Coming to stand in front of it, Kim Woo-jin handed a sword from his inventory to the skeleton. It was the Japanese sword once owned by Matsumoto. The skeleton soldier looked at the sword and Lee Jin-ah couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Now I understand why you can complete the dungeon clear alone. There's nothing that you can't do if you have such a cute guy. Lee Jin-ah, who was interested in the skeleton soldier, started clapping. Now shall we see how this cute kid fights? Kim Woo-jin once again ignored him once again. It wasn't necessary to answer since he summoned it to show it off in the first place. I'll be very happy to show you. Chapter 45. Kim Woo-jin's method of hunting was quite a sight to witness for those who never saw it before. Watching the skeleton soldiers in itself was a novelty. Hey, that was a good fight. What are these guys called? Skeletons? Combat situations are usually very complicated. Even players who could be considered to be good could not guarantee that they could win. These skeletons are so cute, he gets 30 points. You should put in more effort as the master. Li Jina was enjoying the view as he watched the skeleton soldier fight. Huh? Li Jina's expression changed as the effect of ruler of the battlefield overlapped with the Black Bones effect. Skeleton soldier has achieved 10 kills. All stats increased by 30% due to the effect of ruler of the battlefield. Ha ha, they fight so well. The skeleton soldier kept hunting the kobolds in an unstoppable manner, and Li Jina gradually grew quieter as he watched the scene. Skeleton soldier has achieved 15 kills. All stats increased by 45% due to the effect of ruler of the battlefield. They fight really well. Gradually, as the dominant effects of ruler of the battlefield were unveiled before his eyes, Li Jina found it impossible to make his evaluations funny. It's just like Sei-chan said. This guy is abnormal. The more he evaluated Kim Woo-jin, the more Li Jina found it hard to suppress a shiver from going down his spine. No, this isn't normal, even if there are only 5 of these guys. You didn't need to be a genius to realize the implications of Kim Woo-jin's skeleton soldiers increasing one by one. And in front of his very eyes, Li Jina watched Kim Woo-jin's army gradually increase. You have summoned a skeleton. As their numbers increased, the skeleton soldiers also became empowered as they killed more. They were now capable of going against normal kobold warriors. The scouts were no longer capable of pinning them down. Soon the number of skeleton soldiers under Woo-jin's control reached 9. Li Jina found himself unable to evaluate them any longer. Sei-chan's bottle of champagne was worth it. Li Jina found that he had to admit that Kim Woo-jin's ability to challenge dungeons was unrivaled among the current players. Great, seems like I don't need to test him more. Woo-jin looked at him and knew he'd shown enough to prove himself. Turning to Li Jina, he asked for confirmation. Is this not enough to get a passing grade? No, I'll go out and tell Sei-chan about your skill. Li Jina nodded slightly as he replied to the question. You're well worth the investment. Of course, if you show a little more sincerity, I'll put in an extra word for you. As he said this, Li Jina made a show of rubbing his index and thumb fingers together. Well done. Kim Woo-jin simply said a few words. Well done? As Li Jina tried to ponder the meaning behind those words, the skeleton soldiers launched an attack. Boom! The skeleton soldiers, who were buffed with the stacked effects of Black Bones and ruler of the battlefield, suddenly showed hostility toward Li Jina, surrounding him. Hey, the skeleton kids don't look so cute all of a sudden. If you beg me, and give me your loyalty for the rest of your life, I will help you. Isn't that what you said? Huh? I should kowtow and call you big brother, no? As he heard Kim Woo-jin's words, Li Jina's face looked as if someone had stomped on his grave. Ha ha, why would you remember the things from back then? That was a joke, a joke. With these words, Li Jina stepped toward Kim Woo-jin with his hands cupped together. Brother, if I offended you, I'm sorry. He bowed deeply toward Kim Woo-jin, his arms outstretched as if begging for forgiveness. It was a clear apology. Boom. Suddenly Li Jina launched his body toward Kim Woo-jin at a considerable speed. The force behind his leap was considerable. The distance between them was short. Initially, the distance between them was 3 meters, but as he was pretending to apologize, Li Jina had walked about 1 meter toward Kim Woo-jin. So the distance between them was less than 2 meters, a distance that could be achieved with a single step. As he closed the short distance, Li Jina's fist shot toward Kim Woo-jin's face. It was an attack that could not be expected. I'll send him flying away with this punch. Li Jina didn't intend to kill Kim Woo-jin with his punch at all. If he managed to do it in one blow, then it's fine. But what if he didn't? The skeleton soldiers would attack him before he had a chance to do anything, so it was better to attack first and then run away. This plan was evidence of Li Jina's considerable experience and ability when it came to combat. His choice was the correct one. Even if the opponent was Kim Woo-jin, This was the best course of action. SHHH. Huh? Kim Woo-jin avoided the fist that was about to hit him and grabbed it, spinning and using it to slam Lee Jin-ah to the ground. Bang! Lee Jin-ah's body hit the ground heavily, but he wasn't damaged by it as he dispersed the impact of the slam. Cuck. Of course he was damaged a bit, but not enough to make him lose focus. SHHH. Kim Woo-jin took advantage of the moment he gained with the slam, aimed his sword and pointed it toward Lee Jin-ah's eyes. If you're gonna torture me, are you gonna start with this one stab? Kim Woo-jin hadn't tried to kill him yet. Of course, even if you stab my eyes you won't hear whatever it is you want, my mouth is very hard to open. Why don't you just surrender? Surrender, the word put a smile on Lee Jin-ah's face. It's better to die than surrender. The smile on Lee Jin-ah's face was very grim. Of course, you're free to try it. For every truth you manage to get out of me, I'll give you 100 points. So what will it be? Will you pull my fingernails? Cut off my fingers? Lee Jin-ah easily made conversation as though he wasn't in a perilous location. But this was as Kim Woo-jin expected. A guy whose head would still talk after it was cut off wouldn't be afraid of some torture. Physical torture would never work on those who had gained the blessing of the river Styx. But Woo-jin intended to threaten him in another way. Okay, I'll strip you first. Ha ha, that's smart, 10 points. Then, I'm thinking about hanging you from a tree. Oh, that's creative. I'll give you 20 points. After that I'll leave you for a day. You have some experience with torture? 10 more points. And then I'll eat in front of you. Wait, what? A medium well-done steak, sprinkled in rock salt with some boiled potatoes and broccoli. That's, of course, you can't have any. You won't eat anything tomorrow, or the day after that, or the day after that. Lee Jin-ah interrupted him. Wait brother. No, father. Father, this ugly son was wrong. I lost. Surrender. I surrender. In response Kim Woo-jin took away his sword and stood up. Ha ha. Thank you father. I will be filial to you till you can't see. At the same time, Lee Jin-ah grabbed a handful of dirt. You lost, you bastard. Throwing the dirt towards Kim Woo-jin's eyes, he intended to launch a sneak attack in that moment. Puck. At that moment, Kim Woo-jin, who he was trying to blind, grabbed onto Lee Jin-ah. Kuok. Lee Jin-ah screamed loudly as Woo-jin said to him. When you use a technique, you must ensure you don't perform in front of a master. Tsuk. Tsuk. Kim Woo-jin calmly brushed the dirt off his hand. Meanwhile Lee Jin-ah was coughing, sneezing and spitting as he tried to get the dirt out of his mouth and nose, his closed eyes shedding tears. Damn, I met a real psycho this time. Aku, I just had to meet a psycho. Cough. Aku. Woo-jin looked at him. You have 10 minutes to prepare. What? Lee Jin-ah looked at him, not sure what he meant by that. You finished verifying my skills, now it's my turn to verify your skills. What the fuck? Attract the kobolds by rubbing their blood on your body. Then take up the role of tank and bait. The skeleton soldiers will kill the kobolds. When he heard this, Lee Jin-ah was full of complaints. So you want me to be your lackey and act as bait? Boom. The skeleton soldiers that were surrounding him each took a step forward and pointed their weapons at him, tightening the circle. Kim Woo-jin, who stood outside the circle, looked down at Lee Jin-ah and asked. So you won't do it? As Woo-jin said those words, his eyes became bloodthirsty and his aura became murderous. Only then did Jin-ah truly understand. This guy is really crazy, isn't he? He had actually been caught by such a crazy monster. So he quickly replied, No. I love being the tank. The tank must be big and strong after all. Chapter 46. A large group of kobolds galloped toward a location while screaming at the top of their lungs. Hey, you bastards! An even louder cry sounded from a huge bear-like figure that appeared in front of them. Of course, as one could imagine, the group of kobolds charged toward that bear-like figure and a huge brawl occurred. The man punched and swung the kobolds that clung to him with his bare hands. Crack! In the man's hands, The kobolds were crushed and squeezed as though they were made of clay, while the teeth, claws and spears off the kobolds dug into the man's armor and flesh. It was not long before the battlefield was filled with blood and entrails. Boom! Finally, the skeleton soldiers that were lying nearby sprung up and charged at the kobolds. They stabbed and slashed at every kobold who was still moving. Buke! A sword tore through the skin of a kobold and caused a deep wound. Kang! The kobold's scream drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield, but the other kobolds could not spare any attention to it. Come here, you bastards! The combination of the bear of a man and the group skeletons completely took away Kim Woo-jin's need to join the fight. Boom! For the skeleton soldiers, the battle was a breeze, as the kobolds could do nothing to defend against them. It was like they had laid themselves down on the chopping block to be slaughtered. As Li Jinai held the attention of the group of kobolds, the skeleton soldiers picked them off one by one. Soon, the number of slaughtered kobolds exceeded 15 and the battle was gradually approaching its end. Buke! Kim Woo-jin watched from the sidelines as the massacre progressed in front of him, as this could no longer be considered a fight. He's not too bad. It truly wasn't bad, but Kim Woo-jin's eyes were sharp, not missing a single detail. At least he's talented. Honestly, Kim Woo-jin wasn't very satisfied with Li Jinai's performance. It's not as good as I remembered. It was because the immortal Li Jinai had survived being targeted by Kim Woo-jin twice, that he'd been recognized by Kim Woo-jin. It was because of this recognition the comparison with his future self and his current start was so disappointing to Kim Woo-jin. In the future, Li Jinai was very strong. He knew how to use the immortal body granted to him by the legendary skill blessed by the river Styx, better than anyone. At his previous level, it was said that he had no need to fear death since even Kim Woo-jin wasn't able to kill him. Hey, skillies! This one's yours. Li Jinai nonchalantly punched the head of a kobold that was biting his leg and threw it toward the group of skeleton soldiers. Woo-jin looked at him and he could see none of the steadfast determination to destroy the Messiah Guild that he once knew. There must be a reason. Something had to happen to make him change so drastically. Was it the death of Osei-chan that affected you? Maybe only the death of Osei-chan could change him in such a way. If the Messiah Guild killed Osei-chan, then it was possible that Li Jinai would want to have vengeance. What type of person is Osei-chan exactly? Kim Woo-jin was incredibly curious about what type of character Osei-chan was. Let's not focus on that right now. Anyway, the important thing right now was to test Li Jinai. That was Kim Woo-jin's purpose from the start. He was never interested in proving himself to anyone from the start. He had better things to do than spend his time to impress Osei-chan and Li Jinai. What he was really looking for was whether Li Jinai was good enough to be used and whether he could be trusted. You'll have to work hard. His goal was to make Li Jinai reach and surpass the level he remembered. Your level has risen. At that moment, a notification sounded in his ear, reminding him that his skeletons were currently annihilating the kobolds. But Kim Woo-jin wasn't interested in the notification. Instead he turned and looked into the distance. Kung! The scream of a kobold could be heard in the direction he turned. Kung! Kung! Soon a group of kobolds appeared, running toward where Li Jinai and the skeletons were fighting. This is driving me crazy. Li Jinai, who had just started taking a break, yelled loudly in frustration as he saw them. He turned to the group of skeleton soldiers. Hey, don't you guys want to go on strike? You're not fighting for free, are you? Does that make sense in this day and age? At least you should get an hourly wage. He made a smug face. Hey, why don't you all come work for me? I'll give you a pretty fair wage and everything. So let's run away. Of course, he got no answer. Boom. The skeletons started preparing for battle again as if it was no problem. Hey, guys. Then suddenly all the skeletons fell onto the floor together in complete synchronization. As he looked at this scene, Li Jinai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know your skills, now it's time to test your endurance. Kim Woo-jin's test was far from over. You have cleared the first floor. During Li Jinai's test, they had killed all the kobolds they needed. Finally finished. Over the course of 2 days, Li Jinna and the 9 skeleton soldiers had fought and killed more than 1,000 kobolds. Of course, there were also the ones that Kim Woojin killed in the beginning to activate the effect of ruler of the battlefield, so it couldn't be said that it was only Li Jinna's hard work, but he still did most of it. Ha ha! I did it! What was even more surprising, was that during the course of the battle, Li Jinna had not shown any weakness even though he had been extremely tired. Skeely's good job. Now let's high five. High five. As Li Jinna raised his arm and approached the skeletons, they all just looked at him like they were looking at a retarded person. Damn, I worked so hard as the tank. These heartless bastards. As Li Jinna was complaining with a regretful face, Kim Woojin appeared before him. Li Jinna's expression immediately fixed his face, but Woojin pretended that he didn't see anything. Li Jinna held his stomach, fell to the ground and said, "I can't take this anymore, you might as well kill me." Kim Woojin immediately pulled a blade from his inventory. It was a kukri knife with a gleaming blade. Li Jinna looked like he was about to cry. I can't even make a joke? But still, it is impossible to run forever without rest, otherwise you'll die. A cow plows fields all day, but he's still allowed to eat and sleep. As he listened to the sad plea, Kim Woojin just inspected the blade of the kukri without saying a word, as if preparing for a slaughter. Li Jinna sat up immediately. I've been looking for a partner for so long, but why did I run into this dog bastard? Li Jinna felt like Kim Woojin wasn't human because of the way he treated people. The skeletons soon surrounded him and he once again rose to his feet. Scary bastards. These skeleton soldiers were the reason Li Jinna battled for so long without much complaint. If they were weak or clumsy, then instead of fighting the kobolds, Li Jinna would have attacked and smashed the skeletons instead. But these skeleton soldiers weren't so simple. It would be better to fight another 1,000 kobolds than fight these 9 skeleton soldiers. Of course, there was still Kim Woojin behind them. He attracted all those kobolds without dying or even receiving a single injury. Every time Li Jinna and the skeletons defeated a horde of kobolds, Kim Woojin would attract another group over, so Li Jinna was constantly fighting. Crazy bastard. Honestly, Li Jinna could not even begin to fathom how it was possible. This wasn't something you could do simply with strength. To do this, the understanding one would need to have of the dungeon environment and the monsters would have to be at a level far exceeding common sense. Isn't the next floor filled with black werewolves? Damn, I'll probably be ripped to shreds there. Li Jinna felt a wave of helplessness as he imagined the struggle he'd have to face on the second floor. It was then that Kim Woojin spoke to him. Good job. Huh? I'll handle the next floor. Chapter 47. 3 days after the start of the test, a huge man appeared in front of a distorted gate. It was Li Jinna with his easily noticeable figure, only he now had an odd expression on his face instead of the usual confident expression. Ah! If someone were to describe Li Jinna's face at that moment, they'd say he looked like someone who'd seen a ghost. At that moment, another man appeared behind Li Jinna. It was Kim Woojin. When he saw Kim Woojin, Li Jinna's expression became worse as he really couldn't understand what happened. This doesn't make sense. Li Jinna couldn't help but recall what happened in the past hour or so. Everything happened so fast that it felt like it only took a few minutes. Not long ago, when Li Jinna and Kim Woojin arrived on the second floor, Kim Woojin immediately summoned his skeletons and started hunting the black werewolves. An hour had not even passed when Li Jinna heard notifications in his ear. Black werewolf hunted complete. The dungeon has been cleared. The dungeon clear notification had appeared. He killed all the black werewolves in less than an hour? It was hard to believe. Black werewolves aren't very strong, but at least they are very hard to catch. Black werewolves were monsters that were usually very hard to handle. Not only did they have high strength, but they were also very cunning. There was even a boss. In particular, a pack of black werewolves that had a boss was even harder to handle. Whenever a monster evolves to become a boss, they receive a very large boost in power and they are no longer comparable to normal monsters. Boss-level black werewolves were cunning enough to use their members as sacrifices if they found themselves in an unfavorable position. They would then return with a larger number and start a vicious war if they weren't killed all at once. What's more, black werewolves were known for their speed and agility, so if they ran away, they were very hard to chase. However, Kim Woo-jin had hunted such a pack of black werewolves in less than an hour. The hell? Did he use a nuclear bomb? That meant that within 1 hour, he managed to find a trail, track them down, set up an ambush, execute the ambush and annihilate them. No, he did more than that. Kim Woo-jin started taking black werewolf hides from his inventory, showing that he even had time to skin them after he killed them, all within an hour. Is this guy really some kind of monster? It was this moment that the small bit of hostility that Lee Jin-ah still had toward Kim Woo-jin in his heart, slowly went away. On the other hand, Kim Woo-jin didn't even glance at Lee Jin-ah beside him, instead he started counting the hides he'd taken out. Black werewolf fur is a very expensive material, so if I have this much. With that thought, he continued counting his harvest from the dungeon. Only after that did he finally accept his final reward for the dungeon. Catalog. Kim Woo-jin opened his catalog to see the gains he got for defeating the black werewolf boss and completing the dungeon. The catalog appeared and started shining with golden light. Ugh! Lee Jin-ah suddenly grabbed his stomach as a moan escaped his lips as he saw this sight. Oh my stomach! Damn it, I'm so mad. Lee Jin-ah's face was much worse than when he fought off those 1,000 kobolds, but Kim Woo-jin ignored him as he looked towards the glowing catalog with a smile on his face. Aura field, requires, emissary of the underworld, required level 25 plus, effect, emits an aura that can buff or debuff those in its range. Range increase as skill rank increases, aura field. I'm pretty lucky. He didn't have to think to know its usefulness as he could immediately recall how difficult it was to deal with the undead summoned by the king of the underworld when he used this skill. Of course Kim Woo-jin learned it without hesitation. You have learned the skill or field. This goddamn good luck. I never got such a unique skill as a catalog reward. When he saw the golden glow, Lee Jin-ah couldn't help but grumble under his breath. It was then. You're back. The beauty who had brought Lee Jin-ah to Kim Woo-jin before arrived in front of them breathlessly. As she looked at the two, the surprise she felt was clearly visible. Pah, that was so fast. She had never thought that they could clear the dungeon in 3 days. Her reaction was to be expected, as while it wasn't impossible to clear a dungeon within 2 or 3 days, it was usually done with a team of about 30 players. Ah! It was then that she remembered an important item had arrived. She turned to Kim Woo-jin. Your order has arrived, do you want to receive it now? Another smile appeared on Kim Woo-jin's face as he touched the stone necklace on his neck. Yes, please. In a dungeon, the more floors it has, the stronger the monsters you will find there. For example, in 5-floor dungeons, it was easy to find monsters that couldn't be hurt by small firearms. Even monsters that couldn't be hurt by large firearms could be found. As for 6-floor dungeons, there were monsters there that were capable of withstanding a missile attack. In other words, these monsters were strong enough to endure even some of the strongest weapons used by humanity. The power of these monsters had long since transcended common sense. An example of these monsters was the Golden Dragon, which sometimes appears as the boss monster in 5-floor and above dungeons. A single one of its dragon scales was capable of deflecting bullets and was highly resistant to heat. It was often exaggerated that you could walk on lava if you had boots made of golden dragon leather. When the first golden dragon was hunted, everyone was interested in getting its leather. At that time everyone's eyes were on the team of hunters, wondering what history-changing item they would make with its hide. But it wasn't the skin of the golden dragon that changed history. It wasn't easy to get the gastric juice of a golden dragon. The thing that changed history was the golden liquid inside a wooden barrel that Kim Woo-jin held in his hands, the golden dragon's gastric juices. This will help me remove the curse from the stone necklace that I haven't been able to break. It was one of the best ways to unseal the cursed stone necklace. I'll finally be able to use the necklace. Strictly speaking, the stone necklace was more than just a jewelry item. Crack. He poured the golden dragon's gastric juices onto the cursed stone necklace, causing it to begin to melt. SSSSS. Like ice cream on hot asphalt, the necklace melted until it was unrecognizable from its previous appearance. Eventually, the entire necklace melted away into liquid. But Wu Jin was not surprised. It's not an item after all. Different from what one would expect. It's a skill. After becoming liquid, the necklace morphed into the shape of a thin slab and a skill page shining the color of obsidian appeared before Kim Wu Jin. The Eye of Horus. Requires, Emissary of the Underworld, effect, unable to view skill information. The moment he saw it, the name of a man came to Kim Wu Jin's mind. Johann Georg. An unforgettable face. It was this damn skill. He remembered how Johann Georg's eyes changed to that of a hawk. Because of this, I couldn't hide any items from him. The skill allowed the user to see the target's information as well as information on all the items they were carrying, allowing them to properly plan how to deal with their target. The Eye of Horus, that was the effect. If you targeted a player, you would see their stats and items, and if you targeted a monster, then you would see its stats and special abilities. It was the worst. It was the worst skill to face because there wasn't much you could do to prevent it. If I could check the skills and items of players around me, I wouldn't have been betrayed. If someone was able to view players' items and skills easily, he would be almost undefeatable. It was so bad. Kim Wu Jin couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart for his past, future, self as he learned the skill. You have acquired the Eyes of Horus. Achievement gained: the One with Horus Eyes. Inventory space increased by 5 with the achievement The One with Horus Eyes. A group of notifications sounded in Wu Jin's ear. Ring. Ring. And the ringing of a phone followed. Chapter 48. In a dull office where the only light was provided by 2 fixtures on the ceiling, 2 men sat at a table, facing each other. One of them was very large and muscular, with a shiny bald head. The other was much smaller and looked at the man across from him with a slightly ugly expression. The sight was very strange, and it wouldn't seem out of place if guns or drugs were added to the scene. Suddenly the bald man pulled a package out of his pocket. In a situation like this, what one would expect would be maybe a bar of gold or drugs or something of the sort, but when the man unwrapped the package, what was revealed instead was a bar of chocolate. Thus the image became rather strange, and the smaller man couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to eat a chocolate bar now?" Osei-chan looked at the large man across from him who was munching away at his chocolate bar. This is how a man should be. When he heard that response, a smile appeared on Osei-chan's face. Yes, if you don't eat like that, people will definitely think you're a woman. When you go to the bathroom, make sure to take out a chocolate bar and start eating, otherwise people will think they entered the women's bathroom instead. Li Jinai ignored Osei-chan's words and instead asked in a serious tone. Why do you call me here? An A+ ranked dungeon has been discovered. If you're telling me about it, that must mean that it's at least 2 floors. Yeah, it's 2 floors, level limit is 35 and under, and only 99 entries are available. As he listened to the report, Li Jinai's face gradually became worse, but he didn't pick up the document that Osei-chan placed on the table in front of him because he didn't think too much about it. An A+ ranked dungeon was only for those large and powerful guilds like the Messiah Guild or the Phoenix Guild. It was not something small guilds could usually touch. The dungeon boss is a needle snake. A needle snake? However, when he heard what the boss was, Li Jinai reached forward and picked up the report in front of him. Who? Huh? Isn't this supposed to be a dungeon report? Oh, sorry, ignore that, the report is on the back. Ah, I see. After flipping the paper over, Li Jinai saw the report. Needle snake hunt. Floors, 2 floors, difficulty, A+ rank, maximum number of entries, 99, requirements, level 35 and under, challenge conditions, hunt the needle snake, reward, skill stone C. As he read the details of the dungeon, Li Jinai couldn't help but say in a nervous tone, will there be anyone willing to do this? For players below level 35, a needle snake is almost certain death. It truly is almost guaranteed death. The needle snake. A monster that became well known around the world 2 years ago when it first appeared. Showing up in Paris, France and then the United States, Britain and Japan one after another. However, there was no detailed information about it, and that was for one simple reason. Because it's never been successfully killed before. No one had ever returned from a needle snake hunt. Because of this, the monster was given a nickname. Snake fucker. The snake of death. The snake of death, or the snake creeper. This name was given because of the large number of players that it killed. Hey, do you have to keep giving things stupid names? It's all the same, death snake, snake fucker, snake bitch, fucking bitch, they're the same thing, right? Anyway, I roughly understand the situation now. Lee Jin-ah put the report and looked at Osei-chan, his expression becoming serious. Most guilds will probably give up their claim on this one, but you're the one who wants to eat it up first, right? That's right. And you're looking to blend into the crowd or maybe wait for a foreign guild to challenge. Right. But to snatch it from them we'd have to be really good or really strong. I know that too. Well, let's discuss the plan while we eat. I'll take champagne with a large serving of tang sayuk. Oh, and please ask for a generous helping of dumplings too. Osei-chan shook his head at the sudden change. Where did this bullshit come from all of a sudden? You have to invest a bit to hire a skilled person, don't you? That's true, but why are you the one eating? Because I'm the best person for such a job. Osei-chan gave him a blank stare. No? Then who could it be? Dragon Slayer? Trinity? The Brain? Or the Messiah Lee Se-jun? But all of them are near level 200, so they wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon. There is Kim Woo-jin. When he heard the name, Lee Jin-ah made an ugly face. Damn it. I don't wanna hunt with that bastard. Why? You should know. The guy is a heartless monster. I've never met anyone as crazy as he is. Humans usually have a consciousness. That guy, he considers your endurance before your skill. He needs to learn how to treat people right, first. Lee Jin-ah was very much against working with Kim Woo-jin. If you work with him, you would complete it more efficiently. Instead of arguing further, Osei-chan removed a recorder from his pocket and put it on the table after pressing the playback button. Apostrophe. What I want in a party are people who won't hold me back. Lee Jin-ah's voice was heard from the recorder, the sound echoing in the now quiet room. I don't care about their personality. Whether they're a punk or a bastard, I don't care. Even the devil himself, as long as he can beat me. If there is someone like that, I will follow him like an oil dog. Please find them for me. Ha ha. There is no one stronger than me. Ha 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 ha. Lee Jin-ah's face became uglier as he heard what he'd said. I'm a little thirsty. He picked up a cup of water from the table and took a big sip, but his expression became worse. Brother, why does this water taste weird? It smells like there's medicine in it. Probably because it's tap water. Tap water? Why? Would you like some more? When Osei-chan said this, Lee Jin-ah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, big brother. Tap water. It's not important, don't worry, you won't die even if you drink some more. It's not important? Yeah, the tap water is not important. What's important is this dungeon hunt. You need to get it done the first time. Lee Jin-ah's expression became serious again. As Osei-chan said, when hunting a needle snake, you had to succeed on your first try. Right, if the first attack fails, there won't be a chance for a second. You have to succeed from the start. Lee Jin-ah knew how deadly the needle snake was. And that's why you need Kim Woo-jin. I can't handle this, where is the food? You still want to eat? When he heard that, Lee Jin-ah looked at Osei-chan. What do you mean by that? Osei-chan couldn't help laughing. After talking to Osei-chan on the phone, Kim Woo-jin closed it and recalled the conversation in his head. We're going to attack the needle snake dungeon, are you willing to participate? Kim Woo-jin had directly refused without much thought, and as if he was expecting it, Osei-chan had then said, I knew you wouldn't agree, so I'll make you a deal. He proposed his deal to Kim Woo-jin. First I want to ask. What would you do if I could give you a legendary item? What would you do in exchange for a legendary item? Kim Woo-jin said, I'd do whatever I can. Would you do everything you could? Would you do anything? As Kim Woo-jin gave an affirmative answer, Oh Se-chan asked his last question. What if I told you to kill a savior, or a hero? Could you do it? This time, Kim Woo-jin didn't answer immediately. You have to think about it? Yes, I'm thinking. Ha ha. No need to think about it. No one would easily do something if they weren't sure they could bear the cost. Oh Se-chan returned to his proposal. Okay, let's get back to the topic. I'll lend you a legendary item. That should greatly increase your skills. The condition is that you kill the needle snake. When you've completed the task, it's yours. Kim Woo-jin naturally accepted such an offer. The conversation ended not long after that. At the moment, however, Oh Se-chan's question kept replaying in Woo-jin's head as he gently tapped the flip phone against his head. For a legendary item, could you kill a savior or a hero? As he thought of the question, Kim Woo-jin finally gave his answer. Something like that. I could do it for free. After he had this thought, Woo-jin got up and started preparing for the hunt. Hunting a needle snake. That's easy. Chapter 49, The news of the dungeon swept through the Korean peninsula like a wildfire. A+ rank 2 floor dungeon discovered in Singung-ni, Namsan. The third A+ rank dungeon has appeared. Will new legends be born? People were excited when they saw the news. This is a legendary moment. If you're Korean, you better cheer for the Messiah Guild. Everyone was looking forward to the great event, however, the big event they looked forward to didn't happen. The Phoenix Guild gives up to the opportunity to participate. The Mir Guild gives up to the opportunity to participate. The only thing that the public received were announcements from the first-rate guilds, renouncing the opportunity to take part in the dungeon hunt. What? Why are they refusing to participate? Why is this reaction so different from last time? Everyone was confused by the exact opposite reaction from the guilds when compared to the attack on the Orc Champion dungeon. When that A+ rank dungeon had appeared in Busan, the guilds were quite eager to take part. However, the answer was soon revealed. The dungeon boss has been confirmed to be the Needle Snake. The Needle Snake, the monster avoided by the world. Information about the Needle Snake was soon spread worldwide and everyone began to understand. However, there were still those who argued. Fucking cowards. I thought they were strong. When the monsters are a little strong, these strong fighters all run and hide like rats. Those bastards who call themselves heroes are just full of air. The accusations to the various celebrity players were vicious, claiming they only knew how to amass their own wealth and flaunt their paltry skills. Of course, not everyone denied outright. Messiah Guild's participation is still being discussed. Park Shin-hye, I will try to challenge the dungeon as soon as I'm sufficiently prepared. Like the other guilds, the Messiah Guild had already decided to give up on the dungeon, however their strategy was much smarter and it could be seen from the public's reaction. Goddess Park Shin-hye has come out. Only the Messiah Guild is brave and worthy. People didn't blame the Messiah Guild as they believed without a doubt that they were intending to challenge the dungeon. They'll clear it. Kim Woo-jin also didn't doubt that the Messiah Guild would challenge the dungeon. After waiting for a good opportunity. They had done it a year after the dungeon opened for a few reasons. There is no one strong enough to beat it. In the Messiah Guild, there was currently no member who could challenge the dungeon without a high risk of failure and death. So there's no reason to try. Even if there was someone who had a chance, if they went alone, while the reputation of Messiah Guild would go up, they wouldn't be able to defeat the dungeon. If I recall correctly, the dungeon was cleared next winter. Of course, there was no reason to let them use this dungeon to increase their reputation. So Kim Woo-jin decided to clear the dungeon. And so, he waited. If the guilds give up their bid to challenge and they're unable to find 99 people to challenge the dungeon, then the opportunity will be shared with international players. The Korean government would eventually open their doors and let foreign players participate. The Korean government allows foreign guilds to participate in the A+ Dungeon Challenge. And as Woo-jin expected, the the doors were opened. When the dungeon gates first appeared, countries all around the world gathered to sign a treaty. Among them, there was a clause concerning the challenge of dungeons. For dungeons within their borders, every country had the sovereignty to determine whether they wanted to challenge it or not. However, in the event that they didn't intend to challenge the dungeon or were unable to fill the quota, it was agreed that they'd open their borders, and let foreign players also participate in the attack. In truth, it was a seldom used clause. There was no reason for players in Russia to travel to challenge a D-ranked dungeon even if players in Korea could not defeat it. However, in the case of an A+ ranked dungeon it was different. Even around the world, it was very difficult for players to get the opportunity to challenge an A+ ranked dungeon, and it would be a lie to say that there weren't many who wanted to take up the challenge. Regardless of whether it was the Needle Snake or Death Snake that had never been defeated, or if you'd have to be crazy to challenge it. In Korea, there were maybe hundreds of so-called crazy people, but in the entire world, there were thousands of them. 41 foreign players are confirmed to join the battle. The recruitment of the 99 spots has been completed. Will this hunt of the Needle Snake be the first to succeed? Thus, 41 foreigners had opted to join the attack on the dungeon. Of course, Kim Woo-jin joined the attack as well, but he didn't do it under the name of the Phoenix Guild. Mr. Isaac Ivanov, please step forward. Isaac Ivanov, a Russian national belonging to the Mokosh Guild, that was Kim Woo-jin's current status. Looking at the appearance, there was no sign of Kim Woo-jin's features anywhere, from the white skin, to the blonde hair. I'm going to need a mask like this for myself. It was a sophisticated disguise prepared for him by Oh-se-chan. While it wasn't perfect, the ability of this mask was very good. Made with doppelganger skin, the mask allowed its wearer to change their appearance and it was very difficult to see through. What was more impressive, however, was the forgery. While foreign players didn't need a large number of identification documentation to access a dungeon, the ID of a player was still very hard to fake. This wasn't made specifically for me. I'm sure there are many other identities I could have used. It was obvious that Oh-se-chan had many such counterfeit identities, as he had so easily given one to Kim Woo-jin. He is amazing in many ways. Woo-jin originally appreciated and estimated Oh-se-chan very highly, but even then it seemed that he had underestimated him. There were two reasons why Oh-se-chan made Kim Woo-jin use a disguise to enter the dungeon. For one, as the Phoenix Guild had publicly renounced their opportunity to enter the dungeon, the guild had forbidden the members from openly joining. The other reason was to hide Kim Woo-jin's skills. Oh-se-chan had learned just how amazing Kim Woo-jin was from Lee Jin-ah, so he knew that if Kim Woo-jin entered under his own name and showed off his skills, he would immediately attract a lot of attention, both good and bad. So in order to not expose him, he arranged for Kim Woo-jin to use a fake identity. I'm pretty lucky. Kim Woo-jin was actually grateful, as he had already had a similar idea in mind. Additionally, there was another person who was also using a fake identity. Damn it! I can't go on like this. It was Lee Jin-ah, who stood beside Kim Woo-jin. He also had a mask that gave him white skin and blonde hair. This mask is pretty cool, but it's too annoying to eat. Because of the mask, Lee Jin-ah couldn't eat a chocolate bar as he usually did. What are you looking at? Lee Jin-ah asked in a sharp tone as he saw Kim Woo-jin looking at him. In response, Kim Woo-jin also asked a question, are you nervous? Nervous? Lee Jin-ah let out a snort. I'm a man of steel, I've never been nervous since the day I was born. Never. Though he said that, Lee Jin-ah was actually quite nervous, as it was normal to be nervous in such tense situations. The Needle Snake, the snake of death that had never been defeated before, now he must enter the dungeon to hunt it. Once inside, they couldn't return before defeating the Needle Snake. What about you, huh? Are you nervous? Yep. Kim Woo-jin was also tense, but it was for another reason, compared to what Lee Jin-ah. I'm curious as to what will happen. Woo-jin looked at an item in his inventory as he had this thought. Grim Reaper's Mask. Rating, Legendary, usable for level 1 or higher. Description, Mask of the Grim Reaper. Access and directly control summoned undead monsters. Effects: increase magic power by 10%. Increases magic power recovery by 10%. This item was the reason why Kim Woo-jin was tense. Even Johann Georg didn't manage to get his hands on it. A skill that even the King of Undead coveted was now in his control. Access and control. If he had this, then he was confident that he could destroy the Messiah Guild in 3 years. This made Kim Woo-jin feel tense and slightly excited. Don't be worried, man. Believe in me, Lee Jin-ah. Even if your personality is garbage, I never let my teammates down. This was the reason Kim Woo-jin couldn't relate to Lee Jin-ah, he was a bit too dumb. Now, shall we enter the dungeon? And with that the two of them walked toward the dungeon entrance. Chapter 50. After stepping into the gate, they were surrounded by white lights which soon disappeared, revealing their surroundings. They were in a jungle, reminiscent of the Amazon rainforest. A stifling and humid heat trapped around them. Survive for 5 days. At that moment, the quest notification appeared, causing almost everyone in the dungeon to exclaim. What? A survival quest? Damn. This is the worst. Shit. TL, this one was in English, took me by surprise. Survival quest. In the end, even if you want to leave, you still need to survive at least 4 days. In other words, regardless of what they did, the first floor would take 5 days to be completed, but for 2-floor dungeons, it was always best to finish the first floor as quickly as possible. A survival quest in an A+ rank. That means there's probably an incredibly strong monster. Regardless, the fact that surviving was a quest meant that it wouldn't be easy. So naturally, many players became even more nervous, including Lee Jin-ah. He turned to Kim Woo-jin and asked, "What do we do?" "We start the test." Test? When he remembered the last test, a shiver ran down Lee Jin-ah's spine and his knees shook a bit. "I have to test some new items." Oh. Right. Relief was visible on Lee Jin-ah's face. After that the two of them started moving. Audiobook. A lonely goblin stumbled and fell to the floor, an arrow sticking out of its back. The goblin had just been walking through the underbrush, was now lying motionlessly on the floor, a single arrow through the heart its only wound. It was truly a great showcase of skill. What the fuck? Lee Jin-ah, who witnessed the kill from the side, could barely keep his mouth closed. It's possible to hit a vital point from this far in a dense forest? Killing a goblin with one arrow wasn't hard, but to kill a moving goblin in a forest from over 100 meters away with a single arrow was hard to believe. So at that moment, Lee Jin-ah made a promise with himself. Let's not think too much about it. He decided then to never compare himself to Kim Woo-jin again. Meanwhile Woo-jin, who'd finished his hunt, didn't move yet. Nothing is nearby. After confirming there were no monsters or players near them or the goblin, Kim Woo-jin approached the prey he'd killed. "You have summoned a skeleton." Immediately after arriving at the body, Kim Woo-jin summoned its skeleton. "Hee, nice to meet you." When Lee Jin-ah saw the appearance of a new skeleton soldier, he couldn't help but come over and try to stroke its head. However, the skeleton soldier stepped back and avoided his hand. "Eh?" Lee Jin-ah frowned slightly as the skeleton soldier stepped away from him before once again reaching for the skeleton, who avoided him. "Ha ha. Then let's see what you've got." Boom. A strange confrontation of reaching and dodging broke out between Lee Jin-ah and the skeleton. As he watched this odd scene, Kim Woo-jin reached into his inventory, pulled out the Grim Reaper's mask and put it on. "You have received the achievement Wearer of the Grim Reaper's Mask." He heard a notification, but there didn't seem to be any special effects. It felt like he was just wearing a mask. However, when he turned toward where Lee Jin-ah and the skeleton were fighting, he noticed something interesting. Huh? On the head of the skeleton, a black thread appeared, floating toward him. As Kim Woo-jin reached forward and grabbed the thread, an notification appeared before him. Connected to skeleton. The skeleton soldier stopped moving the moment the notification sounded, and at the same time the skeleton's field of view appeared in Kim Woo-jin's eyes. "Ha! I got you." It was then that Lee Jin-ah lunged forward and pressed his hand to the skeleton's skull. "I understand now. Only then did Kim Woo-jin truly understand the ability of the Grim Reaper's mask. What the mask did, was take control of a summoned undead monster. If you use the mask, you would be able to see exactly what the monster could see. I can also control it. It seemed that he was also able to control it. Move your hand. It also seemed like he could use the skeleton soldiers to speak. Oh. Lee Jin-ah was shocked at the turn of events and took a few steps back, his face pale. Skull, the skeleton can speak? As the skeleton stared at him, Lee Jin-ah couldn't help but gulp a bit, especially when the skeleton's flaming eyes began burning with golden flames. Eye of Horus activated. An notification sounded in Kim Woo-jin's ear and he couldn't help but think. Johann Georg would have died of envy. Survival quest. It was a quest with only one condition. Survive for a specific amount of time. In a way, it was a very simple quest. It was natural to think that quests to hunt a fearsome monster, or to kill thousands of monsters would be harder to complete. However, the situation was way different from what you would imagine. God damn it! Survival quests are like a heaven for monsters. The monsters that could be found in survival quests were much more than in any other type of quest. It's not just that there's a lot of them. It's so annoying how many different types there are. For example, when doing a quest to kill 1000 orcs, usually the only monsters that the player would encounter would be orcs, and the total number one could find would be between 1000 and 3000 depending on the difficulty of the quest. However, in a survival quest, especially one with a time limit of 5 days, one could probably find every monster capable of spawning in a dungeon's first floor, and their numbers varied without any real limit. A+ rank in a survival quest. The worst possible combination. I don't even want to think about how many there will be. With a rank being A+, it was very possible for players to encounter more monsters than they ever had before. Moreover, with the situation being the way it was now, the players were left with two tough choices. What do we do? Stay here? The monsters will smell our food and flock to us. Rather, it's better to be constantly on the move and hunt them as we go. Staying on the move and killing the monsters as they encountered them, or trying to hold a spot while withstanding the attack of the monsters. It's better to move. Most players chose the former. There are so many players around, we could join forces with them. We'll have to move around for a few days first, to assess the general situation. It wasn't wise to make rash decisions in an environment where you didn't know what direction the monsters were coming from and when you didn't know what could happen. But of course everyone didn't make the same decision. Rather than run from the monsters, there were those like Lee Jin-ah and Kim Woo-jin who went after the monsters instead. Which wasn't good news for the monsters. The 3 orcs that were facing off against Lee Jin-ah at the moment in a 3-on-1. The orcs had an advantage in numbers and size. Here's my politeness injection punch. Buke. However, against the 3 orcs, Lee Jin-ah dished out unadulterated violence. Buke. He used his fists to slowly crush the bodies of the orcs like he was molding clay. Buke. A nose broke under the blow, the orc's skull sinking by a third, and it flew backward. It didn't get up after that. When he saw this, Lee Jin-ah looked down at his fist and thought, I'm also strong. He was strong. It wasn't being self-absorbed, or narcissistic. I'm not weak. As he thought that, Lee Jin-ah turned his head to look across the clearing he was in. There a skeleton soldier was destroying the last of a group of 5 orcs using only a scimitar. It's that guy that's a complete monster. He looked at the skeleton and couldn't help but recall just a few hours ago. Having learned that the Grim Reaper's mask can access and control his skeletons, Kim Woo-jin immediately began testing it. He wanted to see just how much he could do with the control he had. At first, it wasn't that scary. Naturally, controlling a creature isn't like manipulating a character by pressing buttons on a controller or a keyboard. Instead, it was like trying to tame a wild horse. It couldn't be done perfectly from the start. But as time progressed, Kim Woo-jin became increasingly better at controlling the skeleton soldier. Now. It's insane. The 5 dead orcs at the skeleton's feet were the best proof. These little skeletons are no joke. The skeleton soldier controlled by Kim Woo-jin had more than twice the combat efficiency of the normal skeleton soldiers. I've never seen a summoned skeleton like this before. When using the skeleton, skills that Kim Woo-jin possessed such as blood weapon and blood poison didn't work, but he was still able to use skills like bone sword and summon skeleton. Eye of Anubis and Eye of Horus could also be used, although there was a penalty. When used by the skeleton soldier, the skills used about 3 times more magic power than normal. Though if he defeated someone with the skeleton soldier, the experience he gained was reduced. Though it was a small price to pay compared to the things he could do with the Grim Reaper's mask. Lee Jin-ah. Suddenly the skeleton soldier turned toward Lee Jin-ah and called. This caused Lee Jin-ah's expression to become ugly. Isn't polite to talk to someone face to face? Huh? It didn't feel good to be treated like a subordinate by a mere skeleton. Would you like to try my politeness injection punch? Lee Jin-ah didn't back down, because it was just the skeleton soldier and not Kim Woo-jin himself, but before he could try anything. How are you feeling? A voice filled with murderous intent sounded behind Lee Jin-ah's back. Ugh! Lee Jin-ah was startled, spinning around quickly to see Kim Woo-jin approaching him. Fuck! This bastard! Pretending to control the skeletons while approaching from behind. How's your body's condition? As Lee Jin-ah had his internal struggle, Kim Woo-jin repeated his question, though his tone was much lower than when he asked the first. Almost as if to say he wouldn't ask another time. Because of this, Lee Jin-ah quickly answered. I'm fine. Ready to inject politeness into anyone who doesn't have it. No one should have bad manners. Lee Jin-ah's voice sounded much quieter than his usual boisterous tone. Good. Now it's time to hunt. Huh? Lee Jin-ah's smile stiffened. Haven't we been hunting this whole time? During the 3 hours since the dungeon had been opened, Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah had killed more than 100 monsters. Ordinary players couldn't reach such a number even after trying for 2 days. Wasn't that considered hunting? So what do you call what we've been doing so far? In response to Lee Jin-ah's question, Kim Woo-jin gave a simple answer, a warm-up. When he saw how serious Kim Woo-jin's serious expression without a hint of mischief, Lee Jin-ah knew he meant it. Actually, I think it's not a good idea for me to continue like this. Where am I? What time is it? Ah. I have anemia. Yes, I have anemia, it makes me so dizzy. Kim Woo-jin said nothing to Lee Jin-ah. Sook. Instead it was the skeleton soldier that walked over to them and stabbed Lee Jin-ah in the ass, causing him to scream loudly and jump away. What the hell are you doing? You said you have anemia, I was trying to give you some iron. Iron? That's not an injection. Does it matter? Iron is entering your body anyway. Damn it, how does that make sense? Lee Jin-ah really felt like crying. This Kim Woo-jin bastard was too much. Kim Woo-jin glanced at his expression and nodded. Since you look so angry, that means your anemia went away. Let's go. As he heard this, Lee Jin-ah gave up his futile effort. Chapter 51. The most dangerous day in a survival quest was the second day. On the first day, there were few large-scale battles as the players and monsters took time to examine their surroundings. When that was finished, was when the true fighting would start. What was more frightening, however, was that even when fighting, the players had to be alert against other dangers. Take for example, when fighting with a horde of goblins, during the fight, it was possible to then be attacked by a group of kobolds or orcs. A battle of such a scale would stimulate the nearby monsters, and it was possible to trigger a frenzy, or as it was more commonly called, a monster wave. This was also one of the reasons why players opted to stay on the move rather than settle down in one location. Isn't it too quiet? Yeah. However, the players in the dungeon couldn't help but feel that they were facing a situation that was exactly the opposite of what they expected. On the second day, the players had prepared to face a great struggle, but instead were met with peace. It was quiet on the second day, but even the third? Even as the third day came and passed, there was no sign of a monster wave brewing. In fact, it was hard for the players to even encounter any monsters at all. Is this really a survival quest? It should be? No one could understand the situation. Are you sure we're in an A+ ranked dungeon? The difficulty of quests in an A+ ranked dungeon was supposed to be much higher than the others, and the battles that should have occurred were supposed to be very difficult. But there was no sign of any such battle. Obviously something must have happened. Otherwise it doesn't make sense for there to be no monsters in the dungeon. I don't know. First we need to figure out what's happening. And so some people started searching for clues. Oh my god. Are these all corpses? How many died here? I think there are at least 100 dead bodies here. Those who had begun investigating came across a clearing in which the bodies of monsters were piled high like a mountain, and it was not just one. Such clearings could be found all over the jungle. Who did this? This proved that someone was hunting the monsters and slaughtering them. I don't know who did this, but it's not normal. Is this some kind of rare event? This is no rare event. Look there. Huh? Are those fences? It seemed that it wasn't done purely with brute force. They made a labyrinth of fences and walls to confuse the monsters. Look at the ground, there are signs of digging all over. It was a giant trap. At this point, you couldn't call it a trap. It was hell. The large mound of bodies were all achieved through the use of a sophisticated trap. All the investigating players shivered, and they weren't alone. Oh my god. Legionnaire didn't know what to say as he looked at the bodies of orcs, lizardmen and goblins in front of him. They were monsters that he had hunted, but they weren't hunted like he usually would. Is this how this guy hunts? It was Kim Woojin's method. How can you hunt like this, you crazy bastard? From Legionnaire's perspective, this method was beyond common sense. When Legionnaire hunted monsters, it was like a lion hunting a wolf. He would make a plan and use items, but in the end it still came down to defeating it with his power. However, Kim Woojin was different. Kim Woojin didn't confront the monsters directly. Even though he could easily win with his strength, he still decided to set the stage. After finding a suitable location, he first used walls, fences and natural obstacles to make a maze. Then, using the blood weapon skill, he installed nails, swords and various other weapons and traps throughout the maze. When it was complete, Kim Woojin then used his skeleton soldiers to lure monsters into the maze. The attracted monsters would be afflicted with blood poison, as well as suffer wounds from the blood weapons and bone weapons that were installed in the maze, before having to fight Legionnaire and the skeleton soldiers. The effect was as the players had seen before. The bodies piled up like a mountain, and the blood flowed like a river. Using the bodies of the monsters, Kim Woojin created more blood weapons and bone weapons. As the number of bodies increase, this guy becomes more and more of a monster. The more battles they fought, the more monsters they killed, the stronger Kim Woojin became. Gulp. As he came out of his thoughts, Legionnaire turned to look at Kim Woojin, who was standing in a tree with the Grim Reaper's mask covering his face. Suddenly, to his surprise, Kim Woojin took the mask off and turned to him. What's wrong? Kim Woojin answered as he jumped down beside Legionnaire. The situation has changed. What? Things changed? What's going on? If Kim Woojin, who had dismissed their hunting of the monsters as a simple warm-up, could say such a thing, that meant that it wasn't something simple like a monster horde or something like that. Legionnaire tensed up. Huh? Did a really strong monster appear? Or did the other players find our location and are coming to kill us? Instead of answering him, Kim Woojin approached the mountain of corpses and chanted a spell toward an orc corpse in the middle. Summon skeleton. As the spell activated, the skin and flesh of the orc melted off, leaving only the bones, which began to rise. Then, a flame was lit in its eyes. Legionnaire, who saw this, was stupefied. Wait, what the hell? Couldn't he only summon 9 of them? As far as Legionnaire knew, Kim Woojin could only summon 9 skeleton soldiers. But now Kim Woojin had summoned a 10th, and that wasn't all. Soon after, he summoned an 11th, and then a 12th. Couldn't you only summon 9 skeletons? This scene made Legionnaire deeply afraid, and so he couldn't help but ask. This time, Kim Woojin answered. I could have only summoned 9. As he said that, he summoned his 13th skeleton soldier. Until just a moment ago, Kim Woo-jin remembered what occurred just minutes ago. Everyone is afraid of you. The emissary of the underworld admires your actions. The emissary of the underworld gives you a part of their power. The skill rank for Skeleton Warrior Mastery has increased by 1 rank. When he looked at the skill window after hearing the notification, Kim Woo-jin's eyes widened. Skeleton Warrior Mastery. Rank, D. Description: enhances the abilities of summoned skeletons and increases the maximum number that can be summoned. The effects increase with the skill's rank. Effects: Skeleton's abilities increased by 15%, plus 8 summonable skeleton soldiers. A smile stretched across Kim Woo-jin's face. Johann Georg would be jealous. The number of combatants were very important in a battle, and the difference between 9 and 13 changes the type of tactics that can be used drastically. Naturally, Kim Woo-jin knew how to maximize the difference. You 4 will be the archers. The 4 new skeleton soldiers were thus converted into archers, and naturally the number of tactics available to Kim Woo-jin changed. Let's go first. After consistently using the trap, Kim Woo-jin decided to go hunt the monsters instead of luring and trapping them. After all, if you had an increase in firepower, it was best to use it. Yeah, let's go. Lee Jin-ah welcomed the change. Let's have a real battle. Raw battles were the best, even if there was the possibility of being hurt. I'll show you how Lee Jin-ah will slaughter the monster. Lee Jin-ah's face was flushed with excitement. His eyes began burning brightly with fighting spirit. Huh? But the fire in his eyes dimmed a little not long after. Why are you still next to me? Seeing Lee Jin-ah's expression, Kim Woo-jin walked past, to stand in front of him. Now, I'm leading the way. Kim Woo-jin, who had been controlling the battlefield from the back, was now standing on the front line. Lee Jin-ah laughed loudly as he looked at him. You should do your best. I can handle anything else, but I can't tolerate a poor guy floundering in front of me. Chapter 52. Huff, huff. On a battlefield covered in the broken corpses of kobolds, a man stood panting. Just from looking at his face, one could tell that the man desperately wanted to lay down and rest. The man, whose eyes were full of despair, looked over to another man who was also finishing up his own fight. Hey, that was all of them. His expression was earnest and polite as he continued. Can we take a break now? As usual, Kim Woo-jin didn't respond to Lee Jin-ah's question. Instead, a skeleton walked up to him and shook its head, as if to say, no, you can't. Lee Jin-ah closed his eyes tightly when he saw this, Kim Woo-jin's figure flashing in his mind. This motherfucker. He recalled the fight that just happened. Previously, Lee Jin-ah believed that without the skeleton soldiers, he could defeat Kim Woo-jin. It wasn't empty confidence either. Though he'd lost one to Kim Woo-jin before and he had even surrendered to him, he hadn't been fighting for his life then. Crazy monstrous bastard. However, the battle he just witnessed caused him to rethink that thought. How is this fair for the rest of us? This guy is like a monster who returned from the future or something. How could someone who isn't even level 30 be that strong? He was too efficient. When fighting, the energy expended in the process of trying to injure your opponent was enormous. However, it seemed that Kim Woo-jin didn't feel any strain at all. This was possible because Kim Woo-jin looked at the whole picture. When he fought, he did not just look at what was in front of him like an RPG game. Instead, he looked at the whole picture as though he was playing a strategy simulation game and made his decisions after considering the best direction. I have to learn to fight like that. For Lee Jin-ah, he didn't just watch on in surprise, instead he watched to learn. This was the actual reason why Kim Woo-jin tested and fought with Lee Jin-ah. This is how the immortal fights. Kim Woo-jin had once studied Lee Jin-ah's fighting style, and now that Lee Jin-ah was looking at him, he would ensure he taught him properly. He will digest it bit by bit. He would watch and learn. Just a little longer and he should be able to use it. In other words, Lee Jin-ah's current abilities were not up to Kim Woo-jin's standards. It was natural. Currently, the amount of experience that the players had was at a pitiful level when compared to Kim Woo-jin, who had survived many conflicts before he was betrayed. If there were many people who could meet his standards, that would be strange instead. I can work with this. But now, the circumstances were different. Johann Georg wouldn't be a threat anymore. With the hell that he had currently, Kim Woo-jin was certain. At the rate he was gaining the favor of the emissary of the underworld, it would be hard for Johann Georg to reach his past level. While there wasn't much that Kim Woo-jin could do to impact him currently, the Hello's favor, or lack thereof, would be fatal to Johann Georg's growth. However, the absence of Johann Georg meant that the Messiah Guild would be much freer than in the past. Without Johann Georg, the influence of the Messiah Guild after the war with Japan in 2025 would spread much faster than in the past. In fact, Kim Woo-jin remembered that the greatest difficulty the Messiah Guild encountered after 2025 was the King of Undead. The Messiah Guild became the shining beacon for all those who wanted to escape from under the shadow of the King of the Undead. The speed at which they revealed their ambitions will increase. It meant the day the Messiah Guild took off their mask. It also meant that the amount of time Kim Woo-jin had was shortened. Lee Se-jun, you will take off that damn mask even earlier. The day Kim Woo-jin and Lee Jin-ah finally met was soon approaching. Just like I wanted. Kim Woo-jin was satisfied with the situation. He started walking forward. Fuck it. Let's go till we die. With that, Lee Jin-ah followed after him. 24 hours remaining. There was a notification as the 5th day started. Your level has increased. You have achieved level 30. Inventory spaces increased by 6. The emissary of the underworld is impressed by your growth. Inventory spaces increased by 6. The emissary of the underworld sent a catalog as a gift. At the same time, the notification that Kim Woo-jin reached level 30 also appeared. Hunting on this floor is almost over. Kim Woo-jin looked around. More than 29 corpses and skeleton soldiers and an exhausted Lee Jin-ah could be seen. Who? Lee Jin-ah's expression was similar to that of a landmine. The moment you stepped on it, it would explode. Boom. A skeleton soldier approached Lee Jin-ah, who turned toward it, his ferocious expression nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the skeleton soldier opened its mouth. It's time to eat. Where should we spread the mat? Lee Jin-ah smiled brightly and started looking for a place for them to eat. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin examined his status. Kim Woo-jin. Level 30, Halo, Emissary of the Underworld, Stats, Health, 92 plus 123, Stamina, 2 plus 65, Magic Power, 3 plus 95, Achievements, 18, Extra Points, 3. If other players saw his status, they would wonder if something was wrong with their eyes. This should be enough to clear a level 50 dungeon. At the least, Kim Woo-jin's stats were comparable to players over level 40. It's not enough yet. However, for Kim Woo-jin, his stats were far from enough. The prey he was intending to hunt was more of a monster than monsters. Okay, I still have more to go. Kim turned his gaze to Lee Jin-ah, who was comfortably eating a chocolate bar while being surrounded by skeletons. Huh? Lee Jin-ah started shaking his chocolate bar at one of the skeletons. Do you want a piece? Huh? If you want it, come and get it. Of course, Lee Jin-ah didn't think that the skeleton would actually try to do it. Boom. At that time the skeleton, like a trained dog, lunged toward Lee Jin-ah's hand and bit it. Oh my god. See this? Now he's opened his heart to me. Lee Jin-ah, who was surprised by the action, pulled his hand back and placed the chocolate bar that he just started eating into the skeleton's hand. Then he said, his voice soaked with emotion, "You. See, after all it was possible for us to be friends." The skeleton soldier immediately turned and delivered the chocolate bar to Kim Woo-jin. Wei. Kim Woo-jin took a moment to take off the Grim Reaper's mask before collecting the chocolate bar. Lee Jin-ah shouted at him, "Were you controlling it just now?" In response, Kim Woo-jin took a bite of the chocolate bar. Whatever, what are we gonna do now? Hunt the needle snake. Lee Jin-ah's expression turned serious. We start the second floor tomorrow, right? Honestly, Lee Jin-ah has been so busy hunting monsters that he hadn't had time to be nervous. Are you ready? If it wasn't for Kim Woo-jin, Osei-chan would never have sent Lee Jin-ah into the dungeon even if he begged. For Li Jin-ah, Kim Woo-jin was practically a lifeline. When Li Jin-ah asked his question, Woo-jin had already started organizing the information he had on the needle snake. The needle snake was a 30-meter-long snake that was covered in long needle-like spines, like a hedgehog. It won't be easy. It was extremely dangerous. There's also the poison. Not only did the needle snake have extraordinary physical prowess, its spines were also coated in poison. Extremely potent poison at that, to the point that even those who had resistance to poison would not dare guarantee they'd be unaffected. And if it shoots its spines, it would be devastating. The snake had the ability to shoot the spikes out of its body when it felt threatened. This ability made it extremely hard to deal with, but it was already dangerous even without it. This is probably all that the others will be able to imagine. Of course, all the parties that encountered the dungeon had made their own plans and conjectures as to the monster's abilities and how to deal with them. However, since it was never successfully captured before, there was no confirmed plan as to how to deal with it. In my opinion, the needle snake will probably explode like a shrapnel grenade and send spikes flying all over. If even Li Jin-ah could consider this idea, then it was to be expected that other players would also and prepare accordingly. The fact that no player had ever successfully defeated a needle snake, that meant that there would be something that would be hard to deal with. Maybe it shoots poison gas from its body. Gas? That could be why its nickname is Death Snake. Poison fog. That was the real weapon of the needle snake. Its body is covered in needles and the spikes, and each of the spikes are coated in poison. So if the needles come out, the poison would likely come out too. That's true. So what happens to the poison, if the needles disappear? But if the poison flows out of its body, won't it hurt? Li Jin-ah made a contemplative expression. It's poison gas, it wouldn't feel it. Li Jin-ah's face relaxed as he thought about that. However, Kim Woo-jin stopped paying attention to him. But this still isn't difficult enough to be an A+ ranked dungeon. The part that Kim Woo-jin thought of the most was that the needle snake wasn't enough to make the dungeon A+ rank. If hunting a needle snake was ranked at A+, then every dungeon with a mission to hunt the needle snake would be A+. However, there were dungeons with missions to hunt needle snakes that were only B+ rank. The strength of a needle snake, no matter how you estimate it, was B+ at most. There must be another reason. This also meant that there was something else that made the dungeon A+. If you couldn't find a legendary item in an A+ dungeon, it wasn't because it wasn't there, it's because you didn't look hard enough. In every A+ dungeon, if one searched hard enough, one would be able to find a legendary item or skill, and that was Kim Woo-jin's goal. Right now, it's good just to hunt monsters. What? Beep. Suddenly a loud sound, similar to that of a flute, could be heard from far away. And so's beacon? Li Jin-ah turned his head in surprise. Now? All the players who made it to the 5th day were those who at least had a bit of strength. And after Kim Woo-jin and Li Jin-ah had almost cleared out the floor completely, there was even less reason for someone to activate a help beacon. Did we miss some monsters? Though it was unlikely, that didn't mean it was impossible. It's not a rescue request. Huh? Naturally, it wasn't someone calling for help. It's a call for players to join together to hunt the needle snake on the 2nd floor. At this, Li Jin-ah laughed. They think they can beat the snake? Their confidence pierces the sky. It was funny to him that they thought they could beat the needle snake that no one killed before simply by banding together. However, Kim Woo-jin didn't laugh. You rested for 4 days, it's time to work. That was letting me rest? Only then did Li Jin-ah realize that this was all part of Kim Woo-jin's plan. What are you going to do? Kim Woo-jin didn't answer him. Now I only need to check the catalog. 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 Golden again?